Chapter 851, Black holes crackling with electricity open up in the wyvern's celestial body, and more of the smaller wyverns from below continue attacks, leaving demonic flames, earth bullets, wind slashes, and water jets deep into Seraphel's body. A pulse of green sparkling light pours out from Abby's immortal healer's greater form, rippling through Seraphel as he's pushed backward, with a broken wing, falling backward out of the sky while the massive black wyvern follows down, charging up. Another attack. This wave of green light makes all of the blue wyvern's wounds shimmer with an extra layer of a celestial glow, and the synchronized pulsing of Seraphel's and Abby's core becomes even more in tune. You came, it's really here. The wyvern's inheritance. Seraphel's telepathic message still echoes out as he makes eye contact with this human healer, less than 1/100 his size. Abby is getting stronger with every passing second, as links of loyalty are streaming into her. When the generals first arrived, she may not have physically been injured by the noble vibrations coming off this army, but it was quite intimidating. Each of the wyverns has the equivalent talent to extremely strong noble demons. Many times stronger than Andras Vermilion, the prior Ellipsia Citadel Lord. With dense green true cores burning in their chests, and thick demonic energy controlling their minds. They are like one lord armies of their own flying through the skies, with help from their leader, tearing open Seraphel's outer defenses. Their attacks are powerful enough to injure this blue wyvern. This fact makes Abby's next moves even more eye-opening to the blue glowing majestic monster in the sky. A zigzag pattern of dense green light streaks through the air, circling around both the blue and black wyverns, surging right through the cores of every single stray attacker in the upward spiral. Rippling waves of green light pulse through each one of the dark demonic wyvern bodies. It looks like a dense droplet on a lake, making green waves through their dark purple and black bodies. Screeches and roars fill the air as Abby leaves each of their bodies, with her glowing staff held high above and in front of her head. They seize up, many falling out of the sky as their bodies grow greener and greener. She does not hit every wyvern, only the dozen or so close to Seraphel, and in her direct path between the two clashing high noble celestial beasts. There are wounds still healing on the blue wyvern's body from the last two lightning flurries, and it looks like this next one might actually break completely through his wing and damage his core. Every glyph she's been charging up on the way upward finally activates in full while the enormous black wyvern appears in her vision. With two purple eyes looking straight forward, both larger than her entire greater form, with the blue wyvern to her back, healing its wounds with its own water healing properties, and a restoration array stimulating the process, dense black lightning fills the air once again, coming out from the demonic creature's body from all sides. Abby braces for this attack, as even in her immortal form, her arms and legs tingle in the presence of such an absurd beast. A circular green array bursts outward from her staff, over 1,000 kilometers wide, covered in ancient symbols and spinning runes and glyphs mimicking the green and white pulses from her core, and Seraphel's behind her. The brutal attack of black lightning enforced by an artificial demon's celestial prism buff, and high noble vibrations of a demon and one of the strongest wyverns of the past all come crashing down on the tiny human floating between these titans. Instead of phasing through, turning herself and the wyvern into hologram-like immortal forms, making the massive attack useless, a far different result occurs. The sparkling dense white ether, imbued with energy from her celestial body, reacts with the lightning bolts, and the overwhelming power of this blast forces Abby to confront it with a true manifestation of herself. Sharp pain vibrates through her, a feeling she assumed to be gone from her mind, body, and soul forever. The last time this occurred was in the desert of the Dark Continent back on the human world, when Embry used soulfire and borrowed stats to create attacks so high above her capabilities after hours of fighting that she was forced to break and train harder. Now, in a single attack, she's been fast-tracked to her limit, and this monstrous force actually is touching her real being beneath. The size of the shockwaves that erupt off this clash are mind-bending. They crack through the entire bottom of the green zone of the upper realm, almost acting as a reply back to the insane shockwaves felt from Ember's clash moments prior. The lightning bolts create massive cracks in the spinning circular array. Yet, none make it past. The bolts of demonic and celestial energy explode outward, flooding off the sides of this array, like jets of water hitting a wall. The black wyvern, however, does not stop its forward momentum. The murderous roar of this beast still rings out as it slams headfirst into the cracked array, with rows of sharp teeth all covered in dense white-hot celestial light. It even twists its body, and slams one of its wings, covered in dense high noble imbued demonic energy into the array right next to its head. The cracks build up more and more, and Abby's staff glows hotter and hotter in her grasp. This beast making contact with her energy sends waves of suppression deep into her body and mind. With the monster's open mouth right in front of her face, dozens of times wider than her entire energy form. It is the most intense sight she's ever seen in her life. The high noble vibrations seeping through the cracks test her mental fortitude, twisting illusions and hallucinations of reality while constantly digging deeper and attempting to sever her connection to the system. The immortal healer holds her ground. She feels a warmth behind her growing stronger every millisecond she can. Hold off this relentless attack longer, and here's Seraphel's voice echo into her mind again. There is only one way we both survive this. I never thought I'd ever end up soul-bound with a human. Before Abby can respond, the cracks in the array meet their limit, and the entire 1,000-kilometer-wide circular spinning formation shatters into green, white, and yellow celestial dust. Bright purple, black, blue, and green light bursts upward through the clouds, painting this side of the green zone with shades of light that blend together into quite the beautiful sight 10 million kilometers away. The backdrop of Cisco and Maria's clash looks like a colorful bomb has exploded far off in the realm, though. It does not distract the high noble demons from laughing out loud and mocking the ice mage further. You really think you can win, don't you? Its laughs echo through the skies as Maria's shimmering crystal blade collides with his axe. Both of their greater forms now over 50 kilometers tall. Pathetic. A human. I bet you don't even know your race's history. You've just attacked after receiving a lucky draw of a talent. There's always an outlier or two every few millennia that stirs things up, but this is the first human I've had to dispose of. Considering you're last in the line of succession to become emperor, most of your outliers aren't even as strong as the chosen's weakest. It laughs again, but a strange rise in power keeps pouring into this blue angelic form. As more stats are added to the borrowed pool, the demon's axe is pushed backward as it speaks, and Maria's sharp icy gaze stays locked onto the demon's chest. Aiming to kill without hesitation, another laugh echoes out from the purple monster as he throws his axe upward, away from the fight entirely, and allows Maria to stab it through the core with a smile on his face. Crystallized ice spreads outward from the center of its body, and it spreads to every corner of this massive greater form in milliseconds, shattering to sparkling dust in the air. Yet, the ice mage twists her body and sword upward, to block an incoming attack. The demon kicks downward off the air, from the direction where it threw its axe, yet, its body was just obliterated before her eyes. The body double skill was visible on this demon's status, but Maria has seen the Rising Emperor's divine-grade body doubles before. They are only mana-based, and lack soul energy, or divine cores. There is a perk that allows the user to swap positions with any of the caster's doubles, so that is her first instinct when another appears. Yet, the sensation of breaking this demon's core, and even feeling its high noble vibrations slow down and be destroyed was so vivid. Something doesn't add up. She blocks the new incoming strike perfectly, and tests around the demon again to counter, but he just throws his axe away again, allowing Maria to stab right through his chest and turn him to an ice sculpture that fractures into dust. Maria has to turn around even faster this time, as a new copy of the demon appears right behind her back. They clash again, and the demon leans in close to her face, staring her angelic form in the eyes with a wide sharp-toothed smile. You will be an incredible vessel. My masterpiece of a demonic wyvern army was my greatest creation. But what if I could have a human at its front? The weakest lower race, keeping all of the other races in line when given just a drop of a noble demon's blood. Now that is art. That will finally crush the wills of any foolish dreamers left. He laughs louder, and a white-gray hot glint appears deep within the demon's eyes. Maria allows herself to lose this exchange, letting the demon push her backward instead of going in for the kill. That is because she senses the final ranked-up buff activating, and sees Celestial Prism lighting up on its status, with a strange power rippling through its being that she has never witnessed before. Chapter 852. In the center of the Grand Citadel, more and more of the inner city's fragmented and crushed buildings are all swirling about in the air. Large portions of the ether, divine energy, and mana-based structures are flowing into my astral form. It strengthens the shielding that forms around me, as well as allows me to grow even larger in size, while simultaneously resummoning the soul sword manifestations that are being destroyed around me. The level 3 evolution perk is an upgraded, and combined, version of this blade's first attribute gained at level 1. The ability to take energy in from the environment and grow stronger, and its second ability, gained at level 2, to release portions of its mass out in long-range attacks. Now, perfect copies of the blade are all surrounding me, creating a white and red flaming protective orb that moves about as I swing my blade to attack the massive tendrils of corruption bursting off Muriel Vermilion. Some merge together, creating stronger copies, while others break apart and self-destruct in order to stop large waves of corruption from slamming into me. At first, every single change of direction I make is a close call, but it gets much easier. the borrowed stats flowing into me start to increase exponentially. And the enormous amounts of the Grand Citadel I'm absorbing increase my natural energy control density, as well as my ether pool size, and even add massive amounts of green divine threads to my true core, bringing me closer to a saturation point. Now, I hardly have to use half of my swords in order to fend off the tendrils of energy. I'm even faster than the demon that follows me, and I circle around the inner city multiple times, now absorbing over half of the mass. Some of the towers are thousands of kilometers tall, yet compacted in siphon for their energy. I can compress them down by hundreds of times, just like the sea of corruption that was infused into this demon's body. Muriel yells out, with genuine anger in his voice, "You coward! All you do is run. Face me. Stop destroying this citadel, it is not your playground." At the same time, I feel the cold aura coming off him quiver, and pour out streaks of hot light for some reason. Rippling waves of an energy source I've only felt up close and personal one time rush into my mind, and the quantity and intensity that it makes itself known is far greater than what I witnessed on Seraphel's greater form, as well as the weak leftover celestial energy imbued ether commands I manipulated to seal my body. When I turn my head back to see the demon chasing me, its entire greater form ripples with a white-gray celestial glow. As the lowest buff on its status appears in my mind's eye, celestial prism, the gap between us closes in an instant, and it feels like he just teleported, but my foresight and clairvoyance shows me the exact path he took. This demon just multiplied its power instantly. There was no change in form, nor any shockwave or energy release. It's like he flicked a switch, and now has access to this strange celestial power. The monster's clawed hand covered in layers of corruption swipes toward my chest. Thousands of my soul swords move to block it, but they are consumed by the black liquid shimmering with white light. It gives off both hot and cold radiation at the same time, confusing yet fascinating. I swing my strongest soul sword up to block after massive portions of its corruption have been blasted away by the sacrificial blades, with layers of citadel commands covering my astral form, some even used to make a thick covering over my soul sword. I'm still overpowered. The corruption melts through the citadel mass and collides directly with my blade. I summon a reflection true core ability, the hexagonal divine energy manifestation I gained from killing Raven's bronze dragon, and imbue it with massive amounts of energy from the citadel. Muriel's hand slows down once it hits it, but it doesn't stop. He lets out a demonic roar of anger, and thousands of dense corruption tornadoes fly from his back. The defensive array shatters, but the explosion creates enough force to send me flying backward away from his incoming hand. I'm sent backward toward the outer rim of this inner city, with the wilderness to my back. There is still one more buff on his status that I saw while so close, yet it is still hidden, telling me that even this isn't the true extent of his power. This explosion cracks the protective ether arrays keeping the wilderness safe even more. Hundreds of millions of wild beasts as well as intelligent lords out in the biomes watch their reality start breaking around them, massive cracks in the ground, and those with biomes closer to the Great Wall see jagged fractures, and some even see the battle with their naked eyes, though not for long. The high noble vibrations that ripple through the entire citadel forcefully make many lords pass out and lose their ability to use the system. Automated ether orbs begin forming over them all, as safe zones in the wilderness are starting to break down and be suppressed or completely destroyed. All of the automated safety protocols are triggered, and hundreds of millions of white orbs form around the hundreds of thousands of biomes, and unconscious lords are lifted high in the air, moved toward the top of the Grand Citadel's dome, phasing through layers of ether commands to be held with the rest of the lords from the inner city. As massive flashes of white light surround the floating arena stands in the sky, Ava does not stop what she's doing at all. Using the Screech skill and 4% of borrowed stats, she leaves bright green trails of energy through the sky while yelling out to new groups of lords. Over the last few seconds, a chain reaction was spurred in a local crowd. First it was a few hundred that vowed their loyalty to this human on a whim, but that quickly turned to thousands, then tens to hundreds of thousands, and now millions. A full section of lords has broken out of their suppression commands and cuffs that hold them back. There are not enough admins to keep them in line any longer, and the announcer that still gives a play-by-play of the fight down below turns his attention to the chaos in these stands. The extra airtime shows sections of seating too far away to hear Ava to see that somehow lords are breaking free. Ava yells out again, holding her hammer high in the air, "Swear your loyalty to the rising emperor. The human below us fighting your oppressor. He will set you free, and in return, you will temporarily grant him power to fight that demon." Muriel Vermillion's rule over the green zone of the upper realm is coming to an end today. The only question is, will you be a part of it? Will you help the rising emperor set you all free, the announcer does not move the recording devices away from Ava. Instead, there is a split screen of her yelling out, as a white-haired elf hovers up in the air next to her. And more releases of energy light up all over the crowds, even ones too far away for them to see. The links of loyalty growing make Ava's aura grow brighter and brighter green as it surges past 10 million, then 15 million, then 20 million worlds. She smiles wide, changing her gaze to even higher up, where all of the floating ether orbs full of unintelligent beasts stand. The preset commands are programmed to hold them here until a manual override can fix the catastrophic problem at hand. So, they are all trapped inside white orbs in the sky, easily another 500 million lords, mostly 3rd, 4th, and 5th class. Ava wants them to swear their loyalty to, but it will not be as easy to convince them as the 370 million 1st and 2nd class intelligent lords below her, as they are a more captive audience. Just as she's about to yell out again while facing a new direction, the Goblin Queen's eyes widen. She watches a crack in the top of the Grand Citadel start to form. It is not from the battle taking place below. The safety layering has not shattered despite all of the high noble stress being pushed up on it still. Instead, something outside in the green zone is hammering away to try to get in. The shadowy outline of a purple and black greater form is what Ava sees first. 3 bright purple curved horns coming out of its head, an enormous matching purple hammer in its grasp. Thuds start to echo through the air, and the sounds of cracking start to grow louder. A very distinct vibration ripples through the atmosphere next. What of a noble demon? Ava stops her speech as all of a sudden, and jumps upward, streaking through the air in a blur of green light. In fractions of a second, she flies past the altitude of the wilderness lords, and flies even higher upward, so that the top of the dome is less than 50,000 kilometers away. Many freed lords that were cheering her on, and even the announcer of the event, become confused at her strange actions, though it all makes sense when a massive hole breaks open in the top of the Grand Citadel, and a noble Morvale family demon comes crashing and vibrating with killing intent, instead of falling straight down into the middle of a crowd of hundreds of millions. He stopped in midair, dense purple hammer against a white and green one. Chapter 853, a goblin? This is what all the fuss is about. What happened to the green zone after our lord left? The demon yells down in a demeaning tone, laughing afterward while his flesh, horns, and the dense demonic energy around his body grow in size. Even the soul weapon in his grasp grows, making the size difference in the clash against Ava's smaller form far more exaggerated. Yet, it holds its ground. Ava even activates the latent ability inside the hammer, using the old relic class commands of a soul weapon from many wars ago that Torvak, an ASIC, saved for tens of thousands of years to place in a soul weapon. An additional unexpected effect that occurs is the inheritance left behind on Ava's homeworld that has given her instincts, really, the seed to starting her own path. A feat lower races are usually incapable of. These warm vibrations that ripple through her fill the white hammer in her grasp, making it glow green, and an astral form of it erupts outward. It's extremely light green and only appears around the soul weapon itself, making it grow in size by a few times, reaching about 100 meters tall. In Ava's Goblin Queen form, she hardly reaches 10 meters, but grasps the massive hammer like it is normal and form-fitting. It is no heavier or harder to wield, but its range has multiplied. And its power erupts to even higher degrees. The tens of thousands of new worlds being added to her borrowed stats every few fractions of a second only make it stronger. The demon that thought it would easily kill this goblin and get on to its real objective is completely baffled. Not only was it stopped in place, but it's sent flying backward, up and out of the dome through the hole it cracked through. The Goblin Queen rushes upward and out of the dome, with her eyes locked on the enemy. They clash again in the air, outside of the Grand Citadel's dome, and send shockwaves into the open air and endless green clouds. This adds to the vibrancy of the multicolored sky, stained blue and purple from the battles taking place in the Ellipsia Citadel and above the Sea of Corruption. Below her, however, near the far side of the dome 500,000 kilometers away, a blood-red tint pours out from another intense battle taking place. The other 5 demons from the Morvale family are also in for quite the surprise. What they thought was going to be an easy extermination mission turns out to be much more daunting than they believed. The strongest leader, who uses a dark mist ability and a bright purple longsword to try and trap Zashin in a blind cloud, is sorely mistaken. On this monster's limits, Zashin dives headfirst into the cloud of darkness and collides head-on with the demon's blade. Bursts of scarlet aura erupt from the dark black cloud of mist meant to trap him or keep him away and hesitant while the other 4 demons attacked. In reality, the dark cloud becomes stained blood red, and the demon inside is forced to deactivate it in order to use the full extent of his power to block. The bursts of scarlet aura grow larger and larger until the entire massive dark mist cloud disappears, and left behind is a noble demon being pushed back, blocking 2 hot red swords aimed at its neck and core. What happened? The Scarlet clan I fought was never this strong. It feels like you're a true descendant. That's impossible. It grits out, yelling while accepting that he's lost this exchange, then twists out of the way, but at the detriment of losing a large chunk of flesh in his right leg. It heals back almost instantly. But a painful scarlet burning aura is left behind in the wound. Zacian laughs at the scene, and the persona of a battle-hungry berserker, totally locked in and only focused on killing his prey, becomes the sole programming in his mind. The intelligence behind his eyes dulls, but as a result, the intensity in his aura becomes even hotter. He grows in size, larger and larger, and makes the green zone glow with a red light, vibrating with more intensity than noble vibrations for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The lingering embarrassment and shame he felt from losing the exchange with Andras Vermilion weeks ago is starting to fade away, as now he's certain he could kill that puny noble with a flick of the finger. In fact, weaklings just like him surround Zacian that can prove his point. The wide sadistic grin of an insane battle junkie grows on this berserker's face, and a dense trail of scarlet light follows his tracks through the air. Instead of bursting upward to attack the main enemy, he decides to get rid of all the distractions, so he can focus on the only real danger. The 4 nobles that blocked his wind blade seconds ago are still recovering and finding Zacian through the blur of auras and explosions. Some of them even heal cracks on their soul weapons from the overwhelming attacks he threw before jumping into the darkness to fight their leader. Not a single one is ready for what happens next. The blur of red and white aura fills their vision, many overheat, and their minds are fried instantly, as a wave of hot red vibrations overwhelms their system and their senses. Dense scarlet swords tear through their bodies, from behind, overheating their avatars, shattering their cores, and slicing through their necks. A quick and ruthless slaughter of 4 noble Morvale guards is completed, sending notifications of more dead demons through the chain of commands all throughout the upper realm. His battle roar gets even louder after this victory, completely restoring his pride. While he jumps upward through the sky to attempt finishing the job, both his scarlet swords aim toward the commander of this squad. Though, this demon has a few tenths of a second to react, and does not wish to face the same fate as its fallen soldiers he could not protect. They weren't fast enough to use their life-saving techniques. The cyan-colored M on this demon's forehead starts to glow bright as Zacian strikes with full force at his neck. While I'm sent flying backward by Muriel's celestial energy release, I feel these hot red waves bursting through and cracking a portion of the outer walls of the citadel. Above, I even feel the vibrations of Ava's clash. Muriel yells out, confirming that these energy releases are my allies winning rather than them needing support. You have no idea what you've done. A member of the Scarlet clan is helping you? And they've killed our demons too? For this, I will have the entire human race trapped in the lower realm forever. Any that try to ascend will be enslaved or killed upon entry. You've doomed not only yourself, but your entire race. More and more of the inner city citadel that I fly over is absorbed into my greater form, but this increase in power isn't enough. Even using my strongest defensive move, I was completely overpowered. Using every one of my perception perks, I try to focus on this strange glistening energy that surrounds and ripples through Muriel's corruption form. Yet it makes no sense. Usually, I can dissect the energy makeup of greater forms or attacks. Even noble vibrations have a very distinct feeling that I can understand. This power just feels hot and foreign, something higher than my current level of energy understanding. It is quite literally celestial, but that doesn't mean I can't gauge its power. Just like divine energy, using enough mana tends to hundreds of times greater quantities. Pure mana control could still overpower a red core awakened. The only thing I can do is run and grow stronger, much stronger. I've already consumed over half of the inner city. Draining the rest of it will make my armor and ether pool twice as strong at most. I need to use more material than just this. Instead of trying to change directions and slow my momentum after being blasted backward from a failed attack, I take advantage of it, and use Muriel's overwhelming force to give me over a full second to prepare my next move. My back crashes into the remaining ether commands in the cylindrical great wall separating the wilderness from the inner city. It shatters completely, making a massive hole over 100,000 kilometers wide in it, allowing my astral form to be exposed to the unaltered wilderness. More green divine threads to plunder, and hundreds of thousands of biomes and ether commands worth of citadel mass to consume. The mountains, deserts, rock canyons, volcanoes, forests, grasslands, and everything in between get pulled up from the ground. I'm a massive magnet, pulling tens of biomes up from the ground at a time, leaving a huge empty tear in the citadel's ground as I pull up all of the artificial land. Safe zones are consumed, and I feel my astral form grow even larger, now pushing past 250 kilometers tall. Out from the burst in the Great Wall, an angry demon covered in corruption follows me, with tendrils of black coiling energy, now sparking with a celestial glimmer, flaying out of him. It looks like he has tens of thousands of arms, like a mutated sea monster, but his angry yells are still the same. Demon, as my momentum from the blast starts to slow, I turn in the air to try and make a full loop around the entire wilderness, and manage to pick up about 10% of its mass during my trip. Yet, instead of following me, Muriel moves in the opposite direction, making sure I can't use momentum to my advantage any longer. My greater form grows to over 300 kilometers tall, and in front of me, a massive demonic force comes, too large, powerful, and fast to dodge. I'm going to collide with him again. I swing my blade and summon tens of thousands of soul sword manifestations around me to collide with his corruption, as my hexagonal defensive array is shattered again and my soul sword bashes against his bare palms. He reaches forward with his sharp claws. Yet, another series of dings sound in my inner ear. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 100-588-905/100-00000 worlds claimed, new perk unlocked, galactic footprint, info, experience share, interface is now accessible for the Rising Emperor and the 5 generals. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the A Light in the Darkness perk, Path to Domination perk, Authority Among Worlds perk, Ruler of Worlds perk, World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk. If used simultaneously, the additional boost in power is enough to stop us both in place. Since our last clash seconds ago, I've gained over 5 times more worlds, and drained a massive amount of citadel mass. Yet, looking deep into this monster's eyes, and making contact with its flesh, allowing me to peer into its soul, I feel a cold unlike anything he's shown me before. You see it now? Do you understand this is pointless? Do you understand why the royals will never fear the lower races? He yells in my face, as a dense purple and red aura starts to flow out from his eyes. I finally have enough perception to see the last mystery buff on his status activating, Royal Bloodline Transformation. Chapter 854, a warm blue notification pops up in Abby's consciousness. Soul bond, yes, dense strings of ether in her mind connect to the soul weapon in her grasp, and countless memories from wyverns that are not her own. The massive blue celestial body of water behind her, that is Seraphel, feels warm and inviting. Their divine and soul energy cores both already pulse and rotate in synchronicity. Neither have ever met each other in person before, but upon meeting now, there is a resonance between them that cannot be explained by the mortal mind's constrained train of thought. It is not only the mutation caused by her acceptance of the wyvern's inheritance back on Kelfer, but the history left behind in her immortal form too. The sparkling celestial dust that comes off it in yellow and white specks tries to root itself to reality, and finds itself far more able to when coming in contact with the residue of celestial particles coming off of Seraphel's body. It's as though these two physiques know each other, from a past far too distant for the minds controlling them to even comprehend. The blue wyvern's celestial ocean of rejuvenation, and the human's immortal healing physique vibrate in unison, while facing down an enemy far too powerful to take on. The enormous open mouth of the demonic wyvern fills the sky. It's destroyed Abby's strongest protection array with brute force. And the high noble demonic blood surging through its veins makes the beast unfathomably powerful. In its prime, this monstrous wyvern had a celestial physique of its own. Many wyverns called him the lightning god, or the yellow thunder. Cisco Vermilion's celestial prism transfusion has re-stimulated this physique even after death, and that is what makes these black celestial demonic lightning bolts so horrifyingly powerful. As the beast starts closing its jaw to bite down, even more bolts of black electricity burst outward. Abby will be eaten, and Seraphel will face a close-up barrage too powerful to survive. That would be their fate, but Abby presses yes to the warm notification deep in her mind. Seraphel presses yes as well, while flapping his wings and diving forward, toward the danger rather than away. Abby floats down in the sky, to stand on the blue wyvern's nose while their auras begin to merge, synchronize on a molecular level, and start to flow through both their cores like their energy is one. A white celestial film begins to glow around them, and the heat high up in the air instantaneously becomes unbearable. Like a white star is exploding, the flash of light in the Sky above, over 1,000,000 kilometers up in the air, makes all of the wyverns trailing behind screech out in agony and even pass out from the intensity or go blind and fall from the sky. Raven and Ari both shield their eyes. The swordswoman slashing through demonic orcs and ogres with ease slips away into a stealth dimension, not to get caught up in the blast. Over the last few seconds, she's left a path of destruction behind her, with hundreds of corpses sliced into pieces, taken out from the shadows. On the other side of the Sea of Corruption's coast, Ari has been doing a similar amount of damage, rapid-firing dense white arrows covered with thick black vibrations, his first shot that killed 3 ogres in a single blow becomes a simple display compared to what he can land now. With 4% of the stats from over 100 million worlds surging through his body, his ability to form more and denser spirit arms grows. He's able to manipulate the trajectory of his arrow long after it leaves his bow. Dozens of noble-grade demonic beasts, cyclopes, orcs, and ogres with equal strength to the guardian below Ellipsia are taken out every time he draws his bow. Piles of dead demonic monsters cover the landscape. Yet, when the hot flash of light from above pours down on him, the archer lets his bow fall back into his storage and wraps all of his spirit arms around himself, like a protective orb of demonic soul. Energy to brace for impact from this blast. Both of these generals still shimmer with faint green and yellow glows from the restoration array Abby placed on them before the battle, but with such an immense shockwave coming their way, additional measures are necessary. The entire shoreline of the Sea of Corruption turns white-hot, and roars from demonic beasts echo out, but are drowned out soon after by the sounds of massive amounts of citadel mass, and the ground covered in dead ether stones below cracking and exploding into the air. When the light fades, it's like the entire war was just caught up in a flashbang. Raven jumps out from her pocket dimension ready for battle, and Ari opens up his defensive spirit arms, holding his bow again to point forward. But there are no enemies nearby. Thousands of demonic beasts were just obliterated. High orcs, ogres, cyclopes, elite lizardmen, and all kinds of monstrous creatures all lie on the torn-up shoreline, devoid of demonic energy, or blown to bits. Only a few hundred monsters remain. At the furthest edge of the shore, only the strongest berserker giants survived this blast with the generals. Half of them light up with bright scarlet-colored auras, while the other half are as dark as obsidian. Those that were injured by the white blast from over 1,000,000 kilometers away and survived, reform portions of their body with demonic energy, and their vibrations are mutated to be a combination of their past lives' path and the noble vibrations infused by the demon that created this army. Each one of them is nearing the threshold of a high noble strength, some releasing their full energy forms over 3 kilometers tall and bursting forward toward the last 2 threats, Ari and Raven, who blast forward to take them on. Maria flies backward, away from the high noble demon that activates its celestial prism buff. A wave of hot white light ripples through its greater form. The demon and angel are both over 60 kilometers tall now, roughly the same size. An instant ago, Maria had the upper hand, her movements were faster, and her strikes were more powerful. Even though the demon used a strange variation of its body double skill to switch positions every time it was struck, it was still the one running away. Now, as this celestial energy surges through its body, its strength of vibrations increases tenfold. Nothing physically changes. There is no new energy release, no increase in size, nothing. The demon has become stronger instantly, with no logical explanation. It is using an energy type Maria has never seen before. She flies upward and backward, biding her time while millions of worlds trickle into her greater form, quickly reaching 4% of 100 million, and granting her access to a new system interface deep in her mind. Though, this is the last thing she's using her mental space for right now. About a third is focused on the demon gaining speed on her, following her high run into the air and yelling, "Get back here, human! You only run because you know you're not strong enough. I am a high noble. I am the pinnacle of what a demon can become without a royal position. You will be my army's head. A high noble puppet that rules the green zone of the upper realm." Another third of her focus is still locked onto the armies fighting, and the Ellipsia Citadel with tens of millions of citizens down below her. This is because what the demon says is not exactly true. She isn't running because she's too weak. Maria is running because she is actually worried that she may be too strong. This is what the last third of her mental space is stuck on. It is entirely focused on keeping her soul energy core at bay. A hot pressure builds up in her chest more and more for every millisecond this battle goes on further that she has to maintain her greater angelic form. It's the same pressure she felt while staying completely suppressed in her 2-meter-tall human form back on the Citadel. But far worse, staying completely suppressed was actually easier than just letting a little bit of power out. Now that it has a taste of what is possible, it wants so much more. Her core is hungry. It is like a black hole, pulsing deep in her mind and body, feeling the immense amounts of green divine threads all around her in this realm, but still held back from pulling them in. There is a mental barrier keeping her soul energy core in the suppressed state it still is in now. Her entire green divine core is still deep inside of this black hole. Only tendrils of green energy threads make their way out as needed, but a very large amount is still trapped inside. It's like a cold water bottle on a hot summer day, only the small droplets of condensation on the outside are being used. This demon has no idea. It lets out a murderous laugh and swings its axe upward. Maria blocks with her crystalline sword, and she's completely overpowered. You foolish lower races. To believe you could stand your ground. Even the first-class forces I've brought with me today have my blood running through their veins. You think those old worn-out warlords on your side have any chance of winning? The Ice Mage takes on the attack without even trying to counter again. She just accepts the lost blow and lets the momentum of the monstrous upward swing blast her another 1,000,000 kilometers up in the air. The glowing battlefield of demonic servants and even the Ellipsia Citadel itself shrinks so far away in her vision. It becomes a little dot in the sea of green clouds down below. The demon doesn't slow down in its ascent upward after her. She has about a second to regain her focus, but the sight below is even worse than before. Instead of one demon coming up toward her, there are 6, 5 of which are body doubles, but they all vibrate with dense high noble vibrations and share the glimmering celestial white outer barriers as well. They surround her from all sides, and the reality that it's using its transfusion buff to imbue even its body doubles with high noble vibrations and celestial energy finally makes sense. As 6 glowing purple axes swing toward her from every side, Maria lets out a breath. Like a long satisfying sigh. She begins to release the mental barrier holding her core back. Chapter 855. The outer edges of Maria's black soul energy core already glow a light green coloring from the divine energy seeping out. Her royal blue soul energy fills her greater form, but other than the small amount let out upon its activation, this icy energy has not been fully tapped into yet. Doing so would have been catastrophic with allies nearby. When she uses portions of it, like at the start of the battle, to channel through her sword and freeze the demon's body doubles, waves of just enough blue soul energy pulsed out from the darkness to regenerate the lost essence. However, now, the mental seal is lifted. Instead of suppressing the core, keeping its abilities contained within, it is now able to react to the environment around it in its natural state. The 6 demon body doubles that all swing their axes at Maria from all directions widen their eyes at once. An extremely strange aura ripples out from the icy angelic goddess. It is cold and domineering, making even the movements of divine threads in the air slow down. For over 1,000,000 kilometers in every direction, it feels like the upper realm has been plunged into deep space. There is no sound, no movement, no shockwave or overwhelming aura. It just feels like something cold has taken control of the environment. Like a domain of control has seized all of the free-moving energy around. All of the demons around her freeze instantly, to become translucent crystallized ice. 5 of them fracture, crack into pieces, then burst and explode into glimmering tiny fragments. The only one remaining is covered in fracture marks as well, but the instant it feels this overwhelming cold ripple through him, he channels all of the celestial energy in his body deep inside. To protect his own cores, the demon bursts into icy fragments just like its doubles, but a dense white and purple ball of light explodes backward. It is the only source of heat in this stagnant ocean of cold. Maria can sense everything. And finally, for the first time since she made it to the upper realm, her mind is finally clear. A gravitational pull around her angelic form grows, as the true core in her chest is finally able to reach out to adapt to the divine energy it craves. The entire domain of green threads, for over 1,000,000 kilometers in every direction, starts to fall toward her. The clump of celestial energy within this domain runs away. The further away it gets, the faster it can run, and the larger it grows as the demon's demonic energy bursts out from its core and starts rebuilding its body. However, this is not what Maria focuses on at all. She only outstretches her arms with her soul sword rotating around her, and allows a massive chunk of the green zone's divine threads to fall in toward her. The sky completely changes color. All of the energy around turns into a blur, as it moves too fast to see, falling into a dark void inside the angel's chest. Her wings grow, her dark royal blue body expands, and the glistening rainbow sword that floats around her in a slow circle glows with bright light, glistening and becoming stronger and stronger. The black soul energy core itself does not grow, no matter how much divine energy is pulled into it. The dark fist-sized soul energy core in Maria's chest stays exactly the same size. The impossible problem of a divine core deep inside it, hitting its saturation point yet starting to hold more threads than physically possible, occurs all over again. It was just over a week ago in the lower realm when Maria compressed hundreds of times more yellow divine threads than a normal fully saturated core should be able to handle, yet here she is doing it again. The incredibly dense green core deep inside her black hole of a core relieves the energy stress by surging outward and growing her greater form, making gravity denser around her. But that doesn't stop her soul energy core from craving more. In fact, this feels like it is just the beginning, the taste of power surging through her, as she grows to over 500 kilometers in size, only stimulates the nature of her soul energy to push further. The true essence of her path reveals itself to the upper realm. A high noble vibration equivalent breakthrough occurs from a brand new path when she truly embodies her desires to become stronger by any means necessary, to chase the rising emperor, to ensure that she is not left behind. Every single thread in a 1 million kilometer radius disappears, leaving the atmosphere completely bare. The blue angel catches her sword as it rotates above her, then steps off the empty air. A dense green and blue dent in reality pushes her forward, and the trails of light behind her glisten with sparkling source resin that now actively feeds off the divine energy that cycles through her greater form and this massive glistening sword. The distance between her and the demons running away is crossed in an instant. The human ice mage just grew in pure strength by hundreds of times. She swings her blade across her body and slashes right across Cisco's chest as he tries to turn and block. The high noble demon's eyes are wide with fear and confusion. The strange domain, cold aura, and clash of energies is too loud and chaotic for any noise to sound out, but his mouth words, how could a unique path possibly form when we are still in power? It forces all of its celestial energy into a small and dense shield, covering its cores again, but the massive angelic figure tears through it like he is a small lower race. This high noble demon has never felt lesser than anything but a royal in his entire life. The visceral sensation of its celestial energy being frozen and destroyed is one he never thought he'd ever feel. Even a highly concentrated wall of the celestial energy it's been holding for tens of thousands of years is not enough to block this blow. It is only enough to slow her attack down. The crystallized sword, with the density of an entire noble grade world, imbued with energy that can only be described as the essence of cold itself, slices through the surface true core and its demon lord's core. Deep rainbow-colored icy gashes open up in its cores as it's blasted backward again. Its body turns to ice and shatters again, leaving the look of despair and fear trapped in ice before it turns to dazzling dust. What adds to its terror is the calm expression on the human's face, as she lands a near-fatal attack on the peak of high noble demonic existence. Her icy eyes tell this monster that she never had a single doubt in her mind how this battle would go. Maria takes another step forward, allowing her to fly upward hundreds of thousands of kilometers after the demon's cores. Even now, the small amounts of celestial energy try to flow through the damaged cores, but even from just a point of contact, the ice that is seeped into them cannot be stopped. Cracks spread on both the dense purple and bright green cores, making it harder and harder for it to reform its body and maintain access to its energy. Body doubles are created, but when they are summoned into reality they are already partially frozen. The body swap technique to move its true body upward faster away from Maria is used, but it only helps to move a few thousand kilometers extra each time. The body doubles continue to deform, becoming smaller, and freezing to shatter to glass faster and faster. The desperate demon eventually gives up on cheap tricks, and uses all of its energy to run high up into the realm. The army and citadel below all disappear out of sight completely. The two of them even fly upward far enough to dive into a new pocket of divine energy. This gives the demon a small boost, allowing it to move slightly faster. But the benefits it gives Maria in comparison are immeasurable. Large percentages of the threads that fly by are not even absorbed by him, they just pass on their way to the black hole below that consumes them. The vibrations rippling out of Maria's ice suppress this demon, making its consciousness dull. Its ability to regenerate becomes harder and slower every passing millisecond, and it begins losing access to the system itself, while its freezing and fracturing body slowly reforms enough for it to look down at the icy angelic goddess following and gaining ground. It whispers to itself, "Am I truly going to die? Are humans really what takes us out? Is this what happens every time?" Chapter 856. The bright white flash of light in the sky above the sea of corruption may have knocked out dozens of wyverns and killed thousands of demonic beasts down below, but the celestial energy imbued, high noble vibration infused, black lightning crackling demonic wyvern does not stop its mission to kill the small human and blue wyvern. It explodes with dense bolts of electricity and chomps down where the green-haired healer was last, yet Seraphel swoops forward into the incoming lightning attacks rather than away. As the ancient blue wyvern and the immortal healer make contact, and Abby lands on the tip of its nose, their soul bond synchronization hits its peak. Green and blue energies flow through each other, vibrating in sync, invigorating each other, and causing the two drastically different celestial forms to glow with hot white light and become something greater in order to complement each other. The pulsing of the staff, divine cores, and hot soul energy does not only beat and flow together, it becomes one free-flowing energy. Vast memories flow into Abby's mind, and ones that Seraphel has lost to time come back to him, allowing him to see the battles of the past in far greater detail from the perspective of his allies. Thousands of new intricate techniques and styles of battle become clear to both of them. But also, this synchronicity gives them the understanding that not all of the knowledge left behind has been accessed. Just like Abby's prior limits, when she only began to see certain things when consolidating her green core, it feels as though vast amounts of secrets from this inheritance are trapped behind reaching higher zones of this upper realm. There are countless mana-based system notifications ringing in both of their ears as well, confirming the soul bond and outlining the rules, perks, and drawbacks associated with doing so. Neither are very interested in analyzing this right now. The unexpected human and wyvern pair are more focused on survival and winning this battle. The demonic wyvern's mouth bites down nearly all the way, but it is stopped with just 200 meters between its top and bottom teeth. A dense green glowing staff holds it open. The healer, holding it with both outstretched hands, stares forward, down the beast's throat, which swirls with dense celestial-imbued demonic energy. Sparkling blue celestial energy rushes into her, making her immortal form tens of times hotter, and as a result, the high noble vibrations that were rippling through her body moments ago, creating sharp pain and suppressing her system, now become negligible. Her immortal energy body goes through a massive upgrade, and once again, nothing can hurt her. New spinning defensive arrays form above and below the staff, creating impenetrable walls that, instead of cracking like before, start to fracture the demonic wyvern's teeth instead. It manages to bite down further, but at the cost of its sharp purple demonic teeth cracking from trying to bite an impossibly hard array. At the same time, the orb on top of Abby's staff glows bright again, and a thin line of white glyphs on its side flickers. She channels her supreme great earth magic into this spell activation. As the wyvern lets out a screech and starts to let up on its bite grip after breaking teeth, it's too late. A bright beam of green energy bursts out from the top of her staff. As it expands and gets further away, it forms into hundreds of dense spears of earth magic, vibrating with a combination of her green celestial energy and covered in a blue tint from Seraphel's. The attacks have water magic mutating them from their original form. The wyvern beneath her is facing its own dilemma in the same instance. From swooping in to soul bond with the healer, he's put himself in the direct line of fire for 6 of the strongest black bolts of lightning so far. The horrific roar it lets out from its teeth breaking only makes this demonic beast let out a more intense charge of energy. It would surely be enough to break through the wyvern's already damaged defenses and most likely seep into his core. Seraphel would have lost to this unfathomable demonic creation. That is what this dark army was created for by Cisco after all, to kill the last blue wyvern. Yet, when he is struck by the unfathomably strong attacks from all sides, something strange happens. When the white burst of light fades, the outside of Seraphel's body all feels much hotter than usual. A warm, inviting green soul energy surges through him, to fill his entire celestial body, almost 300 kilometers long. Along with the memories and techniques, it soothes his mind and gives him the feeling as though he is with his old master again, the oldest wyvern he ever knew, that decided to stay back on Kelfer well over 150,000 years ago. The seed of their inheritance was stored in his bones and soul energy, after all, and this resonates with him as his soul bonds with the owner of that amplifier. Not only are Abby's restoration properties flowing into his physique, but at the same time, his innate talent, his potential, his very fate and the depth of the path he can awaken, have been permanently altered. The blue wyvern does not fully comprehend the magnitude of this shift in the moment, but he does know instinctively that these black bolts of electricity won't kill him. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the beast feels true hope, that maybe it can climb higher than the sedentary state it's been in for so long, watching his race die out slowly one by one around him. He grins wide. It's not over yet. Echoes through a soul-bonded telepathy link as the lightning bolts collide with his blue body of water. Now sparkling with a green and yellow light, instead of making dense black burning holes like the last few, the bolts surge right through. There are waves on the surface of his physique, like droplets on a calm lake, but the restoration essence flowing through him heals him so fast, no visual injuries even show. The electricity flows through him and surges out the other side with little to no power left at all. Nothing but small black static is released into the atmosphere. Abby's attack Deep into its unguarded mouth makes a direct hit as well. The sharp green spears of earth magic all stab into the back of its throat, tearing hundreds of holes through. Some come clean out the other side, while others explode and release waves of hot liquid earth magic imbued with water and celestial energy. It has the consistency of mud but burns like molten metal and erupts with a violent nature. The beast roars and its head is ricocheted backward, half torn off with a massive hole in its neck. At the same time, Seraphel dives forward, opening his mouth, and releasing a screech and a dense blue jet of water from his throat. It collides with the demonic wyvern's chest, breaking through scales and celestial energy barriers, forcing the injured beast to roar out in even more pain, especially when the blast of water makes contact with its infected demonic cores. It's thrusted backward. And as the cores crack, a scent of desperation fills the air. Its screech is truly demonic, and the lightning that surrounds it feels like it's giving everything it's got. It is not conserving any more of the temporary infused power it's been granted. The beast doesn't even try to use demonic energy to heal itself. It's looking to self-destruct and take out the target it's been created to kill. This is its only directive, so in its reconstructed demonic mind, it must succeed by any means necessary. Chapter 857, Demonic Noble Wyverns are falling from the sky. Some fall straight into the sea of corruption, others are skewered by the edges of sharp citadel parts, over half even fall down onto the battlefield between Ari, Raven, and the demonic berserkers. The first collision of energy between this final wall is Raven jumping out from her pocket dimension and slashing through the bright red and purple flesh of one of the old Scarlet Clan's members, turned into an undead demonic slave. Unlike the second and first class orcs, ogres, and cyclopses she was fighting moments ago, the monster she tries killing was already capable of fighting near the level of a noble demon before it died. The demonic energy and vibrations surging through it multiply its strength much higher. Instead of being sliced to pieces, all that remains is a deep gash in its side. Raven disappears into a stealth veil as its keen senses pick up where she's attacked from, and it swings its sword down toward her. She reappears near the Scarlet Berserker's neck and slices through it again. Roars come out from the monster as it grows more enraged, and flickers of its past life as a true berserker push its instincts to attack once more and not back down. Yet, the natural ability to grow stronger after every injury does not translate to its current form. The dense waves of demonic energy and noble vibrations strengthening it have saturated it to its limit. It makes the reincarnated version of this berserker giant far stronger than it would have ever been in its past life, with its own mind, but has taken away the ability for it to improve. Raven, on the other hand, is getting stronger with every passing second, flying around the monster with her two white swords that vibrate and react in strange ways with this familiar scarlet aura. The very aura these relic-class soul weapons were created with. Ari runs into a similar problem. The first full-powered arrow he sends toward a wall of Obsidian Clan berserkers does not slice through dozens of them in an instant like the enemies he was fighting before. In fact, his first shot is deflected without landing a single kill. It shatters one of these massive black berserker's soul weapons and blows off its arm, but the demonic beast is not phased. It continues to run forward, even as Ari sends his next arrow its way. Both of their vibrations are very similar, dense, black, sharp, and deadly. They have very different twists to them, but something about the Obsidian Clan and the Dark Elf's leftover resonance in Ares' bow remember each other from the past. These energy sources were never meant to touch each other again, yet here they are. Ari pushes this sense of familiarity to the back of his mind and lets another arrow ride. The berserker without a weapon doesn't back down. It still runs forward with no fear, with only pure intent to kill the threat. This lands it an arrow straight to the chest. The monster's demonic energy-infested core cracks but doesn't shatter all the way. It's held together by its mutated aura. Ari lets a third arrow fly, splitting his last shot in half and breaking through the weak point in this monster's core. It explodes in a massive burst of white, purple, and black light, making a deep crater in the ground and even blowing away half a dozen berserkers behind it back a few hundred kilometers. Raven manages to stab the Scarlet Clan berserker she's fighting with both of her blades deep into its infected core, then dipping away into a stealth dimension while it explodes. Neither of them look back and surge forward toward their next opponents, yet a brand new notification pops up in their minds after this kill. Target level high enough to activate experience share. Select user. Yes, and no. The details flash through both of their minds, outlining that if the user kills an opponent of higher level than both themselves and one of their generals or the Rising Emperor himself, the user of this buff may split the leveling experience equally, meaning they will gain half as much from each kill, but others can grow stronger without even having to be on the battlefield. Deep in the consciousness of every general, spectate feeds for everyone's fights are showing. There is only one person that appears to not have the upper hand. Both Raven and Ari choose J Soju as an option in their select menu without thinking twice, and both send full-powered attacks forward at the next berserkers in their way. A few hundred level-up notifications ring in their inner ears once it's accepted. Outside the Grand Citadel, there is a Scarlet Clan berserker that has still not lost the ability to grow stronger. In the last few seconds, its pride as a warrior has been restored, killing 4 noble grade demons with ease after his loss against a noble back in Ellipsia. Now, with a freedom avatar and his ancestors' vibrations unleashed, he faces one of the elite commanders of Morvale's old army. Left behind to guard the Grand Citadel while the Vermilion family slowly built their own forces up over time, yet, this commander has to activate the gift his family had bestowed upon him after watching the knights under his command all be killed without even a chance of fighting back. The cyan-colored M on the base of his horn glows brightly and pulses once, rippling through his entire greater form. The M fades away, but covering his body, a shimmering cyan barrier forms, quite similar to the purple ring the Rising Emperor wears, but this one glimmers with a white-hot celestial light as well. When Zacian lands 2 direct hits on this demon's neck and chest with his blades, the expected instant kill does not occur. Instead, it feels as though he's slamming against an impenetrable wall. The glistening white and cyan energy is denser than almost everything in the green zone of the upper realm. The satisfying slicing through flesh that would finish this movement never comes, yet Zacian is still able to follow through with his attack, and his momentum is not halted. He may be hitting a barrier impossible to break, but it is not rooted in space. In fact, when the demon is sent flying upward, the visual of his arms and legs frozen in space makes the Scarlet Berserker laugh extremely loud while racing upward to slam it across the chest with his blades again. You coward! To place yourself in a prison until help arrives instead of facing me like a warrior. I thought you said berserkers were nothing but lower races to you? What is this? The demon is sent flying even further up into the air, his eyes twitch beneath the cyan barrier, and he can hear this berserker's taunts as clear as day. They make the proud demon's stomach drop and heartache. This may be a life-saving technique, to create an impenetrable barrier that beings of lower zones cannot break, but it is meant to be used in large-scale battles when there is an opponent you cannot defeat, but an ally can when they arrive. The user may be trapped in an unbreakable prison that does not allow movement until it's lifted. But no physical attacks can penetrate it. Massive streaks of scarlet light, paired with the occasional cyan and blue glow, fill the sky as Zacian grins wider and wider, like a cat that has cornered its mouse and is just waiting for the perfect time to strike. His hot red blades bash against the outer layers of this cowardly prison over and over, at first aiming for its core and neck, hoping to break through as a weak spot, but eventually coming down to slamming his blades against every single layer of the barrier. The demon's legs, arms, eyes, back, horns, even the layering around its soul sword, Zacian slashes relentlessly at everything. Thousands of attacks per second are thrown. There is no visible progress at all. The barrier looks completely identical to the instant it was summoned, yet, this is exactly what a berserker loves about the essence of battle. No possible chance of victory in sight, yet a clear goal, one that must be met by rage, persistence, and a sprinkle of insanity. The terror in the demon's eyes inside its self-made prison is another driving factor of the monster's pursuit into the sky. Zacian's aura grows hotter and hotter, staining the sky a darker and darker shade of scarlet. His greater form expands by over a kilometer every second as his intent and goal grow with every slash. Even the final words of this demon, that called him a true descendant of the Scarlet Clan. This echoes in the back of Zacian's hardly conscious mind and fills him with even more belief and confidence. The demon's face is full of confusion, terror, and fear, mostly at the thought of reporting this battle to his family head, at the fact that he lost 4 knights to a single berserker. Yet, it begins to twist with an even more horrified emotion once it begins feeling heat seeping through the barrier as a whole. It is not any one point that has been weakened, it's the entirety of the structure, being struck over and over relentlessly with vibrations close to that of a high noble. What is happening shouldn't be possible. Yet, even this change in expression dooms the demon even more. Zacian realizes what he is doing is working, and it only makes the red light around him surge larger, blasting them off higher and higher into the air. The demon is spinning so fast from the countless hits, and the Grand Citadel disappears from either of their visions below. They even leave behind the only other Morvale demon that is occupied with his own battle above the Grand Citadel. It is on equal fighting terms with Ava, the Goblin Queen. Their hammers strike against each other again and again, yet neither backs down or lands a solid blow on the other. They clash over and over in the sky, sending shockwaves down into the dome and outward into the rest of the green zone. What are you doing protecting an elf? I can smell that creature all over you. They even taught you their path? A goblin? What happened while we were asleep? The lower races are being allowed to roam free far too much up here, the demon yells out, completely baffled by the strength of a lower race, and senses the inheritance left behind in Ava's soul as well. This is the first time she's hearing of the concept of a path, so she only assumes this demon is talking about the fact that she is protecting Rin below her. She doesn't reply, in order to stay focused while swinging her next hammer hit upward to block, and a loud echoing twang ripples through the air, at the same time. The air pressure shifts, and both the demon and this goblin open their eyes wide at the strange sensation vibrating through them. It comes from far below, under countless barriers of suppression, down at the center of the Grand Citadel. Something horrific is awakening, a force that just by merely existing has started to exert dominance on the entire green zone of the upper realm. The demon that bounces backward from their clash smiles and laughs. There he is. My concerns were for nothing. The newest royal family head has finally decided to show his face and clear up this mess. Chapter 858. What are you talking about? Ava yells back in response, then sifts through her spectate feeds to see exactly what he's speaking of. The outside of the entire citadel starts to crack from the pressure that builds up in the center. Not only do cracks start forming around all of the citadel's outer walls, but the barriers made of thick ether protecting the citizens of the Grand Citadel from the auras clashing down below are starting to weaken. Fractures are surging through them, as two auras at the peak of the high noble vibration threshold clash over and over, pushing upward against it. More and more of the Grand Citadel's ether stores are getting absorbed by the rising Emperor's astral form, and in turn, the suppression arrays above have less and less energy to pull from to strengthen them, the final trigger of this royal bloodline transformation. Releasing a wave of vibrations even stronger, sharper, and colder than anything this battle has seen before, begins breaking through the barriers put in place. Everyone in the stands below knows of the battle taking place, but very few are strong enough to have the mental capacity for understanding exactly how powerful and deadly the wave of energy that is threatening to break through and wash through them would be. It would be horrific. If one's avatar somehow did not get shredded to microscopic pieces from the impact of the shockwave alone, their mind would be scrambled and melted beyond saving. Only a handful of the elites in the crowd of hundreds of millions even have the perception and mental processing speed to see in real time that the white barriers below them are even cracking. One elite in particular finally gives in and mentally submits to a link of loyalty to the rising emperor in order to break out of their chains. It is an elegant griffin that has stubbornly waited, even after the convincing words of the human posing as a demon, or the actions of the goblin queen that has freed over 100 million lords, and even the small white-haired humanoid creature working with them that does not give off the same vibrations as any race this griffin has met in the past. The prideful half-lion, half-eagle was content to watch the realm go up in chaos around him, rather than be tricked into submitting to a demon in disguise. Yet, now, it appears the best option to not die in the next few seconds. Deep down, this monster from the star system of elites in the lower realm hopes everything this human says is true. For tens of thousands of years, it's watched more and more first-class and near-maturity noble great worlds be systematically taken over by the demons. Their forces have been dwindling, and at the same time, the demons have only become stronger and more sophisticated. A bright burst of white-hot energy bursts out from the stands as the griffin joins the worldwide connectivity system, has its avatar rewired, and is able to break free of this suppression. It jumps upward while activating its greater energy form and path's vibrational aura to its max. The beautiful creature flies upward, past all of the other lords attempting to fly away as well, just far faster. This monstrous force is stronger than any of the Obsidian clan berserkers. They would have won the entire arena event if the rising emperor did not participate after all. It makes it out of the large hole in the top of the dome to breathe a breath of fresh air, but sees the clash of a noble demon and a goblin queen just above it. Many others trying to make their way upward and escape certain death are too suppressed by the shockwaves coming off this clash in the sky, though one lord does not try to run at all. Ren is having flashbacks of a time far too long ago, on a homeworld that has been taken over and long forgotten by time. Only a small few in the dark blue zones and above even remember its name. A bright white elven energy form made from light magic and the vibrations of a noble elven path leaks out, and this old soul lifts their hands in the air, letting them glow white with ether. The elf remembers the last time they used this technique. Everyone died anyway, but they have no choice but to try again. Ren's hands are thrust downward once they reach their full luminosity, and burst outward with a hot white array of ether and light-imbued soul energy. It spreads downward in an upside-down dome shape, creating a layer of energy that grows and expands over the last layer of suppression commands made by this citadel. The small elf is nowhere near strong enough to pull off this feat. In fact, in a one-on-one fight against some of the elite berserkers, golems, mammoths, and mantis lords that are flying upward to escape, they probably wouldn't win. Yet, through the cracks that are forming in these defenses, the elf feels the presence of something millions of kilometers below, clashing deep down at the bottom of the realm beneath the citadel. The rising emperor was telling the truth. The fallen one has returned, so they must survive one last time. The cause of this massive increase in aura may be intense to those above, or even outside the citadel, but they are the most terrifying to me. My eyes widen at the absurd power surging outward from this demon. My last defensive array shattered again while watching the final buff, Royal Bloodline Transformation, activate on its status, and I'm blown flying backward again across the entire Grand Citadel. Massive cracks in the wilderness have made it lopsided, and as I fly over it again I absorb even more, breaking all of the commands keeping it together and growing my astral form. I surge up to 500 kilometers tall, and my ether pools have over tripled since the start of this battle. My soul sword's appetite is being fed, as enormous amounts of the citadel are being consumed and the amount of blade copies I can summon, along with their strength, is increasing. My links of loyalty are skyrocketing as well. Millions more worlds come flowing in every millisecond. In fact, my levels even start rising. The threshold of hitting 100 million worlds has given my generals a new perk, and thousands of levels worth of experience is surging into me, and not stopping. Even with all of these massive simultaneous power increases surging through me, the red and purple energy surging outward from Muriel's eyes makes me shiver with fear. Even over 500,000 kilometers away, as I watch him follow after me, I can still feel the activation of this power surging through the entire citadel and far beyond. It feels like cold shadows are surging out, vibrating with a foreign energy more powerful than I ever believed possible. As the tendrils of corruption surging out from his back begin to be flooded with this new frequency of vibrations, I even see the monster's flesh growing and its muscles bulging outward. A natural aura of intimidation ripples outward, and the cold, suppressing, domineering presence of a true royal begins to make itself known. It almost knocks the breath out of me when the first shockwave of its presence hits my body and ripples through not only my cores, but my psyche. I feel the purple ring tremble on my finger, and my system flicker off and on. I only remember feeling this way 2 times before. The first being my first interaction with a noble demon, Draco Vermilion, out in the desert of the Dark Continent on the human world. The second being when I answered a call from Muriel Vermilion when I first reached the upper realm, and felt his high noble vibrations when I first used my noble body. I feel inexperienced and weak. There is a creature before me, a full path realm above these high noble vibrations. I thought they were my trump card, but in the face of this monstrosity, I see the difference is still as vast as a 5th class lower race to a noble demon, not to mention it is using celestial energy, and a corruption armor that disintegrates anything that touches it. I can kind of defend, but whenever I truly try to plunge my sword into this dangerous black liquid, it just begins tearing my soul sword's ability to access the system away. Muriel Vermilion is a true monster. He is a royal family head, 1 of 5, in fact, a demon that is trusted to guard and rule over an entire zone of the upper realm. Maybe the fact that I was able to move around without being detected wasn't entirely because he was a thoughtless demon blinded by pride. It could be because no matter what happens, or who betrays him, he is quite literally too strong to care. My eyes open wide as I try to change my momentum and watch the black, red, and purple demon's corruption tendrils around him grow larger with his body. It keeps getting more massive, and the cold aura continues getting stronger. This is all happening so fast, and the scale at which he is growing in size and strength is unbelievable. The demon matches my size, 500 kilometers, then passes it with ease. He grows to 1,000 kilometers toe to horn just as fast. He lets out a loud, low, and anger-filled laugh. The cracks in the citadel grow larger and more destructive. Then he surpasses 2,000 kilometers. The entire outside of the citadel shatters, my system flickers more and more, and I slip in and out from trying to keep my consciousness from being torn from me. My level surges upward a few thousand between every flicker. I catch a few readings at LV 56,992, then LV 61,728, and LV 68,340. It passes 70,000, but I can't continue keeping track. There are still 20% of stats being used by my generals that I can steal from right now. But I know that they're in just as important battles as me at the moment. I need to hold on. Just a little longer. I grit out, summoning walls and walls of soul swords, along with elemental magic, mana manipulation, and every mass summoning true core ability I have in my mental capacity. This is because the demon on the other side of the citadel does not stop growing in size and power. Muriel passes 4,000, then 6,000, even 7,500 kilometers, becoming a truly unfathomable shadowy cold, longhorn force of dominance. His laughs feel like they're blaring deep into my eardrums, shaking the entire Grand Citadel, despite the fact that he's still 300,000 kilometers away. I watch a single one of his tens of thousands of tendrils of corruption come flying down at me, able to attack even from this distance. It slams against the massive defensive wall I created in preparation for a direct attack when he actually got over here, yet, it's not even necessary. The layers of pure mana, soul energy, water, earth, fire, ice, wind, lightning, metal, dark, light, even gravity from manipulated layers of thick divine threads. That, and over 45,000 soul swords, and the strongest hexagonal defensive array I've ever summoned, it's all shattered like frail glass. An explosion of my defenses erupts into the air, but the coiling tendril of corruption, over 100 kilometers thick, smashes through without any noticeable damage. It collides with my true soul sword at the back of the array and pushes it aside despite pushing back with all my strength. The tendril of corruption crashes against my chest. This exosuit of green armor is created from layers of citadel mass, 50% of the inner city, and over 15% of the wilderness, all layered and compacted together to strengthen my astral form, yet, they are no match for the impossibly cold royal vibrations surging through this corruption. On contact, the flickering system goes dark, and I'm slammed downward, making a human-shaped hole in the citadel floor, creating an explosion so massive that a sizable chunk of the citadel's side is blown off. I'm sent flying downward through the dense citadel mass. My flickers of reality become far less consistent. The next visuals I see are of even more corruption tendrils following me downward, and my level continuing to rise a few thousand. The small increases in power are not going to be enough to face off against this monstrous force. Before I'm knocked out and lose access to the system again, I activate Mind Palace. Chapter 859. I've used this skill a few times before, so when my perception of reality around me starts to slow down to a halt, and the majority of my active mind sinks deep into my consciousness, I'm not alarmed. In the past, the activation of Mind Palace created a mental construct that looked like a small white throne in a library with neatly ordered books throughout a few dozen long rows. When I would walk down the rows and touch each book, it was like all of my system information, past battles, techniques, and experiences from the day I awakened my system up until I activated the skill were all laid out in front of me in a perfectly digestible and orderly fashion. My brain's processing speed drastically increases, and my ability to move my body or even activate skills or abilities on the outside comes near to a full stop. A majority of my mind and energy is solely focused on the memories of the past. This is what I remember the skill being like. However, it's being powered by far more energy than ever before. My true green core is nearly saturated. Every single one of my energy forms is being used. My high noble form is vibrating at its maximum capacity, and to top things off, there are far more memories tucked away deep in my mind that aren't all entirely my own. When I come to in my mind palace, I stand up from a massive marble sparkling and dazzling seat. It appears to be made of the same substance that my noble body is. When I look down at my hands, there are no actual measurements of true size in this mental construct, so when I see my hands, and they are sparkling with pristine, noble human flesh, and I look up to compare them to the bookcases I remember from my last visit here, they are made of the same sparkling white ethereal material, but there is no difference in size from last time. I take steps forward, and my mind fills in the perception of echoing footsteps to make this imagery all feel real, and I start recalling events from very long ago. The first book I touch, a resurgence of memories from awakening my first skill and hunting in dungeons for the first time comes back, others of watching Maria awaken, and meeting Abby at the association headquarters, and even receiving my C-class license while meeting Ari in a labyrinth and getting to know Bree and Rodrigo better. Afterward, flashes of working for the association all rush by, and they are paired with the time I fell into a strange black humanoid creature made of pure mana, called a void creeper or a titan. Inside the living mana construct, I almost starved to death, but this is where I hatched Ember's egg and created a soul bond in order to escape. Hearing all of the small black dragon's vague warnings of demons, a throne, soul energy, and greater powers over and over echo in the back of my mind, as they went way over my head as a young hunter, I walk further and further down this aisle, and then turn once I get to the end and walk through more and more, the step-by-step process of learning. How to build up my mana control feels fresh in my mind as I watch my lessons with Fisher inside the Vice City labyrinth, then relive the betrayal from the association in the Dark Continent to meet Lydia, Monk, Luna, and ally with Lith, the merchant at the core of Valor City. Defeating the Lich King replays all over again, and I see the actions of that immortal dark elf creature as something far greater than he was back then to my younger mind. I even see myself building the Crimson City, and learning of divine energy at the B-class exams, then, compressing my true core, meeting Raven and learning of the Order, and the battle within the throne to claim the entire human world rush back in two. Everything remains so raw and unfiltered, like I'm reforming my cores all over again, and understanding the essence of gaining levels, ranking up, gaining mana control, combining mana with rudimentary chi to form soul energy. And even forming my divine cores, I walk down more and more aisles, over 100, touching tens of thousands of books, far more than any other time I've been in here before. The last month of memories, finding Ava in the exiled Ether Stone mines, killing a Citadel Lord to start a zone-wide war, and most importantly, an entire aisle of these memory books all retell the training I went through with Seraphel, from day one, using the noble vibrations I stole from Andres and Draco, to control them and make them my own inside the High Orc Tower. Then, to evolve them, and create a high noble path of my own beneath the sea of corruption, unsealing his celestial prison in the process. I rewatched the instant I broke his seal again and again, and in turn watched the moment where my noble vibrations were altered to become something more, the reaction afterward, to take control of every ether command beneath that sea, from both the celestial seals and the entirety of the old Wyvern Citadel. This is what is most fascinating to me, for I thought I remembered it vividly, but now I see I fell into a fugue state of some sort, and my potential is even greater than what I'm tapping into now. My high noble vibrations can be pushed even further. Over and over I watch what I did beneath that sea and try to work out how I can do it here and now. Once again, I stop at the end of my bookcases full of memories, even reliving the whole Grand Citadel tournament, and the very battle I just started. The only thing ahead of me is empty shelves, and a white abyss, yet, that is not entirely true. As I look further into the white abyss, a mental manifestation of the edge of my mind, many things do float to the surface in my consciousness. The first is a still image of reality outside my mind, one dense coiling tendril of corruption still slamming through my chest's armor. The explosions from this armor breaking that cracked off a portion of the citadel were enough force to thrust me downward fast enough for the actual corruption to not touch my cores or true noble body deep beneath. However, the half-dozen coiling tornadoes of black, red, and purple energy that follow close behind it are on a crash course to slice through me within the next millisecond. With such an absurd amount of power surging through my mind palace skill, my perception of reality outside is slowed down thousands and thousands of times more. Even though we are moving at insane speeds through the battlefield of the Grand Citadel, now the falling Citadel mass, shockwaves of aura, and incoming deadly threats are moving so slow, it looks like I have hours to prepare. The truth is, I do, yet all I can do is think. I can't even feel my body or make it react to the environment in any way while standing here. My mind wanders even more, as when I look out past the empty bookcases of my own memories, there are lighter colored holograms of bookcases that appear as a figment of my imagination far off in the distance. With nothing else to do but sift through old memories, I take a few important books from my own memories with me and leave the concentrated mind palace that is grouped up around the throne. The books I carry are my first times learning mana control, practicing chi with Monk in his temple, consolidating my divine cores in Celia's construct, finding the strange black cube inside the massive humanoid statue that called itself Adam, and lastly the breakthroughs I made with Seraphel beneath the sea of corruption. When I step away from my own memories and walk into these translucent libraries separated from my own, I start to see hundreds and hundreds of shelves full of books from all of the monsters and lords I killed while using the memory absorption true core ability I gained from that dark horse inside the throne on the human world, their lives, in far less clarity but more detail than I remember absorbing, all wash through me again when I touch their books, yet, the only books I take with me as I pursue the aisles are the monsters' breakthroughs, the moments they learn mana control, or demonic soul energy, or their divine core consolidation breakthroughs. For very few of them, I take along the books that keep the very day they unsealed their noble bloodlines for the first time. It's easy to carry dozens, hundreds, even thousands of books all stacked on top of each other in a place like this. They don't weigh anything, gravity won't make them sway side to side unless I make it. It's all a construct within my imagination. To help me organize my thoughts, I relive all of these breakthrough moments over and over. Many minutes are passing, maybe even half an hour, it's hard to keep track. I begin to get lost in the euphoric feelings of these many lives I sift through, mostly of demonic beasts I killed on the mountain below Ellipsia, yet, my concentration is somehow interrupted. A loud echoing dinging sound repeats in my inner ear, and a string of notifications rolls in too. Experience share perk activated, level share, Ari, level up, X791, current level, 71,002. I look around, and even sink back into reality for a moment, to see the coiling corruption tendrils have hardly even made it 10% closer. Virtually no time has passed, yet another series of system notifications are updating in my mind. Experience share perk activated, level share, Raven, level up, X733, current level, 71,735. Another series of dings echo in my inner ear, and as I read them out I sift through my consciousness and pull up the spectate feeds of all my generals. Firstly, the two that have appeared in my notifications while I've basically stopped time. Ares is the first I zoom in on. A live projection through his eyes becomes a realistic hologram in the sky, high above my library of memories. His gaze is focused on a massive demonic berserker giant. It looks like he's found a weak point, as one of his arrows collided directly with its core, and I'm witnessing the extremely slow-motion visuals of the beast being torn to shreds by his black and white arrow. Raven is in a similar scenario, with both of her blades slashing through the chest of a demonic scarlet berserker. Its body is exploding outward as well, but some of the red scarlet energy is being absorbed by Raven's blades. The visuals I'm catching now are of her in mid-transition, slipping away into her stealth dimension. Reality through her eyes is shifting from crystal clear to a dark veil where she can move quicker and normal energy waves cannot travel. Considering the massive jumps in levels when they first started killing these beasts, the gap between my level and these monsters has become much smaller. I see a few dozen behind each of them, so I do a few mental calculations and come to the conclusion that the average berserker giant must be around level 80,000 or so. While even now I can watch my base stats increase slightly, this amount of levels isn't enough to give me an edge. Though, an odd sensation I do feel now, as in the last few seconds during this battle, my level has nearly doubled. A strange sense of mana maturity rushes through my mind. I'm not sure if it has to do with the fact that I'm constantly reliving the memories of many mana control and divine core breakthroughs, but I felt a tangible shift when these new levels came rolling in. It's like the system itself is releasing tension and limiters, allowing me to process mana smoother, faster, and more efficiently. As I continue walking down the aisles again, I start connecting more dots, and wonder if this is similar to why many hunters back on the human world would start to awaken mana control around level 300 or so. When the system deemed the user mature enough, some could wield millions of MP at lower levels and begin using mana control earlier, but it becomes far easier at higher levels when the body and mind is naturally stronger. It has to be something like this, or at least one of the factors. I whisper to myself within my mind, and continue to go through mental scenarios of how I can get myself out of this situation. The unfathomably massive royal bloodline transformation is burned into my consciousness, over 7,500 kilometers tall, and possibly still even growing. It makes my high noble astral form look like a child's toy in the middle of a war, absolutely too weak and out of place. Another thought is to call on Ember, but when I look through his spectate feed, an absurd sight crosses my mind as well. He is clashing with Muriel's dragon. It is dark purple and humongous, far larger than Ember, and this demonic beast is covered in extremely dense celestial energy. I almost don't believe my eyes when I see dense layers of this hot white energy blocking a wave of fire coming out of Ember's mouth that is imbued with silver threads. I know full and well that when Ember uses that energy, he gets extremely slow and weak afterward, yet it's always for good reason. Every time in the past he's used silver threads, there was no enemy that could withstand their power. He has his own battle to deal with. I begin to make my walk back to my own memories, after sifting through the translucent ones and collecting what I needed. Now, over an hour has passed inside this small mind palace, but I'm really starting to see shifts in reality on the outside. The additional tendrils of corruption have closed over half the distance, meaning in another hour inside here, at least 6 more of these thick black, red, and purple royal vibration-infused attacks will hit me. There is still quite literally nothing I can do. I can see a very low-quality visual of the citadel from above, where Ava fights a noble demon, the Griffin. I fought in the tournament earlier is flapping its wings and coming up in the direction of this battle, but my attention is far more focused on the state of the citadel below. It's completely shattered to pieces. And the wall of ether commands protecting this crowd of lords, admins, and monsters from the shockwaves of Muriel's awakening is fracturing and breaking apart. It looks like it's going to completely explode into pieces within the same time frame that I'll be hit. In fact, it already should have burst, but a massive warm white array of light magic has slowed it down just slightly. The links of loyalty from these lords giving me access to their worlds have started to flow in extremely fast too. I have a live counter in my mind moving upward, now at 213,929,880, but it's only risen 20 million or so since I activated my mind palace. It may be extremely fast, but I would have to wait days in here for any new buffs to activate at this rate. Less and less time remains, but I walk over to my pristine noble throne and lay out hundreds of books of memories to begin studying even more thoroughly. With this much time to think, I come up with one possibility for victory. It relies on the last two spectate feeds open in my mind, Abby's and Maria's. They both glow bright blue, playing out in slow motion over my library of memories. I mentally prepare to brace for impact against attacks far more powerful than my body can withstand, as it seems inevitable I'll be hit again. Chapter 860, Time passes, and the collection of memories lay open all around me, from all of the most intense breakthroughs, epiphanies, and energy consolidation moments from my own life and many other monsters. I relive them over and over, and the coiling tendrils of corruption keep getting closer to me in reality outside. Abby and Seraphel land two devastating blows on the demonic wyvern they face, and Maria's spectate feed through her eyes is live in my mind as well. It makes me inwardly smile. Her greater angelic form is beautiful, and the dominance she's exuding on the realm around her is quite astonishing. I can't feel everything she's feeling, nor comprehend where this ability is coming from. But an aura of near unlimited power is coming from the black void in her chest. Everything around her, for over 2 million kilometers, is frozen under her control, and the divine energy has been siphoned into her body. She's moments away from killing a high noble demon over 3 times her level, with tens of thousands of years worth of experience. The crystalline sword she carries pushes rainbow source resin through her energy form as well, strengthening it and mutating it in ways I don't understand. All I do know is, in this moment, it looks like she might even be surpassing me in raw power and potential. The soul bond between Abby and Seraphel is unexpected as well, as their rise in power is impressive. And the celestial energy running through their bodies and invigorating each other pushes them to a new extreme to take on a peak tier high noble as well, though it's different. Looking at their bond, I feel concrete limits to their power and potential. Staring into the slow motion energy of the angelic ice goddess, I can't calculate, or even properly speculate how far she can push this awakening. While all of these events happen in real time, in slow motion, there is nothing I can do about them but use what I see as even more study material. While I cannot logically understand Maria's new powers, and I can't fully perceive the celestial energy activation taking place in Abby and Seraphel's greater forms, I still have a close-up view with large amounts of emotional and physical data to add to my subconscious. At least, this is what I tell myself as I fall into a state of total relaxation, watching my generals slowly move, while my most extreme memories repeat over and over, and the tornadoes of deadly black corruption come my way. The inevitable outcome arrives. I'm struck by 6 more corruption attacks. It happens so slowly that I don't even feel pain. The remaining layers of armor made from Citadel mass, and my own aura, defensive true core skills, and energy layering are torn through like multiple metal bats through wet paper mache. The cold royal vibrations are so absurdly strong that they suppress everything that comes in contact with them, and the black corrosive corruption liquid being empowered by these vibrations seeps into whatever it touches, disintegrating it, consuming it, and adding it to its black oily mass. Even the sparkling celestial energy in these tendrils is too strong for me to fathom, holding it all together with glue tighter than anything I can summon as a defense. 4 of the tendrils hit my limbs directly, another lands straight into my face, while the last crosses over to push the coil that already struck me through my chest and abdomen to create an X pattern. My astral form, greater form, entire being, it's crushed and shattered. The brutal attacks are reflected onto my real body, as these energy forms are manifestations of my soul. My entire body is torn to shreds, shattered, absorbed, and the cold sinking feeling of my flesh being destroyed and devoured slowly sinks into my consciousness. My instincts all push the ether, soul energy, divine threads, and high noble vibrations to sink toward the center of this attack. It surrounds my 3 cores, a dense red and white soul energy core, a shimmering white and green divine energy core, and a dark black and purple demon lord's core. A divine purple ring artifact acts on its own, swimming through my energy pathways to create a protective barrier around these 3 cores. But even this only protects against physical attacks. Vibrations and pure ether attacks can still push through it, yet the force of the destruction and focus of energy is enough to keep me from instantaneously dying. The weak purple threads physically hold my cores together, but dark black cracks form through all of them, and all of my flesh is obliterated with horrific force. The shockwave breaks off an even larger chunk of the citadel, making the massive floating orb in the sky shatter into pieces, and plunges what's left of me downward into the green clouds. The last thing I see before my vision is covered in darkness is hundreds more of these coiling tendrils falling down toward me to finish what this brutal attack started. In slow motion, it's hard to totally conceptualize everything that is happening outside, but the low tone that slowly shifts, blaring in my energy senses, seems to be Muriel's laugh still echoing through the citadel. Despite the destruction of my body, I am still sat in a calm state on the pristine noble throne within my mind palace. I already predicted this exact outcome, and came to terms with it hours ago. The dinging sounds, system notifications, and spectate feeds of my generals are far more of my focus. Raven has slipped fully into her stealth dimension again, and moved on to the next berserker, while Ares' arrow managed to blast through the berserker he shot earlier and kill another behind it. The linked worlds has even risen to 289,605,334, while falling through the fragments of a massive citadel, toward the violent battle of two massive dragons at the bottom of the realm, and a demon hundreds of times stronger than me following me downward. This looks like certain doom, but my mind is still calm. The royal vibrations that seep into my cores through the dark cracks also seep into my mind, above me, around me, even through the floors of the massive, pristine library I watch over. There are dark red, black, and purple cracks forming. The room itself is shaking, and the bookcases all seem much further away than they were before I was hit. Yet, the books I collected, and continue to sift through, glow brighter and brighter, and become far more profound the more times I look through the memories stored in them. The level ups that slowly surge into me make the books glow brighter, and even the new worlds that give me more power to borrow bring me closer and closer to a strange sensation. It feels like an inevitable breakthrough, just out of reach. The mind palace around me shaking and even a few bookcases falling over fades from my perception as I focus even deeper. In this moment, at the forefront of all of the generals' minds, they feel the rising emperor's soul pulse with horrific pain. The compacted information of all of the memories being consumed over and over within the mind palace is impossible to transmit in a digestible fashion. So, instead it's sent through the system as extremely hot compacted white energy that becomes denser and hotter with every passing fraction of a millisecond. Not only that, but visuals of what is happening and a live view of the vital stats are fluctuating on mental feeds. To add to the chaos, the unsealing of a royal-grade bloodline has caused the entire green zone of the upper realm to shudder. A domineering cold aura can be felt blasting out from the sides and bottom of the Grand Citadel, traveling tens of millions of kilometers instantaneously. It adds even more fuel to the flames of battle. Everyone knows the next few moments are vital for the outcome of this entire war. The rising Emperor's cores are blasted downward into the endless green clouds of the upper realm below the Citadel, and the generals make their final moves. The surge of hot energy being transmitted from the rising Emperor's mental breakthroughs invigorates Raven first. Even behind her veil in a stealth dimension, a hot white shimmering light glistens in her eyes. It flows through her mind, and into her limbs, and makes her steps forward even faster. A glistening trail of strange hot energy is left behind as she starts slashing through scarlet berserker giants in single hits. Eri feels the same energy start to ripple through his mind and body. He was already feeling his soul energy control become easier to manipulate with all of these rising levels. But the energy that flows through him now is like an added layer of maturity to his energy output. It's like he's grown multiple times stronger without doing anything extra, intuitively comprehending the energy running through his veins with far more efficiency. His next arrow shot breaks through multiple Obsidian Clan berserker cores, and flies through the battlefield without breaking apart. A hot glistening white-gray energy forms around his black vibrations on his arrow. Ava's upward swing of her hammer becomes covered in this sharp hot energy too, and the noble demon above her watches with wide eyes as its soul weapon is shattered to pieces by an attack that was basically even with it moments ago. Out of fear, a cyan-colored M on its middle horn starts to glow, and a webbing of threads begins to form around its body. When the white energy floods out from Maria's eyes, instead of empowering her, the source resin that already floods through her body devours it and grows stronger. Abby, on the other hand, feels the warm white energy flood into her immortal body, and allows it to increase the celestial energy stores already sparkling in her greater form. Seraphel grows stronger in this moment too, as the white energy floods through and through Abby. Both of their celestial bodies explode with increased power. Abby raises her staff higher in the air, and summons thousands more of the earth spears, and finishes what she started. The demonic wyvern's head is torn completely from its neck, and then exploded into millions of pieces. Its demented roar echoes out until the final spike makes contact. Seraphel's high-powered pillar of water magic glows whiter and hotter and tears a massive hole right through the demonic wyvern's chest. Not only are his cores cracked from the first attack, but this time, they are completely and totally obliterated. A horrific shockwave of lightning, water, and earth magic fills the skies above the sea of corruption. Down below them, hundreds more red and black bombs explode as the entirety of the Dark Army's forces are obliterated. More and more notifications for level UPS ring in my mind, first pushing me past level 80,000, then past 90,000, but it is getting harder and harder to focus on my system. It dims and flickers. Checking it takes up too much mental energy. the cracks in the ceiling of my palace are getting wider, darker, and more intense with true royal vibrations rippling through. More bookcases have fallen over, and even some full rows have books fallen out all over the floor. Some of the white glowing memories fall into the fissures in the ground, as the palace is torn apart from the inside. It constantly shakes and a loud ominous buzzing noise echoes through the mental construct, yet, I still sit on the pristine throne that does not have a scratch on it. All of the books I brought to the center of my mind now float around me slowly, and they glow with extremely bright, intense, white, celestial energy. Chapter 861. The next wave of hundreds of dark corruption coils comes crashing down toward my cores. Instead of aiming to destroy my greater form, they all have a much smaller target to land on. The 3 damaged cores covered in a veil of soul energy, divine threads, and a purple layer of an external artifact's protection. I don't have a perfect visual of what is going on outside my mind after my entire body was destroyed, yet, I can sense energy fields, and with a strange recreation of ether and vibration-based echolocation, I can make out where and when I'll be hit again. All of the core memories of the most intense breakthroughs, training regimens, and moments of epiphanies and profound understanding are the only memories strong enough, rooted in my subconscious deeply enough to withstand the brutal attack on my decaying mind. There are even more massive cracks forming all over the mind palace, making it tinted in a dark black, purple, and red ominous light. Many rows of bookcases have all fallen into the black abyss where my manifestation breaks, and royal vibrations flood in to speed up the process, suppressing my mind further. I understand that what I've managed to do, by concentrating all of this compressed understanding of energy manipulation together, and paired with the rise in my levels, my system finally allows me to fully grasp what celestial energy is. Yet, the white glowing energy forming from these books is still not fully formed. It's bright, hot, and a near imitation of the real thing, but I still sense a need for something extra to trigger the complete breakthrough. This energy feels like ether in a sense, but at the same time it's far more pure, and feels more physically rooted in reality. So much so, that the ether pools in my mind react very strangely to the mental imagery of the celestial energy I summon. When it touches it, I lose low-quality ether, yet my pool doesn't feel as though it's been drained. It just feels like it's been brought closer to the surface of my mind and compressed, to become more pure, and far more easily accessible. My mind begins to move through what control it has left on the system, and my senses, and soon there is a chunk of white energy deep inside my item storage that floats to the forefront of my mind. It's a consolidated fragment of 50.6205 medium quality ether. Before now, it looked like a dense white rock with energy trapped inside that was impossible to use. Yet, now it looks like the most delicious glowing candy I've ever seen. I let it slip out from my item storage, and drop into my mental ether pool without any resistance. It just feels like the right thing to do. The moment it drops in, the fragment begins to melt and spread throughout the entire deep pool. The low-quality ether refinement elixir that Ember granted me has been purifying all of the low-quality ether inside my mind for the last few seconds. Even the additional ether I absorbed from the Citadel at the start of this battle. The moment the medium-quality crystal spreads outward, the elixir stops purifying completely, and all of the 100% refined low-quality ether goes through a drastic change. It glows hot white, and rises to the surface of my mind, instead of staying two different densities. All of the low-quality ether in my pool seeps inward toward the new denser pool of liquid, and it is simultaneously converted to medium-quality ether while I have an enlightening moment about understanding celestial energy. The books around me glow brighter and brighter, lighting up the small part of my mind with more luminosity, while the rest of the palace turns darker and darker and crumbles all around. In this moment, I understand that celestial energy is just the next natural progression of soul energy. When ether is refined far enough, and the system allows mana to become mature enough, the true combination of the two creates unique properties in every system user that achieves it. As hundreds of coiling tendrils of corruption slam downward on my cores again, a floodlight of white glistening celestial energy bursts outward. It only acts on pure emotions and instinct, and latches onto the only sturdy form of defense in the vicinity. Celia's purple divine threads, shimmering white energy floods through them, adding a new layer of protection, now, not only protecting from physical attacks, but ether-based ones as well, though, upon collision, this does not seem to matter. My mind palace shakes so violently that the cracks and fissures in the existing palace tear open and swallow everything around me. It turns completely dark, other than the small throne I sit on, and the fading manifestation of my noble body. Even the books that were spinning around me fade away to darkness. I feel weak and cold, nothing else. This is what being on the true verge of death feels like. I only see extremely faded visuals of my generals left in my consciousness. The one I stay focused on with everything left in my active mind is Maria's, not only to see the end result of her battle, but it's the only one my fading instincts draw me toward. It gives me a sense of comfort. As, outside, all three of my cores are being viciously attacked by hundreds of coiling masses of corruption, the celestial energy covering them protects from the ether-based attacks, but the unfathomably strong royal vibrations still phase through all matter and energy lesser than it. More and more dark black cracks eat away at my three cores, covering them in fractured marks, bringing them closer and closer to shattering completely. The final visuals I watch are of a beautiful blue angel slicing through the mutilated frozen body of a high noble demon. Cisco's frozen face shatters along with his cores as Maria's soul sword releases a wave of rainbow ice, glowing with a royal blue aura through the air once and for all. At the apex of the hit, as her 500-kilometer-long destroyer-class soul sword crushes the monster's mind, body, and soul, her own soul energy core pulses with a white ring of energy around it. All of the dense ether within this demon's mental pool begins to siphon through her blade, through her body, and disappears into her black core. The only visual is a light glow around its outer ring. For the first time since she consolidated her yellow true core in the lower realm, the soul energy core contracts slightly, getting even smaller for a moment in time. Then pulses outward like a single heartbeat. Maria's entire angelic form bursts outward with even more power, blue light, and becomes filled with a far denser dazzling rainbow refracting glow. It looks like she is going through some kind of new bond or breakthrough transformation with her soul sword. Her greater form grows in size, and the area around her she gains total control over, and freezes in an icy array begins to increase. Yet, my visuals of this epic display are fading more and more with every passing moment. Even the small white throne I sit on in my mind is starting to crumble away, and my faint manifestation of arms and legs are dissolving into the black abyss of this mental construct. As even Maria's spectate feed fades from my consciousness, all I hear are thousands of light dinging sounds, and a final text prompt that floats in front of my eyes in the darkness. Rank up, yes, and oh. I press yes. There would be a smile on my face, but even now, the mental manifestation has already dissolved all of my facial features to conserve energy. The text prompt fades away, along with the white throne I'm seated on. My body slowly fades and disintegrates with it. All I become is a small white orb in an endless black void. Yet, I am just as calm as the moment I realized I was going to be hit by that first 6 tendrils of corruption. My generals from the lower realm pulled through. I gave them the energy to fight in their battles, and now, they have given me a chance to unlock the power I need to finish mine. The sensation of the mental construct I'm in shaking every time I'm struck outside fades away. Even the low cold hum of royal vibrations doesn't even sway my mental focus. I fall into a complete and total meditative, relaxed state to rank up deep within my mind. It could be minutes passing, hours, or days. I could even die before I'm broken out of this perfect state of concentration and not realize it. It's as though time is not passing any longer. I mentally blink, and during this time, the small white light floating in the darkness shrinks even smaller. Yet its center consolidates into a core and grows stronger and stronger. The mental pool of newly formed celestial energy holds the final drops of my consciousness from dissolving, and contained away from the violent attacks and cold suppressing waves of royal vibrations long enough to complete a single system command. Once I open my eyes from this mental blink, a single notification shines in front of me in the black void again. It's at the very bottom of my system, added as a brand new buff. There are countless other notifications streaming through my consciousness, but only one can be sensed to my dying mind right now. It's the one I have to activate, Celestial Emperor's Sacred Body. Chapter 862, the 3 cores falling through the green clouds, being battered by hundreds of tendrils of corruption are being cracked and fractured more with every hit. Thousands more coiling tornadoes of royal vibration-infused corruption follow downward. As in these milliseconds within my mind palace, Muriel Vermilion has closed the gap even further. The ruler of the green zone of the upper realm is less than 100,000 kilometers away, following me down through the massive hole in the citadel. Yet, they all start to glow white hot the instant the Celestial Emperor's Sacred Body is activated deep within my mind. Out from every crack and fracture, dense celestial energy pours out. It looks like it's in a liquid state, but at the same time, it looks like fibers of pristine glowing and sparkling muscles and flesh. Like my noble form has been injected with a vibrant energy, it spirals out from every crack and fracture, growing from nothing but a celestial liquid, to a mass that twists and grows, pushing back all of the incoming black coils of corruption. They are repelled by the pure explosive force of this strange living celestial liquid erupting outward. It is hot, and has a very unique essence to it, so much so that when it comes in contact with the celestial energy being manipulated by the celestial prism buff used by Muriel, this pure ether being used is pulled in toward my combination of ether and mana being manipulated by the explosion of energy. The royal vibrations holding the coiling corruption together keeps the majority of the celestial energy from being stolen. The white liquid grows and grows, pouring the contents of my ether energy pool outward. It grows past my previous size of 500 kilometers instantly, growing over 1,000 kilometers in diameter before the pulsing and swirling fibers of white muscle begin bursting outward to start forming a humanoid shape. It continues growing larger and larger, and in the depths of my mind, I begin to see the light of reality again rather than relying on a shadowy visual reconstruction using only echolocation of energy fields. I deactivate my mind palace and focus entirely on activating this new buff. Along with my self-regeneration's true core ability, instead of a domineering aura of suppression surrounding me, making everything darker, colder, and closing in to shrink my reality, the opposite explodes into my consciousness. My high noble vibrations surge upward in their strength and vigor, now using the celestial energy as an amplifier, as well as the rising stats surging into my mind. Notifications of 100,000 base stat points being added to each individual stat as a basic rank up. Reward: the visuals of my linked worlds surpassing 300 million, and the increase in my borrowed stats by an additional 12% are the instantaneous notifications. Ava and Maria both still hold a full 4% each. Answering the question of where the missing 8% still are being used. Only one of them is still mid-battle, but I don't overanalyze this fact. My mind is far more consumed by the burst of perception and control over my environment that is unlocked. A white wave of energy bursts through the air, upward, flooding through the entire Grand Citadel. It may be cracking into pieces and falling from the sky, but I can now feel every single ether command and physical structure within it, and feel as though my high noble vibrations are finally hitting their next evolution point. This state of explosive enlightenment is what I felt beneath that sea of corruption as it pushed down on me from all sides. Yet I pushed back. That, in a far more violent and explosive state, is happening now. My arms, legs, face, heart, organs, and veins pumping with blood are all recreated by the celestial energy that bursts out from my cores. At the same time, the countless dark black cracks stained with corruption and royal vibrations begin to heal up, negating the possibility of them losing their structural integrity and bursting on the spot. My blood-bonded armor reforms around my body, and even the soul sword that was shattered into millions of pieces, and large portions of its energy absorbed by the corruption, it begins to reform and spin around me again. My sacred celestial body grows larger and larger, surpassing 4,000 kilometers in height. This does not stop Muriel from continuing his downward assault, and tens of thousands of corruption coils come crashing down toward me. Instead of running away, or trying to put up an impenetrable defense to hide behind like before, I outstretch my bare hands. The glowing white celestial hands grab onto the first few thousand dense coiling black masses and tear them apart. Like a beaded curtain, I drag them all aside with ease, then pull downward, snapping thousands of them off, tearing them from their central mass, and thrusting myself upward with the momentum. I catch my white and red soul sword orbiting around me, and slash across my body with both hands to attack the massive main grouping of over 30,000 coiling tendrils of corruption. A dense white burst of energy slices through all of them, creating an opening for me to fly through, and once again be eye to eye with the monstrosity that is a true royal demon. It's continuing to grow, reaching over 9,000 kilometers even while on its way over, while my sacred body has begun to slow down its growth at about 5,000 kilometers tall. Once my ether pool releases everything it's absorbed from the citadel so far, my bright white eyes stare into the dark red and purple shadows of an ancient demon, as my soul sword collides with his two open palms, making contact with his cold bare flesh once again. The shockwave is devastating. Dark purple energy clashes against hot white light. A royal holds back a high noble that is on the verge of breaking through to this higher realm. The celestial energy bursting outward is hotter, more dense, and unique than any of the ether in the pool that this demon has been siphoning from Green Zone citizens and purifying for tens of thousands of years. It is an unfathomably hot source of energy, one he was positive this human was not capable of mere milliseconds ago. It is even more powerful than his own lesser version of celestial energy, as demonic energy and mana react very differently to medium-quality ether emulsification. The royal vibrations, on the other hand, are undeniably stronger than the high noble waves of energy coming from my pristine white energy form. This is very clear to me, as even now, when I make physical contact with that monster, I feel a shiver in my soul, and a slow-moving black stain of corruption start to seep through my blade. The longer we hold contact, we collide with near equal force, stopping in midair, allowing the explosion of our auras to demolish reality around us. Every single ether command and solid piece of the citadel I felt intact and malleable just moments ago are shattered to dust. Everything is destroyed, mutilated into microscopic particles. It's like the entire green zone stands still for a moment, as a ripple in space between us distorts everything around for tens of millions of kilometers. That includes the layers of defenses held together by a thread by a million kilometers above us. Every single layer is shattered like frail glass, and the full power of a celestial high noble aura and the demonic royal vibrations of myriad vermilion burst upward toward hundreds of millions of innocent and unsuspecting lords. Reality has turned black and white, both light and dark auras burst through the air, fighting for dominance. The instant it bursts through the hundreds of millions of lords in the sky, my mind is filled with more notifications than I've ever felt before. None of the lords floating in the sky have the mental capacity to understand what has hit them. The wave of auras is moving so fast that they should all instantly pass out and lose access to their systems. In fact, the burst of energy coming afterward, carrying shrapnel from the citadel, will certainly kill them all, elite or not, link of loyalty or none. It appears this clash has guaranteed their certain demise, yet, the system takes this collision of auras, from two reality-bending entities in a clash of mental and physical force, as a catalyst to mutate the system and environment to even include the complex minds of the lords above us as part of our duel. Every monster, intelligent or not, is given an option instinctually: submit to the cold royal waves of corruption, or the warm celestial call of the rising emperor. Hundreds of millions of lords, from 5th to 2nd class, of the unintelligent nature, that were trapped in the wilderness for their entire lives, with built-up resentment for the demons, instantly create links of loyalty with me, linking their home worlds to my base of borrowed strength. Many of the lords watching the tournament that have not yet chosen are forced to. Tens of millions more worlds are added to my pool here as well, though. There is one additional unexpected source of many, many worlds. It is from over 100 million demonic servants, admins or guards, 1st and 2nd class lords' minds trapped in the avatar of their oppressors. They have been unable to think or act for themselves without a mental probing or full override command dictating their actions. All of them were fighting to keep the lords in the crowd in line, and stop them from trying to escape through the crack in the ceiling moments ago. Now, their real subconscious finally gets to act on its own. Many of them have only their home world, but many others have more than one, even up to 10 or more worlds from various trade deals or rewards over the millennia. Over 90% of the lords high up in the sky glow bright white with celestial energy, surviving the initial mental burst of the shockwave, while others that are truly loyal to the demons turn dark black, purple, and red, dissolving instantly into liquid corruption. Even now, I feel this demon's overwhelming presence seep deeper into my sword and try to attack my mind and soul again. My enemy is still stronger. I let out a yell, and it echoes out into the air with the demon's mad laughter. The rippling waves of ether, divine threads, and disintegrated citadel mass floating in the skies all start to pulse with the same rhythm as my cores, while I channel my high noble vibrations' true path of creation, and begin to pull it inward to take control of my environment, and pull in even more necessary power. Another final dinging sound rings in my mind once every lord above chooses their fate. Underscore. Congratulations. Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached 1192.508.366/100000000 worlds claimed. New perk unlocked. Galactic player info. The worldwide connectivity system interface and permissions have been updated. The fast travel interface and permissions have been updated. The Rising Emperor may now appoint 5 administrators. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the Galactic Footprint perk, A Light in the Darkness perk, Path to Domination perk, Authority Among Worlds perk, Ruler of Worlds perk, World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Chapter 863, seconds earlier. This may be our last meeting. Fallen 1. The upper realm will be sealed after this stunt you pulled. It's been your best try so far, but you are not strong enough to defeat me. Muriel's one weakness. The demonic dragon beams directly into Ember's mind. A deep white and purple claw mark is visible across Ember's underbelly, and across the bottom of his left wing. Dense silver threads hold it together, but just like Celia's purple threads, they are a pale degraded old version of the true power of what they used to be. Ember still has to rely on his pure low-quality ether pool, and every moment using these silver threads, his mind and body fatigue more and more. He was able to hold off many of this dragon's attacks with his defenses before, but as the battle goes on longer, the silver threads become weaker. The demonic dragon continues to mock him, even sending a wave of demonic energy imbued with celestial energy from his mouth. Ember is forced to use his other wing to block this attack, leaving a dense hole, tearing through the defenses. The silver threads may be able to block pure physical attacks, but the difference in ether quality is so vast, it melts through him from the inside. Despite this, Ember keeps a straight face. It irks the demonic dragon to see the losing side of this battle even grinning at him. All of the attacks of white fire are blocked and dissolved into the atmosphere without leaving even a scratch on the massive purple dragon. Do you understand? You have lost. The royals have secured every single zone of the upper realm. Now that we have located you, and can confirm that we have sent you back, there is nothing you can do. You are too weak to even lay a scratch on me. You have failed at the only chance you had at killing a royal. It's over. There is a golden light stirring inside Ember's mind, but he thinks deeply to himself while swooping downward to dodge another one of the dragon's demonic pillars of celestial energy. I could use this power, but last time I did to wake up that sleeping elf, I was nothing but a yellow core. Now, I am at the peak of a true green. The consequences would be far worse. Ember mentally debates with himself while his borrowed stats paired with the rising emperor begin to grow higher and higher. No. If I save him now, he will not have the confidence to rule. The rising emperor must face certain demise, and will the system itself to pull him from the darkness. As the white and red dragon spins around, with 2 deep celestial wounds on his body, he's struck in the back by a third. The layers of dense silver threads keep him from being torn in two, but another nasty celestial burn tears a hole into his flesh, and even seeps into his mind. Goodbye, old friend. Our last meeting was quite fun. It will be the memory I savor most in our eternal kingdom above the lower realm. I was the last to kill the fallen one, and it was clear this was your best chance. Yet, you were still too weak. As the dark purple dragon charges up another demonic celestial energy burst, Ember still grins calmly. He even stops flying away. Instead, he swoops upward and faces the massive demonic dragon face to face. The silver threads shimmering in his eyes fade, and all that stares forward is a pure pair of crimson dragon eyes. I may be too weak, but there are far more ways to kill you, a soul-bound dragon. Maybe you weren't the weak point after all. All throughout their clash below the citadel, shockwaves and auras clash above, making noise and leaking out with ether. But nothing is quite like the eruption of power that explodes downward after these words. The entire grand citadel cracks into pieces, and a burst of red and white light explodes downward. It appears to be in the shape of a human, but a few tendrils of corruption follow it, destroying it and eating it alive. Hundreds more continue to slam down on it, cracking the citadel more and more. In just fractions of a second, Muriel Vermilion, in his fully unsealed royal form, comes bursting out from the cracks in this structure and unleashes his aura and full power of tens of thousands of tendrils of energy on this tiny indestructible set of 3 cores. Both of the dragons are frozen in place 1,000,000 kilometers below. Near the realm floor, one with shock and fear, the other with excitement and pride, watching the impossible take place, a celestial humanoid body erupts from the tiny point of energy that was getting battered moments ago, and it grows large enough to hold these coiling black corruption tornadoes without issue, and even slice through tens of thousands of them to collide with the royal demon. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Ember glows extremely bright. White as well, his synchronized level reaching 100,000. Every fractured particle of the grand citadel explodes out from our collision point. Not only can I sense the 2 massive dragons below the citadel, but I can feel the fights taking place high above in the sky above the hundreds of millions of lords that just swore their loyalty to me. The shockwaves do weaken as they blast out further, but these waves ripple through even Ellipsia, Mensa, the fortress, and far out into the far ends of the green zone, over the sea of corruption where the other generals finish their battles. The notifications bursting through my inner ear, pushing my linked worlds over 1 billion, include demonic servants from other citadels. Even the small trading centers that float around the outer ring of defensive ether commands in the vicinity of the Grand Citadel are affected. The whole rest of the zone only accounts for 10% of the worlds linked through the Grand Citadel. But the far-reaching effects of the shockwave are instantly noticeable to every single living organism in the green zone of the upper realm. Soon, it could lead to the death of 90% of them if I don't do something about this microscopic shrapnel shockwave heading upward toward all of the lords above. It all feels malleable, like I can bring it closer to me using my control over the environment. But, at such a massive range, some of the outer chunks will not be able to be moved or stopped fast enough. At the same time, the sword in my grasp is growing colder while corruption spreads through it. The only direction I can move is down, backward in the direction I don't want to head. The final notification that floats in my mind, showing the new milestone of my Rising Emperor's domain perks, lights up, specifically a new feature labeled Administrators. The instant I think about it, all of its information flows into my consciousness, and even more text boxes float to the forefront of my mind. Appoint Administrator, 0/5 slots, select. Administrators may borrow up to 1% of all borrowed base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the Allegiance of the Rising Emperor, additional, worldwide connectivity system, and fast travel, perks applied. When my attention hovers over the selection tab, every single individual link of loyalty bursts into my mind as well. Hundreds of millions of lords on each of the 1 billion worlds that are now connected to my system. With the new World Locator perk I obtained from reaching 1 million worlds earlier, I can now see the exact location of every single one of my linked worlds on a galactic scale. My mind spreads through the green zone of the upper realm, and below it, through curved, compressed, and distorted space. I feel the entire lower realm sitting below us. It is vast. Unfathomably large, actually, filled with mostly empty space. Compared to this green zone, it is billions of times wider, yet, there are small pockets of energy within it, clouds of red, orange, and yellow divine threads. There are scattered veins of unrefined chi, mana, and even demonic energy too. Some areas of space are dense enough with energy to form stars and solar systems. This is where I sense small clusters of worlds. They are like tiny white pinholes all over the impossibly large fabric of space deep inside my consciousness. Through the senses of many links of loyalty on these worlds, I can even see other planets within solar systems that are not under my rule. Many pockets of open space do not have any planets that I hold a link with. In fact, there is far more empty space. In this endless darkness that I cannot sense than areas I can, in this moment, I feel both incredibly powerful, but simultaneously minuscule and in awe of the sheer scope of this galaxy. In the green zone, I can feel everything, but reality below it is far more of a mystery to me. I have tiny pockets of vision, but it's clear what I see is nothing at all compared to the truth hiding in the vastness of space. Even with these tiny peeks into reality, there is something extremely ominous at its center. The moment I even try to peer toward it, a ringing sound echoes in my mind, and a silver light starts pouring into my consciousness. I feel something watching back, and it forces me to lose concentration and pull my mind out from this massive mental construct. I feel a very familiar sensation wash over me. Like I've seen something I wasn't supposed to. It feels just like the flashes of golden light that blur my memories when Ember tells me of his past. It makes me shiver, and fall right back into the reality of my situation extremely fast. I click the first name that comes to the front of my mind, as a memory of them using a protective technique countless millennia ago, as well as just seconds ago, are both fresh in my mind. Ren is appointed as the first system administrator. I trust that elf to finish what they started, and I'll do the same. A grin covers my face when I feel a small pushback against me as I lose 1% of my borrowed stats, but at the same time, watch a white light that is not my own cover the sky. It gives me the mental fortitude to push through the cold. I don't back down from Muriel, and begin pulling all of the citadel mass in the air toward me at once. Fragments of the grand citadel nearby all fall in with ease, as my pull is stronger, but many other fragments burst outward 2 or 3 million kilometers in every direction. Large amounts of them begin to bounce off a white dome high up in the air, while others hit the back of Ember's large wings down below. He glows with a bright white light and grows in size. The sensation of a celestial energy breakthrough ripples through the air, as he too is ranking up to release a new form. What are you? How is this possible? Comes out of the mouth of the royal demon that was positive I would die. I smile back, as the waves of green and white clouds in the atmosphere are all sucked in toward me like a whirlpool. My celestial body begins to grow in size again, and manifestations of my soul sword start to form around me, rebuilding the tens of thousands of shattered versions that were absorbed by corruption moments ago. They fend off the coiling black energy that starts to reform around Muriel, and attack me from all sides again. I only focus on his true body with my main blade, and yell back, I already told you who I am. The Rising Emperor. I am the human that has come to kill you. Muriel Vermilion, you will be the first royal demon of many in the 5 great families to fall by my hand. It is followed by a laugh, to mock his own. The cold monster's slow, echoing laugh stops once the corruption being pushed through his hands into my blade cannot travel inward any further. Instead, my sacred body glows hotter and hotter, growing in size, and for the first time, I push forward, and the demon's hands give way. Muriel Vermilion is pushed backward, as the sharp side of my celestial blade sinks into the flesh of his palms. Chapter 864, The pressure between us fully releases once. Muriel has to pull the coiling corruption attacking me from all sides back in, adding to his black living armor. Instead of attacking, he must go on the defensive. What is this madness? A human with a celestial body? All of the latent potential in the lower realm should have been snuffed out. This does not make any sense. I feel my blade slicing through the real flesh of his palms, and vibrant red and purple liquid dense with royal vibrations pours out. The extra coiling corruption he's pulled back into block already starts to heal this wound, but it's the look in his eyes as he's blasted backward that makes me realize I've finally gained an edge. They are not only filled with disgust toward me, and the unbreaking arrogant pride of demons, there is confusion and fear, like I've shattered his version of reality, doing the impossible. It only makes me focus harder, and grin wider while following him upward. As the darkness seeps back into this royal demon and his hands heal, his body grows even larger. Yet, at the same time, I'm absorbing all of the fragments of the citadel that have burst outward for millions of kilometers. Massive portions of them have been deflected off of a white wall in the sky, and the huge 50,000-kilometer white wings and explosive aura of a dragon's body that emerges from the bottom of the citadel. My mind does not focus on either of these two entities, only the battlefield before me. As I let out a yell and push my plunderer's true core ability to its limits, the gravity completely shifts, and all of the mana and divine threads in the atmosphere stop bursting outward. Every single one of them falls down toward me again. I kick off the air, leaving dense white bends in space behind me as I do, and swing my blade across my body again to clash with the royal demon. He lets out a roar while turning back and blocking my incoming hit with a single clawed hand. The shockwaves that come off it are equally as devastating as the first. Yet, there are no structures around us to destroy. We float in the center of empty space in the green zone. Even the clouds have all been drained and refined inside my celestial body. Deep inside, my cores process this energy and my power increases even further. My true green core fully saturates. But there is no colorful change at all. Neither my greater form nor astral form is activated. In fact, they cannot be activated. This sacred body feels like a completely separate manifestation. One that is made from celestial soul energy, mutated from my base noble form. The white energy feels like flesh to me, and in reality, it kind of is. This entire sacred body is my ether and mana pools brought out from my mind, to create a true manifestation of my soul. It is the most powerful manifestation I can produce, while equally being the most vulnerable. The white soul sword flickering with red flames that collides with Muriel's hand feels just as much a part of my soul as the arms, legs, and heart of this sacred body. At first, we're even again, but I feel his outer barriers of corruption give way finally, and I slice through, digging far deeper into his flesh, and this time even slicing off a few fingers and a massive chunk of his forearm before he lets waves of corruption explode and forces himself backward to escape. I laugh louder and follow, colliding with his other hand higher in the air. This one explodes too, but as I lunge in further, expecting him to try and run, the demon sacrifices the rest of this arm all the way down to the shoulder. I'm caught off guard, and the remaining 3 clawed fingers on his first hand spear dark black holes through my chest and down my side as I twist away before he hits any vitals. His deep laugh returns as we're both blasted backward. Both of our bodies are near equal size now, just over 10,000 kilometers from head to toe. His arms grow back as the corruption coils around him like an oil slick. White marks are left behind burning in the slice points. But he only scoffs at them. I vibrate with energy too, burning some of my ether pool to use my self-regeneration true core ability, imbued with celestial energy to slowly mend my wound into a set of 3 dark purple scars. Muriel breathes heavily, but landing that blow has given him enough confidence to look me in the eyes again with rage rather than fear. The system gave a fool like you this much power? What kind of sick, twisted joke is this? I have fought thousands of times more battles, yet the lowest class beast from the lower realm has landed a strike on me. At least these scars will remind me to never get too comfortable again. Raw battle talent will still have to win in the end. He positions himself in a stance that protects his vitals even better than before. Instead of arrogant confidence, it looks like this demon is actually facing me as a real opponent. But he still believes he can win. I will change this fact. Oh yeah? You really think you can still win? What's to say this is everything I've got? What if I've been playing around with you this whole time instead? It is quite certainly a lie that I have been toying with him, but I still have a lot of skills left to use, and anything to break down his confidence further will give me even more of an edge. I immediately release a wave of my strongest intimidation. It's followed by a combination of two skills. My phantom step and my body doubles, the strange wave of intense aura to the atmosphere carrying the hot light of my celestial energy, paired with these words, ripples into the already fragile psyche of the demon and begins to play tricks on its subconscious. All of the body doubles that burst out from my celestial body are only weaker mana copies, but even they all begin to splinter outward and burst into dozens of holograms each, taken from Royal Road. This narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. This, combined with a light magic array to dull the visual senses, my flash step technique to burst forward even faster than usual, and the body double teleportation swapping perk to scatter my celestial body all throughout the massive display of exploding copies of my body that unravel like a 250,000 kilometer large flowering fractal. It's an unexpected mental attack that makes the demon's eyes widen with unease. The instant I feel this reaction, I activate another set of skills: Dark Mist, Heavy Hand, and Shadow Step. There is a burst of darkness that fills the air. Its diameter is over 1,000,000 kilometers wide, like a foggy cloud of black mist. A very common demon skill, making Muriel even more confused at the sight of it. Heavy Hand is a gravity manipulation skill, and I only use it on the small contained area where he stands in the air, but it's used simultaneously with the sensory overload to make it feel like this is just another side effect of my natural intimidation. Shadow Step is used next, not only by me, but my body doubles too, in order to spread out to all edges of this cloud and easily swap between places, while using Shadow Step to even instant teleport into areas where I am not. Any bits of data this demon can still comprehend using its royal vibrations to locate me will give it readings that will only make him more terrified. To make things even more confusing, I use my stealth skill on and off, to make some of the readings weaker and stronger. At random, I use the remaining mental space and availability in my mana and ether pools to activate even more skills: solid barrier creation and dense malleable mana manipulation casings around all of my replicated soul swords. They spin around the real me to create a satellite-like defense system, and a combination of foresight, swordsmanship, and my new select skill in order to lock onto my target, creating mental paths where there would be near impossible probabilities for me to miss. The royal demon's survival instincts and danger senses all blare off in his mind, faster and more drastic than he has ever experienced in his life. His reality goes dark, his arms and legs feel heavy, his mind feels suppressed, and when he uses his only trump card to try and locate the threat, it is moving around him from every angle through space faster than he can possibly keep track of, or comprehend even how such movements are possible. The look of despair washes over his face, only visible to me. I let a few of my doubles use the Screech skill, paired with Whisper and a broad telepathy wave, to make my words hit him from all angles in ways he's never heard before. I told you, Muriel. I've already won. A royal bloodline means nothing to me. I am the rising emperor. You think I would fall on the first step toward glory? You are just another demon that has stood in my way. I go in for an attack, shadow stepping in right behind his left side, and swinging downward to slice right through his shoulder and neck, in a straight line down toward his chest and cores. For the first instance of the attack, the demon is still in shock. Frozen in terror, however, its battle instincts still kick in the moment he's struck, and I feel him turn extremely fast, not only with his clawed hand, but also his foot. The satellite array of copied soul swords is only strong enough to block small corruption tendrils. They are not suited for full-powered attacks like these. Upon contact, thousands of them are shattered. I feel both strike my side and dig into the surface of my sacred body, but I swap for a nearby body double before he can get anywhere as deep as his surprise attack on my chest. I let my echoing laugh blare into him from the body doubles in the dark mist domain, and then use a new set of skills: laser creation, various elemental skills, and astral spears. There is a deep burning white gash in his shoulder and chest, not far from his cores, and I can see corruption starting to flow inward to heal it. This is not what I want. I begin teleporting nearby, within close range, and release dense waves of concentrated celestial energy from the many soul sword manifestations surrounding me. They work well as extensions of myself to send off these attacks. I imbue them with a random set of attacks. Some of them burst out in a pure and straight beam, like a laser, others with slower waves of pure supreme grade elements. As these attacks come at the demon from all angles, he manages to block them just fine. Flowing oily pockets of corruption move around the outer layer of his body, sensing where these attacks are coming from and creating thick enough layers to block their full force. Yet, both he and I know that these attacks are not meant to hurt him. They are a distraction, to keep his corruption occupied, to make the wound in his shoulder and chest heal slower. Even the elemental attacks, some filled with lightning, earth, water, fire, wind, and ice, they're all blocked too. Yet, even though it is meant to be a distraction, there is another layer to this attack. The astral spears, they are invisible attacks. While technically possible to sense if the power gap is high enough. In these conditions, they are so faint the mana signatures aren't even picked up in the chaos. I start stacking astral spears into other visible attacks, to make them hit harder than they look like they should, and begin to add astral spears into the mix at random on their own to land hits on the demon's thinner areas of corruption armor. The first explosion of flesh in an unguarded area I see makes me laugh with joy. More and more start hitting, and the royal demon starts to roar out in fear, confusion, and agony. I go in for another stealth strike using a last-minute shadow step and swinging with my true soul sword at the peak of his anger. I slice right through his right arm. It's severed off before he can even turn my way, and my white blade sinks even deeper into his lower chest, breaking ribs and falling toward his cores again. The furious demon slams his head down toward me, using his long curved horns as weapons too. One pierces my left shoulder, and his right foot twists upward at a strange angle to dig into my leg. Next, I swap with a body double away once again before he tears too deep. The wounds on my body are healed while I continue my extremely fast circling barrage of elemental, laser, and astral attacks around the monster to weaken its defenses more and more, while making sure my 2 solid strikes so far are not mended by its corruption. Impossible. This cannot be happening. I am Muriel Vermilion, the last royal guard that shall stand above the lower realm for eternity. It is my duty to the great families. I cannot let any race ascend without the Emperor's word. That is the law. Come on. Duty this. Royals that. The demons are the strongest race in the galaxy. That's all I ever hear before I kill every single one of you. I yell back, shadow stepping inward to slice off one of his legs, and continue the upward momentum to stab through his abdomen. Muriel jerks downward in the pitch darkness, still using his horns as a shield. I teleport away before I get hit this time, though. His yells that echo throughout my dark mist domain this time do not sound intelligent. Instead, they begin to sound like a cornered feral beast. He raises his one hand upward, and his dark horns pulse with a dark black and purple aura. I even shiver slightly, as I feel his royal vibration shift slightly. I'm in total control here. He cannot heal, he cannot see, and best of all, he knows he can't win. Yet, there is a version of a wild beast inside this intelligent demon that does not believe that. I am the gatekeeper, the ultimate wall between lower races and those the demons shall bring with them to the immortal future above. If it is my duty to die and destroy the green zone in order to fulfill this legacy, then so be it. I am a royal. I am Muriel Vermilion. I cannot fail, he yells out through the furious roars as his mind is dragged back and forth from an uncontrollable demonic state. I feel pure rage, hatred, and darkness start to boil through him. It's almost unbelievable, yet, when I go in for another vital shot, aiming to slice his other leg off, the instant I pierce his flesh, an extremely cold and bone-chilling aura vibrates through me. I'm able to slice further, but I swap with a double backward before he even strikes at me. The very flesh in his body is starting to melt into pure corruption, not because of the relentless attacks I'm throwing his way, but because of some internal switch that has been pulled through this isolated black cloud in the sky. His screeches, like a dying bird, mixed with a lion's roar, and even the essence of a horrific demonic dragon's might, it bends and shakes reality itself. My intimidation and heavy hand techniques are being challenged. I only remember seeing something similar to this one time before. It was a visual from the war outside of the throne back on the human world. A third-class demon tried to unseal its bloodline, but its talent was not great enough. It completely lost control of its body, mind, and soul. Many of the other demons on the battlefield ran away, and many screamed that he was becoming corrupted. This is the act of a demon attempting to rise to a power tier its fate-bound talent cannot withstand. I've done it once. I'll do it again. Or we all perish. This must be my final test. I cannot be remembered as a demon killed by a mere human. I will be remembered as the last demon to hold the line and seal the upper realm by force. He screams out as the last of his sane mind is consumed by this feral rage-filled version. The roars of a monster echo out again, and I'm faced with a far larger problem than just a royal demon. It is the youngest family head that has lost his pride, and does not fear killing himself and every single living lord in this zone to prove his worth. Chapter 865, Ember ranks up after reaching level 100,000 and receives the Celestial Dragon's Sacred Body buff. It begins to activate, as he finally lets fragments of medium-quality ether left inside his mental storage for times like these flow through him. Yet, as his true celestial energy purifies and grows his body outward, growing over 10 times larger than his astral form, he thinks to himself, a sacred body? That is a very good sign. I haven't managed to awaken one of these since the era of the elves. The massive wings, over 50,000 kilometers from tip to tip, snap open, and the damage on Ember's flesh from the demonic dragon's earlier attacks heals up as white-hot light fills his body. In fact, he now towers over his opponent. The arrogant demonic dragon that was trying to degrade Ember moments ago is struck with intense fear. Shockwaves of energy from a duel in the sky, from a human and a demon, both the same size, shake the entire zone of the upper realm. The only thing protecting him from these horrific blasts coming out of the dark black cloud in the sky is his enemy. Ember's wide wings act as a shield, and he looks down at the demonic dragon that was so confident moments ago. A breath of white fire escapes his mouth. Downward, the demons have caused enough havoc. The same race that unleashed their wrath on this system will be the ones to tear them down. I have fallen enough times. You know exactly where I am headed, and there is nothing more you can do about it. The cycle is finally breaking again. This echoes in the back of the demonic dragon's mind, as a flash of golden light unseals various trapped memories inside its hive mind-like consciousness. The demonic dragon does not even try to fight back. The white translucent celestial flames begin to envelop him, as he stares upward, only seeing the pristine white glowing immortal dragon above him. Silver threads still shimmer beneath his sacred body, and there is a faint golden glow in this dragon's eyes too, as it looks like he is holding back. Two dragons' roars echo through the bottom of the realm while the explosions high up within the dark mist cloud stop all of a sudden. A horrific roar erupts from within this black void, and the strange mutation of royal vibrations pushes out a cold, rage-filled sensation that fluctuates with absurd power. The waves of energy coming off of Muriel Vermilion are even more strange up close. They're compressing and bending space at very odd angles. Even the black void I've created around me is bending, and small areas of it are being torn apart. Like portions of space are being created or revealed in directions I wasn't able to sense until I looked toward them. It feels slightly similar to the realm wave I vaguely sensed before, but in a far weaker state, only affecting small areas of compressed and distorted space. From the animalistic roars echoing out from his mouth, and the beast-like rage filling his eyes, whatever breakthrough he's attempting to trigger is not a fully conscious decision. Dense cracks start forming all over his demonic form, and stronger tendrils of corruption begin leaking out, especially out from the white glowing wounds I've left all over his body. The energy buildup is so fast, intense, and dangerous. I'm positive that in the next few moments, he's going to self-destruct. Just like that corrupted demon in the lower realm, but on a much more massive scale. I deactivate every single skill I have, making the void in the air disappear, to solely focus my energy on my foresight skill. Every single passing millisecond makes the millions of calculated, perceived futures become more and more clear in my mind. Any attack I make will lead to a self-destruction, aiming to take me out, and spread a wave of royal-grade corruption throughout the whole realm. I'm positive I can kill him, but my foresight skill does not allow me to see a future to how powerful or far this wave of corruption can truly travel, or if I can survive the impact myself after killing him. Muriel, you will be remembered as a failure, not a savior. I will stop you from destroying this zone and everyone in it. I promise you that. I will do whatever it takes. I yell. All of my manifested white and red soul sword copies surround me, glowing with the barriers and layers of divine and celestial energy. It creates a perfect sphere. I begin adding layers of my solid elemental skills like ice and earth magic to their outer layers, to begin the start of a more solid array, strengthening their weight in reality with a heavy hand. In front of me, out from the cracks in Muriel's body, the corruption that leaks out sparkles with red and purple light, like I'm looking into a vast universe inside him. All of his flesh is melting away, and his entire body has been consumed by corruption. Even his mind, it appears to be compressing in on itself, forcing the waves of royal vibrations to become denser and colder, sharper, and more deadly. Yet, every forceful compression that is made, large amounts of the energy reject being created, and escape the vessel that is too weak to hold them. Internal explosions of energy create bursts on the dark oily body's surface, and cause shockwaves to erupt out from the mutated demon. They send dense black cracks through reality. It's like nothing I've ever witnessed before. I'm peering into tears in space, some of them letting me look down into the darkness, below this zone, into the lower realm, while other cracks lead elsewhere. to pockets of space where the divine threads are compacted so densely that cyan glimmers peek through. The cracks spread extremely fast, and they are poisoned with corruption. Their edges give off a cold aura, vibrating with purple and red demonic energy, infecting the air both here in this zone and in the other zones. These rejected, compressed versions of royal vibrations touch. The only description that comes to mind when the energy readings of these waves hit me is that of a high royal. It's like he's attempting to gain a new level of understanding, to use these royal vibrations for something even greater than he can now. It is tearing this zone apart. The cracks in space stretch over 1,000,000 kilometers outward, and begin to get near the dragons down below, but also the elf protecting the lords high above me. At the speed they're spreading, I now see foresight futures where these cracks do in fact spread far enough to destroy every single citadel in this zone, and fill it with corruption, to obliterate it from existence. The sights of the future that could be irreversible in the next few fractions of a second flashing through my mind are terrifying. I shadow step forward, to find myself face to face with the feral demon once again, and thrust the flaming red and white soul sword in my grasp. Forward, into the demon's chest, with all of my strength, I thrust it upward at a sharp angle to pierce its true green divine core. By the time I've sliced through its first core, I feel one of its long, curved horns, now filled entirely with corruption and royal vibrations, sink deep into my shoulder. I feel its core shatter, and at the same time cold energy floods into my side, staining my white sacred body with darkness, but I don't back down. I jerk my body to the side and thrust the sword downward toward its heart to crack through its royal demon core as well. This gives it enough time to bite my other shoulder with its rows of sharp teeth, and use its remaining leg to thrust a clawed foot through my stomach. More and more cold energy surges through me, poisoning my body, and sinking deep into my soul, as it's quite literally touching the outer manifestation of it right now. It is the most excruciating feeling I've ever felt, but my mind stays completely calm, as I've felt this exact future in many variations of it millions of times already. This is the only way to save everything and everyone. I thrust my sword to the side through the gaping hole in its chest one more time to finish the complete and total shattering of its demonic and divine core. Then, release a wave of celestial fire in between the two of us from my sword. The black demon's body becomes flooded with white light, and explodes. This, in turn, releases a blast of energy hundreds of times more violent than the vibrations it was letting out moments ago. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. All of the cracks in reality ripple with a sharp wave of high royal vibrations that release at their full strength, mixed with my celestial fire. The cracks that threaten to shatter the realm pulse white and red, and a shockwave from the center of that threat begins to expand these cracks and make things far worse. The array of copied soul swords that were charging up all of the defensive skills I had are now all set in place, around the outer edges of where every one of these cracks lies. Bright green and white hexagonal arrays appear on the tips of every single one of my soul sword copies. They point inward, creating a defensive sphere that will reflect anything and everything blasted its way back down toward myself at the center. The shock of the blast separated between tens of thousands of my true core defensive abilities. From the outside, this sphere I've created looks almost exactly like the Grand Citadel did moments ago when this fight began. It is close to the same size and position in the air. The only difference is that it glows entirely white. When the explosion goes off inside, for the first few milliseconds, it appears as though nothing at all happened, like my defensive arrays all worked perfectly without any stress. But soon the reality becomes visible. Dark black bubbling corruption starts to become visible even from the outside, creating tens of thousands of hexagonal black outlines on the pristine white structure. It looks like an incredibly massive celestial sports ball with countless patches and seams holding it together. On the inside, I feel the detonation that occurs right in front of me tear my body to shreds once again. The last thing I hear is this demonic beast's wild roar blaring into my consciousness, but it translates into anger-filled, arrogant echoing laughter, as it still thinks it has one, and truthfully, I cannot see the true future outcome, so it might have. I feel like I've been blown back into my crumbling mind palace again. Once my vision goes black, I lose all sensation of my body. But I hear notifications blaring in my inner ear. Level up, X29 314, use absorption, skill, corruption, celestial grade, yes, no, use absorption, buff, royal bloodline transformation, yes, no, ding. The Divine Emperor's Soul Sword has reached level 4, accept new evolution, Celestial Emperor's Soul Sword, yes, no. So many more notifications ring in my mind, but a few blow the brightest and I press yes on everything I see. The massive self-made prison I've created in the sky instantly fills with a dense and dark pool of royal-grade corruption. Ripples of white celestial energy start to pulse throughout the outward edge of the sphere I've made, as the new levels gained in celestial energy maturity that follows strengthen their power. However, the pressure inside still desperately needs to be released. This royal demon created enough energy to flood the entire green zone. It is just in its compressed state here. Every passing millisecond makes the bulges in the outer layers of these cracks grow darker and darker. The layer of defensive arrays is getting compressed more and more, moving toward their breaking point. When that happens, all of the force pushing in on them will explode outward, creating a chain reaction. That will release the dense cracks through the green zone, and the corruption flood will spread. I activate my royal bloodline transformation and my new skill, corruption, while simultaneously focusing on the true core abilities of plunderer and absorption. The only way to stop this wave of destruction from spreading outward is to contain it inside myself. Status update. Current linked worlds 1,192,508,366. Current links of loyalty 482,533,579,226,919,370. Additional base stats added: strength 194,163,712,603,120,275, speed 224,820,461,351,313,200,378, agility 216,929,779,351,435,280,045, defense 177,774,193,890,310,362, mental strength 200,515,934,145,671,129,540, 510,955,934,534,534,532,200 additional HP. 510,955,993,980,534,532,200 additional MP. Status open. Name: J. Soju. Level: 129,314. HP: 646. 575/646. 575 510,955,593,980,534,532, 200/510,955, 593, 980, 534, 532, 200 equals 510,955,593,980,535,178,775 max HP. MP Sadface 646, 575/646, 575 510,955,593,980,534,532,200 divided by 510,955,593,980,534,532,200 is equal to 510,955,593,980,535,178,775 max MP. Strength 516,044,194 quintillion,953,125,603,120,275 equals 194,163,125,712,603,636,319 base strength. 19,767,771,789,832,212,185,088. 26,487,733,609,713,387,962,368. 29,297,274,738,761,783,296. 25,680,586,713,661,678,026,752. 17,691,587,626,673,152. 31,567,40,978,355,102,941,184. 26 sextillion 406 quintillion 185 quadrillion 96 trillion 914 billion 95 million 46,656 19 sextillion 530 quintillion 868 quadrillion 815 trillion 430 billion 802 million 210,816 251 sextillion 274 quintillion 267 quadrillion 509 trillion 708 billion 885 million 590,016 80 sextillion 845 quintillion 642 quadrillion 284 trillion 213 billion 909 million 585,920 2 sextillion 135 quintillion 794 quadrillion 382 trillion 838 billion 640 million 148,480 2 sextillion 135 quintillion 794 quadrillion 382 trillion 838 billion 640 million 148,480 5 sextillion 48 quintillion 241 quadrillion 268 trillion 527 billion 695 million 134,720 equals 537 sextillion 245 quintillion 485 quadrillion 584 trillion 260 billion 41 million 73,247 total strength. Speed, 422,791 224 quintillion 820 quadrillion 461 trillion 351 billion 313 million 200,378 equals 224 quintillion 820 quadrillion 461 trillion 351 billion 313 million 623,169 base speed. 24 sextillion 662 quintillion 804 quadrillion 610 trillion 239 billion 107 million 694,592 24 sextillion 433 quintillion 487 quadrillion 739 trillion 660 billion 766 million 543,872 34 sextillion 867 quintillion 405 quadrillion 350 trillion 975 billion 232 million 278,528 30 sextillion 193 quintillion 387 quadrillion 959 trillion 481 billion 425 million 461,248 22 sextillion 518 quintillion 17 quadrillion 408 trillion 947 billion 571 million 392,512 29 sextillion 620 quintillion 95 quadrillion 783 trillion 35 billion 570 million 487,296 39 sextillion 658 quintillion 329 quadrillion 382 trillion 371 billion 727 million 507,456 24 sextillion 842 quintillion 660 quadrillion 979 trillion 320 billion 157 million 110,272 38 sextillion 403 quintillion 831 quadrillion 208 trillion 31 billion 396 million 298,752 290 sextillion 949 quintillion 151 quadrillion 853 trillion 189 billion 45 million 157,888 88 sextillion 64 quintillion 422 quadrillion 915 trillion 923 billion 62 million 554,624 2 sextillion 473 quintillion 25 quadrillion 74 trillion 864 billion 449 million 912,832 2 sextillion 473 quintillion 25 quadrillion 74 trillion 864 billion 449 million 912,832 5 sextillion 845 quintillion 331 quadrillion 995 trillion 134 billion 154 million 244,096 equals 659 sextillion 229 quintillion 797 quadrillion 797 trillion 389 billion 430 million 179,969 total speed, agility, 402,165 216 quintillion 929 quadrillion 779 trillion 351 billion 435 million 280,045 equals 216 quintillion 929 quadrillion 779 trillion 351 billion 435 million 682,210 base agility. 21 sextillion 961 quintillion 970 quadrillion 861 trillion 539 billion 344 million 777,216. 24 sextillion 129 quintillion 99 quadrillion 357 trillion 260 billion 192 million 153,600. 33 sextillion 450 quintillion 571 quadrillion 975 trillion 991 billion 377 million 264,640. 30 sextillion 33 quintillion 927 quadrillion 951 trillion 206 billion 265 million 651,200. 19 sextillion 857 quintillion 752 quadrillion 1 trillion 830 billion 423 million 887,872. 30 sextillion 543 quintillion 712 quadrillion 932 trillion 682 billion 147 million 37,184. 39 sextillion 774 quintillion 75 quadrillion 44 trillion 85 billion 727 million 494,144. 26 sextillion 70 quintillion 620 quadrillion 882 trillion 455 billion 538 million 696,192. 24 sextillion 53 quintillion 173 quadrillion 934 trillion 487 billion 188 million 275,200. 280 sextillion 737 quintillion 504 quadrillion 649 trillion 866 billion 993 million 729,536. 80 sextillion 903 quintillion 961 quadrillion 209 trillion 117 billion 933 million 43,712. 2 sextillion 386 quintillion 227 quadrillion 572 trillion 865 billion 792 million 212,992. 5 sextillion 640 quintillion 174 quadrillion 263 trillion 137 billion 327 million 906,816 equals 619 sextillion 759 quintillion 702 quadrillion 415 trillion 877 billion 687 million 812,614. Total agility, defense 328,426 177 quintillion 774 quadrillion 95 trillion 143 billion 890 million 310,362 equals 177 quintillion 774 quadrillion 95 trillion 143 billion 890 million 638,788 base, defense 17 sextillion 556 quintillion 969 quadrillion 636 trillion 410 billion 641 million 350,656. 24 sextillion 886 quintillion 595 quadrillion 579 trillion 193 billion 252 million 118,528. 25 sextillion 41 quintillion 259 quadrillion 41 trillion 968 billion 441 million 262,080. 18. 061 848 066 619 288 322 048. 15 sextillion 754 quintillion 340 quadrillion 311 trillion 651 billion 590 million 340,608. 30 sextillion 550 quintillion 478 quadrillion 250 trillion 477 billion 606 million 666,240. 24 sextillion 680 quintillion 377 quadrillion 628 trillion 826 billion 343 million 47,168. 17 sextillion 731 quintillion 188 quadrillion 249 trillion 651 billion 652 million 329,472. 230 sextillion 64 quintillion 567 quadrillion 489 trillion 514 billion 663 million 51,264. 64 sextillion 201 quintillion 336 quadrillion 720 trillion 264 billion 664 million 186,880. 4 sextillion 622 quintillion 126 quadrillion 473 trillion 741 billion 156 million 745,216 equals 473 sextillion 328 quintillion 861 quadrillion 543 trillion 463 billion 190 million 67,948. Total defense, mental strength 397,525 200 quintillion 515 quadrillion 934 trillion 145 billion 671 million 129,540 equals 200 quintillion 515 quadrillion 934 trillion 145 billion 671 million 527,065. Base mental strength 23 sextillion 550 quintillion 596 quadrillion 465 trillion 409 billion 122 million 107,392. 24 sextillion 77 quintillion 953 quadrillion 372 trillion 212 billion 379 million 159,168. 29 sextillion 381 quintillion 599 quadrillion 830 trillion 365 billion 251 million 305,472. 25 sextillion 796 quintillion 374 quadrillion 927 trillion 840 billion 643 million 121,152. 24 sextillion 280 quintillion 474 quadrillion 465 trillion 699 billion 366 million 961,152. 30 sextillion 444 quintillion 334 quadrillion 281 trillion 337 billion 312 million 641,024. 38 sextillion 220 quintillion 342 quadrillion 207 trillion 506 billion 456 million 510,464. 24 quintillion 551 quadrillion 170 trillion 976 billion 796 million 22,669. 312 28 sextillion 274 quintillion 751 quadrillion 873 trillion 881 billion 139 million 576,832. 259 sextillion 495 quintillion 691 quadrillion 15 trillion 279 billion 379 million 218,432. 82 sextillion 21 quintillion 42 quadrillion 862 trillion 286 billion 943 million 813,632. 2 sextillion 205 quintillion 675 quadrillion 275 trillion 602 billion 386 million 747,392. 2 sextillion 205 quintillion 675 quadrillion 275 trillion 602 billion 386 million 747,392. 5 sextillion 213 quintillion 414 quadrillion 287 trillion 787 billion 459 million 346,432 equals 599 sextillion 919 quintillion 613 quadrillion 51 trillion 751 billion 921 million 452,313. Total mental strength, skills, absorption, divine grade, swordsmanship, divine grade, combat magic, supreme fire summoning, inspect, mythic grade, enemy detection, divine grade, body hardening, divine grade, self-regeneration, divine grade, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, divine grade, telekinesis, divine grade, appraisal, mythic grade, conceal, mythic grade, berserker, divine grade, dungeon walker, legendary grade, intimidation, divine grade, dagger mastery, divine grade, stealth, divine grade, bloodlust, divine grade, equivalent exchange, combat magic, supreme wind summoning, all-seeing eye, divine grade, extreme strength, divine grade, dual wielding, divine grade, telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, divine grade, combat magic, supreme earth summoning, combat magic, supreme mana manipulation, lifesteal, divine grade, hibernation, divine grade, combat magic, supreme demonic energy manipulation, combat magic. Supreme Ice Summoning, Body Double, Divine Grade, Lie Detector, Legendary Grade, Hush, Divine Grade, Craftsmanship, Divine Grade, Extreme Speed, Divine Grade, Combat Magic, Supreme Water Summoning. Screech, Divine Grade, Phantom Step, Divine Grade, Flare, Divine Grade, Confusion, Divine Grade, Blast, Divine Grade, Bind, Divine Grade, Bloodweaver, Divine Grade, Poison Mist, Divine Grade, Iron Fist, Divine Grade, Extreme Stamina, Divine Grade, Combat Magic, Supreme Lightning Summoning, Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning, Blink, Divine Grade, Cocoon, Divine Grade, Imbuement, Mythic Grade, Barrier Creation, Divine Grade, Flight, Divine Grade, Area Buff, Divine Grade, Mind. Palace, Divine Grade, Astral Spears, Divine Grade, Flash Step, Divine Grade, Call of the Void, Divine Grade, Crystal Creation, Divine Grade, Heavy Hand, Divine Grade, Combat Magic, Superior Light Summoning. Spirit Anchor, Divine Grade, Echo, Divine Grade, Metal Creation, Divine Grade, Final Strike, Divine Grade, Dark Mist, Divine Grade, Enrage, Divine Grade, Foresight, Divine Grade, Shadow Step, Divine Grade, Total Defense, Divine Grade, Clairvoyance, Divine Grade, Smokescreen, Divine Grade, Laser Creation, Divine Grade, Exoskeleton, Divine Grade, Select, Divine Grade, Energy Preservation, Divine Grade, Whisper, Divine Grade, Corruption, Celestial Grade, Items Equipped, 25. Slots available post 3rd rank up. Currently items 12/25 equipped, Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation, Blood Bonded, 11,645% Mental Strength, 10,870% Speed, 10,024% Agility, 9,875% Strength, 9,776% Defense, 5,000% Perception, Illusion Attribute. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, Blood Bonded, 13,899% Defense, 13,542% Strength, 11,908% Mental Strength, 11,023% Agility, 10,768% Speed, Hardening Attribute, Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed, Blood Bonded, 15,409% Speed, 15,320% Agility, 14,989% Strength, 14,553% Mental Strength, 13,986% Defense, Wind Attribute, Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant, Blood Bonded, 13,745% Agility, 13,330% Speed, 13,219% Strength, 12,765% Mental Strength, 11,189% Magic Resistance, 11,074% Ice Magic Resistance. 10,060% Defense, Ice Attribute, Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, Blood Bonded, 12,009% Mental Strength, 9,916% Speed, 9,054% Agility, 8,762% Defense, 8,704% Strength, Berserker King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded, 17,085% Defense, 16,158% Strength, 15,083% Mental Strength, 13,980% Agility, 13,075% Speed, Hardening Attribute, Earth Attribute. Cloak of Total Darkness, 18,961% Mental Strength, 18,235% Agility, 17,540% Speed, 2,750% Perception, Blood Bonded, Hidden Passive Ability, Concealment Attribute, Dark Attribute, Enchanted Lightweight Gauntlets, Blood Bonded, 13,783% Defense, 13,500% Strength, 12,144% Mental Strength, 11,918% Agility, 10,950% Speed, Hardening Attribute, Earth Attribute, Fire Attribute, Storm King's Dagger Set, Blood Bonded, 16,982% Speed, 14,001% Mental Strength, 10,988% Agility, 9,959% Strength, 9,874% Defense. Lightning Attribute, Wind Attribute, Royal Demon's Core, 129,314% All Stats, Celia's Purple Core, Living Ring Artifact, Divine Limiter, Hidden Ability, Celestial Emperor's Soul Sword, Soul Bonded, Evolution Attribute, LV. 4. Fire Affinity, Dark Affinity, Demonic Affinity, 41,538% Strength, 40,805% Mental Strength, 39,071% Speed, 37,195% Agility, 36,014% Defense, Empty Slot, 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 empty slot. Skill buffs: Berserker, 1000% strength, mental strength; Bloodlust, 1000% speed, agility, mental strength; 500% perception; Extreme strength, 1000% strength; Extreme speed, 1000% speed; Final breath, 2500%. All stats, exact percent will vary, conditions, circumstances apply. Permanent buffs: Rising Emperor's Domain, hidden ability; passive, Rising Emperor's Greater Form, hidden ability; active, Master of Illusion, hidden ability; Divine Elemental's Astral Form, Noble Bloodline Transformation; Celestial Emperor's Sacred Body, Royal Bloodline Transformation. Stat increases shown do not account for stacked power multipliers provided by the Greater Form, Astral Form, Sacred Body, Noble Bloodline, Celestial Energy, Royal Bloodline, Chi, Demonic Energy, Mana Control, Ether Control, or Divine Core Power. Chapter 866. While notifications rush through my mind, countless memories do too. In the past, I've absorbed memories from monsters and beasts with thousands of years of experience, and even a few over 10,000 years. Not only do I gain the visual and emotional memories of opponents I kill, but I also gain the instincts, battle techniques, and hone movements they have trained during their lifetime. This includes mana control, or demonic energy control. In this case, ether control, and even the epiphanies gained from the breakthroughs in a demon's noble path. This is the most valuable thing. I can feel the weight of the memories that start flowing into my mind, far heavier and full of knowledge than any other opponent I've ever faced. This is not on the scale of thousands, or tens of thousands. The experiences that flow through me are from hundreds of thousands of years, in such a fragile state, with quite literally the fate of the green zone of the upper realm in my grasp. I do not want to lose focus, but these flowing memories cannot be suppressed. They are added to my consciousness right now like a crashing ocean wave. The first few hundred years look and feel very similar to the other demons' memories I've absorbed. Muriel was trained on a hostile noble grade world and brought to the demonic realm at a very young age. From the memories I've seen of that place and more recent memories, what I see now is a far less populated world. In fact, there are only 4 black thrones that watch over it. He was selected by the Morvale family to join their army and run through the same training programs and trials, placed on a labyrinth on a first-class world in order to complete his 3 rank-ups and bring back an offering to his family. Instead of the near-instant promotion to the upper realm like I witnessed from Andres Vermilion's memories, Muriel stays in the lower realm for far longer. I watched this demon rise through the ranks from a knight to a commander, and eventually a general in the Morvale army, following out orders with extreme discipline and control. In this age, almost every one of the generals in the Morvale army was a noble demon. They went on many missions all throughout the lower realm, conquering worlds, retrieving new demons from seed planets, cultivating demonic beasts, and even sometimes helping mature labyrinths on dying worlds where their demonic brethren would have perished with the world due to lack of mana circulation if they never arrived. It is not just a few dozen galaxy-wide missions, nor a few hundred, or even just a few thousand. This demon conquered the stars. I see through his eyes and feel all of his actions through hundreds of thousands of enormous large-scale battles where he nearly lost his life. This noble demon would drop down alone into near noble grade worlds in the star system of elites and take on thousands of true cord monsters all at once. Visuals of many planets exploding fly by, as many of the wars he won ended with him sending a message to the other lesser worlds in the solar system so that they would submit without having to kill them too. He was a ruthless fighter and an extremely strong noble demon. But there is one thing missing in these first 100,000 years of endless missions under the allegiance of a voice in his head, Lucian Morvale, a royal family head. I never witness his skill, corruption, nor do I ever witness him use anything other than his basic noble bloodline transformation and his 2 skills, shadow step and demonic energy manipulation. It's not like he was just keeping it a secret either. I have a full view through his eyes, looking into his system, and see that corruption is not one of his skills. There isn't even any anger or rage built up in this demon like I felt during our battle. He really does just seem to be a mindless drone, following out the orders of his family head. Countless more years pass, and I even witness a war take place on a very familiar planet, Kelfer, where he and many other noble demonic generals, and countless first-class commanders and knights, flooded a wyvern's world. From Muriel's point of view, he went in, killed the wyverns necessary to ensure his squad's success, and left once the throne on this world was secured by another general in order to ascend to the upper realm. A noble demon named Cisco Morvale was tasked to watch over this world and implement some new testing on demonic beasts, but Muriel never paid much attention to this. It was nothing but another successful mission in his mind. Tens of thousands more missions fly by. The noble demon experiments with swords, axes, shields, hammers, and all kinds of soul weapons, but never finds one that suits him. All around him, as the missions go by, more and more noble demons get promoted to the upper realm, yet he never is. Many older than him die out, and many younger ascend even in their first few thousands of years in the Morvale army, slowly, as the battles he wins get easier and easier, touching down on worlds in the star system of elites and releasing his aura. To make every monster on land pass out from being in his presence, a small amount of anger and resentment starts to build. It isn't noticeable tracking it from battle to battle, but as over 100,000 years pass again in a flash, the buildup becomes very noticeable. Demons that are far weaker and less talented than him continue to be promoted, and every time a request is sent in to his family head, it is never accepted and often ignored. Even so, he continues to follow out his missions, conquering hundreds of thousands of worlds for his family, yet never receiving any recognition. Every few hundred years, Muriel begins to let this anger out on random star systems, killing every living planet in them just for the fun of it, and sends massive waves of energy into their star's center to destabilize and watch mostly the massive red and orange stars explode and distort space. They are the weakest systems for worlds. Usually 4th and 5th class, he tries a few yellows at times, but they are never destabilized entirely. It is more like him just venting and throwing attacks into a divine fireball that swallows them all whole. There were no negative repercussions for these actions. In fact, they were completely ignored by the family head. This only made him grow with more resentment and anger. Yet, this grew his intent and desires to be stronger than anyone in the lower realm. To understand why his family head would not let him ascend, hundreds of massive star explosions fly by before my eyes, leaving desolate, lifeless areas of space to add to the massive dark void, until one moment changed everything. It was one day after an extremely successful mission, conquering a half-dozen systems in one of the most intense regions of the star system of elites. 2 griffin worlds and 4 mammoths. This is an achievement that any new noble demon coming back to the realm with would automatically be granted approval to ascend, yet instead, the only message he gets back from the family head is, "Not good enough." This is what he receives on his way through deep space back to the demonic realm, and he stops to get out at the nearest star system. It's a bright yellow star, meaning an extremely strong system, and a near impossibly dense ball of divine energy, chi, and natural lower realm elements. He has never destabilized a system of this magnitude before. The demon does not even attempt looking for any worlds nearby. He only unseals his noble form and begins throwing a barrage of attacks at the system's center. It is hard to tell if hours or days pass, and the demon's yells are swallowed up in the vacuum of space. For the first time, I start to see the anger-filled eyes of the demon I fought today, and experience the breakthrough of a high noble demon. It is incredible, and the moment he distorts the fabric of reality in his breakthrough, the star at the center of this system twists inward on itself and explodes. The next 1,000 or so years are even more interesting to watch. Instead of a reaction, the family head still ignores him. Despite being the strongest demon in his lower realm branch, no praise or acknowledgement for his power is ever given. This only causes his power to grow more and more. It is almost a yearly occurrence for him to destroy perfectly sound yellow stars, yet, the strongest white stars that were more commonly found in the star system of elites, he was never able to crack. Every time he fulfilled missions, they would haunt him, and the message from his family head would make his anger grow. It is almost randomly, out of the blue, that one day he snaps completely, in an elite star system, where 12 first-class worlds circle a bright white star. This high noble demon finishes his rounds in suppressing and collecting resources from the worlds they rule over in order to ensure they hit maturity soon on their labyrinth contracts for new fledgling demons. Word of another noble demon breaking through to the same level as him, a high noble, and receiving an ascension throne as a reward reaches him through an update channel that generals share. He even recognizes the name, Cisco, from a world they took over together long ago. Why him? Why is it always someone else? Why not me? The rage-filled demon unseals his high noble vibrations and cracks one of the first-class worlds he stands on in half. Muriel stares toward the star at the center of this system. While the parts of this mantis world float away behind him, what will it take? What more do I have to sacrifice? I am the strongest demon that has ever lived in hundreds of generations. Must I reach another level? He continues to stare off into the black abyss of space, with only the white star in the center of his vision. I'll do it. Whatever it takes. I'll show you you're wrong. I'm not meant to do grunt work in the lower realm forever. I am better than all of these lower races. No. I am better than all of these lesser demons. I am meant to rule.
I am meant to be remembered.
Chapter 867. The feeling of breaking through from a noble to a high noble is still quite fresh in this demon's mind. After hundreds of thousands of years, seeing for himself that no race in this galaxy has ever come close to the strength of a noble demon, it is not just the words of his family that make this a fact in his mind. Muriel is certain there is no race that could ever come close to the raw potential of a demon.
It is true, they are the current race with an overseer position, so it
would be impossible for any others to emerge that could stack up against his raw talent. Yet, even among fellow demons, he is the wisest and oldest one in the lower realm. Those that show promise as nobles are always picked for ascension. Yet, all of these nobles stack up nowhere near as strong as him. It is only every few thousand years that word of a red star system being obliterated gets reported, and these nobles are the peak of their bloodlines. After so many generations passing, even these highly praised talents do not compare to him at all. Muriel is certain that even among the demons, he is an outlier. Consciously and subconsciously, over the millennia, he has been separated from the others, treated in strange backward ways by his family head, and is indisputably stronger than everyone. He truly believes he is different. He begins sending massive waves of aura, demonic energy, infused with divine threads and refined chi so fine it's turned to low-quality ether. All toward the center of this elite star system. Days pass, and nothing happens. His anger only grows, and other planets in orbit begin to get affected by the residue. Weeks, then months, and even a full year go by. The rest of the massive planets holding some of the most elite monsters in the galaxy are destroyed by the shockwaves. Muriel, in his unsealed yellow true cord noble form, is a few dozen kilometers tall, but his high noble vibrations are so intense, they poison the air of this star system more and more with every passing day. From killing the elites on so many planets over his years of missions, his level has risen past 95,000. His ether maturity and demonic energy control are so strong that dominating these worlds is an afterthought while he stares into this white star at the center of the system. Break already.
I command you. I am the strongest demon to ever grace this lower realm.
There is nothing I cannot defeat, he yells into the void. With the billions of system users in this star system all dead in fragments with their destroyed worlds, orbiting this star with the angry demon, countless mission notifications go off in this demon's general status, but he does not answer or accept any of them. The pings he hears only make his anger grow, as he feels he's being used as a pawn, when in reality he should be a king. No more of this. I will not fight for a family that does not respect me. The repeating dings, paired with the fact that he cannot destabilize the star at the center of this system no matter how much he throws at it, bring his anger to the brink. His high noble vibrations even travel through space far enough to begin reaching other neighboring star systems. Get out of my head. All of you. I don't want any more of your help. It's not like you ever gave me anything in the first place. I've just been used. Why not kill me and replace me with new blood? I'm too strong for this lower realm anyway. You'll all regret this torture. For what you've put me through, I'll climb higher and rule those that look down on me. Ancient-sounding roars are smothered by the vacuum of space. And the high noble demon's eyes start to change colors, to a dark black and red within the light purple mix of a normal noble demon. He is unsealing his bloodline further, trying to replicate a process that can only happen once, after a demon successfully comes back to the demonic realm and is granted the right to unseal their bloodline to see their true potential. He is breaking all of the normal rules of known demons, using his ether and high noble vibrations to crack this barrier of potential once again. I'll sacrifice everything. My skills, take them. My affiliation with the Morvales, take it away. Kill me here if I cannot grow further. I cannot continue living under these unwarranted shackles. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. At this breaking point, another notification for a random mission in a star system across the galaxy rings in his ears, and it completely breaks him. Even the system itself, I'll tear it down. Anyone that tries to suppress me, while living or dead, I will make them pay. I will be the emperor or kill him on that silver throne. All of a sudden, the ringing in his ears goes silent. The final attack he throws forward at the glowing white star connects, and is filled with so much fury, it finally splits it and disrupts its natural state of combustion and rotation. The high noble's vision becomes consumed with a blast of hot white light as the star explodes. At the same time, his attachment to the system and the Morvale family wavers, flickering in his mind, as his intent and will on the universe itself is so strong, it becomes reality. His divine and supreme grade skills are wiped clean from his status, and all of the mental connections between him and the generals and even his family head are severed. His desire to destroy and tear down the system itself and all those around him becomes his only desire, staining his heart black and turning his whole body into anger and resentment incarnate. The wave of hot ether and divine threads from the star's blast that collides with him is so hot and powerful that any noble or even the strongest high noble demons from the lower realm would all normally be instantly killed. But the waves of gravity, pure intent and willpower, and rage created from this royal bloodline unsealing create a pocket of space, a few thousand kilometers wide, about the size of a small planet. The waves of energy bend around him, and Muriel survives the blast. His system is successfully mutated, gaining the corruption skill, yet the memories of the next few hundred years are just of him laughing and floating in the silent void of space. He has no connection to any other demons, yet he is finally free. All of the excess energy, monster remains, and parts of worlds and the star in this dead solar system are absorbed into his body, all converted to corruption, in the cold dark silence of space. He practices every day, learning how to use this power, and plots his revenge. Dim lights eventually approach Muriel floating in the void of space, and he is taken back to the demonic realm. Muriel is calm and does not resist or show off. He has reached such a high level in this lower realm that even the New Age noble demons that escort him look like nothing but lesser races to him. The royal demon just crosses his arms and is still not even surprised when he sees a fifth black tower at the peak of the demonic realm overlooking the commoner demons. The cities are far more built up, looking closer to the modern-day versions of what I saw from Draco and Andres. There is a single silver door open on the throne when he approaches. And high in the sky, a demonic dragon comes flying down, circling the tower a few times before standing before him. This is the bonded dragon he claimed in a labyrinth long ago, that stays behind in the demonic realm when he is off on dangerous missions. It is known that after the first-class rank, the paired dragons of demons become weaker than their bonded pairs. They do not share the same path. The two look at each other, but do not speak. Muriel only releases a portion of his royal vibrations on this world. It is a minuscule amount, as he does not even have his noble form activated, but even this weakened version of the waves makes the whole world shake. Mountains on the far side of the demonic realm break apart, and every single demon on that planet loses connection to their systems momentarily until Muriel stops. The dragon then speaks, smiling, "Welcome back. You've changed quite a bit. I take it this is why you've been chosen to become the fifth great royal family head." Muriel does not act surprised, or react much at all. He only nods and steps forward into the silver archway like he owns the throne already. The demonic dragon's smile only grows more as he flaps his wings and follows. A series of trials pass by, very different to my own, but with similar difficulty and rewards. Muriel does not seem fazed by this either, even the stairway upward, accepting green divine threads into his core. And ascending to the upper realm, the demon keeps a straight face. The only thing on his mind is the voice of his old family head, Lucian Morvale, thinking of all the ways he will kill him once they come face to face. Yet, upon his arrival to this vast new realm filled with green clouds, flying past massive floating citadels in a small white orb, Muriel is brought to the Grand Citadel, but does not take the entrance that I remember taking myself. He's plunged deep beneath the clouds and brought to a small black facility beneath the entire floating orb. The white fast travel orb that brought him and his dragon here does not slow down until he lands deep inside this facility and is sat in front of a massive silver reactor plunged deep into the bottom of the realm itself. Bright and thick white strands of ether so dense it doesn't even seem real shoot upward from this reactor, a few dozen kilometers, yet they seem to disappear into space. They slip through reality, like they're connected to somewhere else, a higher zone. Muriel's eyes fill with a small sense of wonder, as he pieces together that him jumping up realms like he just did must be where these strands lead, somewhere higher, though there is not much time to think on it, because a familiar voice echoes in his mind, that turns the wonder to anger and rage. "Welcome, Muriel. My greatest general." Well, former general, that is. A cyan holographic image of this demon appears in front of the closest thread of ether. Before Muriel can get a word out back, Lucian speaks again. "You're in front of more important figures than just me. I would watch what you say, young one." Lucian's blurry image grins, while a dark blue manifestation of a demon appears near a strand far behind him. Behind even this figure, a very faded purple demon looks down on them all, and the pressure of royal vibrations far stronger than his own comes pouring down on him from all sides. From every one of these figures, the final strand at the very back of his vision glistens silver, and it feels like something is watching him through it, but no visual manifestation appears. Lucian speaks again. "We would like you to complete a final mission for us, then offer you the fifth position as a royal family head." Chapter 868. Muriel chokes on the thick air and falls to his knees from the pressure they are all emitting. The fact that they are speaking through a hologram, and from different zones of the upper realm, while still exerting this much pressure down on him, is like nothing he's ever felt before. Yet, even as this pressure fills the room, he does not pass out. Muriel only smiles while standing back up, unsealing both his noble, then royal bloodlines before 3 of the family heads. The entire green zone of the upper realm shudders, and the holograms of the demons before him shift. Lucian's eyes widen slightly, as his is the closest and most high-definition imagery. Even the reflections of a long hallway behind him are visible. In this hall, the outlines of hundreds of demons standing at guard in cyan armor are fuzzy but easy to perceive now, with royal vibrations flowing back through this holographic display. Though, there is a small curve upward in his lip, and the sensation of pride coming through, the dark blue demon does not have any facial expressions present, but upon Muriel's release, the shadowy imagery of a multi-headed beast wakes up, and its long necks and heads turn downward at its master. There is a very cold sensation rippling out from this figure, as the shadowy heads fade away and only the single dark blue demon remains. They feel like a statue, looking down with no emotions at all, only here because they were called to do their duty. Higher above even this, the extremely faded purple demon does not move, but the sensation of being looked down on, like a small, harmless dog, is all that comes out from this hologram. The single silver thread imbued ether strand trembles, then its presence completely disappears. The faded purple demon speaks, through a static and rough connection. Yes, carry out the initiation process. The Emperor approves. This royal shall suffice. He trusts that the vanguards will take care of any issues if his ability becomes too high risk. Then, this purple figure starts to fade too. Wisps of white figures look like they move in front of them, in humanoid shapes, but in this old memory, it's quite hard to make out what they really are. All of this is fascinating to me. I sensed this reactor below the citadel earlier, but seeing it being used to contact higher realms, and get a look at some of the family heads, is like I'm walking right behind enemy lines. These are memories the demons certainly would not want me seeing. More and more memories fly by. The mission he's sent off on is to work together with an old battle partner from the lower realm and destroy a citadel where wyverns from the previous era still reside, and wipe every single one of their race from existence, so the demons can finally rule without any other nobles training to claim this path any longer. In addition to this, he is tasked to begin scouting strong noble demons from the lower realm, and most importantly, the words that stick out to me the most come from the cold and unemotional, faceless demon from the dark blue zone. While you complete your initiation, it is vital you never let the fallen one ascend further than the green zone. He must be entirely suppressed before we seal the upper realm. The shock of realizing there actually are demons stronger than him, even in his royal form, has pushed back his plans for revenge. However, after hundreds of thousands of years of waiting, a few 100,000, or even 100,000 more, if need be, is not a problem. Muriel accepts the words of the family heads, reunites with Cisco Morvale, and a team of first-class and noble demons from the Morvale family to claim the outer edges of this zone. I witnessed the memories fly by, of the systematic annihilation of the wyvern race, both in the lower realm hundreds of thousands of years ago and now in the green zone. Multiple wars, involving the strongest berserker races, ogres, and orcs, all pass by, but Muriel does not act on the front lines much. After easily taking down an entire citadel full of the strongest race of monsters on his first day in the upper realm, he begins to isolate himself below the grand citadel and direct his underlings, every time this fallen one returns. His demonic dragon takes care of the dirty work. He gains more and more levels, ranking up again, awakening celestial energy, but it truly does not matter to him. Even the day he's finally granted the position as a family head, after his strongest subordinate captured and restrained the last wyvern and set up a final trap to weed out the fallen one final time, Muriel is nothing but a silent and resentment-filled demon. He chooses the name Vermilion for his family, as a promise to himself that he will see the blood of all the royals one day and take the throne for himself, or tear down the system itself, trying, even in these last 18,000 years, as he sits and waits beneath the grand citadel, draining the low-quality ether from every new lord that arrives. His anger and resentment only grow. He builds a dense black prison of corruption below the citadel, to protect the realm from his outbursts. Occasionally, he has meetings with the new promising nobles that arrive, but he still sees them all as lesser beings to be trained and used as pawns just like he was. The plan is to bring a new noble or strong first-class demon up from the lower realm every few hundred years, to build up an army as the generations of demons in the lower realm cultivate better bloodline mutations, though, it seems fewer and fewer nobles are being produced as the years pass. They are not as prominent as in the time of the Morvales. Muriel realizes this, and knows that he will most likely be the last royal family head, and therefore, the youngest one once the lower realm is sealed, again, just a tool, a pawn, to be used in someone else's game. The resources in the green zone aren't pure enough for him to grow and challenge the figures that look down on him. He is being suppressed, and again, there is almost nothing he can do about it. This demon's corruption and hatred for the system and those that try to control him grows even more as he's left in isolation, so much so that I begin to feel and understand that he has even created contingencies upon his own death. If he is to be betrayed by any of the family heads, or killed by this fallen one, he will still leave his scar on history, and completely consume and destroy the green zone of the upper realm. Even the memories of my own arrival to the upper realm as Draco Vermilion fly by, but they are but a small droplet in the vast ocean of memories and emotions this true monster has. There are millions of packets of data that have been compressed and stored away that I don't have the time or mental power to unravel right now, but they are neatly stored deep in my mind palace. All of a sudden, time in the current day resumes again. The flash of memories ends in this very moment, watching my own sacred body be torn to pieces by the blast from the opposite point of view. I've killed this demon, but I have not won this battle yet. He planned for a scenario like this. This is the second time my entire body has been destroyed today, but this time, it certainly hurts more than the first. It is because it's not just the energy form that is being torn apart, it is my ether and mana pools, directly tethered to my soul and system. My sacred body cannot even withstand the horrific blast, though it is not entirely lost. The pristine white celestial particles are all still contained inside this floating sphere I've created. In fact, some of the pieces of my soul bounce back off of the defensive arrays toward my cores that rest in the center of this creation. Though, from nearly the same exact point where Muriel's cores burst, oily waves of royal-grade corruption continue to pour out, even after his death. It is like they are flowing out from a single point in space, connected to some kind of storage dimension, making the density of corruption in the environment thicker and thicker. In order to not be completely consumed myself, I try to take control of the absurd power using the very skill that created it, celestial-grade corruption. The simultaneous use of my new buff, the royal bloodline transformation, makes my three cores vibrate with an intensity far greater than the high noble waves they were sending out before. I'm using all of the Grand Citadel's mass and energy right now to build this array using the creation aspect of my high noble breakthrough. But I feel these waves becoming even stronger, vibrating through reality with even more intensity. Some waves feel extremely hot and sharp, while others feel dense and cold. Every one of them pulsates like a new heartbeat, and I feel myself struggling to unseal this buff. The exact sensation of Muriel breaking through from a high noble to a royal is still fresh in my consciousness, but the conditions to trigger the same kind of breakthrough for myself aren't available completely. The three cores in the center of this growing pool of corruption start to sparkle with the same light as my noble human form, getting ready to adapt this new transformation into something entirely different. Yet, the pressure pushing down around me is suppressing me too much. In the depths of my mind, I can feel and see tendrils of dark, oily, corrosive energy trying to tear apart my system from the inside. Even as I activate my corruption skill, I cannot take control of the darkness that surrounds me. It's been infected and mutated too far. The royal demon's attempt to break through to a higher frequency has created a substance far too strong for him to control. Now, I'm having the same problem. Visible cracks on the outer layer of this white sphere in the air start to form. Not only is there dark corruption on the seams, it has also started to bleed through each hexagonal defensive array holding it together. The entire orb is on the verge of bursting, yet the corruption that erupts out from a single point in its center is not slowing down. Even the cracks in space, threatening to turn the green zone inside out and implode on itself, are getting larger. The more pressure these waves of dark corruption pour in, the more stress it puts on the fabric of reality holding this zone of the upper realm together. The cracks widen with every passing millisecond, yet no corruption leaks out into them to relieve the stress. The tears and fractures in space react in a strange way with this zone. As they open up wider, less space is left here to interact with, and the growing pool of corruption becomes even more compressed. I feel the seed of my royal form ready to blossom, but the frequency of my vibrations is being distorted by these cracks in space and the mental and physical compression from the black pools. Every time small glimmering versions of my body start to rebuild, they're eaten up faster than I can grow. I want to contain this blast, but without a form to hold it, this is going to be catastrophic. I want to yell but have no mouth or lungs to do so. All I have is a mind, and the visual representation of my divine, soul energy, and demon core. They are all very cracked and fractured. Some of this damage is from the blast that occurred just moments ago, but other, older dark fractures that haven't healed are from earlier in the fight when my body was destroyed for the first time.
There are only two other instances in my life I faced an issue like this. One was inside Celia's construct, when I was testing the limits of my divine core, and learned that my mythic grade absorption skill allowed me to mutate my cells and awaken an astral body later on after the fact. The second time was inside the throne on my way up to the upper realm, when I used the divine grade absorption skill paired with a true core ability in order to mutate my body, mind, and system further, allowing me to keep my flesh and bones when traveling to this plane. Now, I'm faced with my hardest challenge yet. I need to push my unique skill even further to survive and save the green zone of the upper realm. As my cores crack even more while I think to myself, and the waves of half-high noble, half-royal vibrations seep out from me, attempting to break through, I open my status and upgrade a single skill, upgrade, absorption, divine-celestial, cost, 100,000 pp, yes, I press yes, chapter 869, all of my senses become covered in a bright white light. I feel my extremely refined ether pool grow hotter. It has already been tethered to the system via my mana pool, to create celestial energy, but the moment this upgrade is triggered, something shifts deep within my soul energy core contracts, then pulses outward like a beating heart. The shockwaves of white celestial energy that pours out floods out to finally push back the corruption that surrounds me, letting my sacred body grow outward, though, into the physical realm is not the only area this upgrade spreads. I watch my celestial grade absorption skill change color on my status, to begin glowing with a hot white essence. Instead of stopping there, the pulse of celestial energy that ripples through my status begins mutating every single one of my skills. Dinging sounds echo in my mind while all of the skills, buffs, and even blood-bonded gear on my status shimmers with a celestial glow. All of my skills instantly upgrade from their current states to celestial grade. Even my unique human-only skills, some that have been stuck at no grade since the day I received them. My elemental skills all shimmer with hot white light too, forcefully upgrading to celestial grade. Countless new movements and mental techniques float from nowhere up to the surface of my mind. They become instinctual and second nature, like I can activate them as easy as taking a breath. This feels similar to when I awakened my first true core's divine abilities, as when I used new skills, they would have additional strength and characteristics amplified by my divine core, yet, the feeling comes from my soul energy core this time. All of my skills, buffs, abilities, and soul itself has strengthened to a new level. This, paired with the fact that I'm actively trying to activate my sacred body and break through to release my royal vibrations, all adds to the rush of power that streams through my mind and body. When my sacred body is rebuilt again, it is still a pristine celestial white, but it looks like it has a blood-red metallic shimmer to it. Depending on the angle, it even glimmers darker to create simultaneously a dark black metallic hue. This is the result of the royal vibrations awakening and pulsating out from all three of my cores. It is not a true color, but for those that can sense the awakening of a path, the frequency that vibrates out gives off these strange color readings. To anyone below the noble grade mental capacity, I appear bright blinding white. Though, it's not like anyone can see me anyway. My sacred body is being rebuilt in the center of a compressed orb of corruption, and even still, the single point where the corruption flows out continues to build the pressure inside this creation of soul swords and defensive arrays I built. The pulse of celestial energy outward becomes visible on the 1 million kilometer wide orb, as it's strengthened and grants me even more time. Yet, at this rate it's still going to break open if I don't contain this corruption. My arms, legs, heart, and head are regrown, and my shimmering white, red, and now metallic black soul sword starts to circle around me slowly, causing the corruption in the dome to spin too. My form grows even larger than it did during my battle, now standing over 15,000 kilometers from head to toe. However, my royal vibrations are still quite suppressed. Half of them are still at the rank of a high noble, and others are dense enough to strengthen my body enough to withstand the royal waves left over from Muriel. There is still something holding me back from fully breaking through, yet figuring it out is not the highest priority. It is an overwhelming sensation of wanting to adapt my body and mind further to the environment I'm in. This is what my soul craves right now. These are raw instincts that I can fight, but they do grow with hunger as my absorption skill desires to adapt and absorb everything at my fingertips to create more power and abilities for myself. Yet, the energy in the air is far too dangerous to allow molding completely with my sacred body. My celestial grade foresight skill gives me every single mental and biological danger sign not to accept it. The mutated corruption is programmed to tear apart and eliminate everything it touches. Even the outer layers of my sacred body now are constantly being attacked, devoured, and rebuilt. The cracks in the zone don't stop getting larger, and the pressure buildup on the outer walls of this array feels as though they're going to burst within the next few fractions of a second despite the new strengthening of their defenses. I run through hundreds of millions of scenarios in my head using celestial foresight, and almost all of them lead to me succumbing to the corruption, or surviving for a few more seconds by sacrificing the entire green zone. The longer I wait, the more visuals of everyone dying over and over I see, and still no ways to save the zone. The hundreds of thousands of years of this corrupted demon's life are still fresh in my mind, and I can feel his built-up resentment and rage in every new pulse of corruption that pours out from his shattered royal demon core. He really did plan for everything, I murmur to myself, while beginning to see new future paths in my mind. But maybe our goals aren't so different. You can't have my body or soul, but if your desire is to kill and destroy the royal family heads too, then so be it. I plunge my sacred hands forward, deep into the point at the center of where the corruption waves come out. Just like any other demon core, I let it fall into my palm. My sole focus is to use my celestial grade corruption, budding royal vibrations, and resonance with my own demon core, paired with my absorption skills' divine and celestial attributes, and give this unstoppable force a vessel with the same desires. All of me cannot accept this path, but a part of me can. In this moment, I truly believe absorbing this deadly royal grade bomb into my demon's core is possible, with now hundreds of millions of other options ending in failure in my subconscious. This is the only way. My intent and willpower to do so is heard by reality itself, and dense black tendrils of corruption begin seeping into my palms. Instead of corroding my sacred body on contact like usual, they stream toward my chest and begin to pool up in a dense black ball within my purple demon's core. Outside the sphere of celestial energy, high noble, and royal vibrations, the rest of the green zone feels as though it's gone silent. The abrupt shockwaves coming off the human and demon's duel is now completely contained, and no longer ripples to the outer edges of the green zone. Above this dense white floating orb, there is a greater form of an elf lord, that since borrowing 1% of the stats from over 1 billion worlds, has now grown to be over 1,000 kilometers tall. The thick barrier of ether and mana, held together by an ancient light elven technique, was enough to block any harmful debris on the hundreds of millions of lords above the citadel. Ren's flashbacks of failing to save their homeworld are not repeated. The elven lord is experiencing a rush of endorphins and satisfaction from protecting these lower races this time, yet, as soon as the shockwave passes, a wave of fatigue rushes through the white-haired lord's body, and the transition back to a dormant state begins to occur. The protective barrier starts to weaken, but the elf looks downward, past the massive celestial orb in the sky, toward the realm's floor. At the same time, high above even this, there are still two noble demons that have managed to survive the chaos. They are both the strongest remaining noble demons left behind by the Morvale family. Yet, both have activated their Cyan defensive arrays. While normally a life-saving item used in large-scale battles, they have both sealed their fates and created prisons for themselves. Zacian, the Scarlet Berserker, is millions of kilometers in the air, hundreds of thousands of slashes into using this demon as his personal piñata. The scarlet aura around him only grows hotter and hotter as small heat waves of vibrations make their way through. In fact, after completely refining his low-quality ether with the elixir ember shared with the warlords, and this real-time breakthrough of his Scarlet Clan's path evolving and fully awakening to the strength of a high noble, glimmers of celestial energy form on the tips of his sword strikes. Zacian cannot cut through the cyan threads, as it is impossible to do so in this zone, but waves of high noble equivalent vibrations suppress this demon's system, and celestial energy seeps into his consciousness, melting his unguarded mind. There is nothing this demon can do but slowly feel himself die at the hands of the last Scarlet Berserker, knowing he has failed his family head. Still, even as he meets his end, a visual hologram of everything below him in the green zone is transmitted back to his leader. The demon's mind goes black, and the cyan array deactivates upon his death, allowing for Zacian to slice the Morvale demon into pieces, and let out a satisfying roar high above the realm. At the same time, Ava uses the spark of celestial energy all of my generals shared during my rank up, and slams her hammer against the noble demon's chest. Waves of white energy ripple through the cyan barrier, and it is pushed upward through the air. She doesn't stop at just one, and waves of warm aura surge out from her chest. It is her own path, one she inherited from a tomb back on her home world. Yet, now with 4% of over 1 billion world stats flowing through her, it finally is able to unveil its true power. The demon that was overpowered cannot believe what it is seeing. One of the lowest tier races, a goblin, wielding such unfathomable power, celestial energy, and using an ancient path that hasn't been in the upper realm since the era of the elves. The readings from Ava are extremely confusing, as they're mixing and resonating with the path of a real elf far below, yet, it too knows it's failed, and as its mind is battered and broken, all it can do is send these visuals and data readings back to its family head. Another explosion of white and green energy lights up the sky once it dies, and its cyan barrier fades with it. Ava lands the final hit, and slowly releases the 4% of stats she's borrowing back to the Rising Emperor once they are no longer needed. The only eyewitness to this display is the griffin that managed to escape the Grand Citadel on its own before the explosion. Its eyes are wide, in disbelief at the total annihilation of the Vermilion family. One of the great royal families has just been toppled, and noble demons are being tossed around by lower races. This does not make sense. How can this be possible? It whispers, flapping its wings slower to stop flying upward, and takes in the vast open view of the green zone in silence. As these stats are added to the Rising Emperor's pool, they are added to the massive sacred celestial dragon now standing on the realm's floor. Below Ember, the remains of a dead demonic dragon are melted and burned to the rocky floor of Dead Worlds. Far off in the distance is the massive black structure that still holds the reactor that connects the zones of the upper realm, but Ember only smiles, looks up in the air at the massive floating sphere. The enormous celestial dragon deactivates the weak silver threads that kept him alive long enough for this battle to finish the way he needed it to. Ember's sacred body deactivates as well, and the celestial energy making it up all flows back into his soul. The black and red dragon shrinks back down to his hybrid form, then finally back to his 2-meter-tall frail red-haired human state. Ember falls over, lying on his back, taking one last look up at the massive ball of celestial light. He smiles even wider once he looks past it, to see a familiar elf, then closes his eyes to fall fast asleep at the very bottom of the lower realm. Chapter 870. On the far side of the green zone, a wyvern and human bonded pair still glow with blue and green light, radiating celestial energy while they fly upward through the remains of a massive demonic high noble wyvern they have blown to bits. Their energies mix, and their vibrations bounce off each other. While separate in their individual nature, both now share essence from the other. Seraphel and Abby drop down, back toward the sea of corruption to witness the sight below. Not only are the remains of this demonic lightning wyvern falling from the sky, dropping into the sea of corruption making splashing waves, but an eye-opening sight can be seen on the coast. There are thousands of demonic monster corpses. Orcs, ogres, and even the noble wyverns that fell from the sky before. Many of them have single holes through their chests, while others have X-shaped slash marks through their bodies. Ari and Raven, the ones responsible for this carnage, both stand at the far side of the sea's coast, surrounded by the strongest corpses. The scarlet and obsidian berserkers, red and black waves of energy vibrate off these piles of demonic flesh, along with the waves of infused noble vibrations from Cisco. Vermilion, waves of deep red aura seep into Raven's two swords, trailing from their shattered cores, and being eaten by these relic-class soul weapons, resonating with her own core and mutated path. Ari stands with his arms crossed at the edge of the sea as the waves of corruption crash onto the shore. However, his spirit hands travel on the ground behind him, like shadows with minds of their own. Each one lands on the fallen corpse of an obsidian berserker. He not only drained their bodies of demonic energy and their refined ether, but the inheritance of a dark elf's path resonates with the dark aura of an obsidian berserker. While absorbing the essence of these demonic beasts for their ether pools, his vibrations also increase in strength. The two black vibrations resonate like they have some history together, but those who could tell of this ancient past are long dead. Seraphel touches down on the dark black sea, 1,000 kilometers away, and instead of sinking in, ripples of celestial blue energy cover his footsteps, like he's walking on a rubber surface. Abby jumps off the wyvern's nose, and touches down on the sea's waving surface as well, sending green ripples of light through it as she takes more steps forward. All four of these fighters sparkle with a celestial glow, and smile as they know they have won their portion of the war. Yet, in the backs of their minds, spectate feeds still show chaos on the brink of being unleashed again. In fact, the massive glowing celestial orb where the Grand Citadel once stood isn't the only worry. There is still a war going on right outside of the Ellipsia Citadel. There were waves of the Rising Emperor's high noble vibrations mid-battle to grant everyone in the Green Zone the opportunity to swear their loyalty. Many lords on the Ellipsia Citadel did so, while others watched the large-scale war taking place on live feeds all throughout the city and the sky. The army of freed demonic servants led by the warlords is still within the Citadel's ether surveillance range, and many workers from the over-conglomeration and Orc district that are not fighters use the Citadel's surveillance systems to live-stream the event. However, just as the two armies began to clash, this wave from the Rising Emperor took out over 90% of the enemy's troops, or rather, broke them from their avatar's slave contracts. Thousands of trapped lords that worked under Cisco Vermilion for thousands of years instantly turn on their oppressors before the battle even starts. Only a few stay loyal,
and are teamed up on 20-1. The only true threats are the first-class demons that lead the charge. However, this was all planned for two, the enormous greater forms of a maroon-colored high orc in dark armor, sending waves of blood magic toward his enemy, and the bright blue lightning bolts of the ancient blue ogre are unmatched. These new freedom avatars allow the two warlords to finally tap into their ether pools without being limited by the preset commands and suppressing avatar limiters put on them by Andres Vermilion. With their low-quality ether pools completely refined thanks to Ember's elixir, they too begin to sparkle with a light celestial glow. Each of them received small chunks of medium-quality ether from the Rising Emperor before the war began. They utilize these to add to their pool, and convert their essence into a deadly unique force. The first-class demons they fight may have the noble blood of their leader running through their veins from his transfusion ability, but this gap in raw path strength does not matter. They are young demons, less than 10,000 years old, brought to the upper realm under the new family head's rule. They have not seen war, and do not have the experience and battle IQ that these warlords bring to the table. Ellipsia witnesses a high orc and a blue ogre dominate the battlefield, and slowly tear these domineering demons limb from limb in the air, while the demons throw extremely powerful raw attacks that could take them out after being hit a single time. Torvak and Asik zip around the battlefield with jaded expressions and focused counterattacks. Every lightning bolt and blood needle that attacks their opponents are infused with sparkling medium-quality ether, on the verge of becoming celestial energy. They are packed with dense waves of mental ether attacks. The physical damage does not look bad on the surface, but every small attack these two warlords land, the slower their enemies get. The more they lower their defenses, and the more reckless their melting minds become. To the citizens of Ellipsia, this war is over in seconds. The two demons are killed, blown to black, purple, and white bits high in the sky, while the army below celebrates their victory. The large mana and divine energy-rich greater forms of the warlords raise their axe and club in the air, and the citadel cheers as well, whispering under his breath. Torvak turns to Asik. Looks like we survived another 1. That dragon did it again. The high orc chuckles, and lets out a cough. Yeah. I'm counting on this one being our last. Above all of this, out of range of Ellipsia, millions of kilometers up in the sky. Maria still faces the consequences of the end of her battle. After sharing the experience from her kill to the Rising Emperor, her level still rose a considerable amount, surpassing 70,000. It is not enough to rank up, but her mana and ether maturity has skyrocketed from that increase. The shockwaves from the destruction of this demon's demon core and divine core are quite negligible. The demonic energy is blasted outward, frozen into a rainbow celestial casing, sent flying out into the atmosphere. All of the divine energy in this demon's saturated true core is instantly absorbed into hers, and the dense ether is drained and absorbed as well, every bit of ambient divine energy, ether, and mana in the surroundings for millions of kilometers in fact, has all been drained into her soul energy core. The massive icy blue and rainbow refracting angelic form in the sky continues to grow in size. Her shimmering long sword floats around her in circles, as her angel wings slowly flap and she flies higher. Her energy form even surpasses 1,000 kilometers in size, and nears 1,500. It is made up of a pure soul energy base, that has started to morph into an icy celestial form with the source resin sparkling through it. She is not growing stronger because she fears there is another enemy to face, nor is she doing so on purpose to take advantage of all this energy in the atmosphere and grow stronger because it is a great opportunity to do so. It is a result of the wave of power that rippled through the realm from the Rising Emperor's battle, and even the mental images and emotions she's receiving now through the spectate feed. The Rising Emperor has grown exponentially stronger yet again. Her path awakening is one that is extremely closely tied to her desire to grow stronger, and not be left behind. It is one that has been slowly developing every day, even since the moment she awakened her system, her soul energy core that seems to defy the laws of nature, being able to hold more mass in a small area of space than physically possible, and simultaneously pour out extreme bursts of power that bring her abilities to higher and higher heights is not as unpredictable and strange as it seems. It is the mental manifestation of the Rising Emperor's potential, at least in Maria's subconscious. She may not understand it herself entirely, but the mental realization of this new level of power, a high noble breaking through into the realm of royals. This reflects deeply into her soul energy core contracts again, and pulses outward to release a wave of rainbow-colored ice. She cannot help it, her raw instincts are taking over. It sparkles with celestial energy, but is completely and entirely infused with the source resin from her soul sword. The vibrations that ripple off it are so powerful and uneven, they begin to make heads turn all over the green zone, instantaneously.
Those below in the Ellipsia Citadel feel a wave of dangerous cold energy wash through them and stop their cheers. Even generals at the coast of the Sea of Corruption turn their heads as this strange aura is one far stronger than that demonic wyvern they just pushed their minds and bodies to the limits to kill. Many high above the celestial orb where the Grand Citadel once stood can even feel this disturbance, as it feels just as ominous as the clash they felt below them mere seconds ago. Chapter 871. My full mind is occupied by the task of absorbing this never-ending wave of corruption I've allowed to flow into my body. It acts much differently than the corruption that was attacking my sacred body before, as I've given it pathways to follow without any pushback. In turn, it does not try to destroy me either. My royal vibrations are aligned with the final desires of this demon, at least, a portion of them. It is not only pure energy I'm absorbing, but this demon's will. It merges with my own, yet I'm able to separate it, and contain the dark rage and hatred-filled energy inside the black demon core deep within my chest. Every single pulse of its energy triggers many of its old memories and thoughts surging through my mind. My soul energy core burns outward with bright white celestial light, and my high noble vibrations shift toward that of a royal that strives to create, protect, and build a better future to protect my generals, commanders, knights, and 1 billion worlds worth of citizens that have sworn their loyalty to me. Yet, the vibrations that evolve within my demon's core and merge with Muriel's embrace the path of destruction, revenge, hatred, and rage. Not only do I feel the resentment of the royals from Muriel himself, but they also align with a portion of my own feelings toward this race. Well, at least the ones that have sworn loyalty to the 5 great families, starting with my first true interaction with a noble demon, Draco Vermilion. He looked at my home world as nothing but a mana farm, and had a disgust toward lower races. Many times over he would comment on the fact that those close to me would be used as personal slaves as he drained the human world of its profitable energy. My next interaction with a noble demon was short, but it was with Andres Vermilion. The hundreds of thousands of lords mining ether beneath the citadel in contracts created to only run out after these lesser lords would die was cruel as well. Not to mention, the thousands of demonic servants he trapped within avatars, unable to move or think for themselves. Memories from the demonic beasts that guarded the entry point to the citadel also come to the forefront of my mind, as even after death, they are used as tools and tortured for being weaker than the demons. My visuals from Kelfer in the lower realm, and the war that took place above the Sea of Corruption show me that this has always happened. The strong will always suppress the weak, and perceive them as less valuable. It is the nature of demons, and the natural will of the 5 great families. What I've seen in the Grand Citadel is arguably even worse, and more cruel, trapping lords in an endless wilderness simulation to keep the ether in this zone of the upper realm from regressing. Those that are strong enough to get to the center of the wilderness and break free were forced to fight in the arena tournaments. Those that lost, or went broke gambling their ether, were all turned into admins or demonic servants for the lord of this zone to do with as he pleased. However, for some reason, out of all the cruel power-hungry monsters and demons I've fought and killed in the past, I feel slightly bad for Muriel. If not subjected to hundreds of thousands of years of manipulation and labor for the greater good of his family that uses even their own kin as slaves and pawns, he would not have turned out this way. In fact, in the last 18,000 years in his memories, he never really attacked anyone without them harming him first. Other than the direct orders from the family heads above him, he never harmed other lords for the fun of it like he used to in the lower realm. Now it is only out of duty. Since seeing the royal holograms in person, his goals shifted, his single-minded hatred for the royals, and his eternal cursing of the system itself, for bringing him into such a cruel and unfair reality. This is what vibrates with an incredibly strong resonance within my demon's core. Deep down, I understand his desires. A part of me feels exactly the same way. The moment this clicks, the waves of corruption seeping into my palms start to move faster and faster. The bottoms of my feet, back of my neck, shoulders, top of my head, and even the middle of my back all begin to drain the corruption around me as well. Not only the outward burst from the source, finally, the pressure within the celestial orb starts to lessen. 9 dark black streams of corruption move through my body from all sides, and only connect into my core. The outside of these oily black coiling tendrils of energy are compressed with the royal vibrations of our merging wills. Outside the massive 1 million kilometer wide orb, the black hexagonal lines of energy where the seams look like they were about to burst retract. The tens of thousands of defensive arrays are able to charge up stronger, using the flowing celestial energy I siphon through it, and heal up the cracks that nearly shattered. The dense shells of elemental summon energy and raw divine threads all tighten up to fully seal the orb. It feels like an eternity in my mind, as I must keep total concentration
to push the flow of corruption in toward me, while simultaneously keeping the defensive arrays steady. There is also the matter of controlling the transition of my celestial absorption upgrade that has turned my entire system white. And finally, conceptualizing the step up from a high noble to a royal myself, it is so mind-numbing that my consciousness shifts to autopilot. I can feel multiple grand citadels worth of massive corruption flow into me, while at the same time I continue to process the raw divine energy, ether, and mana I gained from the citadel's mass. My body deep within this orb glows bright, with a white, red, and black aura as I digest, absorb, and control everything at my fingertips. My yells of simultaneous pain and satisfaction are drowned out by the sea of corruption around me, and the celestial prison I've created for myself, yet, as seconds pass, I feel progress being made. The resonance comes to its natural peak. As I process all of the energy from the citadel and surrounding green zone as I can. In the same instance, the flowing waves of endless corruption finally cease. The royal demon's rage has been released in its entirety, and it has found a vessel, as the final tendrils of dark energy flow through my body, and become fully contained in my royal demon's core. A dense layering of our combined vibrations surrounds it so the unrefined corruption cannot escape to attack my body. Yet, there are still cracks all over my core's surface that have not healed from the many violent body-destroying attacks I received during our battle. Even my soul energy and divine core are slightly fractured too. These at least have begun to heal, but the demon's core is much slower. Even so, the fact that this energy is finally contained, and many foresight futures show the green zone not being obliterated, allow me to finally open my eyes and let out a sigh of relief. When I do, there are still massive dimension cracks that surround me, scarring the green zone, and leading to the lower realm, as well as the cyan zone. While terrifying in nature, the future I see allows me not to worry, as the pressure and violent release of royal vibrations has been contained and dealt with. All of the massive cracks around me start to shrink as well. In the next few seconds, some that were tens of thousands of kilometers thick shrink and fade away. The strange gravity waves and stress on the green zone's stability fade with them, returning the fabric of space back to normal. While I smile, I stare down at my hands, as they reflect back at me with a metallic white, red, and black obsidian-colored hue. For the most part, I am calm, and all three cores in my chest are stable, yet, there are still high noble vibrations spilling out from this sacred body's form. Some are royal vibrations from Muriel, and others, I'm positive, are my own mutated royal waves, as my consciousness has grasped what is necessary to break through. But there is still something holding me back. A few conditions have not been met, and in this moment, I cannot tell exactly what they are. I take a deep breath in and out, activate the suppression technique that Seraphel taught me, in order not to release my aura on the green zone, to keep it contained within my body for the time being. Then, I release the celestial barrier around me, letting the tens of thousands of defensive arrays on my soul sword copies dissolve, and the energy used from them flow back toward me to be absorbed. The moment I do, instead of a peaceful quiet zone celebrating our victory, reality hits me with horrific waves of cold vibrations I didn't think I would have to face so soon. My gaze shifts upward, and my enhanced vision can see exactly what the source of these waves are, over 15 million kilometers away. Maria's angelic form is lighting up the sky with a rainbow, blue, and white light, pushing out a domineering pressure on the entire zone. As she continues to grow in size, I witness cracks in reality form all around her too, just like the ones I managed to suppress, yet, hers are spreading much faster. There are dense cyan threads bursting out from most of them, as they only lead upward. Unlike the zone fracture Muriel caused, none of these cracks lead to the lower realm. They are fueled by celestial ice, glistening with the rainbow refracting glow of the source resin from her sword. Even from here, I can feel the pressure and strength of her vibrations, and they are somehow nearly as strong as my own. And only increasing by the millisecond, I step forward, leaving a massive white dent in space behind me, and fly toward these cracks in the sky, pushing my celestial-grade foresight skill to its limits once again to find solutions. Chapter 872. As a ripple of white celestial light trails behind me, over a billion futures flash by in my mind. This includes images of myself not making it to Maria in time, watching the entire top of the green zone be encased in ice, and the cracks leading to the cyan zone opening up far too wide to close, destroying this zone in a far more violent fashion than Muriel's plan to fill it with corruption. Other visuals show me making it in time, and containing the blast in a similar fashion using a massive sphere of defensive arrays. However, the amount of energy this uses, and the millions of variables make it harder and harder to see the end result of doing such a thing. Some result in the energy being contained, or pushed downward toward the open space of the green zone below. However, that would result in me suppressing Maria's power,
and possibly halting her breakthrough, or an equally devastating result, freezing the entire green zone solid with the waves of celestial ice she's holding back. Every path I see in my mind leads to more and more catastrophic events the closer I get, yet I also begin to see the possible paths in greater clarity. Her vibrations and cold celestial aura pushing outward get thicker and more potent the closer I get. And I can comprehend with far greater precision how my own energy will react. However, there are strange variables that continue to come up in my foresight readings that change the results. Nothing is working as it should. I remark through my gritted teeth while stepping forward through the open air again, moving over 1,000,000 kilometers forward in a single stride. My eyes glisten with bright white celestial light, and vibrate with red and black vibrations as I push myself to the limit, even unsealing Seraphel's suppression technique once I get far enough away from the Grand Citadel's citizens. However, in doing so, my release of energy adds even more unpredictable variables to my mental equations. This is because Maria looks down my way and realizes I'm coming, making the cracks in space that splinter out from her burst out even faster. I can't tell if it's from the moment of lost concentration, or that the strength of her own vibrations and celestial energy just increased in power almost instantaneously upon feeling mine. The reason behind this is a mystery to me, but it does not matter. All I need is a solution. Not only is the zone itself cracking apart, but as I get closer I begin to see even Maria's celestial angelic form begin to crack and fracture on its surface. The cracks are glistening with reflective source resin. However, they glow to reflect outward what is deep inside her soul energy core. I see compressed green threads of a saturated true core hitting their limit, and beginning to turn cyan by force from the pressure, so it's not only the green zone in danger, it's you too. I whisper, then, taking the millions of updated futures processing through my mind using this new growth curve, pushing my mind this far, not holding back at all, puts pressure on the entire green zone. Not only are Maria's cold uncontrollable vibrations and celestial waves making the green zone shiver with fear, but now the strange combination of my own vibrations as well as the ones I absorbed from Muriel's will, all burst outward with both hot and cold pressure. This in turn gives me perfect imagery and energy readings of every single citadel and living being in the green zone. I watch Run, the white-haired elf, falling from the sky through the empty space where I just was. They are plummeting down through the clouds with a half-smile and half-distant dormant state expression on their face while falling directly down toward Ember, sleeping in his human form. I see all of my generals looking toward the icy cracks in the sky, and the red and black ball of energy that is myself flying up toward it. The warlords have succeeded in their battles too, and proudly stand in front of Ellipsia, with their loyal citizens behind them, all watching the ominous sky fracture. There are even streams of notifications that ripple into the back of my mind from the lower realm that are blaring in my consciousness. From the commanders and troops on the Great Belt of Brimia facing an imminent attack, so many lords, wars, and variables to keep track of, I need to focus. I murmur, then, begin blocking them out of my mind one by one. First, those at the coast of the Sea of Corruption. They are the furthest away, and they have succeeded and can fend for themselves. This portion of my mind goes black. Next, Ava, Run, and Ember. All of the enemies from that citadel have been dealt with, and Ember would not have gone into his resting state without knowing he would be protected. This portion of my mind goes black next. The Ellipsia Citadel has been saved by the warlords once again. They will be the closest to this impact. So I send a mental wave of energy down into its core. The full reset of the ether shielding arrays and automated surveillance system re-triggers. It is the best I can do. Any extra precautions would lead to me not making it to Maria in time. This imagery goes black too. I then answer the calls of the lower realm with 3 fast messages and mental commands. 3 new administrator roles are submitted to the Rising Emperor's army. Current administrators, 4 out of 5 slots filled. Run, Bree, Alvaron, Pluto, empty dash. The interface flashes in my mind, and the accessibility of 1% of borrowed stats each is distributed to these individuals. Bree, the yellow core, stationed on the Great Belt of Brimia itself. In the center of the star system, Alvaron, watching via advanced telepathy and holographic projections many star systems away. Finally, Pluto, the true court demon commoner awaiting orders in the approaching fleet of the Vermilion family's lower realms demons. I do not even wait for a response after this. I simply shut the lower realm out of my mind to conserve energy. Everything is black. All I see when I stare up ahead of me is a single image, the angelic Ice Empress staring back at me. There is a combination of fear, pain, and determination in her eyes. Yet, as I take another massive stride forward, and the vibrations rippling through me grow stronger, I begin to feel other emotions deeper down. It does not show on the surface, but the closer I get, the more simultaneous relief, an anxiety that builds up and is released through her waves. Don't come closer. I can't control it. You'll get hurt, she yells out, through a crystal clear telepathy link. It sounds and feels like she is right in front of me in a silent room. I watch as the cyan threads in her core grow more in quantity as they become more and more compressed. The glowing light bursts out from the growing fractures in her angelic form that has already grown over double in size, surpassing 4,000 kilometers head to toe. When I kick off the air again to push myself another few million kilometers forward, the density of the cold atmosphere and gravity pressure from the core of a higher divine realm gives me flashbacks to Celia's construct. Attempting to fly through green atmosphere while still only a yellow core, it becomes harder to move forward, and I'm forced to start absorbing the waves that come my way. Not only are they filled with bursts of cyan threads, but also stray pulses of celestial ice magic, source resin, and violent vibrations that match the level of auroils. In order to push forward again, my sacred body's outer shell is blasted by the cold, and freezes over like a sharp crystalline shell. The cyan threads pierce all the way through my sacred body, and fall directly into my saturated true green core. And my strange combination of high noble and royal vibrations, they start to resonate with the strong force coming off of Maria. They begin to mutate slightly, and shift their frequency, as a hint of understanding begins to wash through me. The missing condition for my full royal breakthrough. I don't know what it is, but this feels like it's part of it. I yell back through our telepathic link, if I can't help you now, it's going to hurt me far more than anything these rifts can do to me. Another powerful stride forward brings me millions of kilometers closer again, within the range where some of the cracks in the green zone begin to fracture all around me. I have to swerve and twist my body to change my flight path in order to not make contact with these dimensional rifts threatening to tear apart reality. My words make Maria's eyes widen. Not only do I feel a shift in the vibrations in the air, but a look of relief and almost shock written on her face. Portions of my sacred body are freezing solid, and crumbling and fracturing off. Simultaneously, waves of white and red celestial fire begin to burn from deep within me, attempting to counteract this cold with my own hot royal vibrations. The areas that freeze and shatter off grow back just as fast as they are frozen. This in turn speeds up the process of me absorbing what is in the atmosphere, as I'm using the ambient mana, celestial energy, and divine threads to rebuild my body. But she does not have a coherent response. Only worry fills her mind and soul for a moment, watching me fight to fly forward. Then, a barrier in her mind gives way, and the vibrations in the air finally align with what is coming out of her mouth and shown on her face. I do need your help. I just wanted to be as strong as you. To fight by your side, like we used to. This pushes her soul energy core to contract inward, and pulse out again, pushing colder and colder waves out uncontrollably. This pushes her angelic body to grow even larger, close to 10,000 kilometers in size. It puts so much stress on her that the fractures all over her angelic form start to stack up in the tens of thousands. Bright bursts of cyan threads surge out from all the cracks, and it truly looks like her entire angelic energy form is about to destabilize, shatter, and explode. Chapter 873, Maria's cores, body, mind, and soul are at the brink of shattering. Everything is unstable, and pushed way too far beyond its safe limits. The cracks that break out from her body force more and more cracks to form in the green zone itself, forcing open new fractures in space and making the distance between us seem even further away. Despite me moving closer, I see celestial teardrops fall from her eyes as a sea of rainbow icy aura has burst out from this core pulse, far more dangerous and cold than the waves I've been flying through. Yet I don't back down. It momentarily blocks my view, but I take another long stride forward through the air, and dive headfirst into the waves of cold celestial ice. Cyan divine threads, and source resin. At first, the cold pressure that surrounds me is overwhelming. It freezes my sacred body faster and with more intense cold than ever before. Instead of just fracturing shells on its surface that crumble and rebuild, it's plunging deep into my sacred muscles, bones, and blood. I feel that for a third time in this war today, that my body is being shattered and destroyed. As I get closer and closer to the source, the pressure does get more intense, but I'm simultaneously adapting to the cold. The celestial fire that rebuilds my sacred body grows stronger as it is repeatedly used and refined over and over. It makes my medium quality ether pool hotter, and begins its refinement process again. Just as I had to train my low quality ether beneath Ellipsia in the exile zones, it seems that celestial energy is not the end result of the merging path between mana and ether. It can be refined further. While this allows for my fire to burn hotter and resist the cold, another mechanism is at play. The vibrations in the air that were entirely hostile before have shifted drastically. First, when Maria noticed it was me coming her way, secondly, when she asked for help instead of trying to overcome this herself, and now, as I plunge into the cold celestial ice, within 1 million kilometers of her, our presences are extremely close, and our paths waves are both fighting and bouncing off each other. While other portions of them resonate and shift to align on the exact same frequency, the closer in I get, the more of these waves align. Yet, this point where I plunged into the icy explosion of celestial and divine light, is where all of my foresight futures halt. Every other future, where I do not jump into this wave, results in the zone itself being destroyed, or Maria being overcome by the massive power building up inside her. It pains me to even look at these futures, making my human heart hurt. Not only my energy cores, the only possible path I can take to save her is through this wave, but there is no guaranteed future path to follow. I only have one shot at this. It feels like time slows down as my body fractures and is rebuilt by celestial fire over and over. More cyan threads flow out from Maria's aura, and are absorbed into my own body, making my green core tint brighter and brighter cyan the closer I get. I burst through the densest part of this wave, and fly forward through the thick space. Tens of thousands of deep and dense cracks fracture outward in all directions from this breathtaking angel in front of me. Her shimmering icy sword orbiting around her, phasing through the cracks in space, but disrupting them every time it passes through. Cyan threads burst out from the cracks in space where her soul sword slowly orbits. It makes it extremely hard to move forward, as I zig and zag in strange patterns and directions. In some instances, I cannot fully avoid these dimensional cracks either. They have grown so thick here at the source that certain areas only have a few tens of thousands kilometers worth of free true space left between them. My own soul sword, red and black, orbits around me at the same rate. It collides with the edges of some of these rifts too, spraying dense cyan threads into the air, and only making my true core shine brighter as I absorb these threads that fill the air. I can't move. Maria's voice sounds in my mind again. I see so many cracks continuing to form all over her body, and jut out into the atmosphere, making it harder and harder for me to find a path to fly through. Stolen story, please report. The flow of divine and celestial energy through these bends and tears in space is completely illogical and mind-warping. Following these senses to move forward would be impossible. Gravity bends space and time all around me. It makes a short path forward seem like the logical and simple option, but one step in the wrong direction now will send me straight into one of these dense cyan and rainbow cracks. The energy flows, and perception of right, left, up and down all become extremely strange. It makes my foresight skill completely useless, only giving me headaches when I try to activate it. Especially looking into the cyan rifts, as the amount of energy behind them in a tiny area is similar to the mass of this entire green zone. Trying to understand what is behind them, or where they even lead, is truly impossible at my current mental state, so I close my eyes, and only follow my royal vibrations that resonate with Maria's. Dead space, or distorted frequencies mean danger. Perfect resonance means I'm able to step forward and push through. Just hold on, a little longer. I call back through our link. Everything in my mind is black. I blocked out the entire green zone and lower realm, and now, I can't even trust my eyes or senses in the small portion of space I fly through. All I see is a dark mental manifestation of the cracks and fractures through reality in my mind. They sparkle with glistening celestial source resin on their edges, and the space between them shows up like dark black rippling puddles. The more violent the splashing space in between the cracks are, the more my vibrations with Maria's are having trouble connecting. Only the spaces between cracks where the puddle of darkness is calm and smooth. This is where I step through the air, and fly the final 1,000,000 kilometers toward her. It feels like I am in a dream. The closer I get, the brighter the outside of a glistening angel in my blacked out mind becomes. It feels both extremely cold, while simultaneously, my own body becomes increasingly hotter the closer I get, allowing for the differences to perfectly cancel each other out. Neither of us speak another word, but it feels like we are having 1,000,000 conversations through this mental dance in the dark. The cracks in space get larger and larger, but it is impossible for me to notice. It all seems the same to me, because I need to get to the end goal no matter what. There is no other option. The final 100,000 kilometers are the most impossible series of steps, twists, and body mutations, but again, it all just feels like the same dance to me. Where our vibrations align, I move toward it, not questioning a thing. It is the most intense, yet satisfying form of mental meditation to solve a complex problem I've ever experienced. My body follows my feelings, with full trust in the vibrations that give me a path to fly through. It all comes to a halt once my hands wrap around the back of a cold curved waist, and the explosion of ice and fire bursts through my body, mind, and soul. I open my eyes to see a bright blue pair staring back at me. cold hands wrap around my back and pull me closer while I pull her in toward me with equal force. My noble vibrations begin to fade away, and my royal vibrations become strengthened more and more, resonating with a stronger purpose. They are on the brink of breaking through entirely. Maria's angelic form is completely shattered. The only thing holding it together right now is the fact that our vibrations are in sync, and the bits of sparkling source resin at all of the fractured seams. With my chest against hers, even our divine energy and celestial energy flows start to mix. My core has fully absorbed enough cyan threads to shift its color. Fractures break all over my sacred body too. The release of cyan threads and intense royal waves forced the green zone of the upper realm to crack and fracture, breaking out even more rifts upward into the cyan zone, just like Maria's energy release have caused. All of the pathways of free, unaltered space where I made it through are now filled with rifts and bending space. There is no turning back. Escape is not an option for either of us. I cannot see the future, yet I stay calm. You have definitely become strong. Maria. This is not your fault, it is equally mine. For leaving the lower realm without you. It will never happen again. Do you trust me? I speak out loud, rather than through our links. The horrific pain from the dozens of dimensional cracks breaking apart my sacred body almost make my mind go dark to shield my consciousness from the pain, so seeing tens of thousands all over Maria's makes her ability to reply even more impressive. Yes. I trust only you. I just didn't know how or when to tell you. But if I'm going to die here, I need you to know how I feel. I feel her squeeze me even tighter. The coldness of her angelic celestial body flows through me, but it does not freeze or shatter my sacred body. It feels warm and rejuvenating. I only see the beautiful woman deep down inside the celestial energy form, the warrior that left me speechless upon her arrival to the upper realm, the woman that left the association and fought by my side in the dark continent on the human world, and defended our empire when I left, the cheerful young blonde-haired blue-eyed hunter that lived next door to me when I was an E-class hunter, giving me a reason to go out and fight every day. I trust you too, and I should have told you sooner. But this isn't the end. We can make it out of this alive. I bring one of my hands up her back and over her shoulder to hold her chin, our soul swords circle around both of us. Like we are one center of gravity. They break apart more and more fractures in space, bending reality around us, making it seem as though we are trapped in a vacuum. There is no sound, no temperature, no gravity. There is nothing at all but an angel staring up at me. I know how you feel, and I feel the same echoes in the silence. I lean down and kiss Maria on the lips. Our vibrations resonate even stronger, and I feel the shattered pieces of her angelic body hold together strong enough for her to kiss me back. Our soul swords spin around us even faster, and the bright white and cyan tears in reality all blend together around us from every side. All sense of doubt and fear dissipates from my mind in this moment. And so do the final waves of high noble vibrations. The surge of pure royal vibrations envelopes both of us. We both use this wave of energy to move upward, into the brightest source of the dense cyan cracks above us. This reaction cannot be stopped, and the green zone cannot withstand the pressure. The only way to survive is to move up, into the cyan zone of the upper realm. Chapter 874. The sky of the green zone flashes with a burst of white, blue, and red light so bright that every lord beneath it is blinded by the intensity. The deep cyan cracks spread over the sky, and the entire zone, from its top to bottom, is enveloped in cold and hot royal vibrations. The remaining citadel shake violently, and even the bottom of the realm trembles. It feels like reality is breaking, forcing strange gravity waves throughout the air. Yet, once the explosion of overwhelming bright light in the sky flashes and dissipates, so do the spreading cracks that tear apart the sky. The citadel stops shaking, and the realm floor settles. The air is silent, and there are no more vibrations rippling through the green zone. In fact, the cracks in the sky all begin to retract, as there are no longer pressure points stressing out the fabric of reality. In a matter of seconds, the sky returns to a flawless green hue. There are no longer two massive celestial bodies threatening to destroy the zone, they have disappeared. At the same instance, in the lower realm, 3 notifications ring out in the ears of a human, a demon, and a massive yellow slug. On an asteroid, in the great belt of Brimia, orbiting around a red star, Bree speaks up with a smile. Jay has just given us the tools we need to win. She turns to Fisher and Lydia. You two handle the first-class demons that approach from the outer orbit. She then links herself into a telepathy channel with all of the knights of the Crimson Army, and the other 2 commanders in the room, Monk and Luna. We will defend the belt. I need every one of you to follow this formation while I activate an array. Bree sends a detailed defensive structure to 3 dozen fighters. Then Fisher and Lydia follow her words as well and leave out of an airlock in the structure. They both activate their greater energy forms and propel themselves through deep space, leaving trails of white and blue lights behind them. Pluto. This is your cue. Take them out. She mentally transfers to the demon approaching on the other side of the solar system. Flashes of red and white light begin to surround the belt of Brimia as Monk and Luna leave the airlocks too and position themselves on the largest planets on complete opposite sides of this ring. Dozens of red cord knights fall in line between them. Then, Bri exits last, raising her hands in the air with nothing but deep space around her. She pulls a full 1% of stats and activates a bright shimmering white mass of light energy, with over 1 billion worlds worth of stats flowing through her system. Her aura envelopes the entire ring and surrounds the red star at the center of this system. She activates her illusion magic, and instantly, the solar system goes dark. A veil of light magic surrounds the citizens and traveling traders, in the tens of millions, on these planets and asteroids. From the inside, it appears as though only a shimmering white sparkling light covers the sky, yet, from outside, it appears as though this entire civilization has disappeared, and only empty space is left in its place. The sole source of light in the center of the solar system disappearing makes both approaching parties of demons react in different ways. The fleet of vermilion demons, containing hundreds of yellow cores and thousands of orange and red, begins to send reports through their transportation vessels. The scouts' readings move up the chain of command quickly, and the generals and commanders in charge of each vessel know that something has gone wrong. A small red-starred system like this shouldn't have the technology to pull off something like this. On the other side of the solar system, the Morvale's private lower realm force, led by an extremely powerful true cord demon named Helix, angrily scans his surroundings. Are they back? The ones with the Scarlet Clan's aura. Are there berserkers in this system? He mutters to himself. Watching the star disappear and desperately scanning the deep open space before him, two flashes of pure white and blue mana-based greater forms fill his vision, approaching from afar. Are those humans? And they have not even compressed their yellow cores yet. The demon begins to laugh and sends signals to the fellow first-class true cores following him close behind, and they all laugh in the vacuum of space in unison. Only the waves of light are visible to them. The strength of the approaching enemy's auras, containing 1% of the stats from over 1 billion worlds, has not been sensed yet. However, their laughs quickly cease. An enormous bright yellow series of explosions fill these demons' vision. As the fleets of ships on the other side of this star system explode one by one, the outline of a single demon on a dragon's back, glowing with the bright bronze-colored greater form of something a mana-based system user should have. This demon and dragon both use earth magic. Elemental summoning is not an ability demons can naturally awaken, it is one that the Rising Emperor gifted this demon for joining the side of the humans. Pluto, the commoner demon, and his bonded dragon both gain 1% of the stats from over 1 billion worlds and outmatch every single one of the generals and commanders of the Vermilion's strongest attack force. Thousands of notifications blare through their consciousnesses as they level up, killing those that look down on them from above in the demonic realm and following out the orders and wishes of the Rising Emperor. It is not even close. The entire fleet is massacred. Massive shards of earth magic break through ships, one-shot killing true cord demons and exploding into massive asteroid-sized fragments. The fast flapping of the dragon's wings circles back through the crowds of stranded demons that try to escape from their ships to save themselves. Others desperately make attempts to eject themselves from their ships toward where the red star was previously, using their excess energy and bodies to try making suicide bomb attempts. Yet, Pluto is too strong. Every one of them is caught and systematically obliterated. In a matter of seconds, the entire Vermilion attack fleet is destroyed. Helix watches the imagery of these explosions finally catch up to him as light travels through space, and it is like a backdrop for the two approaching humans that grow larger as they approach. Fisher and Lydia's mana control auras finally collide with this Morvale army squad, and they all freeze in fear. How is this possible, in the face of enemies hundreds of times stronger? It seems pointless to fight back. This squad of demons has survived through many generations of new recruits in the demonic realm, through the last few millennia of the Morvale family's reign, and has watched the Vermilion family grow in power over the last 18,000 years. Helix has led this squad, and even conquered some near noble great worlds in the star system of elites. They have faced enemies with path awakenings, mammoths, berserkers, and faced many mutations and outliers over the years, but never have they seen humans that stacked up to these elites. Now, they see two humans that not only stack up to true core elites, but far surpass them. The amount of mana control and raw power coming out from these two figures is unfathomable for a being in the lower realm to possess. All Helix can do is take in a high-quality image of the scene before him in his last moments. He watches countless manifestations of dark blue water serpents and icy white tigers come surging out from these two human swords. The first-class demons around him are frozen and stabbed through the cores by these sword slashes and waves of energy. The mana control alone, as it increases as they come closer, pushes out waves of intimidation so strong, they cannot even stay conscious long enough to witness their own deaths. Helix manages to send this data, of the entire battlefield of the belt of Brimmia's system, up to his family head. An explosion of water and ice explodes through space, while level-up notifications blare out in these two commanders' minds. The shockwaves from the destruction of these two forces cannot be entirely contained. They still pulse outward through space, and waves of mana and divine threads head toward the red star beneath a veil of illusions. The red cord knights, and two remaining commanders, summon elemental magic, G barriers, and pure divine thread barriers in front of all of the civilized asteroids and planets from all sides, simultaneously. Far away, on a large planet with only one monster living on it, Alvaron activates the new administrator perk, pulling 1% of available stats. Instead of pulsing outwardly with this new massive power, the creature stops moving entirely. From the outside, it looks as though it has fallen asleep, floating in the endless sea of its liquid-covered world. Yet, its mind has begun to sift through every single message and image inside the worldwide connectivity system, from over 1 billion worlds, and over 480 quadrillion individual system users. It begins sifting through which worlds are closest to the source, which have the largest amounts of labyrinths present on them, and which have reported the largest amount of demon sightings recently, or even the mention of demons at all. Instantaneous requests are sent out with various tasks and quest rewards on message boards of the highest activity worlds. They ask for information on the demons that reside there, and even offer higher rewards for proof of demons linked to the 5 great families' deaths. Putting out bounties, and silently declaring a war across the galaxy, providing the imagery of what has happened on Brimmiat is proof that this bitter is serious, even as one victory after another stacks up. From the lower realm, and throughout the green zone, it seems not all has gone as planned. This is clear by the fact that a flood of every borrowed stat washes back into every lord. Ava floats downward, to stop at eye level with the massive white griffin that witnessed her fight. They both then look down at the hundreds of millions of lords below them now, held up by small platforms and pure automatic ether commands, with only empty space where their destroyed home of a grand citadel used to be. Far below this, Rin still falls through the open sky, their minds still transitioning to a dormant state, but fighting to stay awake, as the dragon that made a promise to them after endless millennia of waiting finally showed up again. They cannot miss this chance to thank him. On the furthest side of the green zone, Abby walks on the sea of corruption, toward Ari and Raven waiting at the coast. Did the spectate feeds cut off for you too? The moment Jay made it within 1,000,000 kilometers of Maria, everything went black, Abby remarks, breaking the silence. Ari nods with his arms crossed in a smile, looking up into the sky where Abby and Seraphel blew apart the green clouds to give them a partial view of the shockwaves. Yeah, all I saw were the cracks forming around her, just the same as that corrupted demon. Raven shakes her head. He must have saved her, somehow. Both of their system status readings are still connected. Wait, no. They're not anymore. The visuals of these two humans on the Rising Emperor's system interface glowed with a celestial light moments ago, both shimmering with the same white, blue, and red auras. However, now, after the release of all borrowed stats, they are both starting to fade, telepathy channels cannot be formed, and their locations have gone black. Even their vitals have all frozen in the exact stats and readings they left in the moment they disappeared. The sound of slow flapping wings is the only thing that can be heard in this silence. As the three generals try to understand what just happened, even this flapping of wings becomes lighter and less noticeable. In fact, it completely stops, and the sound of footsteps approaches. Jay and Maria will be fine, for now. They both obtained a path rivaling the strength of the royals. A trip through a manually torn rift like that won't be enough to kill them. All heads turn toward this new voice. It belongs to a tall, fair-skinned man. He has dark blue eyes that look jaded, as though they have seen battles like this hundreds of times over. He wears a smooth black and blue set of armor, made from pure celestial energy, covering a muscular yet lanky build. His hair is long, matching his eye color. He smiles through thin lips, halting his forward steps, standing next to Abby and looking up toward the hole in the sky they created. Seraphel stretches his arms, then smiles, getting used to his human form. He looks back down at the group of generals that stare at him with wide eyes, and continues, though, Jay did piss off the demon that rules that zone. Lucian Morvale. He's the one that led the charge on the extermination of all Wyvern. He's far older than me, and far wiser than that bottle of pent-up rage that ruled this zone. They may survive the trip over, but
Who knows what's waiting for them on the other side? Chapter 875. An enormous royal demon sits on a cyan-colored throne, looking down a long and wide palace entrance hall. There are hundreds of bright pillars at its sides, holding the enormous structure upright, with archways overhead, stretching millions of kilometers across the sky. In between each archway, hundreds of high noble demons of the Morvale family stand at guard, motionless, staring forward, awaiting orders. Some have been in this state for thousands of years, while others have just returned from missions. The air is thick, filled with cyan divine threads like usual, yet, today, the entire palace is starting to shake with royal vibrations. Coming from their family head's throne, Lucian Morvale does not speak aloud, or even move himself. He just closes his eyes, as his consciousness is still being flooded with data from the lower realm of humans defeating an elite force sent to find out what happened to Kelfer, then even more data of his guards in the Green Zone being defeated by a goblin and a Scarlet Clan berserker. This is followed by the extremely ominous notifications of every single one of the Vermilion family's first-class and noble-grade demons being killed at once, followed by the death of a royal family head. Imagery from a lost battle of his past subordinate, Cisco Vermilion, and recordings of snippets from the Grand Citadel battle are all sent to him, showing the impossible holographic projections of humans killing the most powerful high noble and royal demon in the Green Zone of the Upper Realm. This is the first time a great family has fallen in history, and still, no one knows how or why it has happened. Lucian receives automated warnings of a zone breach, as there are two figures traveling through a manually broken rift, moving from the Green Zone upward to try and pierce through the fabric of space to land here. The royal demon is filled with annoyance, but still smiles with his eyes closed. Whoever you are far too young and genetically limited to be playing games with me. He then lifts a hand in the air, covered in dense layers of celestial energy that trigger machine-like commands all over this cyan palace. Waves of celestial light ripple through the archways, ceiling, and flooring, and ripple outward to the rest of the zone, mostly directed toward these new visitors. Next, Lucian activates his mental telepathy channel that plunges his mind into a dark black void, connecting all of the family heads of the upper realm in one place. There is already the dark blue manifestation of the Vanguard's family head staring down at him. This demon wears a suit of armor that covers his face, but the vibrations that ripple through the dark void clearly tell that he is dissatisfied. A faint purple glow is visible above this demon for a moment, but it flickers and disappears. There is only silence, and Lucian speaks. I take it you have all received the news of Muriel's fall. I come with updates. It was a pair of humans, and they have managed to breach into the cyan zone. Yet, I have taken care of the problem. I would like to request a 1,000-year wave from the Overseer. That time will be sufficient enough to have them perish in the ravine. There is only silence for a moment, and the waves of dissatisfaction grow stronger and stronger from the dark blue demon. The imagery of many dark heads behind him starts to glow with white celestial light for a moment, but the Vanguard nods. This plan is reasonable. I will send in a request to the Imperials. In an instant, his entire hologram disappears. Lucian is left floating in the black void of his mind, waiting for a response. Moments later, the purple threads far above where the Vanguard spoke start to grow in size. The imagery of strange white humanoid figures fly about, surrounding the high-definition hologram of a bright true purple cord demon, the family head of the Imperials. He looks down, then up toward where a small silver sparkle of light manifests at the apex of this mental void, then back down at Lucian. Your request has been granted, Lucian. The Overseer would like you to prepare for the ceiling while you wait. The cyan zone will be the new bottom line. We cannot afford to wait any longer. The purple demon's figure disappears just as fast as it came, and Lucian is left in darkness. He opens his eyes to look out over his enormous palace and begins to feel the ground shake. It is a shame. Muriel, you were one of my favorite experiments, but, in the end, you were a failure like all the others. He sighs and looks far out into the cyan zone, to watch a realm wave begin to bend reality and come his way on the horizon. At the same time, in the Green Zone, the generals all turn their shocked looks away from Seraphel's reveal of his human form, as there is an even greater pressing issue at hand. The ground starts to rumble again, and the shoreline of the Sea of Corruption starts to ripple and crash with waves. This is a sensation the three generals have not felt before, but the blue-eyed wyvern knows it very well. As reality begins to bend, and a storm of strange energy starts to flow through them all, he yells out, "Brace yourself! Incoming realm wave!" Simultaneously, I have no sense of direction, time, or way to contact anyone from any zone or realm. My mind is still solely focused on the angel in my arms. Everything around us has turned into a bright cyan storm of energy. Gravity bends and distorts space from every side.
The pressure on my back feels like the entire weight of the green zone is pressing into it, but from millions of points, many times over, as every single cyan thread is so dense and tightly packed in this crack between realms. The royal vibrations surrounding us pulse through our celestial bodies, like they are connected to one heartbeat. Maria's arms around my back squeeze tighter, and so do mine around her. Not only her hands, but the icy, glistening angel wings of her energy body wrap around me too. Both of our celestial bodies are fractured all over, and the only reason they are still held together is from the other's energy cycling through it. Her head falls into my chest, and I lean down even more to hug her tighter, as it feels like reality itself is closing in and crushing both of us. Our soul swords circle closer and closer, as our center of gravity becomes weaker compared to the threads around us. Many of these waves of energy tear into our celestial forms. However, the natural sacred fire of regeneration that is healing my injuries activates with every violent slash. Not only do they heal my sacred body, but red flares of celestial energy emerge in Maria as well, healing her just as fast as me. In fact, there are bits of glistening icy source resin that flow through my veins as well. They act as a strengthening agent in my defenses, making the outer shell of my sacred body tougher to break through and withstand the growing pressure of gravity. The further we plunge into this unknown cyan storm, the less access to the system I have. My mind is too occupied on a single task. But it is clear that the borrowed stats empowering me are fading away, and I'm becoming more and more reliant on mine and Maria's raw power alone. The tears and fractures all over our celestial bodies become far more pronounced. However, this only leads to more cyan threads falling into our true cores. With my natural absorption, and Maria's ability to pull energy from the environment, our own forces of gravity increase at a steady rate even though our base stats all dramatically decrease. My massive red and black sacred body shrinks in size, and the blue and white angel shrinks too, yet, the cyan cores at our centers glow hotter and brighter with every single passing wave of energy. I am in total survival mode, knowing I can't let go, and I must adapt and endure. Even the strange wave of white celestial light that pulses through us, and shifts our path through this endless storm of cyan threads, it does not faze me. The vibrating pressure and gravity manipulation of a realm wave, it does not even register in my mind, as its relative intensity to the violent war I'm facing now is nothing to me. My mind almost entirely blacks out, as both Maria and I have our entire celestial bodies fractured and destroyed over and over again, thousands of times. The source resin barriers are placed back up on smaller versions of us, holding each other through the storm, and celestial fire continues to build us back up to withstand this endless tribulation. There is no telling when it will end, only that we can't give up, and that every passing moment makes us stronger. It could have been just a few seconds, or minutes, or even hours, maybe days. I lose all sense of time. The only goal is to hold on longer. This trance-like state is broken by the visual of a dark crack in space filling my mental view. Maria and I are thrust upward through this rift, and it closes behind us. The instant we do, I feel an instant sense of simultaneous relief and terror. The relief comes from the fact that the violent storm has finally stopped. I can take in a gasp of air, and feel Maria breathing heavily against me as well. The terror comes from the fact that we are both now stripped down to nothing but our base human forms. No taller than 2 meters in height, our celestial bodies have been completely destroyed. My back slams into something extremely hard. It feels like a rock wall. We bounce off it, and roll hundreds of times, falling down what feels like a rocky ledge into a deep canyon. However, everything around us is jet black. I cannot see or sense anything. Our rolling and tumbling finally comes to a halt as we land on what feels like smooth flat ground. Maria lies on top of me, but as I try to lift my head, hands, then even a single finger in this darkness, they all won't budge. The violent attacks from all sides have ceased, but the gravity in this realm is overwhelming, and my mental and physical fatigue has been pushed to their absolute limits. I feel the slow flow of cyan threads in the air moving through my core, and even now still absorbing some of Maria's core overflow, yet I don't have any way of scanning our surroundings. We made it to the cyan zone in one piece, but something is very wrong. I've completely lost connection to my system, and all I see is black. Chapter 876, I try to activate my telepathy channel with Maria, but nothing comes back. My throat feels heavy, and I can't even move my lips to speak. It is a combination of the overwhelming gravity, mixed with my fatigue. But even though my body is stuck, my mind still wanders. It's so quiet and dark, I can't even summon a system screen in my mind. It feels like I've died. I can comprehend that time is passing, but there is no stimulus to alert me of danger or confirm that I'm safe. It is terrifying. However, in the same instance, I do not have any notifications, or system messages, or links of loyalty interrupting my attention. I am also at peace. My mind can finally freely wander. No stress, no anxious feelings, no need to control everything around me. All I'm left with is my last memory before this storm, kissing Maria. Even though darkness consumes my mind and all my senses, I'm positive she is still on top of me. I can feel her figure's indentation on my own body from the pressure, yet I cannot sense anything else. There is something else strange in the air. It is not only fatigue and the pressure of this zone holding us back, though. The mystery of how or why we are in this situation becomes an afterthought in the peaceful silence of my mind. A strong warm emotion still vibrates through my consciousness, one that has been suppressed due to constant distractions and always being in a state of survival. My whole life as a system user flashes before my eyes. However, through a different lens, one of intent rather than just the passing moments. At first, I would dive into dungeons only for myself, to make enough money to pay for food and rent. Then, allies started to fight beside me. None of us had any reason to hunt monsters, other than to enjoy each other's company, and get stronger in the process, but the power struggles of the association got in the way of our peace. It gave me a reason to fight back, to become stronger, to defend and protect those around me, and the innocents that were involved in these struggles. Since that day, there has always been a bigger enemy, those that controlled the association. The demon that threatened to enslave my home world, and now a demonic hierarchy that dares to rule this entire galaxy. Yet, I've put myself at the center of it all again. Why, what am I doing here? Who am I? When I reminisce on the memories and the words of these demons, dragons, and monsters, they all talk of endless wars in the past, over and over, many of them taking control of the upper realm, others dominating large areas of the lower realm, races suppressing others to climb to the top. But why? What is it all for? Won't their victory just result in a repetition of the past, the strong suppressing the weak, and using every resource they can to stay the strongest? Yet, the only way for the weak to break their shackles of suppression is to rise up and take the crown from the strongest. The only way to stay in power again would be to repeat the actions of the old rulers. That is what all of these monsters do, all of these demons that call themselves family, yet they share hatred for each other, and will backstab one another to climb the ranks at any chance they can get. If I ever become the strongest, will I become like them? I don't think I would, but given enough time, there will always be another force in this galaxy that believes what I'm doing is wrong. So, what is it that I'm even doing? And why would I be different than any of these beasts? What is the true reason I want to become the strongest? Why am I the rising emperor? A single heartbeat is felt above my chest, or at least something that feels similar, breaking my concentration. It is not from me, but from Maria. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. I feel her moving, and the faint sensation of celestial energy surging through her body. Even though there is no distance between us, it feels so far away that it is just a small white sparkle in the depths of my mind. In reality, she is using her full power to attempt to get up or sense the surroundings. This struggle goes on for a minute and eventually halts. As she runs out of energy again, and my mind slowly returns to darkness, however, my skin tingles where our bodies make contact. It is reacting ever so slightly to whatever Maria just did. There are small specks of white celestial energy that fade away, and some even fall into my core before everything goes black again, completely devoid of stimulation. I let my mind wander again, yet the intensity of the ideas that were streaming through me do not return. Instead, I am distracted again. A part of my mind is still fixated on the sensation of Maria's outburst. I felt something. Maybe this is how I can communicate with her. Or, at least it's a start. I don't waste any more time and concentrate solely on my soul energy core, to let celestial energy build up with as much power as I possibly can, without my system to help me seamlessly activate my mana. The sensation is very strange. I can feel my ether pool stirring, and a small white glow forms in my chest, but the amount of mental and physical energy it takes to keep even a small fist-sized glow of celestial light activated in my chest is absurd. It feels like my whole body is being cooked from the inside, yet I still can't move at all. There are still cyan divine threads that flow through me with ease. They start to bend around this small glowing white light inside my soul energy core, and flow around it as it grows. I mentally yell into a black void, but my lips are too heavy to actually move in the outside world. My mind is pushed to its limits as the small orb of celestial light grows in my chest, and fills my body with warm energy. For a moment, I'm able to twitch a single finger ever so slightly at the peak of my output. After minutes have passed, I'm filled with fatigue again, and forced to stop, releasing the pressure and letting this celestial light die back down and return to my core. Yet I'm certain small amounts of it, where my body touches Maria's, have been absorbed. While I fall back into a relaxed, almost dormant state to regroup my mind, I feel her body begin to cycle celestial energy again in the same fashion. Minutes pass, and the energy inside her builds up so intensely that I feel her body shift ever so slightly, just like mine. At the peak of her rise, I'm able to absorb a small portion of the celestial energy runoff. This time, I was paying full attention from the start, and I pull in as much as I can during every moment. As her cycle dies down, I've regained my mental vigor enough to go again, this time. As I hit my limit, it feels slightly hotter than last time, but not by much at all. I'm able to move the same finger I wiggled before, possibly a few millimeters higher before the gravity and fatigue kick back in. In the silent darkness, we repeat this cycle of celestial energy back and forth. It is impossible to tell the time, but my mental clock guesstimates that every celestial buildup takes at least 5 minutes to complete. When 10 full cycles each pass, I can only assume it's already been around 2 hours. Yet, the only progress I feel is my ability to finally move 2 fingers at once. The shifting movement that Maria makes at the end of her cycles becomes more prominent as well. I even feel her adjust her head a full centimeter after one cycle. The amount of celestial energy that seeps through our skin, into each other, gradually increases too, and it feels as though it's becoming hotter and hotter. The same energy is being cycled through our soul energy cores and refined under immense pressure. While the progress is slow, and the result of doing such a thing has no guaranteed outcome, there is no other way to communicate in this black void. Not only are we working toward a way to become strong enough to face this new environment, but it is a way to reassure the other that we are still alive and fighting. Over 100 cycles each pass, it is what I imagine must be nearly an entire day. Only 4 fingers on my hand can move at once, and a few centimeters up and down max. Though, the most intense change I feel is not my ability to move my body, it is the shift in quality of the celestial energy that cycles through my core. It does not stop getting hotter and more refined. With every cycle through my core, it is tinted slightly red, and gives aspects of celestial fire, but when it is cycled and refined through Maria's core to return to me, the fire has been tamed, and the icy source resin becomes part of this energy. While the base of the celestial energy is still a pure ether and raw mana, the fact that it is merging with fire and ice, and forcing us to refine the ether down to purify it for use in our own elements, seems to be speeding up the process very quickly. If I were to only cycle this celestial energy within my own core, it would not be anywhere near as difficult, as I would not have to refine out a foreign substance. Every cycle, however, this icy energy becomes less foreign. The fact that I'm even able to channel this energy through my own soul energy core in the first place is because our celestial bodies mixed energies on the way through the rift to this zone in the first place. It happened when our royal vibrations were consolidated at the same exact instance, creating a resonance with strange properties, almost like a weak soul bond. Without this, my body would be rejecting every stray particle. That is not useful. Now, instead, it is consolidating further, and is beginning to become a part of me. Not only do I feel this hot white energy at the surface where our bodies touch, but I start to feel it as it is cycled through as well. My ether senses are finally beginning to expand. I can feel outward about half a meter around me at the peak of my cycles, but all there is around me is open air. Below me, a flat black slab of rock, and above me, Maria. The true use for this sense is getting a far more accurate read on the energy flows. We naturally start to concentrate where we push the celestial energy, through the closest points to our cores, through the center of our chests. In turn, far more energy is passed through each time. I can watch the flow, as it moves through her body, and disappears into her soul energy core. For the first time, I finally see inside that endless cold black core of darkness. The outer edges finally appear in my mind, and they vibrate with vibrations at a strength equal to my own. I see her true cyan core still resting inside her soul energy core, but in a layered state, similar to the stacking of zones in the upper realm. They are in the same area of space, but do not touch or interact. The celestial energy flows past her divine core without making any bends or waves like mine does. I can see the beginning of her soul energy core's cycle as well. However, at its very center there is still a black point that escapes my senses. No matter how far I push my mind, my senses are all pushed away, like the secret at its center is invisible, or like it doesn't want to be found. When the cycles of celestial energy come back into me, I feel Maria's mind probing my body as well. Her ether senses wash through my cyan true core, and watch the celestial energy flood into my soul energy core to be processed, refined, and cycled back. Yet, her ether senses bend around my demon's core. There is an incredibly strong barrier that surrounds it, made from the combined royal vibrations of Muriel, and a part of my will, trapping it from releasing the corruption outward to Maria's ether senses. This too just appears as a black void, invisible, and unable to be seen or properly detected. Chapter 877, another 500 celestial energy cycles each pass. I can move all of my fingers at once, and even shift my whole hands, My back muscles against the hard ground are able to flex and shift. My abs and pecs feel strong, now able to contract and withstand the weight on top of me. I can bend my legs and move my feet to grip against the hard black rock ground. Maria is able to move with even more ease than I can. She has managed to lift herself up off me multiple times before falling back down to continue the next cycle. It's been multiple days in this abyss, simultaneously. It feels like an eternity of total darkness has consumed my mind, while also no time at all has passed. This is like a state of mental meditation. I may be pushing my body and mind to the limits each cycle. But it is not only painful, it is satisfying as well. I'm repeating the same exact motion over and over, with only a single task: to repeat it, and to repeat it better than last time. My lips, mouth, and throat have become strong enough when celestial energy is rushing through them to call out into the darkness. Yet, each time I try, not a single word comes out, even in my own ears. I cannot hear what I say. I watch Maria try to call back multiple times, but her words are consumed by the void around us. It is a strange phenomenon. I cannot understand it. All of my blood-bonded armor, and even Celia's ring on my finger, they are all dark black, no energy runs through them. I can feel that they are all in pristine condition, but they are as dead and disconnected as stone. The system that allowed me to empower them has disappeared from my mind, and I don't know why, or where it has gone. Even my soul sword has disappeared. I know its energy form was destroyed alongside my sacred body while traveling through the rift. There are even faded memories of both mine and Maria's swords orbiting around us closer and closer as we travel through, yet, the last I remember of them is orbiting so close, it was like they were touching our bodies. Then, we were plunged into darkness. Unlike all of my other dormant gear, I feel that my soul sword has not left its bond with me. It is still here with me, but not in a physical state. This is quite the confusing mental problem, but my main focus is increasing my ether sense to see what is around me, and celestial energy strength so I can actually move around freely. With each passing cycle, I feel my area of vision expanding ever so slightly, as well as its depth. Watching the celestial energy move through both mine and Maria's entire bodies has become far more of a second nature, and a soothing experience. Small adjustments are made each time, as both of us try to refine the energy in slightly different ways, and attempt to move larger parts of our bodies or push our perception to further limits, into each other and also out into the environment. No real words can be spoken to each other, but we are having an extremely slow and intimate conversation as time passes in this void. It feels like abstract concepts and emotions I cannot put into words are being heard, and echoed back with answers or even greater replies to make me reflect on them further. It takes another 500 cycles each for us to move enough to finally sit up off the ground. Our hands move together, to stay clasped, as Maria rolls off me, and we sit back to back. These movements take over 10 full cycles to complete, using the intensity at the top of the cycles where the most celestial energy runs through our veins to move. Our points where we cycle this energy even shift, pushing red and blue energy through our palms, then shifting the transfer point to the center of our backs, then even the back of our heads as they rest against each other. Both of us breathe heavily, even many cycles after. From the shift in position, the only way I can tell is her heartbeat's heightened rhythm and the rise and fall of her body. It isn't hot or cold in this dark abyss, nor is there any moisture in the air. But there is sweat coming off of our skin. The most terrifying part of this all was the moment she rolled off me, because, for a moment, all I could sense was her hands only from the pressure in my grasp, and no other part of her body once the cycle of celestial energy rippled through me. There is no sense of direction in this darkness, if we let go. I don't know how I'd possibly find her. As we're sat against each other, my hands are only squeezed tighter, so I know she knows this too. It takes about 300 more cycles each for us to build the strength to try to stand. It's been over a week in this darkness, yet my ability to tell or keep track of time is starting to become obsolete. Since we both made it to this sitting upright position, the speed of our celestial energy cycles has increased. We move portions of energy through our palms, back, and head to evenly distribute the cycles. This allows even more absorption per round and allows for a faster way to cycle energy back through our cores to the other. My guess is 2 or 3 minutes now, cutting the time in half, but it's only becoming easier each time. Now, I can feel over a full meter around me on all sides at the peak of each cycle. Without any words being spoken, we begin pushing against each other's backs as a brace, and push off the ground with our feet. It takes multiple cycles to lift ourselves upward, and the other has to lean on the person not cycling energy to not fall over. Yet, we succeed. Both of us stand back to back and stare off into the endless dark. In perfect sync, we begin taking small strides to my left, Maria's right, as much as I try to remember how or from where we fell, and tumbled down some kind of ledge to get here. I have no sense of direction at all in this abyss. We've chosen a completely random path. Every step forward is ominous, as I feel the pressure of my foot hitting the hard ground, but no sound comes back. No echo, nothing. There is only a tiny amount of celestial energy loss when I try to sense the steps, as the hot sparkling light fades away into the dark stone beneath my feet and disappears almost instantly. The strain from walking makes me completely lose my breath every few steps. Maria's breathing rises and falls as well, but she does not get as winded as I do. We still stop to regroup, and only cycle celestial energy, standing in place every few times before stepping deeper into the void of the unknown again. The movement and completely upright position of our bodies allows the energy to cycle even faster and more efficiently. We create cycle points through the base of our spines, and even through the center of our calves, bringing the cycle time down to 1 to 2 minutes at most. A bright celestial visual of the exact makeup of Maria's entire body, inside and out, glows bright in my mind as the only thing other than myself in existence. Without any visuals or stimuli of anything, even my memories become hard to picture correctly. It's like all of my pattern recognition that does not have to do with what is in front of me is dulling, but I'm becoming far more in tune with the single task before me. Yet, there is still a barrier that tickles at my consciousness, holding us back from a perfect resonance. It is the small black dot at the center of Maria's soul energy core. The more times I cycle celestial energy through her, the more prominent it becomes. It is the only part of her I can't see or understand. The more times my energy flows around it, and my senses are misguided, the more ominous it becomes. This is because I have something almost exactly the same hidden behind a barrier inside my body too, my royal demon's core. The more cycles we process through each other, the more aware we are that the other knows we are hiding something. It is a very strange dance because the more it is ignored, the larger this invisible divide becomes. Yet, at the same time, we are understanding each other on a deeper level, and becoming far closer as well. The tension surrounding these blind spots rises and falls as the cycles continue, but with no words or deeper way to explain what either of them are, we are both left completely in the dark. Another 200 cycles each pass, and we're able to take multiple strides together, and complete a full cycle in less than a minute. We are walking in what feels like a straight line, but it is truly impossible to tell if this is the case. I can feel outward around me about 2 meters on all sides at the most heightened stage of my cycles, and no more than a few centimeters in my resting state. Right now, we are in a very calm stage, where both of us have suppressed the feelings of what the mystery within each other's bodies are, to only focus on a single goal, find a vantage point or landmark. In this process, the celestial energy that flows through us is almost like a single machine, as an extremely high amount of energy is transferred each time. What was only small white sparkles and a tingling sensation on my skin the first time is now multiple waves of pristine white and blue icy source resin that I accept into my body from many different points, to flow through my soul energy core and flow right back around with a red fiery flare. The purity of the ether space is almost unrecognizable to what it was weeks ago. Like muddy water has been forced through microscopic strainers that get smaller and smaller thousands of times, it continues to become more pure. Yet, our progress comes to an abrupt halt. Both of us stop in place, and stop cycling celestial energy into each other completely. This is because, for the first time since we entered this strange world of darkness, something else makes itself known. The ground shakes beneath my feet. It is in a slow rhythmic pattern. It isn't strong enough to make me lose my balance. If anything, it is nothing more than a small vibration that makes the bottom of my feet tingle. In fact, the faint glow of white celestial energy sparkles in the ground flowing from each light shake. What makes it stand out is the rhythm itself, as it comes in twos, and isn't perfectly consistent. There is no way to know how far away its source is, but from the direction the faint waves of celestial energy begin hitting my feet, I can tell where it's coming from. The closer it gets, the more my subconscious begins to fill in the gaps, and I realize these must be heavy footsteps. Chapter 878. Our next movement is a stride away from these pulses of celestial energy. My body becomes riddled with fear, and it is only amplified by the vibrations that share the same emotion connected to me. We barely just managed to stand up, and are having a hard enough time walking. There is no way we're ready to face an unknown enemy. We need more time to grow stronger. After a few steps in darkness, both of us begin to grow tired, and we're forced to cycle celestial energy again. It feels like we are lighting a beacon in this darkness by doing so, but it's the only way to walk away fast enough, without using the peak of our cycles to make longer and faster strides. Our speed is far slower than the approaching footsteps, yet, with us both using everything we have, it seems we can just about match the pace. There is no sound at all in this wood of darkness. Even now, as strange waves of white energy ripple through the floor, it is with complete and total silence. I know we've shifted direction to move away from it. But as more and more footsteps follow, I can't tell if we're headed in a straight line, a curved angle, or if we're even walking in circles. The only sense of direction I have is the intensity of the celestial energy's brightness, and from what side of my feet it makes tingle first. These approaching steps felt extremely urgent when they appeared in our minds, but after over 10 cycles each pass, nearly half an hour, we are still running away from these ominous footsteps at the same slow and consistent pace. My lungs feel like they're about to give out, my skin is covered in sweat, and my muscles all ache, as we're moving double the pace we ever have in the past. However, whatever it is that is following us is not very fast either. Even their inconsistent footsteps have strange ebbs and flows. At times all I feel is darkness around us, and it feels like we have finally gotten away. Then, other times, it speeds up, and the intensity of the footsteps is faster and greater, like it's lighter on its feet for moments at a time. My subconscious mind keeps trying to fill in the gaps of what this could possibly be. A demon? A monster? Some kind of unique void creature? It's too far away, and its movements are too inconsistent. Sometimes, the waves that come my way have strange breaks in them, like it's dragging something, or limping, or maybe carrying a heavy weapon. At first it's terrifying, but after a while, as we get farther and farther away, my heart rate slows and I'm more curious about what it possibly is. More importantly, what this place is. Is this really the Cyan Zone of the upper realm? Is the Morvale family head here somewhere? Lurking in the darkness, the only memories I have of this demon are a few faded images of him talking with Muriel through the reactor at the base of the Green Zone, and a few more using a strange mental link technique. None of them ever showed a place like this, but then again, none of these memories showed any large defined features of the Cyan Zone at all. The only thing I saw was the faded imagery of a palace with many guards standing behind him. It looked bright, nothing like the place I'm in now. My mind continues to wander, especially during the small breaks of time we have in pure darkness, trying to think of any hints or ideas to solve these mysteries, but the more I think, the more strange these readings become, and the deeper into the unknown we sink. Maria and I continue shifting our direction and pushing our bodies to the limits to get away. Our celestial energy cycle's efficiency increases drastically from this, as our emotions, adrenaline, and vibrations are all heightened. There is almost no resistance in our resonance. All of the tension from earlier fades completely, as our minds are one, trying to figure out how to survive. Some cycles rush through us in less than 30 seconds. And we use every single contact point on our bodies to push through more and more. We begin moving up to 5 long strides each cycle, and get into a perfect rhythm, plunging into the darkness away from the threat. Our pace speeds up, far faster than the approaching steps. But this doesn't last for long. The strain on my body and soul is building up through every cycle. I feel even Maria's arms and legs start to tremble with fatigue. In this heightened state of urgency, it feels like we could go on forever, pushing off the fatigue to reach higher limits, but there is an external breaking point. We slam into a hard black rock wall. The abrupt stop makes us both fall to the floor and halt our energy cycling for a moment as the rush of fatigue from the hour of what felt like a full-on sprint through the void just ended. I feel nauseous, and every muscle in my body feels like jelly. My breathing is so heavy, it feels like my lungs are not large enough to gasp in enough air with each breath. To lie up against the wall, we both release one of our interlocked hands, and it takes minutes to fight this next battle to stay conscious. We are so connected that when one of us has the feeling of dampened vibrations, like we are on the verge of passing out or falling asleep, the other is able to send a mental signal through our contact point. This occurs over and over from both of us, until we're able to control our breathing again and stand up against the wall. Just as peace starts to return, the staggered pulses of celestial energy from the darkness come back. We quickly start cycling celestial energy again and move away just as before, but the wall we've hit curves. With only one hand clasped together now, we cover even more surface area on the ground, and I can even roughly sense where her feet tingle to get a better positioning of the approaching danger. We move our feet in sync and change our direction to choose the second best route, but we hit this curved wall again only 7 steps later. It's like we've backed into a dead end. We quickly change directions again and try to run in the far opposite direction. But again, less than 20 steps later, we find that the wall curves both ways. It feels like the back of a massive cave. We're cornered, and the approaching footsteps only get more intense. The bright celestial ripples of light beneath our feet grow hotter and denser. The strange breaks in celestial energy readings every few steps as it drags something are even easier to read now. Whatever the thing it's dragging is, it's far larger than the one making the footsteps. Maria and I stop in place as we realize there's no outrunning this thing any longer. We're going to have to face it. The ripples in the flow become so bright, they almost feel equal to the celestial energy cycles that rush through us internally. Whatever this is, it's letting out this much energy through its feet is pure excess. My range has increased to about 3 meters outward, but it doesn't help at all. We just look out into the darkness, holding one arm in front of our chests, and the other tightly grasping each other. My heartbeat races faster and faster as the footsteps continue to shine bright white in my mind. I can't tell if they're hundreds of meters away, or right in front of my face. Celestial energy cycles are moving through us now, and we shift our bodies back and forth with each one. The one of us that is at the peak of our cycle rotates their stance to face the direction where the footsteps approach. This is because they are the one holding the most power and potential for offense and defense, while the other rests behind them. We continue this cycle back and forth while the heat beneath our feet grows. Yet, at the start of one of my cycles, the footsteps forward suddenly stop. My heartbeat only races faster, but I keep my celestial energy cycle moving and let the range of my ether senses grow at a steady rate. Just as suddenly as they stopped, the footsteps start again. This time, there is no inconsistency with its steps. They are fast and even. No more breaks in the ripples can be sensed, as though it dropped whatever it was dragging. The steps grow faster and brighter as my own ether senses grow wider and I prepare for the worst. It's running right at us. I grit my teeth and stare forward, channeling all of the celestial energy I have into my one free hand. My breathing slows, as I become focused, not scared. The closer the shadow of a being becomes, the hotter the celestial energy in my fist feels. Maria's vibrations hum through my whole body, making my focus multiply, as I'm aware of another mind watching my celestial energy movements and relying on it for her survival too. As she rests, a large clawed hand plunges out of the darkness and into my ether senses. It looks about twice the size of my hand, and shaped like a demon's. It's full of cyan-colored threads and burns bright in my consciousness with a celestial energy glow. As it stretches farther into my ether senses, my senses expand too. As my cycle is hitting its peak, I see a strong muscular arm that leads to a shoulder, then the entire body of a cyan-cored demon. It's covered in scars and deep wounds. One of its 2 short forehead horns is broken off. Some of its flesh wounds look like clean weapon slashes, while others are claws, and the worst of all is its left leg has a massive bite mark taken out of it. The demon is about 4 meters tall. It has no weapon itself, but its large clawed hand dives down toward me, aiming for my head. I shift my whole body, so Maria knows to jump out of the way in the right direction, but I know I won't be able to move in time. I thrust my glowing white and red fist up toward the demon's claw and feel the celestial energy in my fist begin to leave my body. The demon's clawed hand clashes against the energy that leaves my fist. Its body is full of celestial energy, brighter and hotter than mine many times over, so much so that it is overwhelming to feel a wave of bright white light flood into my body. I feel my fist begin to crumple beneath its weight, and some of the bones in my hand shatter. Yet, I stand my ground and keep my feet rooted in the black stone beneath my feet. I scream out into the void for not even an echo to return. But the celestial energy in my grasp does begin to solidify and take form. Even as my fist is crushed, I use the energy flowing through it to move the shattered bones and grasp the hilt of my soul sword that begins to materialize in my palm. Its outline becomes a part of me, and the celestial energy flowing through me fills it up with a white and red luster. Even so, I'm still overpowered, but as I fly backward, I thrust my broken hand downward and slice through the palm of this demon. It's less of a thrust and more of a shift in positioning. To let the demon's downward momentum cut itself, a burst of red and white fire lights up in the darkness, and the demon lurches backward. This saves me from having to try and dodge its clawed hand, as it reels backward with the pain as well. The shockwave of that impact, however, ripples down my hand, breaking even more bones, and the foreign celestial energy coursing through me is nothing like the icy source resin I'm accustomed to. This demon's energy feels like poison. I can't stop it from attacking me from the inside, bursting through my mind with hot white pain, and even surging through my other arm to flow into Maria. It is mixed with my own celestial energy, as the natural end to my cycle, and I'm thrown off my feet. Flying backward, Maria shifts her stance with me and takes the horrific wave of energy head-on. I get back up to my feet behind her, as she raises her free hand in the air. Her cycle begins, and she mimics my movements, forcing all of her energy into her palm to let a bright white and blue soul sword summon between her and the demon that leans back in to fight with its uninjured hand. Chapter 879, an explosion of bright white and blue ice bursts off the impact point of this demon's clawed hand in Maria's sword as it is summoned into existence. Some of the explosion bursts out of range of my ether senses, but the impact of the hit vibrates through me with just as much intensity as the hit I blocked. The only difference is Maria is taking the brunt of the physical damage this time. I watch the demon's palm and claws become covered in ice, but it only forms a few centimeters off its skin and stops around the wrists before Maria is completely overpowered and sent flying backward just like I was. Its chest glows bright white, and waves of celestial energy surge into both of its palms as we fly backward. Still clasped together, the fire and ice on both of the demon's clawed hands are completely nullified. Small flakes of its outer layer of skin are frozen off on one hand, and a shallow slice mark is left in its other palm from my attack. Yet, compared to its other injuries, the creature is basically unharmed. It stares forward, filled with bloodlust, watching us fly away. As its form disappears from my ether senses, my mind races, wondering why a demon like this is even in the darkness with us. It doesn't look like a noble demon, truthfully. It doesn't even look close in stature to the first-class demons in the green zone. The creature is hardly twice my height, and when I made contact with it, I didn't even feel any path vibrations. It was only pure celestial energy. This is the body of a commoner demon, or a third class at best. Why would a demon like this be this high up in the upper realm? Then again, it's not weak. It just blocked 2 of our full-powered attacks and healed them with ease. One hit from this demon, and it could tear me in half. If I'm asking why it's here, I should be asking myself the same thing. My fingers and forearm grasping my soul sword are still shattered. The wave of dense celestial energy, containing Maria's, and the poisonous wave of mental and physical attacks imbued in this demon's aura, bursts through me from the shockwave. Some of this energy, as I refine it, can be used to heal these injuries, but that is not what I use it for. Doing so would weaken my defenses and lessen my attack power. I can use the flow of energy through my hand as a brace to hold my hand together. We skid to a halt after being pushed back over 3 meters. Maria is down on one knee, and I hold my red blade up in the air, scanning everything in front of me while the demon lunges back in, with its clawed hand coming down at me. Its eyes track my blade, and I know if I try to pull the same move, it'll anticipate it. I breathe deeply and analyze the demon's every movement. Its left leg touches the ground, and the memories of its inconsistent footsteps that were following me in the darkness before come back to mind. I fixate on the massive bite mark taken out of its thigh and even see waves of celestial energy trickling out from it as white energy surges through its body. It's the only weak point I see, and I have no other options. Instead of swinging upward, I lunge down, and Maria lunges with me in perfect sync. The hot edge of my blade sinks deep into this exposed flesh, and a burst of flames explodes from its wound. I feel my blade hit against bone, and a small crack gives way, but I'm not strong enough to slice all the way through it. The monster's leg trembles and shakes from the impact, and even bends under the pressure, bringing this demon down to one knee. However, it doesn't stop it from clawing at me with both its free hands. I follow through upward with my sword, still at the peak of my cycle, and block one of its claws. It cuts into its skin again, but more fractures break down my arm, and even into my shoulder. I'm sent flying backward again, but the demon's second clawed hand tears through the back of my chest plate. Deep white gashes from 2 of its claws dig a few centimeters into my skin, but my momentum away is already fast enough for it not to grab a hold of me. I yell out with pain, but also grin, as the visual of the demon kneeling and forcing celestial energy into its leg to stop the flames tells me I really did find a weak point. My attention to this demon deepens even further once I notice its arms growing cold and dark. As celestial energy cycles out of them to push toward its wound, this moment of excitement is cut short as the celestial energy inside of me also floods out into Maria so she can begin her next cycle. The scratch in my back aches with far more intensity, and my whole arm, from shoulder to fingers, feels numb and becomes much harder to handle with precision as every bone in it is shattered. Maria has felt every one of these senses too, and sees where my attention lies, first at its weak point, and second at its dull arms. All of my pain receptors are screaming in my mind, but I mimic her movements in shadow behind as her cycle builds up. This time, we are not totally on the defensive. The demon can't stand up straight in time. It is hunched over to protect its leg, but even as Maria goes in to attack, it swipes its arm outward much faster to block. A pulse of white light surges through it and collides with Maria's bright sword, blocking it with ease, but still, it is covered in ice. Maria slices downward this time, already expecting to be overpowered, and aims toward its injured leg again. The demon sends a pulse of celestial energy through its other hand to block its weak point, but Maria shifts her direction and puts her own body in the line of fire. The demon commits even harder, as it appears it's getting an easy kill, pushing all of its celestial energy into this close-range attack. Its claws dig into her side, tearing through her dormant blood-bonded armor like paper, and ripping through her flesh as easily as the wounds on my back. She twists her body fast enough that the wounds aren't too deep, and slices upward at the demon's free arm, around the elbow joint. It is almost jet black, with no celestial energy moving through it at all. Almost 100% of its energy is focused in its attacking hand and in its wounded leg at the moment, as we're both blasted backward from the release of energy from Maria being struck. So does one of the demon's severed arms. It shatters into pieces once it hits the ground, completely consumed in ice. The last thing I see in the ether senses before we fly back too far away is massive amounts of white aura flooding toward its lost arm, and the demon looking upward and letting out a silent screech. An aura of blue and white celestial energy floods out into the air from Maria's wounds as she shifts her stance to rest behind me, and when the wave of intensity floods through me, red fiery light leaks out from the claw marks in my back too. Yet, both of us lunge forward, running over the shattered remains of the demon's arm. We've figured out how to kill this beast. Even if its celestial energy is stronger than ours, its ability to sense and control it, and anticipate attacks, is far lower. Not to mention, it was already in pretty horrible shape entering this battle. Jumping back in and outsmarting it now that it is scared is even easier. The demon tries to stand, but its weight is too heavy for its broken leg, and its right side is completely exposed as it doesn't have a clawed hand to block. I dive in and land a fiery slash to its right ribs, digging deep into an old wound from what looks like another demon's claws. It's still faster than me, but all I receive from its counter this time is the monster's stub grazing my cheek. I don't think it's fully understood that its limb is lost, because if its clawed hand was still there, my whole head would have been torn off. Seeing that it's not, the demon gets confused and lets out a silent screech, channeling so much celestial energy into its stub channels far more out from its leg, bringing it back down to its knee. Once I fly backward and swap positions with Maria, she does exactly as I did, landing an icy sword slash in its side right below the flickering red celestial energy. The monster's phantom limb misses us entirely, and it spins itself around in rage. Both of us are breathing extremely heavily, and probably in just as much pain as this demon. There are multiple seconds in between each exchange. From an outside perspective, this battle is extremely slow and awkward. A demon missing an arm, and a completely broken leg, with dozens of fatal wounds all over its body, facing two humans that are sharing celestial energy, and sending out full-powered attacks every 5 to 10 seconds. That only fatigue us further. Yet, while in the moment, experiencing it, it feels like every single movement matters, and this battle is using every single bit of my energy and focus. We lunge in and out, swinging each other around in alternating attacks, landing more and more on its unguarded side. Trying to attack its leg is still too risky. Both of us are extremely injured. Getting hit by its claws again could put one of us out of commission entirely. Half a dozen fire and icy slashes build up on its right side. We keep timing our attack to hit when its celestial energy leaves certain areas to heal its wounds. Some slashes land high up by its shoulder, and a few at its waist and down to its right thigh. A large amount of celestial energy stays present in its feet, up to its calves, as it uses this energy to reposition itself, so we can't land any hits lower. Any that collide with its white energy send us flying backward, completely overpowered. We need to only aim for its unprotected flesh. My arm holding my sword is horribly injured, and the rest of my body now tingles with pain and fatigue. I can feel Maria's hand and wrist holding her sword is broken too, not to the degree mine is, but the rest of her body is under far more strain. Especially the claw marks on her side. They're deeper than the ones I received, and her natural healing is much slower than mine, even though I don't use any given cycle to focus on healing. The claw marks on my back are starting to close just from energy passing by them. We both know we need to finish this battle fast. The next few hits are all in the same spot on the demon's right upper thigh, digging deep enough into the bone to freeze it and crack it after a few hits. A massive chunk of its leg fractures, and as it tries to put more pressure on the area, it completely cracks and fractures off. My cycle is next, and we're right behind the beast. A majority of its celestial energy floods to its broken limb and flows out with its blood before it starts to slowly heal. I jump at its back and stab my fiery sword deep into where its core should be. Sinking into its flesh is not hard, but I instantly hit something too dense to pierce. Its demon's core, which is almost entirely full of white-hot energy. It splinters, but doesn't break. Instead, it erupts lethal energy outward and flows through my sword to attack me, but also reacts with a violent explosion, forcing a reaction with my fire, and blasting a deep hole in its back. All I can do is follow through and slice upward, to carve out a portion of the back of its head before being propelled away. The demon writhes with pain, but I do too. The intensity of the celestial energy stream that just flowed through my sword is tens of times more dangerous than any of its past attacks. I still land on my feet, but almost pass out from the intensity of this hot mental attack. Maria is stun-locked for a second too, as this wave of hot light surges through her. All three of us yell into the void for a moment. The only one to break out from the daze, conscious enough to keep fighting, is Maria. She uses the momentum from that attack, and the flow of energy away from its other wounds, to finally attack the other injured knee. In a single slash, the bone is frozen, broken, and the demon falls flat on its face on the hard black floor. We pivot, and I catch my breath. Then allow another energy cycle to pulse through me, and then lunge in for the kill. Its demon's core is exposed, and it's pumping all of its celestial energy outward toward its leaking brain. And 3 limbs that have been shattered off, in between pulses, it gives off an empty dark purple hue. I swing downward with everything I have, timing the slash with the rhythm of its pulses, and feel my fiery blade crush its core into pieces. Chapter 880. My sword breaks through the dark purple core at its moment of weakness, and I feel it shatter to pieces. When celestial energy tries to flow back in, it creates a violent reaction and the cyan core beneath it destabilizes from the pressure. My blade tears through the rest of its flesh and slams down on the hard black floor below. The mutilated corpse is blown in half, and a rush of cyan threads, white celestial energy, and a small amount of dark black and purple aura begins to flow through my soul sword. Large amounts of this energy also burst outward, forcing me to jump backward. I'm even hit by some of the blast and feel more of my armor and skin melt from the violent last resort move. Maria and I both fly backward to avoid the majority of the blast, and land on our backs over 5 meters away from the corpse. There are scattered icy remains from its shattered limbs, and pieces of its flesh that are still on fire under our backs, but our breathing is so heavy, and the relief that this battle is over is so strong, neither of us even care to move. We only stare up into the darkness, grasping our blades in each other's hands. Even though we've killed this demon, that doesn't mean the battle is over. The final wave of energy rushes through me. A hot white celestial light burns through the insides of my body and makes my mind go white for a few seconds. There is loud ringing in my ears, and it pushes my soul energy core to slightly fracture at the seams under the pressure and heat. It feels like a ball of fire is spinning in my chest, and all I can do is grit my teeth and let it pass. The cyan threads that flow through me and into my true core are quite tame in comparison. I can handle this influx with ease. The excess flows out within the celestial energy wave that travels through my arm toward Maria. Our vibrations are in perfect sync, so she's already felt the stress it's put on me and braces for the pain as well. The light surges through my palm and into her, yet, as Maria's vibrations echo her cycling process into my psyche, part of my mind wanders for a moment. There is a small amount of black and purple energy I've absorbed from this demon that falls directly into my royal demon's core. It passes through the barrier of vibrations I've created and is entirely absorbed. Not a single drop comes out. The moment it falls inside, a series of fractured and fuzzy memories of that demon's life flash in my mind. Almost none of them come with clear visuals, they are entirely made of emotions and battle instincts. I get the fractured senses of that demon's mind for thousands of years in this dark void. Nothing from the green zone or lower realm is revealed, not even how it got here, or how long it has even been in this place. Its oldest memories are of fighting in the darkness here. As a cyan core, my momentary slip of mental resonance is felt by Maria, but her cycle through this wave of energy has come to its peak. Once it's sent back, her mind starts to wander too, as we're not completely focused on survival anymore. I cycle the celestial energy that pours back into me. It has her icy source resin imbued in it, but the majority is still very rough hot white energy from the demon. It's painful to refine again, but manageable. We cycle this energy back and forth, over 20 times each, until the energy we're cycling through each other is only our own, stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. The heavy breathing and heart beating out of my chest finally calms down. The claw marks on my back are fully sealed up, and the marks on Maria's side have also been healed from the flow of my celestial fire with focused rejuvenation properties as it cycles through her. My shattered bones in my arm and hand are readjusted by my celestial energy, and healed back up too. The stress that the initial wave made on my soul energy core recovers as well, healing up the small fracture points. It takes another 30 cycles each before both of us can sit up fully healed. Considering it only takes 10 seconds at most per cycle now, it is fast, but we have been lying on this floor beside the dead demon for almost half an hour. My ether senses have increased drastically, over double the range, making its full corpse within view, and the back wall behind us about 7 meters away. The wall itself looks like it's scratched up, with deep carvings in some places, but smooth areas in others. I turn away and focus my senses back toward the fallen demon. The only thing that hasn't healed is our blood-bonded armor. There are still exposed areas of skin in the shape of claw marks on my back and Maria's side now as we stand to our feet and walk over to the demon. A steady flow of celestial energy cycles through us even as we walk forward, not with as much intensity as when we were healing, but enough to continue refining our energy. It's been weeks of this constant process. Stopping would feel quite unnatural. I stare down at the monster's corpse once we stand over it, then tightly grip my soul sword. It pulses with a red and white light, then compresses into my palm and disappears entirely, falling back into my soul as pure energy. Then, I bend down to use this free hand and feel the demon's flesh out of curiosity. There are still large chunks left in a pile, and some flickering red fire or glistening blue ice left over. Even the old injuries from this demon's past battles are still present. This isn't what intrigues me. I lift up a hand-sized piece of meat and feel my hand become covered in an oily, slimy substance almost instantly. I squeeze, and the flesh gushes between my fingers, almost like it's melting into a liquid state. The leftover ether and divine threads are all dispersing into the atmosphere. So, what I feel between my fingers now is some kind of refined and mutated demonic energy. When we were battling it, I really thought it was bleeding like us, and that it had managed to keep its real body from the lower realm too. But, as I rub the liquid that dissolves into almost a watery state in my fingers, I come to the realization this is a strange avatar. Nothing like the ones I came across in the green zone. All of the rest of its flesh melts in the same way. The process is sped up when I touch it for some reason, but as I sift through the demon's dissolving corpse, one thing does stand out: its horns still hold a large amount of white celestial energy. Even the cracked one pulses with a bright celestial glow. The two horns are the only true remains of this demon that rest on top of the hard ground in a solid state. I lift them both up and look down, as I can barely hold them in one hand, but an idea comes to mind. If my true core's ability to absorb memories is still slightly intact, and I'm able to interact with my soul sword still, maybe there are other powers I still have access to. I close my eyes and focus extremely hard on the horn, and as another cycle of celestial energy comes through me from Maria, I let half of her icy blue energy flow around my core, while the other half I cycle through. Both blue and red celestial energy flows up my arm and into my palm that touches these horns. The feeling of using craftsmanship is all I focus on, and I picture the end result of what I want clear in my mind. As the celestial energy flows into these horns, they melt like malleable metal in my hand, and turn into a pair of perfectly crafted, lightweight gauntlets. I let out a surprised chuckle into the silent darkness, as I half expected this wouldn't work at all. There are no system prompts that show in my mind, or any way to guide this craft to work with machine-like precision. Yet, I mimicked exactly how the energy flow should feel, and created a very unique weakly soul-bonded gauntlet set. The memory of the pain that shattered my wrist from trying to block the demon's attack is still fresh in my mind, so a stronger brace for it was what I craved most. One is black, white and red, while the other is slightly smaller and glows blue and white. I hand it over to Maria, as she mimics my movement from before and lets her own soul sword disappear back into her soul. We both slide the gauntlets onto our outer wrists over our blood-bonded armor, and stare at them in the darkness for a few energy cycles as the gear assimilates with us. The painful feeling of her hand and wrist breaking during that battle is fresh in her mind too. During the craft, this is what her vibrations and celestial energy yearn for too. The moment we put them on, the instinctual feeling of higher defense can be felt. The new small piece of armor feels like an extension of our bodies, like celestial energy can flow through it just as easily as our flesh. No words are spoken, but the potential of this ability makes my mind race. Maria's heart rate rises in excitement just as fast as mine, but both of our attentions are pulled away from this creation. A slow-moving liquid pool of dark avatar remains starts to pour in toward us from the outer edges of darkness outside my ether senses. When I look up, I double-check the surroundings and mentally count all of the lost limbs of this beast, but all of their dark puddles are within range. Another memory surfaces. It is of when this demon was nothing but footsteps in the darkness. Its inconsistent limp was easily explained by the bite in its thigh, but now that I recall, it was also dragging something. Chapter 881. The slows of black liquid from outside my ether senses grows in size. At first, just a trickle, now it looks like the floor is being flooded with this dark demonic waste. We slowly take steps backward, until the wall behind us, covered in scratches, comes into view again. However, after a few more seconds pass, the flood of this black liquid even covers the demon's remains, speeding up its decay. There is no way to smell in this void, but if I could, I imagine it would be disgusting. My boots are already covered in some of the demon's remains, but now, as we're cornered against the wall again, it looks like it's going to be worse. The wave of dark liquid floods in faster than we can back up, and as our backs hit the wall, the wave of decayed avatar splashes against us up to our shins. The wave recedes and spreads thin across the floor pretty quickly. And the fact that it's decaying must mean it's dead, so it's of no actual threat, but it is gross. Shortly after, another small wave comes in and splashes our feet again. The corpse must be decomposing in parts, and sending waves through this strange cave. We both let out sighs and follow the direction this black goop comes from. It must be coming from where we entered. As we take steps forward, more of the cave walls can be seen. It widens more and more the further we walk, making it impossible to sense both sides even as we move in a wide zigzag pattern. There is no ceiling that can be sensed, but the fact that there are walls, and even random loose rocks that crumble off the walls reveals that this demon lured us to a dead end. I thought we were traveling out in the open, with nothing but flat ground. We could only sense a meter away at most, and the only directional sense to run was from the dense white footsteps. Yet, whether it was a conscious decision or an instinctual predatory one, we were deceived by this creature, walking into the darkness now, still not sure if this is a cave or a valley, or really any idea what we're walking toward that is melting and sending more gushing waves of dark liquid our way. The vibrations of tension and nerves heightened between us, after absorbing the demon's celestial energy, and the excess dispersed into the air. Everything but myself and Maria has gone dark again. So, as we approach, and small waves of white light ripple through the floor from the same direction as the calm waves, we both reflexively summon our soul swords again. Our steps grow slower as we scan the area with far more depth, but whatever these small white pulses are, they aren't coming closer. They are erratic and seem to be extremely weak, in varying sizes. My first guess is maybe whatever died. Their soul energy core is still decaying and leaking out, but that guess is quickly disproven. Out from the far edge of my ether senses, up in the air, a white mass of celestial energy hits my psyche, and I turn its way, slicing upward with my red sword. All I feel is my blade piercing flesh again, and a strong, hot pressure being absorbed by the gauntlet I just crafted. My nerves turn to excitement, and a grin grows on my face as I follow through and cleave upward all the way through this tiny creature, less than a meter tall. It's a fledgling demon. It doesn't even have a demon's core, nor does it have a true divine core. It only has a weak, uncompressed cyan core, and a body full of celestial energy that isn't theirs. The creature is sliced in half instantly, and at the same time, two more of these tiny fiends jump toward us, stolen from its rightful author. This tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. I shift my stance and slice through another, while Maria slices through one that jumps toward her side too. It isn't even necessary to use the peak of our cycle to kill these creatures. Tiny amounts of cyan threads, celestial energy, and horribly fractured memories are drained into me from each kill, but surprisingly, none of that black and purple demonic aura is transferred. Their corpses fall into the pools of liquid on the floor and dissolve far faster than the larger demon. None of them even have horns. Nothing stays behind after their deaths. We take a few steps closer, both slashing through one more fledgling demon each, before the waves of white light stop pulsing our way. We either killed them all, or the rest ran. Finally, the source of the decaying avatar appears. Half of a demonic dragon's head still sits sideways on the black floor. Chunks of its flesh are clawed out, and other portions are bitten off by small mouths that look the size of the fledglings that attacked moments ago, and the mental picture becomes clear. They're like scavengers, waiting for things to die in this abyss, to feed on their celestial energy to make it their own. This dragon must have been injured even worse than its bonded demon in one of their past battles. Now it makes sense why it was being dragged along, and also why this demon left it behind to fight us. It was its weakness. Maria and I stand before the dragon's head in silence as it continues to melt away completely, and leave nothing at all behind. Some of it flows toward us, but a large amount flows away in all directions. To my left, the puddles of liquid thin out far quicker than to my right. These waves splash up against something and make far more ripples. This must mean there is a rock wall in this direction to the right, and in the other, it leads to only open air, most likely where we walked in here from. Both of us instinctually step to the right, to follow the wall, so we can use it as a landmark to follow and gauge distance traveled. It will be far more efficient than wandering in the dark void like before. Red and blue glows still tint my ether senses with color as we walk over to this wall. Once we get within a few meters, the deep scratches all over the semi-smooth surface return. I try to imagine what kind of creature could have managed such a horrific sight, as even with the full power of my soul sword against the hard ground, it didn't leave a scratch. Lying down on this hard ground, and even the fact that my ether senses can't push through it, means this is an extremely hard and dense material. My mind wanders as I examine the wall further, and we begin to turn to leave in a new direction away from that death trap, but something catches my eye. I stop in place, and Maria grows scared for a moment, because our ether senses are linked, and she cannot see a thing. Everything is dark black in the surroundings but us. It is no off-putting movement or stray wave of celestial energy I sense. It is one of the scratch marks in the wall that makes my heart rate rise. I take steps closer and let my sword even fall back into my soul so I can place my free hand against the wall. These are no random scratches. This is text. but in a strange language that I've never seen before. Most of it is, at least, a symbol that catches my eye. In the furthest point of my ether sense, about 5 meters in the air, reads out world, but a more accurate translation in the originator's language would be platted with life. Without any context of the words around it, I cannot decipher its meaning at all, but this is written in a different language than the rest. This one symbol is of the same language from the tomb where I received my soul weapons core. Far beneath the sea on the human world, inside the head of a dark black humanoid statue, the memory of the thousands of glowing white and yellow symbols from that day, that lifted off the wall and became a part of my soul and mind, is slightly faded in the back of my memories. I do not have a vivid crystal clear image of it, as my mind palace would provide if activated, but I can recognize which symbols are from that text. Maria stares up at the symbol I look at and begins to realize that I can understand it. When I turn to walk back into the dead-end cave where we nearly just died, she has no resistance, and is even excited to follow along. We walk up against the wall covered in these scratches, and I expand my ether sense as far as it can go upward. There are only small spots in the wall every 10 meters or so that have patches of writing. We pass 2 more, but none of the symbols make any sense to me. I've seen the writings of the wyverns from Abby's point of view before, and these look nothing like them. I even vaguely remember seeing elven texts in Faded Dreams from Ren, and they do not look alike. I've never seen a demonic language, and considering I have memories from some of their strongest and oldest and there is not even a mention of it, it's very unlikely it's theirs. This is some other race entirely, yet I have no idea where to begin to guess. We walk further in, all the way to the back wall where we were cornered less than an hour ago. The demon's avatar remains are all spread thin and dried out now, so there are no pools of liquid to avoid. I only stare up at the back wall, the 4th section of this text I've found so far, this one being the largest. My heart rate spikes, and Maria's does too in reaction, turning her head where I look as I finally recognize another 2 symbols next to each other reading Great Split. My focus shifts quickly across the text over and over, then we take a few more steps to the side to get the full coverage of this massive wall, and I see a repeat of that complex word again, but it's surrounded with even more symbols I recognize. The World Eater Returns is the final legible text I can read. Below it, there is a very ominous picture. It's not written in any language, it is a simple drawing carved into stone. It is of many long-limbed humanoid beings, with no facial features. They all stand around a single large black dot with their arms in the air. I can't tell if they're dancing, praying, activating some kind of spell, or something else entirely. Chapter 882. This is an image that needs no translation. Maria can interpret it just as easily as I can, and we're left with an ominous sinking feeling. These creatures in the drawings, they look very similar to an anomaly we faced back in the human world dungeons. The association called them Titans, but Ember called them Void Creepers. I can't understand any of these other symbols to get more context, but I've never seen any other monsters that have these characteristics, faceless black forms and long limbs. The worst part is, I may have found a clue here about what race wrote these texts in the first place, but I have no idea what they're talking about. A Great Split? The World Eater Returns? Is this referencing something in the past? Or something they're looking forward to? We both stare at this cave carving for many minutes, and it only becomes more strange and off-putting. Following this, we walk around this entire small cave to see if we missed anything. Then, even double-check all of the carvings we passed already to make sure I didn't miss any more clues. When we leave, walking past the now dried remains of the dragon, the darkness around us seems a lot more vast. Being completely blind was almost more comforting, because it was only pure imagination for what was around us. Now, there could be demons, dragons, and maybe even another race. The adrenaline and heightened instincts of a pure survival state from our battle finally wears off once we exit the cave. Our cycling celestial energy has grown significantly in strength just from that one demon, yet now we have an even more important goal in mind. Not only are we trying to survive and get out of this place to gain access back to the system, but now we have a mystery to solve. The more of these cave writings we can discover, the better chance we have of finding out what kind of place this really is. While weeks have passed in the Cyan Zone's ravine, in the green zone of the upper realm, time passes much differently. In fact, Seraphel's dark blue eyes can still see the realm wave passing through the far side of the zone. Abby still stands up straight beside him, but Ari and Raven stand up from their kneeling positions. As their minds and bodies were just bent and distorted with an invasive gravity manipulation technique like nothing they have ever felt before, Ari retracts all of his spirit hands back into his body and looks Seraphel in the eyes. What do you mean, a realm wave? What was that? Raven still grips her soul swords and looks over her shoulder, ready to fight another enemy, but the blue-eyed human speaks with a smile. The enemy isn't here. That was the first wave, triggered by the Overseer. It appears the 4 remaining families are planning something.
They're either coming to kill us right now or have decided to seal this zone off for good. He pauses, and his mind wanders. As he is now connected to Abby's general interface, and can see the vast system created by the rising emperor. Over 1 billion worlds worth of system user data is streaming into his mind, but he keeps a straight face, looking away from Ari and back down to his hands, equally as intrigued at his new base form. The blue wyvern looks up again. My guess is it's a combination of the two, but I believe Jay and Maria will be facing the most danger.
The realm waves distort the passage of time between zones. While less than a minute has gone by here, it could be hours, days, even weeks up there. He looks down at the realm's floor and mentally tugs at everyone's spectate feeds in the system to look at the lower realm.
As you can see, time is already distorted in the origin plane.
It is impossible to guess what the dilation is in a zone even closer to the overseer. Instead of the mere seconds that are passing in the green zone, hours fly by in the lower realm. The battle on the Great Belt of Brimia comes to its natural end, and the debris in the orbit of this star is cleaned up by neighboring systems that Alvaron has commissioned, the protective shield of divine energy and an illusion array made by the Knights, Commanders, and Bree, the administrator, is finally
lifted as well. Many of these knights leave back to the human world, while some stay behind to continue cultivating their divine cores on asteroids in the belt. Pluto collects all of the demonic energy from the destroyed fleet of Vermilion troops and returns back where he came from, using a one-way rift key to the demonic realm meant to be used after their successful raid of the Red Star system. This commoner demon now must report the news of their loss to the 5 great families' armies that remain on this world, and follow out the rest of his orders exactly as planned.
Alvaron's mass send out of queries for information and quests to headhunt
demons of the great families, sent out to over 1 billion worlds, has come back with far greater results than expected. This data is shared between Bree, Fisher, and Lydia. The craftswoman and newly appointed administrator creates a map of the galaxy with tens of thousands of lit-up points all over its surface. With teleport crystals sourced from various worlds and star systems scattered about, the black areas of the map are dark zones, with no sightings or threat of demons. The red zones are where labyrinth-rich worlds are located. The orange zones are worlds with large patches of demonic energy, either soon to be conquered or with thrones already present on them. Lastly, the bright yellow zones are where there are confirmed demonic civilizations linked to the royal families. Information bounties are being paid out en masse, and Alvaron uses his intellect and extremely fast processing speed to continuously scalp and find gaps in item trade markets to keep the galactic economy running smoothly, while continuously taking small profits off the top to pay for information and goods they need. Fisher and Lydia are both sent out to scout the yellow zones and eliminate the threats without holding back. Alvaron and Bree are left to communicate alone but leave their spectate feeds live for the generals to see. The two of them begin to organize another intergalactic trade commission meeting. Instead of the small crowd of half a dozen first-class world leaders, this one aims to be far larger, sending out the requests for a single representative from every single one of the over 1 billion worlds. Abby replies as this data streams in, "They're attacking the demons, we should too. Let's follow Jay and Maria to the Cyan Zone." He lets out a sigh. It is not safe to travel between zones during a realm wave. Our best option now is to secure the citadels here, then make contact with the warlords and other generals. Jay may be unable to contact us, but Ember is still here. Seraphel grits his teeth nervously and looks off in the distance. For all we know, this could have been part of that dragon's plan all along. A flash of blue light near the Sea of Corruption follows, as Seraphel releases his wyvern form to let Abby stand on his back for easier travel. The two of them head toward the fortress, while Ari and Raven fly up in the sky in the opposite direction, toward the Mensa Citadel. Mental system commands create a shared spectate feed for them all. And Asik and Torvak are the first to join. They both lead their armies back to the Ellipsia Citadel, receiving many cheers and praises from the citizens that know they have been secretly fighting the demons in the dark for millennia, but have finally publicly killed them and won another war. Ava is the next to join. Her point of view is very interesting as well. The Goblin Queen is commanding many of the lords in the floating stands of the arena to step forward and present themselves if they have any elemental skills. Millions of them step forward, and she directs them all to start creating a massive circular platform in the sky. Eva borrows the celestial craftsmanship skill from her long list of available skills and easily takes control of the many stray ether commands in the air that held the old Grand Citadel Stadium together. The griffin that watched this goblin defeat a noble demon now watches as she rebuilds a small portion of the Grand Citadel from scratch in under a minute, and can't believe its eyes. The griffin, being the strongest wind magic user among any of the elites here,
steps in and helps to imbue the bottom of this temporary citadel with the ability to float, while Ava continues to activate and even create ether commands to allow it to handle its own weight eventually. A light red dot appears in the sky far above them, as Zacian begins to descend and calm down, releasing his battle form, proud of his ability to finally kill noble demons with his own strength, and a proud, fully awakened member of the Scarlet Clan. The final member to join this call is Run, the newly appointed Light Elf Administrator. They are in the middle of some kind of spell, or ritual. The elf's whole body glows bright white, and there is a magic circle with all kinds of runes and strange markings glowing and pulsing out from within. In the middle of this wide array of light magic spells, Ember's sleeping body lays. You came back for me again. I can't have you leave me yet, before you've fulfilled the last part of our promise, Ren whispers, staring far past Ember's sleeping body and toward the glowing silver reactor far off in the distance. Chapter 883, as we leave the cave and stay within ether-sensing distance of the black rock walls. This strange realm we've been dropped into grows into a far larger mystery in my mind than I thought it was before. I had theories that this might be one of those demonic breeding grounds, like the noble grade worlds I've seen in many past demon memories, but after seeing the writing of another race, I'm having second thoughts on this. The fact that there are fledgling demons weak enough for me to kill without much effort, and a commoner demon, makes me even less sure of what this place could be. We get into a rhythm of walking through the darkness again, and get closer together so that our full arms touch for greater surface area to cycle celestial energy than just our palms. The energy is far more pure and hot than it was before our battle with this demon, because I absorbed a lot from its core. However, the more we walk through the darkness, the efficiency of our cycling to refine it further begins to slow down. This is because our minds are not completely focused anymore. Part of me still feels the presence of celestial footsteps appearing randomly in the darkness, but in reality, we are still in an empty abyss, and it is just my paranoia playing tricks. Maria feels the same exact thing and turns her head toward nothing to disrupt our cycles periodically. In my own mind, I'm constantly scanning the wall we walk near, waiting for more text markings to show up, and simultaneously trying to think back to any of my past experiences that might reveal what the words I read before meant. To top everything off, we are still in the dark and completely isolated in silence. No matter how many times I try to use telepathy or speak out loud, there is no difference. Hand signals and trying to read lips can get small points across, but they are not able to transmit complex thoughts. Our vibrations are capable of resonating and sharing emotions, but even these have limitations. One of these limitations in particular grows the further we get from this cave as well. It is the two secrets we are hiding from one another, before this fight with the demon. We both pushed away the uneasy thoughts about my demon's core and her black hole within her soul energy core. However, after such heightened emotions and use of celestial energy, the come down after has brought this suppressed issue to the surface again. These tensions grow, but with no simple way to resolve it. We continue forward with our main objective, survive and find a way out of here. Our celestial energy cycles have sped up, so it's not as easy to keep an accurate track of time, but what I believe to be over 5 days pass. The black wall we follow is slightly slanted, and there are portions of it with cracks, but I don't find any massive opening like the cave we entered. There are a few small ones, which we follow inward, but have no luck in finding more text. Dozens of fledgling demons are slain. As they come out from the cracks in the caves at the lowest points of our energy cycles, it seems they can't tell the difference between living and dead corpses, only beings that are weak or strong. So, when little to no energy is flowing through us, they attack. Single sword slashes are all it takes to kill these pests as we scour the caves for more potential clues. Then again, the more we find of these openings in the rock wall, the more I even second guess if these are caves at all, or just holes in the side of a giant cliff. This is because in none of them have I ever sensed a cave ceiling. The darkness just gives off the impression that it is a tight fit, but for all I know, there could be endless dark sky above. Another 5 or so days pass, making it a total of 10 since our battle with that large demon. In addition to my fuzzy perception of time, it is also extremely difficult to get a proper scope of the distance we have traveled. Maria and I are walking almost non-stop. We take small breaks every once in a while, but even these, it seems unwise to stop for long. Not only could there be a demon lurking around any corner, but also neither of us gets very tired in general. As true Cyan cores, the need for sleep is basically non-existent. I believe I could go on forever at this rate. Food and water are not necessary either. The celestial energy cycling through us is more than enough sustenance to live off indefinitely. Considering this, we've walked hundreds of kilometers, in and out of cracks and fissures in the rock wall, and now killed over 100 fledgling demons. It makes what we ran into first seem like a fluke, We were not near this wall when we encountered that demon. I begin to think we're not going to run into any more major threats as long as we stay against the rock wall, but eventually, as we approach another random break in the wall we follow, light pulses of white celestial energy ripple through the ground beneath my feet, as well as the wall to my side. Instead of fear this time, as we summon our soul swords, there is excitement coursing through us. The last few caves haven't even had fledglings, so feeling this much energy is good news. Finally, opportunity for progress, and hope that we won't be wandering in this abyss for eternity. The pulses through the floor and wall are far lighter than the fledglings we've been dealing with for almost 2 weeks, but not as strong as the demon from before. As we walk closer to the source, the wall beside us curves inward to reveal another opening. We've seen dozens of these in our travels so far, but this one is the first to have actual celestial energy readings bursting out from the exit. From the looks of it now, as we get closer and slowly walk in, there's more than one of them. My eyes widen as a flash of white light bursts not only through the floor, but with waves that travel through the dark air as well from the sky. This illuminates the walls of this opening even further in than I could see before. My heart rate rises as I see scratches on the cave walls again, in orderly patterns, yet, my attention is jerked forward again from a vibrational warning from Maria, as her gaze is still up in the air. No fledglings come raining down on us like before, but instead the massive head and open mouth of a demonic dragon emerges from the darkness. It's letting out a screech, but nothing at all can be heard. Our ether senses have grown slightly since the last battle, so we have about a 9-meter head start in order to shift our stances and get ready to fight. Maria is nearly at her peak, so she lunges forward to be the attacker, and she grins almost as wide as the dragon that dives down at us. Its head is completely filled with bright celestial energy, and so are the tips of its wings when it emerges from the corners of my ether senses. Right before impact, Maria jumps upward, and I follow, jumping even higher than her. In perfect rhythm, we dodge the downward chomp of this dragon and spin connected in the air. Maria's cycle peak is timed perfectly as we lose altitude, and she plunges her icy sword into the back of the dragon's neck. A long blue sparkling trail of ice opens as she slices a wide 3-meter-long gash all the way down its back, then kicks off its side to have us both slam into the cave wall. Large areas of ice spread to the base of its wings and start to fracture pieces off of them, but the dragon lets out a silent screech and concentrates its celestial energy to the affected areas as fast as possible. This saves it from losing its wings but leaves gaps in its defenses in other areas. As Maria's cycle passes through her and back into me, I shift and take the attacking role, lunging in and jumping upward to leave a fiery gash through the underside of the demonic monster's head. It claws at us with its arms and legs, but we've already moved out of the way and prepared for another counter. This closed-in space is not optimal at all for a creature of that size. Its wingspan alone is almost 12 meters, drifting outward further at the tips than my perception can see. The two cave wall sides are about 20 meters apart, so after running away from the dragon's opposite side after slashing through its jaw, I can just barely sense it. After killing that demon when we could barely even stand and see more than a few meters in any direction with far weaker celestial energy, fighting a beast like this is easy. We use the cave's other wall as a brace to kick off of while swapping positions and watching the dragon's movements as it lifts its head in the air to screech from the pain. It gets reckless and sends in a wing full of celestial energy our way. Maria clashes with it, sword against scales, at nearly even strength, but uses its momentum to spin us both around it and open up its blind spot. A flash of blue ice at the base of its spine instantly shatters off its tail while the white wing of this beast slams against the cave wall. My cycle peaks next as we run beneath its other wing. I slash through it, carving a wave of red fire through its strange avatar flesh, and slice a massive chunk off. The adrenaline and flow state we felt before returns, and for a full 3 minutes straight we fly, flip, and slice through the darkness, methodically killing the demonic dragon that attacked us at the mouth of this cave. Just as both of us stab our blades into the mutilated flesh of this beast and shatter its core, another wave of celestial energy comes from deeper within the cave. It is not the fledgling demons that wish to feed on this dragon's corpse, but instead its bonded demon, another 4-meter-tall commoner, with battle scars all over its body and 2 small white glowing horns peeking out of its forehead, approaches ready to fight, but it clutches its chest as we shatter the dragon's core. The celestial energy flow in this monster stops moving, and it falls to its knees. The dragon stops screeching, and the demon faceplants onto the hard rock floor. However, the waves of strong celestial energy do not stop coming from behind it. I sense far more of a similar strength, footsteps coming our way. Some have the wave patterns of dragons like this one, higher up in the air, while others have footsteps like the demon that just tried to save its own life. Others send much denser waves of celestial energy our way. this cave is far different than the dead ends we've been finding so far. Maria pulls her blade out from the dragon's corpse, and we jump off it before our feet start to sink into the fast decaying flesh. I stand behind her in a similar battle stance, now absorbing the waves of raw celestial energy from this kill. But my mind is partially wandering away from the threats as we've made it further into the cave. All these pulses of celestial energy coming our way have begun to illuminate and reveal the vast amount of markings all over the walls. Chapter 884. The celestial energy from the dragon burns through me, but with many other threats coming our way, there is no time to sit and wait to refine it in peace. Instead, I grit my teeth and bear through the pain. Maria deals with the abnormally unrefined surge of energy that comes through her with a painful expression as well, but it doesn't slow us down. We both run past the dead demon lying face down on the floor. The surge of new celestial energy expands our ether senses even further, as the imagery of 2 dragons' heads, and 4 commoner demons running on the ground below them, comes into view. They all range from 3 to 5 meters each, and run toward us in some kind of battle formation. But this doesn't deter us at all. A bright flash of white, blue, and red light illuminates the cave. Maria and I spin about, interlocked in the air, kicking off the incoming dragons' heads, wings, and the cave walls. Every cycle of this new wave of celestial energy surging through our cores makes our movements more focused and refined, and in under a minute, the cave floor is covered in the remains of another massacre. One of the dragon's wings has frozen off, and its core has burst in a wave of fire, while 3 of the 4 demons have been sliced in half. 2 more dragons come flying in from the darkness as backup, but they both fall dead to the ground before they can even join in on the battle. With 3 new surges of celestial energy being refined through us, our power increases by over double again, making the final demon and dragon pair remaining almost as easy as killing fledglings. They attempt to run away, but ice breaks the demon's legs and a wave of fire slices through its head and downward toward its core to end its life in seconds. While exciting, we don't have much time to celebrate. The intensity of celestial energy surging through us has drastically increased. It may have pushed our ether sense far enough to see to both sides of the cave walls, just about 20 meters wide of an area, but at the same time, our senses are being overloaded with white energy. My inner mind is being clouded with sharp pain and the sensation of ringing in my ears. It's extremely off-putting, considering I haven't heard anything but the silence of this void for over a month. Even so, 2 more factors are weighing on my mind. The first is that I sense even more waves of celestial energy coming from deeper within the cave, and the second fact is the strange discovery I've found after absorbing the energy from these demons and dragons. When the finishing strike lands through a dragon's core, the only thing I manage to absorb is celestial energy, and a small amount of cyan threads. However, in the few demons I slice through, each one of them grants me small amounts of demonic energy, as well as shattered and distorted memories of their time within this abyss. It is a strange sensation, because it makes the demons I kill seem more real, and the dragons more like pure avatars or energy manifestations. Though I don't dwell on this mental problem long, I run forward with Maria as more demonic enemies appear from behind a bend in the cave, and the head of a demon's dragon soars down from the darkness in the sky. 3 more bonded pairs attack us, but it just gets easier and easier to kill them, even through the pain and dampening of my senses. The cycles of energy that bounce back and forth through us grow so intense that even when the demons attack with their full celestial energy strength imbued in their arms, our blades can slice straight through them. There's no need to dodge or find the optimal strike point. We're faster and stronger, and smarter than them in every way, only melting. Corpses are left behind as we reach the back of the cave and raise our red and blue blades in the air, scanning our surroundings and both laughing into the abyss. Once we're sure that no threat remains, we both sit back against the cave's furthest wall and close our eyes to focus, and truly refine all of this raw celestial energy flowing through us, unknown to us, as we burst cycles back and forth through our bodies every 4 to 5 seconds. Weak waves of celestial energy pulse through the floor, walls, and air. It is like a mini beacon blasting out our location into the abyss, just like the demons that led us to this cave before. Being in full focused battle mode, with our vibrations perfectly aligned, allowed us to suppress the negative side effects long enough, but now we must spend about 15 minutes to fully cycle through this energy. We're both forced into a near unconscious state, where our minds are burned with the visual of pure white, with only the natural celestial energy refinement movements active, and our 2 bodies linked together by a single palm floating in a void of energy. But these visuals fade as our bodies and minds adapt, and are flooded with the familiar icy blue source resin and red celestial fire. The cave's presence, and our position sitting at the back of it, float back to the surface of our minds. This, and our extremely heavy breathing, and heart rates bursting out of our chests in unison, though, after the pain, it's only bliss and relief that washes through us as we stand to our feet and look around this cave, other than high above. Where there is no ceiling, everything else is illuminated in perfect clarity. It's like my eyes are spreading a bright white light all over the cave walls wherever I look. Almost nothing is out of my range. I see more ancient texts on these walls than I've seen ever before. Every square centimeter seems to be covered in it here. There must have been a reason all these demons and dragons were here. Maria's eyes widen as she's fixated on the drawings of void creepers praying to a black orb, and the depiction of horned monsters that look like demons both fighting them, and other drawings show one of the demons that appears to be celebrating with them. My gaze, on the other hand, pinpoints toward the originator's language that I can comprehend. The large majority is unreadable text, but I see the words "the world eater returns" repeated over and over above all these drawings, though, the ones with the demon, or at least horned creature, in them read half demon, or an even closer translation would be half evil near all of its depictions. In bulkier areas that are only filled with text, I see the words "Great Split" return again multiple times, and even it referenced differently as "the Great Divide" or even "the Last Divide," but there is no context for me to make any sense of it all. I scan these walls over and over, then start walking back through the cave with Maria as the floor starts to flood with dark black goo from the decaying avatars of the demons and dragons we killed. As we wade through these pools of ankle-deep gunk, I do pick up the horns of all the demons we killed. They're all small, none of them longer than half a meter at most, but there are 11 horns in total. Some of the commoners had 1 horn, while others had 2, but none of the dragons drop any remains that stay solid. I take advantage of our newly refined celestial energy, and use the same craftsmanship technique to mold these horns into more armor. Both of us get new boots, shoulder guards, and upper forearm reinforcement for our fighting arms. However, I can't make any large-scale gear like a chest plate or full armor. The horns just do not have enough mass or latent energy in them to allow for such a craft. Still, even with these new minor gear additions, I feel my strength, defense, agility, and speed grow. I even feel a slight increase in my mental strength, allowing me to use my celestial energy better. I believe these items are affecting my soul energy core, but there is no definitive way to prove it with my system still dark. Despite this, I believe it's making a difference, and admire the red and blue glow that sparkles not only in our swords, but the armor built from the demons we've slain all over our bodies, as we walk further back toward the exit of the cave. Less writing on the walls can be found as we walk away from the cave's back, but there are still mentions of the same world eater and Great Split here near the entrance. Only one other drawing at the mouth of the cave catches my attention. It looks like one of the void creepers has a pair of wings. There is no legible text to explain this oddity. In fact, a large portion of the wall looks like it's cracked off. I can't tell if they're all pointed towards something that was there before this cave drawing was ruined, or if the other void creepers are worshipping one of them with wings. We stop and stare at this interesting drawing for a while. As the flood beneath our feet spreads out and dries, there are even fledgling demons that have appeared from high above in the darkness, licking up the remains after they sensed we left the deepest portion of the cave. Yet, both mine and Maria's attention shifts far away from the pests at the back of the cave, and even away from this final ominous carving in the black stone. We both point our swords out into the void, where we haven't dared to travel yet. No celestial energy waves are rippling through the floor to prompt us to believe an enemy is approaching. Instead, something far more interesting. The sensation of noble vibrations resonates toward us from the void, and it gets stronger with every passing moment. Something far stronger than the commoners has found us. Chapter 885, the noble vibrations that radiate out from the abyss grow stronger as we stare off into the pure black darkness. Unlike the wall we've been following, no matter how far into the abyss I try to sense, there are no signs of any structures or vantage points. Even the thought of walking too far away from the wall is troubling. The darkness that surrounds us isn't just a lack of light. There is something else coursing through the atmosphere that, no matter how much I try, I cannot make sense of. It is an energy or substance that blocks all sound, all system usage, and most strange of all, it has very disorienting side effects. The instant my ether sense leaves an area, I'm unable to properly perceive anything beyond it. When my cycles are at their lowest points, I rely on Maria's ether senses to guide us forward, because even though I logically know the walls are right beside us, my sense of direction is completely blocked off when there is nothing but the void around me. Right, left, even up and down become strange concepts. I'm positive walking too far away from this wall would lead to us wandering in the darkness again, just like when we entered this realm. Though, one thing seems to be breaking through the suppressive aura, and that is noble vibrations. without any visual feedback. I'm certain I know what direction these waves of energy come from. It's exciting, as maybe it will lead to another clue to why these demons were crowding around this cave. But it is also frightening, as if commoner demons were strong enough to fight us as equals not long ago. Something that wields noble vibrations may be insurmountably stronger. There is no point in running away entirely, as I feel the vibrations of intent, like the eyes of this creature, are already locked onto us. Moving forward into the abyss would disadvantage us, as we would become disoriented. Falling back into the cave, however, would limit the movements of a dragon. Both of us take slow steps backward with the same idea in mind, letting the walls of this crack in the cliffside work as a natural boundary to prevent certain aerial attacks. We only back up about 10 meters, so that our perception still peers out into the void, and the quick cycling of pure red and blue celestial energy between us speeds up. Each pulse through us lasts 2 to 3 seconds at most. This is because we are not trying to refine it any further, only keep its purity and momentum strong and ready for use. This cycling speed even slowly increases, and our breathing slows down to focus while the noble vibrations get stronger and stronger, like the eyes of a predator coming down on its prey. We're both frozen in place, even when waves of bright white celestial energy fill the air. As the enemy's aura splashes into our consciousness, a bright white demonic dragon, with its wingspan far surpassing the outer limits of our ether senses, and a 10-meter-tall noble demon with 3 curved horns and a long glowing spear come into view. Every single centimeter of their bodies is saturated with the bright white dense layers of celestial energy that these commoners were only able to hold on focused points. The enormous demonic dragon swoops upward at the last moment, avoiding crashing into the sides of the cave entrance, as it's easily 3 times as wide, spanning 60 meters in wingspan if I had to guess. The demon, on the other hand, jumps off the dragon's back and comes flying our way. It thrusts its long-pointed spear forward, with a calm and calculated expression on its face, like it knows this battle is already won. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Maria is at the peak of her cycle, so she steps forward, and I step back. Her bright blue blade clashes with the side of the incoming spear's tip, and the demon's eyes widen. It is certainly not because of her power, because upon impact, I feel a surge of a celestial energy-imbued mental attack burst through her sword and directly hit both of our psyches. The demon's momentary surprise allows for its spear to be tilted in the direction Maria's sword slammed it in, but the shockwave of energy from the blast does it no physical harm. Both of us, on the other hand, are sent flying in the opposite direction against the nearest cave wall. Our minds flash white, but in the same moment, my mind is flushed clean with a wave of blue and rainbow source resin, as Maria sends her cycle through me with a single directive, to limit the damage so I can concentrate on my attack. It helps, but not much. I'm basically blinded by the pain, and the white overload of my ether senses. However, the outline of noble vibrations can still be easily sensed through this blast. It is like an invisible demon-shaped silhouette of waves in my mind, that only resonates because of my own royal vibrations still suppressed deep inside me. It almost makes me laugh as I kick off the wall, and swing my glowing red blade that grows hotter and hotter. This is because, ironically, if this demon was any weaker, it probably could have killed us both right now. Even the commoners, as we're entirely blind and disoriented, could have landed a lucky hit, yet, I can sense it pivoting its stance, and thrusting its spear our way, straight toward Maria's chest to my side. I jump off the wall with only one target, and slam my blade against the side of its spear. Again, the demon's eyes widen in surprise, as it's thrown off guard, not by my strength, but merely my ability to move in its presence. The glowing white spear collides with the rock wall less than a meter from where Maria was moments ago, instead breaking through the dark black material a couple centimeters. Through the chest of one of the carvings in stone, it's of the void creeper with wings we saw leaving this cave. I can sense the fluctuation in its noble vibrations, and its hesitation has given me enough time to recover slightly from its mental attack. My cycle hits its peak, so I jump and swing my sword upward while the demon pulls its spear from the wall. The crimson blade collides with its exposed neck, but all I feel is my soul armor rattle, then my wrist and arm shatter again from the overwhelming pressure I'm facing. It's like I just slammed into an impenetrable wall. The mental image of my red sword bouncing off this monstrous being's white neck is all I see in my mind as we're both blasted backward onto the cave floor. Tumbling and rolling at least 30 meters deeper into the cave, I watch the mental image of the demon fade from my mind, but the pulses of celestial energy on the ground tell me it's running our way already. I would be scared, but the attack I landed against its neck just widened my eyes to a whole new technique. Its expressions of surprise before begin to make more sense to me now too. We're both slammed with the mental attacks associated with my collision with its spear and neck. but they're no greater than the initial one that Maria took on. She's experiencing the same whiteout of all her senses too, but through the resonance of our inner royal vibrations, she's picked up on how I located the demon and prepares to do the same thing as we stand to our feet again. Maria's cycle begins to grow in power while the demon lunges through the cave, now with a small smirk on its face while plunging its spear down toward us. However, this confidence turns to confusion quickly. Maria's upward swing of her sword makes contact with the tip of this demon's spear. Instead of trying to lunge out of the way, she plants her feet, and I stand behind her as support to this move. My epiphany after attacking the demon's neck has translated into Maria's strike. A thin coating of royal vibrations tethers to the outer layers of her soul sword. It's an extremely strange and mentally taxing technique. Vibrations, as we used to know them, usually only flow outward in steady motions, and act as aids to our intent, used as natural intimidation, or a simple byproduct of our body transformations. Yet, the moment my blade collided with its flesh, I realized it was not only celestial energy making its defenses so tough, the stray aura of my suppressed royal vibrations did flow through my soul sword, so by accident, it was able to see through its topmost layer. However, it was in no way meticulously stacked, tethered, and bonded with my celestial energy like this demon's defenses, so I was thrown backward violently still. Now, as Maria grasps this concept, for a moment, the strength in their soul weapons is equal. Her barrier is still rudimentary and poorly tethered to the soul energy in her blade, but again, it is enough to throw this demon off guard. Its confidence turned to confusion, now turns to fear and disrupts the perfect resonance in its own spear, and both attackers are blasted backward with equal force. No mental attack makes it through her blade this time, so as we collide with the back of another cave wall, and the peak of her cycle passes by and into me, my mental clarity is starting to return to its natural state. We lunge forward on the offensive, and I focus solely on the tip of my sword and my royal vibrations to try this technique for myself. Chapter 886, seconds ago. I only had the epiphany that vibrations could be warped and tethered to celestial energy, and now, moments ago, I've witnessed Maria act upon this thought and attempt a rudimentary barrier. I already have far more experience and confidence as I lunge forward and begin focusing solely on the sharp tip of my blade. While I don't have the capability to access my system and activate a full royal bloodline transformation, the basic nature of my vibrations is still present in this void. It is hard to tell if it is a suppressed state or just the natural state they resonate with my body in when I am not using the system at all. It doesn't matter if either one is the case, but the unique scenario in this abyss has allowed a hyper-focus that I'm not sure would be possible in a normal energy-rich realm. Maria and I have been communicating and resonating for over a month straight, using the simple fluctuations and flow of vibrations to share our thoughts. In addition to this, we have been refining celestial energy to strengthen our bodies and minds right beside it the whole time. In the initial stages in this darkness, celestial energy was the only tool we could use to move. When enemies attacked, it was clearly the strongest energy to focus on and master, yet, as a thin and tight tethered layer of vibrations wraps around my sword, many more fundamental understandings wash through me. I have to focus and not let the potential of my attack overwhelm my own mind. My red blade collides with the tip of the demon's white spear. This time, instead of being bounced away, the layers of invisible noble vibrations tethered throughout its weapon are sliced through with my sword. Unfortunately, the pressure and activation of my own royal vibrations aren't perfect. It's my first attempt at such a feat, so the moment they achieve the goal I've set, to slice through the weapon's barrier, my vibrations dissipate. They've followed the intent I've given them, and nothing more. When my blade collides against the bare soul spear's material, piercing through its entire outer layer, my sword's layer of defenses has been completely dissolved too. The only reaction we get is a weak explosion of celestial energy, one that sends us both backward less than 10 meters. Both of our eyes widen in awe, the demon's, because it knows I just broke through its defenses, and mine, because I've just comprehended another interesting rule of this vibration tethering technique. I step back and contemplate what I've seen and felt further while Maria steadies herself with the knowledge I've just gained too. She runs forward, and we jump together in the air to attack before the demon can take the offensive itself. The icy blue sword aims forward, with a much denser layer of royal vibrations around its outside than the last exchange. She goes in for a kill shot but has to redirect her blow once the demon shakes itself out of confusion and counters. Even so, Maria slices through the outer barrier of its spear's defensive layers just like I did before, but she's added an additional layer of intent to her strike. I grin and mentally take in this data as I watch a second layering of her royal vibrations stay strong even once she collides with the spear's base material. The demon is pushed back, but Maria and I stay moving forward in the air. Her second layer of intent was created to push back the exact reaction she saw happen to mine. She laughs into the empty void as the demon skids to a halt over 20 meters away, and we spin in the air as our celestial energy cycle moves through her into me, when I come crashing down on the spear that points up at me in a defensive stance. My tethered layers of royal vibrations have already planned out exactly how this exchange will go. My ether senses stay focused as I slice through the outer layer of noble vibrations defenses, push away the attacking spear to the side, pushing it into the rock wall, then use our downward momentum to slice again at the demon's chest. I tear through its noble vibration layering but add an additional layer of piercing intent to slice through the actual skin of this beast. A wide fiery gash opens up as this fourth and final layer of vibrations dissipates once I've broken through its flesh, and I release a wave of my cycle's peak of celestial fire. The noble demon is sent flying backward again, skidding to a halt at the mouth of the cave, pulsing bright white celestial light as it desperately heals its wound and puts out the fire burning across its chest. My attack wasn't deep enough to pierce its cores, but as Maria and I land to the ground 20 meters from this creature, both of us stare at it with a far different look than we did moments prior. Everything makes sense. I've used vibrations in this way by accident in the green zone, I just never noticed it entirely because it was always guided by pure mana or ether commands, and strengthened by the divine threads surrounding it. When building structures, I would see clearly in my mind the end result I wanted, and the breakthrough to a high noble opened my eyes to my ability to use these vibrations to channel my intent and enter a flow state to build and create whatever I desired on a massive scale. Yet now, I'm seeing that this is not as abstract as it seems. This intent can be channeled, the will or desire to make a sharp blade, or to repel something back, with nothing but pure vibrations. It is possible, anything is possible. This sense of awe and confidence flows through both myself and Maria as we stare forward at a demon with an overwhelming amount of celestial energy surging through it, yet our own bodies fade to dark as we share a fraction of its power and cycle it back and forth to optimize its use. Yet, the demon is the one that is scared, as the fiery wound on its chest won't heal as fast as it wants it to, and Maria steps forward to take the lead and attack again. As her cycle is now coming around, her stride veers off to the side, and I follow, understanding clearly what she will do. Both of us kick off the wall of the cave to spin and fly toward this demon's side. It reflexively pulses celestial energy into its spear and twists its body to block, but doing so siphons out some of the energy in its chest, suppressing the flames. A minor burst makes it hesitate. Maria's icy blade comes crashing down on its spear, slicing through its layer of defenses and crashing down on the pure soul weapon with far more violence and confidence than their last exchange. This time, she does not use a vibration of intent to send the spear bouncing backward, but instead sends a ripple into the spear itself. There are over a dozen complex layers of intent tethered into this wave she's created, compounding on the knowledge we've already gained from the last few attacks. Instantly, the tip of the demon's spear starts to vibrate with an aura that is not its own, and a blue icy streak of celestial energy twists through the core of its weapon. If these celestial energies were to collide with their raw power, the sheer amount of the demon's energy would overwhelm and devour Maria's icy energy in an instant. However, there is a defensive barrier surrounding it as it plunges through. Like a hyper-focused attack, the outer layers of royal vibrations are dissipating as they get further from Maria, the source, and she loses full control over them. But this was predicted. All of the layers of intent are stripped away, but the attack manages to make the base of the spear glow light blue before releasing the final barrier. It triggers an outward explosion with the only goal being to destroy the defenses of this demon's hand. It releases a concentrated wave of celestial energy into its right palm, and a streak of ice freezes its flesh up to its elbow. The demon lurches backward, and a few of its fingers even crack and shatter off, but more waves of its celestial energy come to heal it before it loses its entire arm. The grip on its spear is loosening, and we gain enough momentum to land beside the opposite cave wall. My cycle begins to build up, and I lock my eyes on the injured noble. The easy prey it set its sights on is overpowering and outsmarting it. I can sense a very distinct fluctuation in its vibrations and aura. That is true fear. The demon's feet pivot, and I yell into the void, "You're not leaving so soon." But nothing can hear me. A wave of fire comes surging out from my soul energy core as I cycle the wave Maria has sent me and lunge forward with over a dozen layered vibrations in my blade, ready to cause some serious damage myself. Even the soul armor on my arms and legs is starting to become useful. I release minor vibrations of intent to move faster through my boots, and the propulsion forward off the ground becomes heightened. When I swing at the demon's unguarded side, it panics and tries to block across its body, yet, I've layered multiple royal vibrations of sharpness, and a steady unwavering strike into my sword. It is filling up with all of the celestial energy I have, and with the focus I have on it now, it can cut through anything in its path. The defenses of noble vibrations are sliced through like butter. The nobles will is already shaken, so the layers are even weaker than they were at the start of our battle. Yet this strike could have sliced through something at least 3 times as strong. My grin grows as my layers of intent do not disperse, because they're not done yet. The pointed end of this demon's spear is sliced clear through and shatters under the pressure of my will. It is an easy feat, yet, keeping my concentration as a massive burst of celestial energy erupts out from it, and the events that follow are not as simple. I've created 2 layers of defense over the upper half of my body, and this is enough to repel the initial wave of raw celestial energy away with no problem. A variable I was not expecting to intervene, however, is the presence of a dragon swooping down from the dark sky above. This demon has pivoted to run away, and even made it out from the mouth of the cave, so I thought it was getting desperate. Instead, it's called for reinforcements. Half a dozen of my layers of vibrations instantly dissipate, as the paths of certainty connected to them dissolve as my logical mind believes they are no longer possible. Though, there is still room for me to land serious damage. I grit my teeth and swing downward anyway, slicing through its shoulder rather than directly through its head. I kick off the air with vibrations layering one of my boots, out of the direct flight path of where this dragon's open mouth swoops downward, yet still get to make full use of the sharpness, steady weapon. And lastly, a stacked layer of explosive intent I've drawn inspiration from Maria's last attack on. The fiery blade pierces through its noble defenses, and through its skin and bone. In between each layer of sharpness, another defensive layer is released, as the density of the celestial energy inside this demon's body is thick. And my energy alone is not enough. Once halfway through the cut, every single one of my attacking layers remaining has dissipated and been overwhelmed. Only a final few are left, releasing an explosion of celestial fire, all tethered with the pure intent of destruction without limits. The bright red blast sends me flying backward, but it forces the demon to stumble and fall too. Its left arm is blown off in a ball of flames, a large portion of its torso exposed, showing ribs, and the burst of destruction even made its way down to its hip and upper leg, making it impossible to walk without a limp. The dragon that ruined my plan of a perfect kill swoops down right where I would have been and chomps down on the demon's remaining body. Then kicks off the hard black ground with its 2 back legs to pivot away as well. It's retreating. A flap of its massive white wings sends it upward out of my ether senses, but that is not saying much as my cycle flows into Maria as we both stare upward. Information on what she wants to do flows through me, and my eyes widen. I channel a single layer of vibrations into both of my boots and nod, running forward, then releasing the intent of propulsion as she hits the peak of her cycle. We jump upward into the void, away from the cave wall, and the tip of Maria's icy blade manages to touch the end of the dragon's pointed tail. A dense layer of ice forms between the two, and we are connected to this flying beast. Thrust upward following it into the darkness. Chapter 887. I sense the floor below me disappear from sight. All I see is the hand I hold onto, and Maria's sword frozen to the pointed tail of a demonic dragon. We're pulled upward, away from the cave, and deep into the dark black void. I would have been far more apprehensive to plunge into the darkness, as I felt our strength was lacking just minutes ago. But now, as this demon and dragon have been forced to retreat, only excitement and intrigue fill my mind. Instead of wandering around in the dark searching for caves and minor clues, odds are, this demon and dragon will bring us straight to something far more enlightening. This thought is shared with Maria, as she does not try to send any attacks into the dragon's tail, but only tries to hold on every passing second as we're pulled upward. The actions of the battle we just did continually flash through our minds, and are compounded by the cycles of celestial energy that continue to flow through us. This new understanding makes even our celestial energy cycling more efficient. Royal vibrations begin to merge and tether around the flow of energy, and release and disperse to increase their speed, density, and intent to be refined. Even all the possible ways that Maria could easily pull me upward to send a lethal attack toward this dragon race through our minds, but we do not move, only wait to see where it's taking its injured bonded partner. The tail of this dragon is being swung about, whipping us back and forth in the air, but without my ether senses I would have hardly even noticed. It is an extremely strange sensation. The flapping of this massive beast's wings doesn't even make a sound, but I see them come down into my range every few seconds. Below me, there is only empty black darkness. I could be hundreds of meters off the ground, or right above the black rock floor. After a few minutes, the dragon stops frantically, waving its tail. It's most likely given up and accepted that Maria's ice has covered the bottom half of its tail and only hardens more each cycle. I can still vaguely sense the noble vibrations of the injured demon being carried high above us in the dragon's mouth. and occasional pulses of celestial energy waves that even ripple through the dragon's spine, carrying the excess as it tries to heal. Yet, woven into these vibrations, the feelings of fear, confusion, and despair still are strong. I'm positive my last strike has made a wound on its body it can't fully heal. This makes me grin, as even more time passes, floating off further into the endless black abyss. Over an hour passes. The speed of this dragon's wings does not slow down at all, and considering its size and strength, I estimate it could easily travel hundreds of kilometers in this time. If we were wandering into the abyss on our own, it would have taken days, maybe weeks, or longer to travel this far. Not to mention, we wouldn't even know how to possibly navigate through the darkness. We don't even try to guess where we're headed, only take advantage of the energy-rich resources we're attached to. Not only has Maria's ice covered this dragon's full tail, forcing it not to even move it any longer if it wanted to, but the layers of vibrations on its surface have created microfractures all over the monster's black scales. Here, celestial energy leaks out and is slowly siphoned back down into Maria's sword. It is an extremely slow drip, but it's added to her core and cycled through me to slowly increase our own pool, while not affecting this dragon much as we fly. Once these slow drips do not affect us much at all anymore, not even making our minds face small white burning mental attacks, Maria sends her ice up further, even into the dragon's back legs and upper spine. It lurches upward and begins frantically flapping its wings even harder at this development, and I feel the waves of fear from the noble demon in its mouth grow. They're somehow communicating, and they've decided to go wherever they're bringing us much faster than before. Another denser surge of pure celestial energy is siphoned through our cycles. Surprisingly, it's not too much more refined than the celestial energy we already have. In fact, after about another half hour passes, and we go through another few hundred cycles back and forth assimilating even more white energy into our bodies, the celestial energy itself is actually exactly the same purity. The new energy being added to our pool only increases the volume that we have, not its purity any longer. I'm not quite sure what kind of refinement technique these demons use, but it is far inferior to ours, filtering celestial energy through resonating yet polar opposite elemental soul energy cores. Almost our entire bodies glow bright blue and red at the peaks of our cycles now. I can fathom easily attacking and defending at the same time if needed. Our royal vibrations become far more fine-tuned as well, very focused on refining and cycling celestial energy. However, it does open up my mind to many possibilities for its use through my sword and even outside my body. Just as Maria's ice spreads even further up this dragon's spine, and even spreads to its underbelly, my expanded ether senses see a shift in its wings trajectory. It's begun to move downward, and has stopped flapping so vigorously. This soon pairs with the noble demon's feeling of fear and dread subsiding quickly, and new feelings of hatred, relief, and a devious plan for revenge rippling through the air. Maria and I feel this shift immediately, and it's paired with even more senses that light up the realm around us. Waves of weak celestial energy pulses begin traveling upward through the abyss. They feel like commoner demons, or maybe some slightly stronger, like third or second class. Then, from above, quite far away, but in the direction where the dragon's nose was pointing just moments ago, I feel the presence of another noble demon, this one with far more confidence and stronger waves. I can't sense any celestial energy to gauge its actual distance in this abyss, but I can tell it's staring down at us with killing intent. Maria acts first, and uses the end of her cycle to lift me upward and swing us flying up into the air. The tail and back legs of this dragon shatter as she releases her sword that was holding it together, and even portions of the base of its wings break off as well. We soar through the abyss, flying over its back, watching its bright white wings flap on both our sides, and I let my cycle flow through me, charging up my full body with burning hot celestial fire. After so much practice flying through the sky, it feels natural, almost like second nature, to control the flow of celestial energy surging out from my core with waves of vibrations to strengthen its intent. It is not a random raging burst of flames that slices downward, it is a sharp, searing hot, unstoppable blade of celestial fire, one commanded by layers of my royal vibrations. Will I collide with the top of the dragon's head and slice through its hide and scales? The dense sea of celestial energy flowing through its body is parted like my blade is boiling and destroying everything in its path. There isn't a hint of resistance. The same goes for the demon inside its mouth, my real target. The creature holds the broken soul weapon in front of its body as it senses me coming its way, but this too is sliced clear through like a heavy axe slicing through a twig. The layers of noble vibrations tethering its will as defense around its chest are weak. The constant change of its emotions has completely broken its spirit. This demon cannot decide to be scared or ready to fight, and its will reflects this shaky foundation of strength. My blade breaks through its vibrations just as easily as its dragon's head, and in a swing downward, its demon core and cyan core are both sliced in two. The dragon's head completely explodes from the outward pressure of this kill, and the remaining celestial energy in this demon's body all surges into me. We fall down through the darkness toward the many weak demons I sensed below, with fragments of melting noble great avatar raining down with us. This surge of celestial energy all at once is enough to actually make me feel some pain. I yell out into the void, half happy about my successful kill, half to make the surging sharp white light burning through my consciousness less painful. However, compared to the relative pain from absorbing the first commoner demon's energy, this is not so bad. It is just a large quantity to filter. The purity is even lower than my own. Maria braces herself as we fall through the air further, and takes the cycle, almost whiting out while I process the influx of memories, as well as far more demonic energy than any demon I've killed in this abyss so far. Surprisingly, the amount of dark purple and black essence I absorb makes a noticeable difference to my royal demon's core. However, there is still a dense barrier of royal vibrations around it that won't allow me to make use of it, the fractured and broken memories I absorb, shrouded in the darkness of this zone, are no better than the commoners I killed. Only battle emotions and instincts are transferred. My ether senses expand greatly though, to about 50 meters in every direction, and the ground below us starts to come into view. Well, it isn't exactly a flat ground. I begin to see the outline of a massive black staircase. Its width is too wide for me to even see its edges, and some of its steps appear to be meters high. As we fall closer to it, more demons and dragons appear to slowly be climbing toward the top. They all look up at us, and a few begin running toward where we're about to land with soul weapons drawn, but others look back up the massive stairs and take another step, ignoring us. Chapter 888. We land on our feet, back to back again. Both of us are standing on a single step of this massive staircase while over half a dozen demon and dragon pairs come both running and flying our way, though, with royal vibrations tethering to the outsides of our bodies, enhancing our footsteps and strengthening our blades. These demons are nothing to be wary of. Even their raw celestial energy is not enough to make us second guess our movements. After siphoning and refining the dragon's celestial energy for almost 2 hours straight, and this second burst from the noble demon's celestial energy pools, these demons look like weak bugs. There are commoners, standing from 3 to 4 meters tall amongst us, while a few that hold soul weapons and stand up to 6 or 7 meters tall. I believe them to be second-class demons at least. In battle, they're all the same. Maria and I jump and spin, slashing through demon cores and dragons' heads as they come diving in at us from every side. The vibrations aiding our attacks make us basically invincible. We do not even need to be at the peak of our cycle to attack. Even our weakened state is more than strong enough to handle the threats around us. While the icy and fiery remains of the noble dragon and demons still rain from the sky above, even more corpses begin littering the ground. In less than 15 seconds, every single enemy that tried to attack us where we fell has been killed. The celestial energy I absorbed from these fallen altogether doesn't even add up to what I received from the demon in the air, so cycling in new raw energy doesn't make me flinch. However, after killing these demons and watching the dark black and purple essence flow into my demon's core after each kill, I do begin to see a pattern. The larger and stronger the demons are, the more of this strange demonic substance I'm able to gather from them. It automatically flows into my demon's core, and without breaking the seal around it, releasing Muriel's corruption. I can't get a perfect reading on what it is. The base substance is certainly demonic energy, but it reacts and strengthens the celestial energy inside these demons' cores when refined through. Combined, the group killed here also didn't give nearly as much as the noble's single core did. However, there is an even more interesting phenomenon that catches my attention. It is the fact that not every demon in our surroundings tried to attack us. When I look around, other than the white horns and broken soul weapons floating in the dissolving sea of decaying avatars, there are demon and dragon pairs that only look up the stairs, ignoring us. They look like they're struggling to stand, yet still pulling themselves up the tall steps. Even the dragons that flap their wings with all their strength look like they're having trouble moving or getting off the ground. Those that I see are exceptionally weak commoners. And now that I take a moment to think about the slaughter we just carried out, some of the attackers had more sluggish movements than normal. Maria and I slowly take in the scene while I pick up all of the largest and strongest demons' horns, starting with the 3 that fell from the noble that fell from the sky. They're large and strong enough for me to mold them into 2 lightweight chest plates, and using the piles of commoner, third, and second-class horns, I complete our arms and legs. Smaller armor. The shattered remains of this noble spear have been leaking out essence since the first battlefield in front of the cave. The most potent portion of it, its tip, broke off before we were carried away. The remains of the staff are broken into too many pieces for my craftsmanship technique to make any use for it. the pools of dark avatars remains dry as we equip them, even protecting our non-combat arms where we still hold hands to cycle energy. Yet, as almost a full minute passes, no more demons try to attack us. I even sense 2 pairs of demons and dragons off to my left side pass us, climbing up the steps without even turning their heads our way. They too look like they're straining themselves, and in the same moment, a bright white light enters my ether sense from above. Maria and I jump out of the way to dodge and get ready to counterattack, but it is just a dragon with a third-class demon on its back tumbling down the steps. Passed out from exhaustion, it's impossible to estimate how high up we really are. I don't know if where we were before is even ground level, or what distance the dragon truly brought us. Even if it were hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in the sky, Cyan cores would not get this tired from merely walking. They could just rest for a few minutes, and be able to move again for days under normal circumstances. So, the only logical conclusion is there is something suppressing or weakening them. We stare back up the stairs, as the noble vibrations of whatever is up there can still be sensed. However, to us, it is not a domineering aura at all. To these lower-class demons, I understand how their minds and bodies could slow down or even cease moving in its presence. We jump upward and begin climbing the stairs full of curiosity. Moving in a slow and steady zigzag pattern, we begin passing many demons on the way up. A few that we pass lunge in and try to stab or bite us, but we kill them in a single slash each. The others that ignore us or choose not to stray from their paths, we do not bother killing. I'm more interested in what it is they're all risking their lives for. We make it up 100 steps, which is easily 2 or 3 kilometers forward into the abyss, and maybe 500 or so meters up. The higher we move, the fewer commoners there are, and in turn, the strength of that noble's vibrations increases in intensity. They feel much stronger than the demon we faced before, and give off the presence of an extremely old, wise, and powerful soul at the top of these stairs. Interwoven in its intent, I feel hints of greed, but also the presence of a challenge, giving off the aura of an opportunity for more power. Almost crying out into the void, climb these steps, and you will become free. Yet, that is only what is felt on its surface. These vibrations are strong, nearing that of a high noble even. Yet, my senses are too deep and precise to be fooled by what is on the surface. There is a devious and conniving mind beneath these waves. One that a fellow noble demon trusted to fly us across the abyss to save him. Every step we take further up these stairs, the more ominous the fluctuations become. There are piles of dried avatars' flesh on steps, with dimly glowing demon horns where others have died trying to make their way up. We even run into a handful of first-class demons, all 8 to 9 meters tall, holding themselves up with their sole weapons, slowly climbing the steps and reaching into the darkness, but falling to their knees under the pressure. For these, any that send us even a glare, we gladly step out of our way to kill. The horns of first-class demons are quite strong, and make for useful additions to our lower body's armor. Even swapping our lesser artifacts made from commoners' horns for these sturdier crafts, I try to repurpose their soul weapons into new crafts too, but they are more difficult. It seems they're bonded directly with these demons. Even after death they cannot be crafted or melted down into unique gear. However, as we stop at the base of one of the steps after killing 3 first-class demons and repurposing their horns, my red glowing soul sword begins to tremble at the sight of a long glowing sword, spear, and hammer in pristine condition on the ground before us. I get a wave of emotion triggered from the blade, one that surprises both myself and Maria to look its way. It is hunger. I point my blade down at the ground to touch its tip to each of them, and mentally replicate the energy flows the system would normally trigger automatically. Before our ether senses, the weapons on the ground slowly melt into a liquid white substance and are consumed into my sword. A large amount of the raw celestial energy still flows through me, like a normal cycle, but the material itself is consumed into my blade, and I feel it grow slightly stronger. We continue higher up these steps, another 100 flights, and find that even the first-class demons stop climbing after a while. We come across many dried avatar remains, and the occasional exceptionally strong first class catches our eye, but they are in no state to put up a fight. We can easily walk over and stab them in the back without any problem. In fact, we do, a few times, to improve our armor and give my sword a half-dozen more meals until the stairs become completely empty. There are no more demons that have climbed this high, and only the presence of the noble vibrations from above. We climb only 30 more flights before finding the final step. There is no celestial energy readings from this mysterious aura that I assumed would greet us. Instead, my ether sense has increased to a range of about 70 meters outward, but I see nothing but flat ground ahead. We walk forward with our swords drawn, ready for battle and filled with suspicion. My eyes widen again once the ground begins to show uniform patterns all over it. I do not know what they say, but I recognize the style. More and more start to show up in my senses. and after we make our way forward 50 more meters, the ground becomes almost completely covered in it. Recognizable drawings and legible originator text begin to appear once we walk far enough that the stairs behind us disappear, and all that can be seen around us is endless text. I begin to decipher it, yet most of my mind is still focused on the noble vibrations that keep getting stronger the further in we walk. Chapter 889. Large amounts of the text that is carved into the floor cannot be read, but with my senses stretching increasingly far every few dozen meters we walk, another recognizable symbol comes into view. Many depict similar symbols to what we saw in the caves, of void creepers surrounding an orb, and lots of the text is similar too. However, I do not see any carvings of that winged void creeper depiction, nor do I see the horned creature that was called a half-demon. The only thing this text all over the floor talks about is the Great Divide. It is referenced in many of these text groupings, and the symbols are slightly different in some to call it either the Last Divide or even the Last Reset. The deeper in we walk, the more it's mentioned over and over. Carvings of these long-limbed creatures opening up what look like rifts can be seen, one in particular, that confirms in my heart that these are definitely void creepers, is a larger than average drawing. It shows one of them sitting on a massive throne, with many archways around it. Titans all walk out of these arching doors, and it gives me a flashback to the time I sent a body double through a void creeper rift myself back on the human world. It led to an ancient temple of some sort, and it looked just like that. Yet, my mana-based body double survived in it just fine, without even using a single divine thread to strengthen it. Well, at least until it met their king and was killed by nothing more than a glance. Still, wherever this was, it is not the upper realm. The further we walk, the more strange drawings like this we see, many creating depictions of structures and settings I've never seen referenced before. Though, I stop moving forward entirely once I come across the largest carving of all. It is a pair of massive hands connected to no body, that seem to be tearing apart something from a single point. One of the hands holds a dragon, with an unmistakable head shape, tail, and wings, and the other hand holds a demon, one with the body proportions and long horns that cannot be mistaken either. The carving is merely a two-dimensional etching, but the longer I look at it, the more lifelike it feels. I can't stop staring at the dragon's head, as there is a carving made right above it in a different style than all of the rest on this stone slab. It looks like it was added by someone else at a later date. Reading, Fallen 1. Maria cannot read any of the text I can, but the image of dark godlike hands tearing apart this demon and dragon is enough to make her fall into a focused daze of awe as well. The noble vibrations around us on this flat slab of rock have been getting stronger and stronger with every step we take, but our own internal vibrations are so superior that it does not faze us, though. My head does jerk up from the writing as a light ripple of celestial energy makes its way through the floor. It flows gently, like something landed with grace far away, and it makes all of the text below us stand out even more. My heart skips a beat, not because of the celestial energy itself, but because of the small writing that makes itself appear above the demon's head, written in a different style than even the addition above the dragon. It is only a single symbol, and it translates directly to Emperor. For a moment, something flickers in the depths of my mind, with a tiny golden light, like I'm trying to remember something, but it fades away to return my mind to the darkness around just as fast as it came. I shiver, but grasp my sword and look upward toward the direction of the celestial energy waves instead of thinking further. This is a minor reaction to a memory related to Ember. Maybe it's something he's told me in the past, or possibly something in one of the memories I've absorbed that have been blocked from my consciousness. Whatever it may be, every time I've tried to override this strange power in the past, all it's led to is a flash of golden light and a piercing headache. Now isn't quite the time to test out this theory again. Maria takes a step forward first, and I follow by her side. We walk right over the carvings, toward the growing noble vibrations and brightening celestial energy. Half my mind is ready for battle, while the other half still scans the ground for more clues. Our advance forward prompts whatever just landed to begin walking forward as well. The confidence in its vibrations doesn't falter or change at all. It still looks forward at us like we are nothing but commoner demons, and does not let up the facade of its aura, screaming out for challengers to come up these stairs to claim their prize. We walk another 100 meters forward before the footsteps grow dense and hot enough to reveal a demon in the furthest part of my ether senses. It is another noble demon, easily 12 meters tall, with two bright glowing horns that curve out of its forehead and backward to protect its skull, even growing far enough to guard its upper back. The demon is far more muscular than the noble we fought before, and it holds an enormous dual-bladed axe. As it walks closer, it stares down at us like we are bugs, and even grins to show off its sharp teeth. No dragon approaches. It's decided to face us all alone. The look in its eyes is that of a hardened warrior. It slams the butt of its axe down on the floor, making it shake, and a ripple of celestial energy surges through us. I can tell already it's more refined than ours, and can already begin to sense layers of noble vibrations all over its axe. There are at least half a dozen being woven into its sharp edges right at this instance. As it declares to fight, the demon shifts its stance, and points its massive axe blade our way, and both Maria and I glow bright blue and red, pointing our blades up at it. The demon makes the first move, gripping its axe with both hands and slamming downward. Its mouth opens to let out a roar. But the abyss drains its noise. We both jump to the side, propelling our new boots made from first-class demon horns, tethered with royal intent to strengthen their bounce. Even the hard crash of the axe blade against the black rock is silent, despite it carving a deep line into the beautiful ancient text. Our jump out of the way may be a dodge, but it is still calculated, moving us closer to the demon's front leg. When we hit the ground again, we bounce upward and change directions. Maria is at the peak of her cycle, so she goes in for the attack, while I turn and block the incoming counter this demon has already thrown at us. Right from the resting position on the ground, it turns its axe and swings upward into the side to aim for us in midair. I layer my sword with double the amount of tethered vibrations I feel on the axe swinging our way and swing across my body at it to block. There is an invisible barrier that vibrates between our weapons. If I was at the peak of my cycle, I could have had more momentum and power to strengthen my swing, but the remaining I have left in me is enough to go toe-to-toe with that axe blade. I feel the layers of defense I've summoned be sliced through by the sharp, focused, and experienced noble vibrations of this demon. It is only because of its enormous size, and the presence of both more celestial energy and volume, but also its purity that I sensed, giving it the psychological edge for that first attack. Yet, the fact that its blade is slowed down, just from the rudimentary defensive tethers I've created, makes the demon's eyes widen with surprise. One of its sharpness enhancers dissolves after being worn down by about 5 of my defensive layers, and I can grasp its strength exactly. At the same time, Maria trusts me to block and focuses fully on slashing at the demon's leg with her own attack, a dense blue slash of Iseteres into the demon's upper thigh. I expect this to make more of its vibrations waver, but the demon stays completely focused with its eyes locked on me where it's striking. Another half dozen of my defensive tethers are broken as it wears down another one of its blade's sharpness layers. But another variable enters our exchange. The explosion of celestial energy from Maria's successful hit blasts us backward and changes our flight trajectory. Shards of the demon's leg are frozen and broken off in the blast, exposing its bone, and our interlocked soul weapons break their formation. When we hit the ground, and I take the attacking stance this time while my cycle begins to start, the demon doesn't waste a second to attack us in exactly the same manner. It slams its axe down with 2 hands, yet, as the bright red celestial energy fills my body, I know we don't have to dodge. I only smirk, and begin forming layers of varied types of vibrations around my blade, with thrust in my legs and sturdy braces in my wrist that holds my sword. When I swing upward with my full power, the dual-bladed axe stops moving 2 meters above the stone floor. Instead of it breaking through my defenses, I feel its stacked noble vibrations all be overwhelmed by the intensity and fine-tuned nature of mine. The contrast between the strength just seconds ago gives the demon even more shock. I feel its will quiver for a moment, but its eyes stay locked on me as it tries to find another way to win. This only makes my smile grow more, as it finally breaks the first layer of defense I've created, because this is what I planned for. The next layer below is one of pure repulsion, meant to disperse upon use as well. Large amounts of red celestial fire burst from my blade to be the vessel to carry these vibrations upward as it unravels, and the heavy axe is blasted up into the air. The demon's wrists both snap and break from the brute force as it tries to hold on. Maria and I were using this axe's pressure to hold us down too, and now that it's lifting, we both burst upward at the monster's chest. My cycle is still at its peak, so I land a full-powered slash across its chest, with only sharpness, attack power, and fire to burn anything in its path on my mind. A bright gash opens up from its hip up to its shoulder, spraying celestial energy into the open air, exposing its cores and sending the demon flying backward out of our ether senses. Only a trail of celestial energy on the floor, covering more and more text, leads us to our prey. We land, and shift our positioning again, as Maria's cycle is coming next. Yet, as we jump forward to follow the noble demon, a new sight comes into our view. The demon's cores are both fractured, but it managed to survive. Still full of confidence, it picks itself up off the ground with its axe as leverage, and gets into a fighting stance again. This isn't what my eyes are locked on. Its bonded dragon opens up its wings behind it, showing a wingspan outside of my ether senses. It must be at least 100 meters wide, yet, not even this is what holds my gaze. It is a large cylindrical pedestal that stands between the two of them. They appear to be guarding it. The ground in this area is covered almost entirely in claw marks, soul weapon clashes, and broken stone. Countless battles have taken place this far from the stairs, yet the cylinder is spotless. It stands about 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide. There is intricate writing all over it, and resting on top, there is a small artifact. It looks to be sphere-shaped, and glows with a faint white aura. Chapter 890. The sight of the enormous dragon would normally shift my mindset in battle. Especially the fact that it is saturated full of dense white celestial energy with purity greater than my own, even the noble demon that runs forward at us again, its vibrations heightening in intensity. The facade it was putting out before, telling anyone and anything to challenge it, is completely gone. Now there is only primal anger and the strength of an animal putting its life on the line to protect that pedestal behind it with its life. This only makes the faintly glowing soul artifact on top of it look more attractive. A flash of blue and red pulsing celestial energy arcs upward, completely avoiding the demon's incoming axe strike as we fly through the air. Maria's blade connects with the center of this demon's forehead and slices a deep slash through its skull. Bright white fractured bone explodes into the air with waves of excess celestial energy, but the upward swing and pivoting stance of this demon's axe forces us to use one of the demon's horns as a foothold and bounce off it out of the way. Bright blue celestial energy, sparkling with rainbow source resin, spreads and freezes through the demon's exposed brain. The waves of layered royal vibrations, even as we fly away from the demon, are strong enough to overpower this noble's defenses and dull its mind. It opens its mouth, letting out what looks like a roar, and the noble vibrations in its body become sharper while the celestial energy is becoming chaotic. Large amounts still flow out from the wound I gave it, and now it's working with a brain that is slowly freezing to ice. When we hit the ground by its side and my cycle comes around, I'm full of energy and confidence to try out a move I was thinking about all the way over on the flight here. The attack Maria just released showed me to an even deeper extent what is possible, and I can't keep a smile off my face as we jump off the ground again. My blade is growing hotter and brighter as we fly through the air, and the demon's head has turned entirely to ice. The fury-filled eyes from before are frozen blue, and it's waving its axe around blind, using instincts alone to defend itself. Even its movements are slowing. I'm pretty sure if I didn't even attack now, it would die in a few seconds anyway, but I want to absorb its energy. The demonic dragon behind it lunges its open mouth downward at us to try and block my kill shot, but this is a perfect opportunity to test my attack on a target with more vitality. I shift the focus of my full-powered attack upward and swing my soul sword across my body, still over 30 meters away from colliding with the dragon's open mouth. A vibrant wave of crimson celestial fire erupts from my sword. I feel it tremble in my hands, as it's activating its latent abilities to an extent, despite no access to the system. It feels as though a small portion of my consciousness rides in this wave of fire, because as it expands and collides against the dragon's head and upper portion of its neck, my ether senses expand. I can see the entire magnificent winged creature, and far further past the monster too, showing me even more of this flat stone we stand on, much further than my natural ether senses should allow. The dragon is completely caught off guard by this display, and its lower jaw is burned through by fire wrapped in my royal vibrations dozens of times over. It doesn't slow down at all on first contact and slices through its neck as well, in a clean line, with enough momentum to continue flying out into the endless void behind it. The dragon's head topples off its body, and I can focus on my main target again. I slice downward with the remainder of my cycle's strength as Maria and I land on the demon's chest. Her ice has now frozen its entire head, moving down to its shoulders, limiting its axe's movement. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I slash my fiery blade across its already fractured cores and shatter it to pieces. The demon falls backward while we stand on its chest, and its head shatters to pieces on the ground. Both of its long horns crack off, with their bases glistening with Maria's soul energy, and its axe slams to the floor beside it. This is paired with two more silent thuds, as the dragon's flaming head hits the ground behind the pedestal, and its massive body tips backward, dead as well. The surge of celestial energy, and far more dark and black essence I was hoping for, bursts into me, and the celestial energy surges through Maria seconds later. The memories, however, are slightly less fractured than other demons in this abyss. I can actually make out some of the battles it's had here, protecting this artifact. Many of them result in the slaughter of stronger first-class demons or weak nobles. However, a few end in other strong demons kneeling before this axe-wielding giant, and it's sending them out into the abyss in an organized manner. The exact details of why or for what I can't make out, but I know they were looking for something. The further back its memories go, the more shattered and broken they become, turning only to instincts and emotions. Yet, I can tell it's been thousands of years at least, in the conscious memories, so whatever its life was before, maybe it was even longer, at the same time as these memories stopped flowing through me. The slash of red celestial fire I sent out from my blade circles back toward me. I thought I had lost connection with it, as the ether sense readings I was getting came back as nothing as it flew upward into the void, but it comes back like a boomerang. I raise my blade up in the air to let the dense fire reunite with my sword. The corpses around us start to melt, and after that kill, my blade trembles again, pointing its consciousness toward the massive axe floating in the purple sludge. That melts beneath our feet. We walk over, and I let my blade absorb it. It glows even more vibrant, as this is an extremely high-quality material. I feel its leftover noble vibrations even after death still imbued in this white material. They are completely devoured. The massive horns at the base of the pedestal give off a similar strength and aura. I touch both of them to use my celestial craftsmanship and try something I haven't successfully done yet. I haven't been able to mold other soul weapons that are bonded with demons into new weapons of our own, but with raw materials, I believe I can enhance gear we already have with the right technique. I focus on the light chest plates I made from the first noble's horns and try to enhance and fuse these horns into that same craft. The huge celestial energy saturated pieces of bone before us melt and turn to red and blue celestial material, and bond with the armor we have on. It becomes thicker, denser, and even grows downward to protect our lower backs and abdomens as well. Our new understandings in royal vibration manipulation seep into this craft as well, adding layers of intrinsic defense and strengthening the craft further. An overwhelming aura of defense floods through both of us once the craft completes. The shockwaves push all of the decaying avatar remains away from us in a small circle to leave us on the plain floor below. Both of us let our soul swords disappear and fall back into our souls, then jump upward, landing on the edge of the pedestal. Looking down, my gaze is fixed on the smooth orb in the center of this circular table. It's actually made of a glossy black stone as far as I can tell. The light white pulses I sensed before are coming from deep within it. There are small dots from varying distances from the surface. As we take a step closer, two large dots right in front of us become slightly larger, another step closer, and they become larger and brighter again. I raise an eyebrow and feel that Maria is equally as curious. We step to the side, and the two white dots follow us. I see countless tiny smaller white orbs deeper inside, like they are far away and dim. It makes me remember the dozens of demons and dragons we passed on our way up here. As Maria and I continue moving and the dots follow us perfectly, glowing brighter with intensity the closer we get, it all becomes quite clear. This is some kind of celestial energy radar. It detects anything and everything living around it. But why would that demon and dragon stand here protecting it for thousands of years? Something like this wouldn't be worth guarding with their lives. Plain ether senses can do the same thing. We continue walking back and forth for a few more seconds, then make our way all the way around the other side of the circular top of this platform. My stomach drops at the sight, as there is a massive glowing white orb pointed right at us. We both turn around, looking deep into the darkness and summon our swords again. But I sense nothing at all, not celestial energy, not vibrations, nothing. We wait a few seconds, but it's truly nothing. Then, as we turn back to the orb with suspicious looks, the carvings on the flat surface of this stone cylinder catch my eyes. There is a thin, but clearly drawn arrow carved into the stone. It's pointing in the exact direction where this massive orb of light stays steady. I look deeper at the carvings below it and try to begin deciphering some more of this text, but the light pulsing of celestial energy interrupts my focus. It's not strong, it is all just coming from one direction, the stairs where we came up from before. Maria and I walk around the orb to its other side again, and watch as hundreds of small white lights slowly grow larger. The pressure of noble vibrations that were keeping these weaker demons from making it up the stairs before have been extinguished. Chapter 891. At the edges of my ether senses, the visual of the strongest first-class demons that were on the steps before comes into view. Some are running across the ground, others are on the backs of their dragons and plummeting down through the air. After absorbing this noble's energy, my senses have expanded past 100 meters wide on every side. As they begin to make large splashes in the decaying avatar remains of the old guardians, even more second, third, and even commoner demons begin to flood in up the stairs behind them. I look back at the black orb artifact, and see more and more of the white dots on it getting larger. Not only that, but far more than the few dozen I passed show up. There are hundreds of these dots closing in on us. Maria and I summon our soul swords again, and jump up in the air to counterattack the first incoming first-class dragon and demon that fly down at us. While slicing them both in half, I smile, but roll my eyes as well. These monsters were too tired or focused to bother attacking me on the way up, and I spared their lives. Now, they're wasting their second chance just to get closer to this treasure. This is all I think about while streaks of red and blue celestial energy burn through and freeze demons as they all come racing in with only a single goal: getting as close as possible to this pedestal. The corpses pile up, melt to purple goo, then pile up again and again. I don't know how long those stairs below lead, but the waves of demons don't stop for a full 10 minutes straight. They get weaker and weaker as time goes by, and the rewards of killing so many demons lessen too. I gain a large amount of celestial energy volume, but it needs time to be refined to be of any use. No usable memories are transferred either. However, over 1,000 horns litter the flat ground, and over 100 soul weapons lay without their wielders once it's all over. I let my sword devour all of the soul weapons on the battlefield, and I used the same craftsmanship technique on the horns of the stronger first and second class demons to strengthen our armor that did not get the perks of being strengthened, like my chestplate from the high quality noble demon's horns. The third class and commoner horns all seem far too weak to do anything useful with now. Their dim blows and less sturdy material bases would actually weaken the gear we have on if it were added to the crafts. So, with all these, I manually drain the celestial energy out of them with my palm, and very intricate probing layers of royal vibrations to quickly force out all of the white energy from inside these horns. Nothing remains but sticky dried avatar remains, and broken black horns all across this flat landscape of ancient text. We return to the pedestal with our ether senses enhanced even further, pushing out over 120 meters, but focusing most of this intensity at the black orb. Far fewer large white specks are visible on it. The only large ones are the two that register myself and Maria, and the massive one that only points off into the void. The rest look like tiny stars, like we're looking into the night sky. We both reach forward and lift the small black orb in the air off the pedestal. It is no heavier than normal stone. We walk in circles, and even rotate the orb about, but the large white blotch on it keeps pointing in the same direction. This brings my attention back to the small arrow on the pedestal's top. Around it there are more of the same words that I've seen here and in the caves, but a new arrangement of words pops out when I look beneath where this artifact was resting. It reads, "Map to the temple." This does not give me much to work with either. Is this white dot the location of a temple, and that is why it's staying bright as a constant? Or is this an enemy that just happens to be far stronger than us and standing still? Maybe there is something extra we need to activate this map. I send waves of ether senses into the orb, and into our surroundings, but it all just comes back as plain stone. There are no hidden monsters, triggers, or unique energy flows. Even the orb in my hand seems as ordinary as a commoner's horn. I know there is something strange about it, my instincts tell me so, but I can't sense any concrete energy readings to prove it. There is no consciousness present in the device, but somehow it tracks the relative strength and distance of anything that gets close to it. After circling this cylinder of stone a few more times, I decide there is nothing more to investigate, and we start walking off into the void in the direction opposite the stairs. We wandered in the darkness for a month to find a vantage point, or some idea of what this place really is, and we've definitely found what we set out to discover. Now, we need to make use of it. Over 500 meters of text goes by as we keep walking on this flat ground. If not for the fact that there are intricate patterns to follow below us, I would have lost all sense of direction after we left the pillar of stone. The orb we carry points its white dot forward to confirm that we're moving in a straight line. However, we have to stop in our tracks. The text on the floor ceases, and with it, the flat stone slab does too. All of a sudden, everything stops. There is a flat dead end, with nothing but a cliff down into the depths of the void beyond it. We stop a few meters from the edge, and I push my ether senses down, but even at the far edges, there is nothing but a flat cliffside, dropping off far into the darkness where we came from below. The white dot points into the abyss. I retract my ether senses from pointing down, and focus far more on the text below me, scanning every symbol, carving, and letter to try to find more clues, but it all looks the same. This far from the pedestal, there are many more small depictions of the long-armed and long-legged creatures all walking in single-file lines through rifts in space. There is even an abnormally large carving, almost the same size as the demon and dragon being pulled apart by dark hands I saw before. This one is of about half a dozen void creepers looking down at a sideways spiral. It is carved much deeper than all of the other writings around it, and the closer we step toward this, the more the spiral looks to be made up of countless dots. As Maria and I stare down at it, the image almost comes to life. I get the faint feeling of strange vibrations coming off of it, but every time I try to read their energy, or focus on what the feeling is, they go away. It's like a recurring illusion that only shows up when I do not actively think about it. the faceless beings all stare down at a slowly spiraling galaxy below them. In the center of it all, the largest dot rests, a deep wide hole in the stone, yet, as I let my mind wander, it appears to glow white, then sparkle silver, and give off reflections of rainbow light, kind of like Maria's soul energy. There are a few lines of text in the originator's language above it I can read. Watchers of the Great Cycle, we're lost in thought for a few minutes, admiring this carving, but I'm distracted again as the outer edges of my ether senses pick up another oddity near the ledge of the abyss, far from where we have searched so far. It catches my attention because the carving isn't deep, it's a similar depth to the small arrow we saw on the pedestal, and the handwriting is a perfect match to the additions to that other carving of the demon and dragon we saw before. My disrupted attention breaks Maria out of her daze as well, and we walk over to the cliff's edge again. The same wording of map to the temple is written out in the originator's text, but in the thin handwriting that matches an incredibly intricate drawing is made in the stone above it. Right at our feet above the writing, the small etching of a stairway up to a flat platform, and an orb on top of it, are clearly carved. Then, beyond it, there is dark plainstone. Half a meter above, another stairway is drawn, but this one in a zigzag pattern to its top. Another orb rests on the flat platform there as well. My eyes track up another half a meter, and another stairway, this one in a winding pattern to the top, but with the same reward at the end. An orb is shown. Both my eyes and Maria's track back and forth as dozens of these depictions are drawn in an intricate, massive map. There are carvings that look like massive cliffsides to both sides of the winding path of pedestal checkpoints. There are small curved holes at the base of some of these cliffs that look like caves. Some of the caves are marked with miniature carvings as well. I see a small marking nearby where the identical pedestal we've found lies, and near its base, there is a cave with the marking of a tiny angel, making me remember the cave we left from before coming here. It's only a few centimeters away from the stairway, widening my eyes to the enormous scale. Some of the other pedestals are over 10 meters away. If what I'm seeing is true, we're deep within an unfathomably massive ravine. My eyes track all the way to the end of this carving, yet, it does not end with this so-called temple in all its glory. Instead, there is only an arrow pointing out into the abyss. It's incomplete. My heartbeat has been rising this whole time, and I've been searing the details of this map into my mind to not forget every intricate point. I look to my right, and meet Maria's gaze looking right back at me. We stare at each other for a few seconds, then look down at the orb in our hands pointing off the edge of the cliff, and finally at the arrow pointing off the edge. We nod in unison, then run forward, jumping off the edge into the abyss. Chapter 892, Below in the Green Zone. It only feels as though minutes have gone by during our month in the ravine, yet, with no way of contacting or viewing the two humans that have jumped through zones. It is impossible to know this fact. Following the initial shock of the realm wave, far more than just these first few minutes begin to pass. Ava, with the help of many stronger first and second class elemental wielding lords, builds the base of a new grand citadel floating in the sky. At first, they have to rely on the leftover ether commands, divine energy, and mana from the viewing stands and protection layers that Rin preserved. However, after about an hour, most of the green zone's dense clouds of energy in the zone have all flowed back in to fill the gaps where the massive battles took place and drained the energy from the environment. A very unique-looking structure floats above the green clouds where the old black dome used to sit. This one is roughly the same size, over 1 million kilometers in diameter, but its base is an open-air disk. There is no solid covering over its top, only white translucent protective ether commands. This is the bottom layer of the new Grand Citadel. It has been terraformed to create many zones filled with all kinds of elemental environments. The freed demonic servants that used to maintain the old wilderness help to organize and recreate habitats for the hundreds of millions of lords that have instinctually sworn loyalty to the rising emperor, but are still beasts, and are not intelligent enough to fit into a society. Ava uses large amounts of complex data from the lower realm, sorting the organized information sent up from Alvaron and Bree, telling her what races will most likely be able to live in harmony together and which ones will often fight. This is all taken into account while forming these new biomes. The massive citadel takes shape to have a second floating disk, about half the size of the first, a few 100,000 kilometers above the wilderness. This is where many of the civilized lords, 5th to 1st class, all begin to claim plots and build districts and towers, mimicking the designs of the old inner city, but far larger and including many of the newer intelligent lords that lived their whole lives on the edge of death, adventuring in the wilderness as ether-refining slaves before. There is a final disk that floats above even this city that is slowly built up, and it is the highest and smallest of them all. Yet, it is still almost double the size of the Ellipsia Citadel. this is where Ava stands, giving mental commands, surrounded by a few hundred elites. The griffin from the battle earlier has finished its main job of holding up the portions of the citadel with its wind magic at each stage of construction, and now stands beside this goblin queen in awe, watching her work. Strong vibrations ripple through this top disc, as everyone still tests the strengths of each other and creates a mental hierarchy, with Ava far above at the top. Zashin stands behind all of them, peering down and out into the green zone, a proud berserker giant that has completed his life's goal 5 times over, killing noble demons with his own raw power. Now, his aura is concealed, so as not to frighten the entire citadel. But Ava knows the strength of the demons he killed, and he has taken the role as this citadel's protector while Ava works the logistics. Ari and Raven arrive at the Mensa citadel, and the sight they find is not exactly expected. It is a floating city, a similar size to the Ellipsia citadel, yet the streets are filled with chaos. There are a large number of avatar corpses lining the roads, and it's simple to discern that they are demonic servants. And even some demonic beasts. When the 2 humans, carrying long swords and a bow, descend to the edge of their home, they're met with suspicious glares. However, the leaders of a few large groups that seem to have led the attacks on these servants and beasts are berserker giants. They are not elites, nor have they awakened any path, but a resonance in their souls gives off readings of familiarity with the 2 humans that stare down at them. Lower your weapons. These are generals of the rising emperor. Can't you see? A yell comes out from the crowd, and many check their systems. Raven sends an alert to all of them to prove it, but Ares' gaze still dissects the crowds in the city far beyond the group that came to meet them. He eyes the demonic beasts that have been slain and wonders where they came from. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. This is the home base for the high noble demon that was conducting all of these tests with his transfusion skill in the first place. Ares' aura grows in intensity as he activates his greater spirit form to multiply the borrowed stats power, and stares deeper into the citadel. It feels dark, and the countless years of oppression in these streets can be felt. It is quite ominous. Even after their leader has died, he nods and sends Raven a mental message. See what Ava has begun to do? I think this place needs to be reconstructed too. Make sure all the citizens know what is about to happen. I need to take care of that demon's leftover projects. It seems not all the beasts have been killed. He flies over the crowds, straight to the central tower of the citadel, and opens up its locked ether commands to let himself inside easily. The archer flies down to the lowest floor of this tower, that is thousands of kilometers below the street level of the citadel, to open up the massive chamber blocked off by high noble grade barriers. Inside, there are thousands of demonic beasts. Ari can sense dozens of other smaller structures like this, with weaker barriers in other parts of the city, which is where the strays must have escaped out to be slaughtered before. You're not enemies, he whispers, scanning the massive pit, while thousands of demonic beasts look up at him. There are tens of thousands of corpses beneath them. The wave of royal vibrations from the rising emperor's fight before managed to even seep through these walls, tens of millions of kilometers away. Those that did not submit were killed, those that did are here. They were just mistaken for enemies. Ari smirks and closes the ether commands of the door behind him, making sure not to let any aura escape to the citizens above. Then, he lets his vibrations, and thousands of light purple spirit hands, burst through the room. All of the demonic beasts' mad animalistic reactions to an intruder cease the moment they realize this being above them is related to the one that they swore there. Loyalty too. In order to survive, Abby rides on Seraphel's head as they fly above the green clouds. The fortress citadel appears, revealing many strange ancient cubic-shaped structures all over the sky. It is the storage citadel that has stood in this zone, even here when this blue wyvern first arrived himself, and it doesn't look like it's changed at all. When they arrive at one of the entry points, the thick layers of ether commands send notifications into their consciousnesses as if this is just a normal arrival at the fortress. However, once they arrive at one of the contact points where thousands of guards are lined up at the front-facing wall on small platforms, a few hundred kilometers apart, it is clear that this is no normal arrival. Information streams through both the healer and wyvern's mind, pinpointing each of the guards' names, homeworld, and all of their vital information. They too were affected by the massive burst of royal vibrations in the battle today. When they touch down in front of a straight-faced high orc, Seraphel returns to his lowest energy cost form, and reverts to the blue-eyed human form he acquired after soul bonding with Abby. The two of them walk forward, and the guard nods. This is the same guard that welcomed the two red ogres into the fortress to receive ASIC and Torvax items from long-term storage, and allowed them to drop off embers package without any issue. The corner of his mouth curls up as he speaks. Seraphel, it's been a few wars since I've seen you, hasn't it? He nods back. It has. Hopefully, that was the last, then looks up at the citadel. Well, the last in this zone at least. I need access to my old vault. Can you bring us to it? The guard enters a few commands into his system, and the door behind him begins to open. Of course, the green and blue-haired humans walk into the maze-like passageways of the ancient fortress citadel. Beneath the grand citadel, while progress is being made all over the green zone, Ren and Ember are still in the same position. The red-haired human form of this dragon sleeps on his back. Gently smiling, there are countless stacked glyphs and runic arrays glowing beneath him. The white-haired elf is on the verge of leaving their conscious state to return to a dormant life-saving mode, yet it can't until it knows that this being is safe. A full 1% of borrowed stats from the new administrator role is being used to its full potential, and waves of warm vibrations fill the air, vibrating through the bottom of the zone. Despite the clouds all closing back in to cover the sky. Where the grand citadel is rebuilt, the white glow is strong enough to become visible through them after a while. It gets hotter and more intense as over an hour passes. The elf drains all of the ambient energy from the surroundings. And finally, the growing number of arrays stops stacking on top of each other. They all pulse and spin in unison, then a bright white pillar of light bursts up from them. The most intense portion of the hot white vibrating light focuses on Ember's chest, but the excess waves of energy surge upward and through the bottom of the new grand citadel. It doesn't affect the structure at all, but does surge through a few 100,000 lords that happen to be in its path. All of their eyes widen in awe as their bodies are filled with energy. All of their fatigue, mental fog, and avatar damage that has ever been accrued in their lives is instantly healed. Many of them yell out from the blissful experience. And a large amount of the lower-class lords even instantly have their potential forcefully increased. There are 5th-class lords that instantly become as strong as 3rd or even 2nd-class monsters, and many 3rd and 2nd-class lords that instantly become near 1st-class powerhouses. Furthest away at the top of the citadel, all of the elites that stand in tight circles are enveloped in this light, and feel their vibrations resonate on a warm and soothing wavelength. All of them fall into a daze, as if they're all sharing a group enlightenment. This is merely the result of the excess energy. Ember is receiving the bulk of this technique's power. The years of hibernation his body and mind were prepared to be subjected to are being internally fast-forwarded. As he allows this familiar white aura into his soul, the maximum output of this burst lasts less than 30 seconds, and it expands outward as it's released, spreading weaker waves of white light all throughout the citadel, and even far out into the green zone. All of the arrays shatter at once, and Ember's eyelids begin to move while his fingers twitch. A wave of silver threads ripples through his body, and information about his soul bond begins to echo into his consciousness. The dragon's crimson eyes open wide, and he stares upward without moving at all. The center of his pupils shimmer with golden and silver threads as he stares deep into empty space for a few seconds. When he blinks again, his eyes return to a plain crimson, and he sits up to catch a small white-haired elf's limp body before it hits the floor. He stands up with Rin in his arms, and slowly walks toward the reactor at the bottom of the green zone. So that is how it's going to go. Maria has finally begun to embrace her path, and started to interfere with the system too. Maybe it really will be the last reset this time. Chapter 893, less than 2 hours have passed in the green zone, but below in the lower realm, time moves much faster. Over a week has passed. There is no visible realm wave in the origin plane, so other than a select few that have higher access within the worldwide connectivity interface, the majority of living beings have no idea of this shift. In order to communicate and track the passing of time, Bree and Ava send messages back and forth in a similar fashion to the first realm wave when the generals were cultivating to compress and saturate their true cores. Updates of mass information gathering and the extermination of demons sworn to the 5 great families throughout the lower realm have begun. Receipts and some recordings of Fisher and Lydia taking over hundreds of worlds that have been captured by thrones are sent up, as well as many confirmations of knights clearing labyrinths on worlds that were soon to be harvested. There are many star systems with more than one planet with life. So in addition to hunting demons, many knights reach out to make peaceful relationships with new worlds and offer them a connection to the growing empire. A report is sent back on the 3rd day of a small 5th-class goblin world that swore loyalty to the rising emperor. Once over 50% of their awakened citizens linked to the system, the entire world was claimed and received the perks of being fully connected, even without a throne or representative in the upper realm. This realization added another great talking point to the Galactic Trade Commission's meeting led by Bree and Alvaron, as they hosted a conference to outline what this new era has in store for over 1 billion world leaders. Using 1% of the borrowed stats and enhanced mental calculation speed, Alvaron is able to split his mind into millions of parts and hold basic conversations with individual planet leaders to do an in-depth personalized Q&A after the talk. The number of linked worlds slowly rises after this meeting as the rising Emperor's reach spreads through the galaxy by word of mouth, yet, no one, not even the admins or generals, can sense his presence in the system any longer. To many of the new citizens that swear their loyalty, he is almost a godlike figure, where many do not even know if he truly exists, or if this is just how the system itself works, and they've finally gained access to another layer after being in the dark so long. Pluto returns to the demonic realm and fabricates a report about a failure at the Great Belt of Brimia to the leaders of the other 4 families, just as ordered, the chaos of the Vermilion family's tower going dark, and the confirmations that many squads all over the galaxy are being targeted and hunted down, make what he is saying very believable. As days pass, it is not out of the ordinary for many squads to come back using emergency teleportation devices with horrible battle injuries. And most of their squads wiped out, or just none to come back at all. Pluto finds himself slowly moving up the ranks and sitting at the table of generals in the Vermilion family's army now as a permanent soldier. As they are losing troops and need all of the true cores they can get, little do they know, he is patiently waiting and following orders, leaking battle plans and sensitive information whenever he can get his hands on them to breathe through an advanced administrator channel. Even as over a week passes after the Green Vermilion Tower went out, there has still been no communication from any of the 4 remaining family heads yet. They have all gone silent, and the entire demonic realm has gone on edge because of it. While hours have passed in the green zone, and over a week has gone by in the lower realm, over a year passes in the ravine of the cyan zone, after jumping off the edge of the first staircase's platform. We fall back down into the abyss where we came from, using small amounts of celestial energy wrapped in layers of royal vibrations. We're able to step on the air and slow our fall with ease. Flying upward in small sprints is even possible, but it drains a considerable amount of celestial energy, unlike divine threads that are abundant in the atmosphere, and vibrations that can actually be exhausted. Celestial energy that leaves our bodies is lost from our pools. The bottom of the abyss is a few kilometers below, as expected, reinforcing the fact that the map carved into the stone above by a mysterious, lighter carved handwriting is telling the truth about the placement of these pedestals. And also that there is a temple at the end of all this, though, it also means they know something about Ember, the fallen one, and somehow, my rising emperor's system is related to all of this too. I certainly have time to think about this as we explore the darkness, using the orb to lead us in the right direction. It works as not only a compass through the bottom of this ravine, but also as an enemy detection system. There are demons lurking all throughout the darkness, appearing every few kilometers as we walk. Most of them are commoners in 3rd class, but occasionally stronger 2nd and 1st class pairs appear. The majority of demon and dragon pairs we find are covered in battle scars and look tired and hopeless, as though they have been down here all their lives. The horrific battle instincts and shattered memories I receive after every one of their kills make me believe it's true. Every new massive staircase we challenge is met with the same exact pattern. Atop it, there is a strong noble demon, and on the steps leading up to it, hundreds, and sometimes thousands, of weaker demons try to overcome and challenge the aura. Every battle ends the same. These noble demons give up their lives to protect the artifacts sitting atop these ancient towers. Even if it's for only a few seconds, they all look exactly alike, small black orbs about the size of a human head, and point toward the nearest living creatures, with a single larger white point leading off in the same direction. All of them have the simple message of map to the temple below them. When I lift them off their pedestals, we kill tens of thousands of demons, and dozens of nobles. Every noble's horns are used to craft and strengthen new armor, covering our bodies and enhancing our strength, speed, and defense. All of the 1st class and noble grade weapons are absorbed into my sword. Our royal vibrations are refined to such an extent that we don't even need to be at the peak of our cycles, and can slice through noble demons in one shot, or freeze them entirely to ice in an instant. It is clear that we are higher life forms, once the celestial energy in our bodies is equivalent to and eventually greater than our enemies. Noble vibrations cannot compare to the maturity, density, and weight of influence carried within our auras. Even a single layer of our royal vibrations begins to easily conquer and break through dozens of layers of noble demon defenses. A long shot, using a high-powered swing of my sword from hundreds of meters away, is enough to slice through hundreds of swarming demons and kill the noble guardians. After dozens of these pedestals, I've tested variations of my craftsmanship skill to hone and perfect the ideal armors, and have even awakened a version of my item storage skill, using the mental ether commands that were used in the citadels of the Green Zone, and the energy pathways that I would normally activate with mana through my system to open up my item storage skill. I become capable of opening a small space within my soul to store items. It is similar to how my soul sword falls back into my body, but with a far less intimate connection. It is more like a pocket of space opens up on the outer edges of my soul to store items. This is where I begin to plunder every one of the black orbs left behind at the pedestals. Not only do we leave the sludge and broken lower-class horns of demons littered across the ground, but we steal dozens of these artifacts. Exploring the endless dark ravine and killing every demonic being we see is exhilarating, and we are climbing closer to our goal with every pedestal we conquer. We fall into a flow state, similar to our first few weeks in this darkness when we couldn't even move and had to cycle energy through each other to survive. Time is passing, but the events that flow around me all blend together like I am in a half-conscious state of meditation. I cannot tell if this shift is because of the new effects of celestial energy on the mortal mind, or a cyan core lifting me to the state of a higher life form. Or, potentially the fact that we are trapped in a soundless, senseless void, and the suppression of my mind's perception of time passing by is a natural defense mechanism. There is no way to prove any of my theories, so I begin to believe it is a combination of them all. Our vibrations become more and more honed and alike with every demon we kill and step through the ravine we take. It isn't necessary to look in any specific direction in order to move a certain way. Our goals and actions become so aligned that it becomes second nature and instinctual. There is no other direction to logically take. With one hand interlocked for so long, we almost become one being. Our ether senses expand to reach over 500 meters in every direction, and our celestial energy cycles only grow faster and more efficient. We can cycle the massive amount of energy through each other about once every half a second now. However, it has been that way for the past few months. We have plateaued in our progress. It becomes very clear once we climb up another flight of steps after slaughtering the usual waves of demons. The added celestial energy from the few hundred souls is only a drop in the bucket compared to the celestial energy we have. Our facial expressions don't even move, nor do we act surprised when a noble demon near a high noble breakthrough comes out from the dark to protect another glowing orb. However, there is a small blip in our mental harmony once I absorb its demonic essence. This happens every time we kill one of the exceptionally strong nobles. It is because a tiny fluctuation in my demon's core reminds us both that there is still one small secret within our souls that the other does not know. This time, it is an exceptionally large blip, but we suppress it like usual to stay focused on our end goal. When we lift the orb from the pedestal and store it away to follow the thin markings to find another map. The disruption of our harmony is broken twice in less than a minute. That is because, for the first time, at the top of this carving, it is not cut off with only an arrow pointing into the void. This time, there is an end to the map, and it is an extravagant picture of a raised tower with multiple stairways leading up to it on all sides. The single symbol that translates to temple is above it. Chapter 894. Another few months pass after finding the first map with the temple's location marked on it. Every new pedestal we climb up now has one less location to travel to, and the temple marked at the very end of it. This measurable scale of progression begins to alleviate the monotony of exploring the darkness without progressing in our celestial energy purity or royal vibrations maturity at all, though. It does break us out from a completely isolated flow state and causes me to think about our predicament more. The first thought that begins to linger in the back of my mind is the fact that I still have no access to the system at all. No matter how much celestial energy I try to focus into it, or activate the pure mana in my body, it's no use. It's like some kind of seal is pressing down on my soul. I couldn't sense it before, because I couldn't sense much of anything at all. The only instinctual sense I had of it was that there was something strange in the air. It's what makes the atmosphere so dense and dark. It is the reason there is no sound, and that I still get disoriented every time I try to look away from the compass orb in my hands. The longer I stay in this environment, the more I begin to feel its similarities to the celestial seals I placed on myself back in the green zone. Then, I was doing it for my own good, to stay concealed, and not be a danger to those weaker around me. However now, it is like a seal of suppression is affecting every particle of air, stone, matter, and energy that exists in this zone. I cannot sense its source, or even its commands or structure, but with every passing day, this feeling grows stronger. It makes me wonder what happened to everyone left in the green zone, and if the powers that control this darkness will expedite or change their plans of sealing the upper realm from the plans I managed to siphon from Muriel's memories. One of the beings in the green zone I'm most conflicted about is Ember. Every few pedestals we conquer, a new depiction of a demon and dragon being pulled apart resurfaces. Sometimes it is just one demon or just one dragon in various scenes. The demon stabs the dragon through the chest, and sometimes, the dragon breathes fire down on the demon. Other times, they too are carved sitting behind the ominous pictures of the void creepers staring down at an entire galaxy. The words Fallen One and Emperor are carved over and over in this thin handwriting near the original works. It makes me continuously wonder who or what wrote this, and why are they guiding us to a temple? Is this all the doing of a demon? A temple guardian of sorts that has a vendetta against me? Or for Ember? Maybe this entire ravine was created for this purpose alone, to be a trap for the Fallen One, looking back in all of the Vermilion family demons' memories. Many failsafes and schemes were constantly being put in place to kill Ember in the Green Zone, and even some in the lower realm, where families have protocols to scan and snuff out life on new planets they conquer. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. However, if this really was the case, that it is only a trap, I don't see what the purpose is behind all of these markings reading the Great Split or the Great Cycle or the Final Reset, and so many drawings of void creepers. The rarest one of all is the void creeper with wings. We only come across extremely old carvings of it a handful of times. They show up in the caves, or in faded portions of the pedestals that have not been worn by battle too harshly. They all call this monster the World Eater, and there are a few of them that swap out this winged void creeper with the black dot that many of the long-limbed beings praise. The first few were coincidences I could look past, but after almost 2 years of seeing these depictions over and over again, I cannot help but start to relive the moment Maria and I shared before diving into the Cyan Zone. The last moments in the light I saw of her were the bright angelic wings of her celestial energy. Form. Now, as this black dot keeps appearing in the cave drawings, it deviates our royal vibrations harmony more and more, because I see the black dot in the depths of her soul energy core with greater intensity every time. This goes both ways. In fact, every time the carvings of a half-demon called the Emperor, and a dragon with the name Fallen One that many enemies have called Ember in the past, I feel the probing vibrations of Maria's soul energy cycle flowing around my demon core's outer edges. It becomes clear that our arrival here is far less likely to be a coincidence. I want to explain what is behind these protective barriers, but without releasing the corruption and resentment and rage-filled intent of Muriel back out into reality. I can't do so. With this fact slowly eating away at the depths of my mind, the ominous question of what Maria is holding back grows in my mind too, and why she needs to keep it hidden from me. Instead of something that we can suppress, every one of the pedestals we come across brings it back up now, and the underlying tension becomes a constant. The feeling of the temple growing closer makes this mental divide more potent. However, as we've grown to know how each other thinks so well, we both know that the tension can't be broken so easily. If we could, both secrets would have been revealed already. We jump off the final pedestal with a map only showing the temple as the last lone point to follow. The pools of liquid avatar remains and demon horns are still fresh and spreading across the flat text-filled platform as we do. Yet, even after killing that last noble demon, the pressure of vibrations in the air hasn't returned back to normal. When we land to the bottom of the ravine again and move forward, many of the small dots on the compass artifact begin to glow far brighter and larger. The noble vibrations in the air have even increased in their intensity from where we left the last guardians. They grow stronger and stronger, and come from all sides as we run together through the darkness. Soon, the source of these waves reveals themselves. Every few kilometers we travel on this last trek, dozens of first-class and noble demons attack us from all sides whenever we come near. Each of them is strong enough to be a pedestal guardian, yet they all slowly walk in the same direction that we're headed. We slice through every single one of them with ease. This is the most potent source of celestial energy we've gathered throughout our whole time in this ravine. A week passes as we fight through the growing hordes of demons, killing over 1,000 bonded pairs with noble vibrations. Our armor has become extremely bright and strong, and we even made some slight progress, increasing our ether senses to about 550 meters with this increase in pure energy, but we've hit some kind of natural threshold that doesn't allow us to cycle faster or refine it much further. The demons we come across start to dwindle in number, and the ones we do find are extremely strong, but look increasingly tired or suppressed. Very similar to the weaker demons on the steps of the pedestals, instead of a constant low tingle of noble vibrations, an aura I have not felt in a while ripples through me. It is the presence of a high noble, or maybe even two of them. It's hard to tell, though, as we slice through sluggish demons, and the visual of a staircase at the base of the ravine comes into view. I start to hone in on these auras. They're coming from above us, and for the first time when I look up the stairs. In their direction, the single bright dot on the compass artifact looks like it quivers slightly. Chapter 895, we begin to climb the massive flight of steps, the imagery of a tower, with 4 flights of stairs leading up to it on all sides. similar to a flat-topped pyramid structure, is still at the forefront of my mind. This is what the temple in all the drawings looked like. So, this must be one of the sides. Even with my ether senses at their full power, I cannot see the outer edges of these steps. We zigzag across them out of curiosity, a few kilometers to each side, but even now we do not find their outer borders. Each stair is over 10 meters high, there are many noble demons struggling to climb up them, and we slice through them to increase our strength further as we climb. Every step higher, the vibrations of these nobles become stronger and stronger. Many of them are far more talented than any of the pedestal guardians we fought on our way here. In fact, they all have far more potential than every other noble demon I've ever killed. In both the green zone and lower realm, it feels normal to come across them left and right now, but there is an uneasy feeling building in me, as we have literally slaughtered over 1,000 nobles during our time in this ravine. As we climb higher and higher up these stairs, we burn and freeze 1,000 more. Why are there so many nobles here? I thought they were an extremely rare talent. From all of the memories I've absorbed from demons in the past, the number of nobles in the entire demonic realm is less than the amount I've killed in the last 15 minutes. The vague feelings and memories of Muriel watching hundreds of thousands of years go by return. And him watching the demon's talent dwindle as the generations pass before his eyes. Yet, this is absurd, if what I'm thinking is true, and these are all ancient demons from the era of the Morvale family that were thrown away as trash. It makes me wonder, what are their elites like? As we travel through this ravine, following a strict path, there were hundreds of cracks in the cliff walls and detours to sections of the abyss that looked identical to the path we were traveling. I'm fairly certain, without this compass and a perfect map to follow by a mysterious figure of the past, we could easily be wandering through the darkness for decades, centuries, or maybe until we died of old age. The thoughts that this abyss is full of ancient demons, and spreads out far further than I can fathom, build up as a certainty while the high noble vibrations above us grow stronger and stronger. The white spot on the orb that was wavering slightly before now begins to grow for the first time. Every few kilometers upward we climb, I pull it out from my soul storage to check, and it's slightly larger. I still can't tell if it's pointing towards something in particular, or if the dot is just pointing at a living being with extremely strong celestial energy. Though the high noble pressure becomes far more readable, and I can start to differentiate one from another. It is definitely two demons. But a shiver runs through both of our bodies at once the very moment I piece this together in my mind. The pressure in the air becomes far more intense. So intense that for the first time in this ravine, we have to both exert pressure back to combat the mental strain. It's confusing. A high noble aura forcing royals to push out our own vibrations in a defensive layering array in order to not feel pressured. The result makes all of the surrounding nobles within my line of sight instantly pass out. The clashing auras disrupt the environment to an immense degree. For the next few kilometers upward, every noble demon we kill is already lifeless on the ground. The faint pulsing of celestial energy starts to seep down from above through the stairs. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. It actually lights up my ether senses further than normal. It is like a spider web of interlocked vibrations and celestial energy. Every time our auras clash, I can temporarily see a few kilometers outward in thin windows following the most intense portions of the celestial energy with my mind. It reveals the state of these stairs in a much broader view. Some of them are cracked and chipped, with claw marks or soul weapon dents every few steps. The bottom of the stairs was actually in quite good shape comparatively, but I can tell there have been some intense battles on these steps higher up. It doesn't slow us down. We change our path to avoid large chunks of missing steps in order to save celestial energy. Flying over those portions would be wasting energy when we can just jump up the normal steps with our raw strength. The amount of defensive royal vibrations we have to exert outward continues to increase, and the massive holes, marks, and cracks in the stairs grow larger. A few of the obvious battle remains are enormous, stretching over a full kilometer long. They look like sword markings, while others are just massive holes like the stairs were hit by a blunt weapon. It makes my heart race more and more as we speed up and keep climbing kilometers upward every minute that passes. The waves of celestial energy are lighting up the darkness beneath our feet. The black temple shown in all the drawings now glows white. These stairs are the only bright thing I can see. Every time we take the orb out to check our progress, the dot on it grows significantly. It begins to cover over a quarter of the black ball's mass. Then, it grows to over an entire side. Eventually, there is only a small black blotch remaining pointing away from the temple. When we step onto flat ground, and the stairs upward cease, the entire orb is glowing white. It has become useless. Now, the feeling of being unable to navigate the void returns. As we walk forward, I put away the compass. And we both hold our soul swords tight, staring toward the high noble waves. They feel as though they're on equal ground with us now. However, the feeling of an even greater force watching, or suppressing me, returns. I can't tell if it's paranoia or real, but I feel the sensation of the seal of darkness tighten more the closer we walk toward these two demons. I stay on guard, and feel Maria's hand squeeze mine tighter as the nerves build up in both of us. Just from their auras, I can start to picture the enemies we've been tracking in my mind, but I don't have to imagine it for much longer. Every few pulses of their energy, that reveal themselves to be slow footsteps, give me a flash of their full forms. Enormous, bulky, muscular demons, easily 30 meters tall, each walk our way. They both wear helmets, shoulder armor, and upper chest plates. Their boots make the ground shake beneath each step, and are certainly the cause for such excessive celestial energy pulsing through the stone floor. They have lower body armor as well, but there are small openings all over near their joints and lower abdomens. The demons' sharp eyes cut through the void, staring down at us with nonchalant gazes, looking down at insects that have crawled into their home. One carries an absurdly large hammer. It is flat on one end and has a curved spike on the other. He lugs it over his shoulder, and walks with a slightly inconsistent step to counteract the weight. The other carries two soul weapons, a heavy one-sided axe in one hand, and a short sword in the other. It looks slightly leaner and quicker than the other, but the massive axe is still supported by an absurd amount of muscle. Both of them have three horns curving out from their foreheads in the same pattern, like they are identical twins. Both even smirk at the same time as they realize we can finally see them coming. There are no dragons in sight, but I know they must be lurking nearby somewhere. My best guess is circling up in the air above us. The ground beneath our feet is hot with celestial energy. There are remains of small symbols and markings, but a majority of the stone here looks worn down, like it's been trampled over and defiled for millennia. This assumption comes true when the thicker demon lunges forward and slams his hammer down on the rocky ground. It doesn't shatter. Instead, the soul hammer hits it with a heavy thud, and only the ripples of celestial energy through the ground are what move. They're imbued with dozens of layered high noble mental attacks. We have to use our full focus to begin imbuing many royal shields of our own to block them. The attacks don't only come through the ground, they ripple through the air in invisible wavelengths as well. This is the first time I'm feeling the full power of their auras. As their declaration to fight, both Maria and I stand our ground, taking the mental challenge on while keeping our senses sharp and eyes forward. But it is far more intense than I expected it to be. It feels like we've been struck by a hurricane. Without the instinct to step forward into the attack, we might have just been blown off our feet by the wave. I stack even more defensive barriers than offensive attacks I can sense, and feel them all begin to be shredded through. The waves that hit me are sharp, layered with unwavering confidence. I can feel the endless refining practice to create perfect auras, and millions of battles one behind each wave that hits me, as their aura alone keeps us locked in place, using a majority of our mental strength to withstand. The second demon swings his short sword forward as well. The pair is still over a kilometer away, so he is nowhere near in range to hit us with such a short-range weapon. Yet, I watch a white curved current of celestial energy burst out from its blade, and can sense countless high noble layers of hardening and sharpness tethered into this attack. It can throw long-range attacks. None of the nobles we slaughtered on the way up here were able to release celestial energy or vibrations outside of their bodies. Chapter 896. These two demons are extremely dangerous. One of the major edges we had on the nobles before was the fact of our overwhelming superior control over our vibrations. None of them could compare to us. They couldn't even release their vibrations outside of their bodies or soul swords. The crescents of fire I threw from long range could obliterate our enemies the moment they entered our ether senses, and a single nick from Maria's blade would spread cold ice tethered to her vibrations all throughout a demon's body and kill it nearly instantly. Yet, the pair of high nobles are able to do the same. At the rate that my mental defenses are being broken through by its declaration for a fight, it feels like their strength somehow matches ours, or maybe it's even stronger. Despite being a tier below royals, something feels stronger within them. The demons that take another step forward toward us have a fundamental understanding of their vibrations that we do not, it is clear, but this has never stopped us. Fighting the first noble in the abyss was an eye-opening experience, allowing us to learn that vibrations can be tethered to celestial energy to vastly improve its power. Now, even as my mental defenses are shattering, and we jump out of the way to dodge a hot crescent of celestial light thrown from the leaner demon's blade, a smile creeps across my face. This will be a real fight. When we land again, the nerves from climbing and approaching this battle flood away. A full cycle pulses through us, and we take a synchronized deep breath. It is time for battle. The demons both run forward when they watch us dodge. I take advantage of this moment and send out a burst of red energy from my sword to test their defenses as well. As this fiery slash leaves my blade, Maria's cycle begins and she swings her blade down at the white floor. In order to counteract the waves of hot energy battering our mental defenses, she sends back an attack of her own. The floor beneath us surges forward in a blue icy flash. All of the stray fragments of black stone between us and the demons start to float in the air and vibrate uncontrollably. The clashing auras make the air thick and filled with four minds burning with killing intent. The white crescent from the demon's short sword crashes into the floor far behind us, flooding the background of my ether senses with an incredible amount of celestial energy. It almost pulls my attention away from the action, but less than a second later, my fiery slash collides with the same demon's axe. It takes it head on and swings upward, opening its mouth to let out a silent roar, but shows its sharp white teeth. The fragment of my consciousness inside my attack widens my ether senses even further, yet it is severely limited on impact. This is because it explodes into dozens of pieces. The demon's heavy axe is sharp and strong enough to completely block my attack. I can feel the fiery destructive power cutting through many layers of its defenses. But from such far range I can only do so much. Streaks of red fire burn into the blade of the axe, and the demon has to brace itself to not be blown backward, yet it's come out completely unscathed. The streaks of fire in its axe all retract as its celestial energy self-repairs the damage and absorbs the residue. The hammer-wielding demon does not slow down. It continues running with a 100-meter head start. It is the first to step into the spreading aura of Maria's sparkling icy celestial energy. Its boots start to freeze, and veins of sparkling ice crack up its legs as it runs forward. Yet, once in the center of this icy aura, the demon holds its hammer with two hands again and slams it down onto the ground. It's entered our ether senses, meaning it's less than half a kilometer away. The surge of white energy that bursts through the floor is far more potent than its first strike. I completely cut off my access to the remaining celestial fire in the air I was trying to salvage and feel Maria stop pushing her waves outward as well. Both of us go on full defense to brace for this blast. The hit makes all of the ice covering the floor crack and fly up into the air. Even the wave of moving ice I've watched instantly kill noble demons in the past, it shatters and falls off its legs like light snow. Both demons roar again, and I feel a second wave of high noble intimidation making the gravity in the air heavier and heavier. Both of them run forward, with confident strides and grins like the attacks we threw at them were jokes. The pressure in the air only makes our celestial energy cycles speed up. Every step closer the demons take, and the stronger the pressure they exert, the more focused we become. The tension that has been eating away at our minds through our journey in the ravine can finally be momentarily forgotten. If we don't focus with everything we have, we're going to die. The air pressure around our bodies starts to vibrate faster and faster, and our ability to create mental defenses increases extremely quick. We are finally in what feels like total synchronization again, a flow state. I take the first step forward, and Maria takes the next. Everyone, a cycle of celestial energy surges through us, and we speed up running forward faster and faster at the demons. We jump up in the air once we're less than 100 meters away, and the dual-wielding demon sends another wave of celestial energy at us with its short sword. I know its strength after testing it, and don't even consider running away this time. My soul sword glows bright red, creating a bright crimson aura around me when I swing down at the incoming strike. A burst of fire comes out from my blade, and another explosion of white celestial energy fills the battlefield. It's the demon's crescent exploding just like it blocked mine before. The fiery crescent keeps flying forward as we follow its trajectory, and I swing my other arm forward to give Maria a better angle at the peak of her cycle to block another incoming attack. The hammer-wielding demon lunges forward and swings up at us with an uppercut. Maria's sword collides with it. The outside of her body starts to sparkle with source resin, and a deep royal blue glow unlike any of our past battles. On impact, a wave of celestial energy bursts out, tethered to royal vibrations so rigid and fine-tuned, I can tell she's completely focused and intending to kill. The hammer coming up at us stops in midair, and the demon's glowing white muscles bulge and strain beneath its armor as it desperately tries to follow through with its attack. The top of its hammer begins to glow an icy blue, and streaks of her celestial energy crawl down the hammer's handle, into the hand and wrist of this demon. It feels its bones start to grow frail, and it starts to crack and bend at an awkward angle. Yet, just before the demon's arm shatters off, I see its eyes sharpen. The careless eyes of a demon having fun disappear, and it becomes serious. A completely different aura bursts through its body starting from the center of its forehead. The air becomes even more chaotic, and the predictability of our flight path becomes harder to track. It's like we become even heavier instantly, even the particles of ambient energy and rock fragments in the air start to fall faster. However, this sudden shift does not affect the upward momentum of the hammer. It's like we have slowed down, and the hammer below us is speeding up. There's no way to stop it. We fell right into a trap. I thought we would just have to warm up a little, and the fact that we have royal vibrations over their high noble waves would be enough to give us time to adapt. Yet, as the flat face of this hammer collides with Maria, then me right after, and I feel a surge of pure raw power and superiority ripple through my entire being, I almost white out. We're both sent flying up in the air, and I feel the soul armor protecting both of us fracture all over. It is made from thousands of noble demons' horns tethered together. Yet one direct hit and both of us are feeling the full force of this demon's blow. I watch the second demon block my measly fiery crescent with the flat side of its axe. There isn't even an explosion this time, it is just entirely absorbed into its celestial energy pool. It then throws the axe over its shoulder in a resting stance, and sets its short sword in a neutral position, as if it knows the battle is over. The demon with its hammer bends its knees, then launches itself upward, jumping up over 100 meters in the air to follow us. It's looking to finish this fight before we even hit the ground. I grit my teeth, and feel Maria become equally desperate. We felt so confident for a moment. But killing weaklings for 2 years straight may have given us a warped view of our true strength. Maybe vibrations aren't everything, they are just a piece of the whole. Our fast cycling of celestial energy back and forth slows as our perfect synchronicity wavers. The demon that's jumped upward passes us, flying through the air even faster than we are. It gets above us, and steps off the air with a precise and practiced movement. The air around its being is clouded in a white fog, and it wavers as reality bends to catch up with this strange new ability it's activated. I see so many layers of high noble vibrations stacking and tethering around its hammer, I lose count after it passes 200. The amount of power we're about to be hit with will shatter all of our armor, and probably every single bone in our bodies before we even hit the ground below. It swings downward, and for a split second I feel my connection with Maria completely sever. It's at the instant her soul energy core retracts, and her chest pulses with a black energy as dark and unreadable as the void outside my senses. The moment she does, and swings her blade upward at the incoming hammer, a blinding white and blue light surges out from her body. The vibrations that fill the air instantly negate the demon's suppressive aura, and for a second, I even feel like I'm being suppressed myself. Her blade and the waves of pure celestial ice that flood out of it stop the incoming hammer's full power. The entire sky in my senses becomes pure white and blue. We're frozen in the air for almost a full second, before we're sent flying downward, but in a controlled movement without a single broken bone. I feel Maria link back up to our celestial energy circuit, but her mind and body feel drained. The intense aura is gone, and we're falling back toward the other demon. After this bright flash in the sky, it raises its sword and readies its axe again. Its eyes become serious, and a sharp pressure fills the air below. Every meter closer down we fall, the more it feels like we're swimming through a sea of pins and needles. It's making all of my battle instincts yell at me to put up defenses or even curl up and cover my vitals. Yet, I know I can't do that. It's just as strong as the demon that almost killed us in the sky. The moment we fall within its attacking range, it's going to swing at us with a strike we won't be able to block or escape from in this sharp domain it's created. I grit my teeth, as I can tell Maria needs a moment to rest. Whatever she just did to save our lives is not easily repeatable. The demon stretches out its short sword at us like it's waiting for us to fall on it hopelessly ourselves. There is a white foggy presence that surrounds its whole body, just like the bulky demon above, making it feel like its defenses have just risen by tens of times. The sharpness of that blade continues to be stacked by hundreds of layers of high noble vibrations, far more deadly than anything I've ever seen. No normal attack or movement technique is going to get us out of this, so I do the only thing I have left that I'm certain will work. I'm the one to sever our energy cycling connection for a moment as we fall closer and closer to the ground. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and focus on the power trapped within my demon's core. Chapter 897, it rests in my chest, with an invisible barrier of stacked and tethered vibrations around it. Peering into the pool of compacted malice, resentment, and rage that swirls within it makes my whole body shiver. It's far more dense and intimidating than it was back in the green zone. Because the dark essence of built-up hatred for tens of thousands of demons I've slaughtered throughout the ravine has been absorbed into it as well. However, Muriel's will enhancing the demonic energy of thousands of demons isn't the most potent part. It is that all of these feelings mixed with royal vibrations and corruption that threaten to destroy an entire zone of the upper realm, they are only truly held together by my own bottled-up rage. Hatred and resentment targeted at these demons, the close-up imagery of this high noble's hammer slamming into Maria's defenseless body, and her pushing her soul to the limits to give me another chance to attack rush through my mind. It only makes the dark energy churn with more intensity inside my core. The final thing I felt through our connection before I severed it was the backlash and recoil her mind and body felt after using that blinding technique in the sky. My demon's core pulses, and an invisible ripple all over its surface allows for a small wave of this dark aura to flow out. It feels both hot and cold at the same time, traveling along my energy pathways through my chest, down my arm, and wrapping around my blade in coiling black tendrils of aura. There are countless layers of vibrations that surge through this oily energy, but even I don't have full control over it, nor can I count the layers of vibrations or fully see how it's binding with my soul's word. My whole body's celestial energy reserves begin to drain, and I feel massive stores of energy being used up. I know this is the only chance I have in this moment, so I need to take advantage of it. I slice downward and feel the flow of dark energy from my core flood out with an even more intense wave. One of my eyes begins to pulse with this black and purple energy as it starts to soak through half my body. My vision flickers, and for a moment, all I see is a dark purple core in this demon's chest. The strange black waves of royal vibrations that tether to my celestial fire are so dense and sharp, the sharp and suppressive aura that fills the air is sliced right through. I collide blade to blade with this demon's short sword and watch its hundreds of layers of protection split instantly, and the dense white soul weapon shatters under the dark pressure of mine. I follow through and leave a deep gash all the way down its arm, and through its abdomen, and even slice through a large portion of its thigh before we hit the ground. The impact with the hard stone below makes my joints and bones ache on the side of my body that isn't covered in darkness. It breaks me out of the trance-like state, and I yell into the void while forcing the energy to stop spreading any further, and most importantly not into Maria. It is extremely painful, like two parts of my mind are fighting for dominance. The black tendrils are full of greed and anger, yet I fight it off as my will to win this fight with my sanity intact is still stronger. We jump out of the way as the darkness floods out of my eye, sword, and body, back into my core. A ground-shaking thud of a hammer falling from the sky, attached to a demon's shattered and frozen arm, makes our heads turn. It is followed by an overwhelming wave of fatigue hitting me the moment the last drop of darkness retreats into my core. Though, in the same moment, our synchronicity of celestial energy starts to flow through us again. Both of our tired eyes perk up, but the shaking ground becomes even more intense. We stare forward and lift our blades as a demon with a black scar across its body now limps toward us with its axe as its only weapon left, and a one-armed demon kicks away the remains of its own shattered fist free from its hammer while lifting the heavy weapon up in the air with its only remaining hand. The white foggy auras that surround their bodies grow, expand, making the air feel both heavy and sharp. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. This explosion of aura lets us see outward into the darkness for almost 10 kilometers in a flash of perception. And it isn't what I expected to see like what was on the maps, behind the demons or the stairs that we walked up to get here, but behind us, there is a massive crack in the flat stone. All of the cave carvings made it look like a flat square platform at the top. Yet, from the small view I'm seeing, it looks like the entire pyramid has been cracked in half. It also means we're cornered. Despite the horrific shape we've left these two monsters in, their auras aren't any weaker, and every step closer they take sends pulses of white energy through the floor and air. Our cycling blue and red energy slowly heals the cracks in our soul armor, and our fatigue starts to lessen. However, the lean demon with a black scar across its body is not going to let us heal all the way. It grabs its axe with both of its free hands now and charges it up with bright white light. The swing across its body is so fast, my eyes can barely track it, and the crescent of energy that is easily the size of the demon itself trails a thick aura of white fog behind it, even over 100 meters away. The sharp aura makes it feel like 1,000 swords have just punctured every free space on my body. The closer it comes, the deeper it feels like these wounds are being pushed in. Both of us wince, breathing heavy, with half the strength we did at the start of this battle. We both know there's only one way to win. Maria steps forward, and I feel our connection of celestial energy cycles go dark just like before. Her soul energy core sinks into her chest so small, it completely disappears from my senses. Then, a shockwave of royal blue light floods the air. It pushes back the sharp aura of this blade, but I watch her eyes flood out with a sparkling aura of pure source resin. It matches the coloring of her blade as she slices downward through the air. A slash of ice erupts from her soul sword, increasing larger and larger in size to the point where I don't know when it will stop. the slash grows even larger than the white crescent coming our way. At the same time, my arm that holds only Maria's becomes dangerously cold. I've become extremely used to cycling her celestial energy through my pathways and core, but the aura that touches me now seems slightly foreign. My fingers go numb, and cracks begin forming in my arm while my eyes widen at the explosion that fills every edge of my ether senses before me. It is like two ocean waves colliding, but the blue tsunami of ice completely overwhelms the white wave. The whole floor of this pyramid is flooded with blue energy, and the slash flies through the air colliding with the leaner demon first. It uses its axe to block, but it is still thrown off its feet, flying backward. The intensity of the blast hits the hammer-wielding demons as well. It is slightly further back and has enough time to jump upward and out of the most intense zone of the blast. But even it uses its hammer to defend its face and heart. I can see portions of its armor and skin being frozen and shattered off as it flies backward. Maria's cycle slows, and I feel her aura start to dull for a moment, but she turns her head my way with her blue and rainbow refracting eyes open wide in fear. She looks in my direction, but I can tell I'm not what she is looking at. It is something coming from the darkness behind me. Her core disappears again, retracting and pulsing outward as she shows a painful expression and pivots her stance. Another wave of blue and sparkling ice pours out from her blade. I feel the dangerous aura freezing up my arm further, all the way into my shoulder. But I still hold on. The wave of ice blasted into the sky takes everything out of her. I watch Maria's eyes lose their intensity and her body starts to fall limp. But she relings our celestial energy connection before she falls toward me. I catch her with my frozen arm, but at the same time, a sensory overload lights up the sky. The full-powered attack she just set off into the darkness collides with the incoming open mouth of a 500-meter-long demonic dragon. Its mouth looks like it was about to release a beam of white light, but a sharp crescent of ice slices right between its eyes. Two halves of a frozen dragon split apart and hit the ground on either side of us. The heavy thud shakes reality as a cycle of our remaining celestial energy begins to make the ice in my arm retreat and heal. The shockwaves and blinding white and blue lights begin to fade. The axe-wielding demon is frozen in place in a massive jagged crystalline block of ice. Its fear-filled expression is trapped in place as the life leaves its eyes, and half of the head of its dragon slides toward it. However, behind it, the one-armed hammer wielder still glows with a hot white aura. Above it, at the outer edges of my senses, its dragon opens its mouth, glowing bright white. The demon runs my way, and a bright burst of white light beams out from the dragon's mouth down toward me as it flaps its enormous wings and reveals the rest of its body. I know the amount of corruption I allowed to seep out last time isn't going to cut it. I barely slice through the leaner demon's skin. The final bits of ice on my arm melt away, but Maria's body is still weak. With our cycle synced up, I can tell even if we had a few more seconds to rest, she wouldn't be able to fight again yet. I stare up at the beam of pure dragon celestial energy coming down toward us, and the increase in gravity tens of times over as the hammer wielder releases its rage. Realizing its battle partner just died, our celestial energy connection is severed one more time. When I close my eyes, I focus on my demon's core and allow far more than just the outer barrier of this seal to dissolve. Chapter 898. The flow of dark essence out from my core is not as slow and controlled through my pathways as it was the first time. It doesn't only flow down my arm into my sword. Instead, a deep purple and black eruption of corruption floods out from my chest. It stains my glowing red body dark, and I feel it saturating my muscles and mind. The presence of thousands of noble demons' vibrations tingle through my body, and the instinctual energy control of Muriel, a true royal, flickers in my consciousness. I can feel the coils of dark energy twist and wriggle their way into my muscle fibers, and even deep into my soul sword. The vibrations that strengthen them are not only protective layers on the surface, they are tethering deep within everything they touch. The intent and confidence to kill and destroy everything in my way grows. It pushes out everything I thought I knew about my vibrations, at least, the methods I was focusing on to have them create a stronger layer of intent during all of my battles so far. The creation aspect of my path is completely suppressed, and as my entire sword now glows with a dark aura, I understand that this is what it feels like to focus on the path of destruction. My gaze tightens as both my eyes glow purple, and I see straight through the blast of white energy coming my way. I swing my blade across my body as the peak of my cycle uses up all of the celestial energy in my body. The dark essence that's flooding through me devours the fire and converts it into a full-powered mutated attack. There is only going to be one chance to take this shot, so I want to give it everything. I grit my teeth and feel the energy being drained from the tips of my toes to the depths of my core, and let it all be channeled through my sword. A dense black crescent of energy comes bursting out from my blade. It flickers like it is on fire, and oscillates like it is a living liquid. and the air around it bends as if the zone itself is unsure of how gravity should be reacting to this substance. There is a fragment of my consciousness in this slash, and for a moment, it feels like I can hear it cutting through the air, like the impossibly dark seal pressing down around us is being torn through. Yet, this is not what I fixate on as the dark wave of corrupted celestial fire collides with the dragon's beam of light. I watch it slice through the center and completely destroy everything in its path. The center of the crescent stays strong and moving forward, but the explosive weight of celestial energy from the blast on contact is devoured as tendrils of black essence burst out from the slash. It is like they have minds of their own, gravitating toward the highest sources of energy and snuffing them out before they can even light up the darkness around us. The massive white dragon that lights up the abyss turns dark, its whole beam of light disappears, and as the slash hits its open mouth, its head is blown to pieces. The dragon flails backward, but a fast-moving flood of dark corruption seeps down its neck and begins spreading through its whole body. It is a successful first hit, but I feel a massive wave of fatigue coming my way within the next second. I just used every drop of strength and energy I had into this strike, and I can't let up until it's over. I close my eyes and watch through the dark crescent that plunges upward into the darkness. The connection with my soul sword is all I think about, every soul weapon it's consumed over the years we've been together, and the feeling I get when I activate its full power using the system. The air around me turns dark black, heavy, and hot. I see Maria's resting face flinch from the pressure, as this is not the red soul energy she's been able to adapt to either. Just like her blue aura suppressed me, this darkness is now dangerous for her. But I can't stop. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. The connection between the vessel in my hand and the fragment of my soul out in the void resonate together, and for a moment, it feels just like the first time I linked with its core, the small black cube that would rotate around my body in its raw, uncrafted state. The crescent in the darkness curves around to return right back toward me. An indentation in the ground beneath my feet starts to form, leaving a mark on this battlefield where no other soul weapons have. The black and dying body of the dragon falls, and I see the hammer-wielding demon's eyes widen with a primal rage. It knows it's dying, and the white fog around it has hit its brightest I've ever seen. It's using up all of its energy in a final desperate attempt to take me out. I watch life leaving its eyes while it swings its hammer across its body and lets go to throw it toward us. My legs grow weak and beg to give out, but I don't let up my focus. Less than half a second later, the dark crescent of corruption slices through the back of this demon. Its cores are obliterated, the white fog and aura around its body are devoured, and its entire avatar shifts to black as the corruption floods through it. The crescent turns in the air and slices through the frozen demon in the ice sculpture Maria created of it running away. Its body, armor, and soul sword are blasted into a million fragments, and countless tendrils of energy burst out from the sentient crescent of corruption to devour its energy too. The attack curves one more time and slices through the back handle of the white hammer that still flies our way. It's sliced in half from the back, exploding less than 50 meters away from us, and completely devoured before the aura from the blast can even hit our senses. I lift my blade as the darkness collides with me, and it surges back into my body with so much more intensity that it forces even more parts of my mind to shut off to withstand the pressure. The vibrations have grown stronger, and the celestial energy entering my cores is tens of times more than what left. The pressure and thickness of the dark aura that surrounds me becomes far more intense, and pushes the ground around us down even more, making the crater of pressure deeper and wider. I feel the corruption vibrate through every part of my body and mind. It feels different than when I first summoned it because instead of preparing for an attack, it's merging with my soul. The uncontrollable dark waves of energy are invading every portion of my mind at its most fatigued and vulnerable state. There is an absurd amount of power flooding into me, but it feels like the parts of my being that have access to it are not my true conscious mind. It feels like accepting this would be falling for a mental trap set by myself, and I would be completely consumed. I try to fight back, but the power is overwhelming, and oddly warm and inviting. It's being controlled by my own intents and desires after all. In the depths of my mind, I see a dark shadowy manifestation of myself completely consumed by corruption, staring down at a small dot of red light that is what remains of my true mind. It does not scare me. It truly just looks like I am staring up at a mirrored version of myself. Through a different lens, I let the red glowing orb in my mind slowly float closer to the dark inviting presence as though it's the natural thing to do. My physical body has completely blocked out all of the excruciating pain from the peak of the cycle absorbing these demons' energy, so there isn't much more that I can see. However, in the furthest reaches of my mental vision as the peak of the cycle passes, I start to sense blue and sparkling rainbow light behind the drifting red orb. Just as I'm about to make contact with the shadow in my mind, a burst of perception around me showing actual reality comes flooding in. I see my whole body saturated in darkness, and Maria's whole arm that held on throughout the battle completely stained black with corruption as well. It slowly seeps into her, and this triggers all of my survival instincts to escape what is happening before this cycle of corruption devours me and floods into Maria. The red mental manifestation of my soul floats back and bursts with flames and power of its own. A shockwave of perception surrounds the battlefield, and I confirm that every demonic threat has been conquered. This, paired with the corruption creeping over Maria's shoulder and toward her chest, makes even the dark figure in my mind take a step back. My enemies are dead. This rage and malice I've unleashed no longer has anything to attack. The red glow in my mind grows and starts to manifest in reality as well. The red glow of celestial fire in my chest spreads, and the darkness that surrounds me starts to retract. The heavy aura in the air is the first thing to dissipate. This leads to the spread of corruption into Maria's body to halt, then recede. My own body starts to shift in color, back to red, starting with my toes, fingers, and blade. All of the darkness recedes into my demon's core. However, I can feel it doing so reluctantly, like it is not satisfied with my decision. Even as the strengthened barrier of vibration seals around it, I still feel my own dark purple eyes staring into my soul from its depths. It is telling me that it will be patient. I fall to my knees with Maria in my arms and reeling our celestial energy cycle to properly allow this absorbed power to cycle through us. As my body shuts down with fatigue, her eyes widen with energy as this massive cycle bursts through her. However, the moment my eyes shut, the result of processing all of this new demonic essence flashes through my consciousness. It stores these two high noble demons' memories of the past. Despite the fact that there is hardly any feeling left in my arms and legs, and my body is trying to shut down, I open my eyes again out of pure fear. I see what truly split this pyramid in two, and realize those demons were not the true guardians of the temple. Chapter 899. The memories of both demons rush into my mind together, almost interlocked as a single flow of energy. The imagery I get from the lower realm of both of them growing up together on a noble grade world plays side by side through each other's eyes. The presence of dense refined chi and demonic energy on these worlds is far thicker and more potent than anything I've seen from any memories in the past. Instead of the normal procedure I've seen, where higher ranked demons in the Vermilion family's army come to scout out talent on a single world, then bring them to the demonic realm to train, these two demons are different. They're repeatedly transferred to new mana-based worlds as fledglings, with a few dozen other recruits, from the monsters I see in these fragmented memories. They all look to be elites, and the potency of divine threads, chi, and energy on these worlds far surpasses the ones I even witnessed Muriel's old self take over near the end of his career in the lower realm. The fledglings form their cores and start to awaken their noble vibrations before even receiving their demon cores and doing labyrinth trials to bond with a dragon. Those that cannot defeat the mana-based elites in this galaxy die in the process, as they are not strong-willed enough to awaken a path. The two stick together, even dominating and taking out an entire Obsidian Berserker clan world themselves. Eventually, once they have consolidated their true cores, a team of noble demons from the demonic realm welcomes them into the Morvale family army. The two are separated, sent to selected noble grade worlds in the elite star systems, the closest to the source they can safely be deployed, for their talent level and applications to serve their family head in the upper realm. The two are mandated to rank up their labyrinths 4 times and return over level 100,000 in order to serve in the Cyan Zone. Many more years pass as both of them cultivate isolated in their boss room floors, taking on all of the challengers from their worlds. One landed on a wyvern's planet, while the other on the world of an exceptionally strong dark-skinned ogre species that I've never seen before. I watch tens of thousands of challengers fly by in each of their memories. And as far as I can tell, hundreds of thousands of years. The labyrinths slowly grow floor by floor as they rank up the final levels that they couldn't attain just from killing monsters normally on random worlds. Their graduations from the labyrinths both happen within the same few hundred years, and so do their trials on the thrones within the worlds they've ranked up their labyrinths on. The further into these memories I watch, the faster they fly by, and more fragmented they become. However, as they ascend to the green zone, I'm positive these monsters are far more ancient than I ever thought they were. There are bursts of images, showing me the presence of far more citadels than I remember in the green zone. There are dozens of them in fact. Wyverns fly through the skies, small humanoid figures with white and black auras with long elf-like ears ride some of them, and many races are prospering together. There are even noble demons walking about out in the open in these citadels. Lords do not bow to them, they are nothing but normal citizens. The two demons hit many checkpoints, including a demon-run citadel I've never seen before, a wyvern-run citadel that is exactly where the Sea of Corruption is now, and lastly the fortress. This citadel is the only one that looks identical to the green zone I know. This is their final destination for the next few thousand years, as they go through some kind of mental conditioning and training regime, then are sent off to the Grand Citadel. It is a white dome, and there is a massive glowing white celestial wyvern that seems to be its ruler. The two demons are just some of hundreds that arrive here today, and pay massive amounts of medium-quality ether fragments to the ruling wyverns in order to use the realm link below their citadel. The memories have become so fractured and fleeting that I only get a few frames of the moment when they walk into a massive room holding a silver reactor, the same one below the citadel now without any change. It is built into what looks like the upper realm's floor, impossible to sense through it. It feels like it is literally resting half in this zone and half somewhere else I cannot comprehend. Another faded frame appears after they use a teleportation function in this reactor's room. The visuals of the many demons that showed up today all appear to be floating in a white void, in a massive circle suspended in space. Many of them have their dragons below them, or by their sides, but it is not necessary. They all float, unable to move, constrained by some kind of overwhelming pressure. A hologram of a cyan-cored demon appears in their center, and I recognize it as the same Lucian Morvale I saw speaking to Muriel. His gaze spins around the circle of demons that have ascended, nodding slowly, and examining each one as they are frozen in space. Every few dozen demons he points to them, then flicks his finger upward. They completely disappear from the circle in a flash of white light. The family head's gaze falls on the two demons, but doesn't change much compared to the others. He makes a full circle, only making 5 out of the hundreds that have arrived disappear in the flash of white. He raises his finger again. The rest of you have not made the cut. Fight your way out of the ravine, and I will accept you as a general in my army. Then, flicks his finger downward. Everyone in the ring of noble demons feels an absurd amount of pressure beat down on their bodies, and tears in space open up below every one of them. I witnessed the same journey through the maddening storm of cyan threads that I had to take to get here, and this time feel the shift in direction they take. It triggers a memory within me, realizing that our path to this ravine may have been manufactured by someone else, because that was not natural at all. When these two demons are dropped into the darkness, they are not together. The memories that emerge from this journey through the ravine are mind-breaking. I knew that this must have been long ago, before Muriel's time, but as the hundreds of thousands of years pass, I begin to lose count. It could easily be over 1,000,000 years. Wandering through the darkness, the brutal battles these two demons go through, learning how to strengthen their bodies to deal with the pressure, draining celestial energy manually, or eating the corpses of their fallen demonic kin before they melt. Millions of battles worth of instincts and pain rush into me, becoming more fragmented and distorted the longer they last in the abyss. I see thousands of pedestals. It confirms my theory that we only landed on one of many paths. The ravine is an absurd spider web of endless cracks into this dark black stone. These demons both travel billions of kilometers. Some of the time they walk in circles for thousands of years, other times they find new battlefields with countless noble demons just like themselves. It is eye-opening. Even the hordes of noble demons Maria and I fought and believed was an incredibly large amount were actually just scratching the surface. The population in this abyss has decreased drastically from when they first arrived. Many of the memories become as fragmented as the commoner demons I absorbed in my first month in the ravine. There is an era of darkness that I cannot fully decipher. During this time, there are only a few key high-emotion spiking moments that are left in their conscious memories. That is the day both of them awaken their high noble paths. The confidence and superiority built up from wandering for an eternity through the strongest of their race has created two extremely similar paths. One that is awakened for true battle. Any noble demon that challenges them can never defeat them, because after endless subconscious reinforcement of battles won, it is as if the rules of reality in their minds and souls have judged that this is the truth. The other large memory they share is of them meeting each other at the top of this temple. In the memory I see, it is not broken. Even as the two begin their fight, they do not remember each other, nor do they even remember themselves. They are perfectly evenly matched. The battle goes on for years as far as I can tell, and through every swing of their soul weapons against each other, a resonance begins to build familiarity back into their fractured minds. Yet, the day their fighting stops, and they accept each other as allies again, something very strange happens. the sound of slow clapping fills the two demons' minds. It is even disturbing to me, as viewing these memories, I've been used to having nothing but their ether senses to visualize my surroundings, yet, there is still audible clapping. The air pressure becomes too hot and overwhelming for either of these high nobles to even move. The only other time they have felt something like this was in the presence of Lucian Morvale's hologram, but it definitely feels different. There is an unknown royal in this ravine, hot and eerie vibrations flood through the air, and the two demons feel true fear for the first time since they entered that nightmare. Something that has faced this darkness far longer than them, and faced horrors they cannot comprehend. The flashing memories of these fallen demons cease because the flow is interrupted by the surge of celestial energy coming back from Maria after she finished her cycle. This, combined with the fear burning through my survival instincts after viewing the final moments of these memories, Maria starts to get up to her feet, and as a burst of energy surges through me, I heal my fatigue enough to stand as well. I could use a few more cycles to recover further, but something deep within my mind is yelling at me to run. I start to look around and expand my new upgraded ether senses out a few kilometers in every direction to find the threat. Maria feels my alertness, but she hasn't seen what I just saw. My heart skips a beat when I feel a familiar hot aura flood down from above us. I stop moving altogether once I hear slow claps echo through the silent darkness. Chapter 900, the clapping from above gets louder, and the hot aura that surrounds us becomes unbearable. It is like invisible heavy molten metal has just filled the air and holds us in place. I try to move my hands, or even shift my stance, but searing hot pain makes it feel as though my flesh is being melted. We're forced to stand and wait. I begin to replay my memories for answers and debate unsealing my corruption all over again, despite barely healing from the first release. Maria's vibrations are in the same mode of emergency, ready to go all out again if necessary. However, both of us know whatever is coming our way is not even remotely close to the same level as those high nobles. There is a very distinct frequency piercing through us, and that is one that only emanates from the higher life form of a royal. It is terrifying for a number of reasons. The first is the fear resonating in our soul, that is identical to the feelings I've absorbed from the demons we just killed. I'm getting the same instinctual reaction, like we're standing below an ancient monster I can't possibly understand. The second is the fact that this aura does not feel like any of the royal family heads. I've mentally imprinted their vibration signatures in the back of my mind from feeling them in Muriel's memories, and whatever this creature is, it is not one of them. The last, and most shocking thing about this demon is that I can hear its hands clapping. I haven't heard any real noise in years, and this is crisp and perfectly audible, like it's right inside my ear. It is slow, maybe one clap every 2 seconds, yet, while frozen in space under the increasing hot pressure, it feels like hours go by in between each one. I can't even tell what direction the enemy is even coming from. The longer the aura descends, the more it feels like it is coming from every direction. Even if I were to go all out and use my corruption to try and escape, I don't know what direction to run in. My pupils shrink even more once I hear a calm, low voice in my inner ear, like a perfect telepathy is being used to speak right into my mind. That was an excellent show. I haven't seen anyone make it up the temple steps in a long time. The outer edges of my ether senses above us, about 5 kilometers away, start to fade to black. It is not because my senses are being suppressed, but that the celestial energy that floods into it is not normal like the demons in this abyss I've seen before. The aura spreads as seconds pass, and I watch a massive royal demon float down toward us with nothing but a calm smile on his face while clapping. Its armor is extremely simple, only a lightweight set covering its vitals. It glows extremely dark purple, the color of the essence I've been absorbing from demons' cores, and it matches the glow coming off its calm eyes. It has 2 lighter purple-colored horns. 2 of them curl out from its forehead, and spiral upward as if they have been growing slowly for an eternity. The demon's skin is almost jet black, and its muscles are compact. It is far leaner than the high nobles, but from what I can tell, it's over 200 meters tall, and the strength contained inside its insidious body cannot even be compared on the same scale as the demons we just fought. Not even Muriel gave off this kind of pressure. It's as though I'm staring death in the face. It is in no rush to prove anything. It knows its victory is inevitable. It holds no hatred, no malice, and no erratic behavior can be felt in its vibrations. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. This calm and indifferent aura is far more off-putting than a mindless angry demon. The slow clap finally stops as the demon speaks again, and its tone sounds like it is amused, talking to us like we're in on some kind of light friendly joke. I haven't seen another royal come down here since the vanguards ascended. Never did I expect to see a pair of humans with their paths awakened. I thought there were no resets remaining. A smile slowly forms on the demon's face, showing off its bright light purple teeth that match its horns in color. not only do I see its whole face up close for the first time, but I see its soul weapons as well, over a dozen of them, in fact, slowly rotating above its head, just over the tips of its horns, like a multicolored halo. There are countless soul weapons. Some of them glow bright white, others in many shades of purple, a few jet black, and oddly enough, a few that glow bright cyan. They range from small daggers to enormous axes, shields, longswords, spiked maces, and many other weapon shapes I've never even seen before. The demon continues to speak, letting out a laugh to itself. Lucian Morvale. Did that liar finally die? Is that why you're here? The lower realm finally stabilized with the stolen energy up here, didn't it? One of his toys finally got to him and finished the job? Or no? He would have planned for that too. Maybe he's just finally gone crazy. He's resorted to using other races in his experiments now because of the new generation's declining talent. He becomes serious, and his deep purple eyes shift right down toward me. That must be the case. Your path is completely messed up. Half demon, and half, well, I don't even know what to call that. I can see why he'd want to run his tests on someone like you. His eyes shift to my sword next. I've never tried fusing with an amplifier. That will do just fine as the next addition to my collection. It hasn't fully awakened its own path yet, so this is perfect timing. It grins even wider, floating down right above the crack in the temple. Less than a kilometer away from us, the demon's deep purple eyes shift to Maria next, and it pauses for a couple of seconds. The intensity of the aura around us gets hotter and heavier. I can't even breathe without fear of dying. Even my heart beating makes my body move just slightly enough to cause great pain in this domain around us that is formed. You're even more interesting. That maniac figured out how to awaken one of those paths in a lesser race. He's certainly lost his mind. The demon laughs out loud to itself, but stops prematurely, like it was faking its amusement this whole time. Then, stares at Maria's blade. You've brought me a destroyer-class soul weapon from one of the origin worlds too? They would never let us go near that sector when I was deployed in the lower realm. Whoever inherited the green zone must really be clearing everything up before the ceiling. The demon looks up into the darkness with disgust on its face, then shakes its head. Maybe this is your sick way of saying thank you for killing all your weaklings. It turns its head back toward us, and the instant I feel the aura pressure change, I don't waste any time. I release the seal on the only power I have strong enough to break free from this prison. At the same exact time, I feel Maria's soul energy core contract and pulse outward with murderous force acting on exactly the same impulse. This demon sees us as nothing but a lesser race, bugs that it can suppress with its aura and take the gifts we brought it. It is the truth. Ever since we entered this ravine, we have relied on our superior paths to defeat our enemies even if they had higher-powered celestial energy. Even in that last fight against the High Nobles, we still both used extreme versions of our royal vibrations in order to overpower the demon's wills. Their celestial energy purity and volume were far greater than ours, yet now, there is a demon with an unfathomably strong celestial energy base, with a unique dark affinity that is countless times stronger than us. It has royal vibrations of its own, and has been honing them far longer than those two false guardians. In fact, it even mentioned the royal family of the Dark Blue Zone. This demon is most likely far older than I can fathom. A dark red and black aura bursts out from me, and a royal blue and rainbow explosion flows out from Maria. We focus our energy all throughout our bodies to give us enough strength and defense to withstand the pressure around us, and the remaining all into our feet to blast off the ground to escape. We fly backward toward the stairs where we came from, but in the back of my mind, I watch the demon smirk, then completely disappear from our senses. Just as we're about to fly off into the darkness, a massive dark demonic figure appears out of thin air in our way. It reaches up above its head, and pulls the smallest purple dagger from its collection. I can hardly even interpret its movements, as they're too fast for my eyes to comprehend. Even as corruption seeps into them and enhances my vision, it swings the blade across its body, and neither of us have any time to even react. A thin line of dense purple essence emerges from its blade and bursts toward us, colliding with both of our chests before we can even move our blades down to block. Our soul armor is shattered head to toe on impact, and the dense energy slices through my flesh. Like butter, my vibrations all compress inward toward my cores, and the layers of corruption solely focus on saving my life. Maria's aura contracts all the way too, not even bothering to try and protect any part of her body from the pressure in the air. Only freezing a crystalline layer around her cores. The demon's voice echoes in my mind as the only thing I can hear while it collides with our last layer of defenses.
Oh, come on, you're the first interesting visitors I've had in millions of years, and you're leaving so soon? I insist, stay a while.